She was accused of a crime she didn't commit. Dragged to a vampire's fortress, she hid her only weapon against him. But he wasn't the monster she expected. He was starving, obsessed, and unwilling to let her go. What happens when the only way to escape means returning to the people who betrayed you? Salt in the Warrant, a web novel, vampire romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The cold stood still over Grisonmouth Harbor, the kind of winter quiet that made every footfall carry. Lysenne Ottfeld pulled her scarf higher and watched the levee cart take shape on the wharf stones. Grain sacks, 12 of them, tied with harbor twine, 3 casks of rendered tallow, a locked chest of stamped coin, lantern oil in iron flasks. The usual tribute, assembled by the same hands that had loaded it every winter of her life. She had never watched the ceremony before, not from this angle, not with her own name unread. The crowd pressed thin around the wharf. Fishermen with red-knuckled hands, widows in salt-stiffened shawls. The levee was everyone's business, because winter was everyone's danger, and Marrowind keep had to be paid before the storm sealed the road. Lysenne shifted her weight and felt the furnace heat still clinging to her skirts. She had come straight from the workshop, leaving a gather of clear glass cooling on the bench, her apprentice Hanwen muttering over the accounts. She had only meant to watch the first cart roll out, to be seen, to prove she was still part of the ordinary life of the town. She should have stayed at the furnace. Howrick Tilburn climbed onto the wharf cart and unrolled the warrant with the practiced slowness of a man who knew he was the only voice that mattered. He read the levy line by line, his breath clouding around each word. Grain, tallow, lamp oil, the names of households assessed, the count of barrels owed. Lysenne listened like everyone else, half attending, already calculating how many lamp orders she needed to finish before the next storm hit. Then Howrick cleared his throat and read a new line. One person, able-bodied, for term of service at Marrowind Keep. Lysenne Ottfeld, glassblower of Ember Lane. The crowd went still. Lysenne's hands dropped to her sides. The name hung in the air like a bad seal, stamped wrong, smelling of forgery before she had even seen the paper. She had never signed a levy warrant. She had never been assessed. She was not on any household register that fed the tribute. "That's not mine," she said. Howrick did not look at her. He rolled the warrant with the same deliberate care, and 2 men she had seen drinking at the Net and Needle moved toward her from the edges of the crowd. Not guards, volunteers, neighbors. The harbor looked away. She saw it happen. Miria Quist dropped her gaze to the stitching in her lap. Old Joran at the Chindler's door turned back into a shop. Even Edric Nemes, who carried the town guard's seal on his belt, studied the rigging of a moored skiff as though the knots demanded his full attention. No one was coming. "I said it's not mine." Her voice came out flat, surprised by its own steadiness. "Check the register. I pay hearth tax. I've never been on the levy roll." Howrick finally met her eyes. His face held nothing useful, not guilt, not cruelty, just the blank efficiency of a man who had already decided what the outcome would be. "The warrant is sealed and read," he said. "Protest goes to the keep." The 2 men took her arms before she could move. She twisted. Not to fight, she knew better than to waste strength on a fight that had nowhere to go, but to buy a breath, a look, a measure of how much room she still had. The first man had a hand like dock rope. The second smelled of fish oil and cheap wine. They knew her. She had sold Kalen a lamp for his mother's grave last spring. She had sharpened Darrow's glass scraping knife 3 weeks ago. They did not meet her eyes either. The shard was already in her coat pocket. Sea glass, thumb smoothed, the color of deep water. A piece she had picked off the tide line months ago because the shape was pretty and she had meant to drill it for a pendant. She had forgotten it was there until the cart began to move and her hand closed around something hard. She palmed it, brought it to her mouth. bit down as the men hauled her toward the closed carriage waiting at the wharf edge. Glass against her molar. A thin, clean pressure that meant she could break it if she needed to, could cut with it, could hold something sharp inside her that no one had counted. The carriage door swung open. Salt-stiffened curtains, a bench too narrow for comfort, the smell of old hay and iron. She did not resist the shove that sent her inside. She landed on her hip, felt the glass shard shift to the pocket of her cheek, and held it there as the door slammed shut. The lock clicked. The carriage groaned and began to move, the wheels finding the cobbled incline that led up, always up, toward the Switchback road and the basalt walls of Marrowind. Lysenne pressed her spine against the cold wooden wall and stared at the curtained dark. Her hands were shaking. She let them. No one was watching now. She had watched every face on that wharf choose silence. She had seen Maria's hands go still over her needlework. She had seen Hanwen pushed to the front of the crowd, young face white, mouth opening to shout. And she had seen the harbor master catch her apprentice by the elbow and hold her back. Hanwen would not stop. That was one certainty. But Hanwen was down here, and the carriage was climbing, and the glass between Lysenne's teeth was the only weapon she had. She let the rhythm of the wheels settle into her bones. The Switchback road had a pattern. She could feel it. 5 long pulls, a jolt at the turn, then another 5. She counted them like breaths. At the 3rd turn, the carriage slowed. A voice she did not recognize, rough and blurred by distance, called up from the road below. "The Lord's been warned about the new levy. Says he wants her brought straight to the hall." The driver grunted in answer. Lysenne bit the glass shard deeper into her cheek and tasted salt from the sea that had shaped it. Warned about her, before she even arrived. The warrant had been written, sealed, and delivered before Halric ever read her name aloud. This was not a mistake. This was not a seizure decided in the moment to fill a quota. Someone had planned for her to be on that cart. She closed her eyes and felt the carriage climb on, turning into the dark of the cliff road, carrying her up toward a lord who had already been told she was coming. Chapter 2. The carriage climbed. Lysenne counted the turns by the shift of her weight, by the groan of the axle, by the way the cold seeped through the wooden walls in stages, each notch deeper than the last. 5 long pulls, a jolt at the turn, then 5 more. She had the rhythm now. She held the sea glass against her molar and let the pattern settle her. The bench was too narrow for anything but a braced seat. She kept her spine pressed to the wall, her hands flat on her thighs, her jaw locked around the shard. Outside, the wind had changed. It no longer carried harbor salt. It carried stone dust and the thin, high whine of air moving through rock. She was high already, higher than she had ever been. The road to Marrowind was visible from every wharf in Grassamouth. She had watched it all her life. The pale scar of the Switchback cut into the cliff face, the black walls at the top, the single tower that caught the last light before evening. She had never imagined riding it. She had never imagined being cargo. The driver coughed. The horses snorted and slowed. A turn. Harder than the others, the carriage tilting so steeply she had to brace a hand against the opposite wall. The wheels found a loose stone, and the whole frame shuddered. She heard it skip, heard the driver curse, heard the stone fall and fall and fall before it stopped making sound. She did not look out. The curtains were drawn, but she did not need to see the drop to feel it. Her throat tightened. She forced it open, breathed through her nose, tasted the salt on the glass. She had made herself useful every day of her life. She had learned the furnace at 12, taken over the workshop at 15, paid her hearth tax early each winter so no one could say she was in arrears. She had kept her head down and her hands busy, and her opinions to herself, because that was how a woman without family survived in a harbor town that fed its own to the winter when the stores ran thin. And it had not been enough. The warrant was forged. She knew it, and Halric knew it, and everyone on that wharf knew it. But the carriage was climbing, and the glass was in her mouth, and the people who watched her taken were already telling themselves the story that would let them sleep tonight. She was on the levy. She must have been on the register. There must have been a reason. There was always a reason when they wanted there to be one. The carriage jolted again. A different rhythm now, the road leveling, the wheels finding packed earth instead of stone. The air changed too, warmer, stiller. The wind had stopped. She heard a gate. The sound came from ahead, a grinding of iron and stone, the deep complaint of hinges that moved seldom and slow. The horses picked up their pace without being urged. The driver grunted something she could not make out. The carriage passed through the gate. She felt the change in the acoustics, the way the wheels echoed differently, the way the cold pressed in from stone walls instead of open air. They were inside the keep. She was inside Marrowind. Her hand found the glass shard in her mouth. She held it between her teeth and braced. The carriage stopped. Silence. A heavy, patient silence that felt watched. Then footsteps. Not boots on cobbles, but something softer. Shoes on swept stone, approaching at a measured pace that made no attempt to hurry. A voice spoke. Low, precise. The consonants clean in a way that marked it as not from the harbor. The Lord has been warned about the new levy. Another voice, the driver's, rough and uncertain. I was told to bring her straight to the hall. You were told correctly. A pause. The footsteps circled the carriage. She was taken from the wharf an hour ago. The town made no objection. The driver's voice again, defensive now. She tried to protest. There was a girl, her apprentice. She had to be held back. The apprentice is not the concern. The footsteps stopped at the carriage door. Is she armed? No, the driver said. They searched her before she was loaded. She had nothing on her but her coat and her hands. Lysenne tightened her jaw around the glass. The door swung open. Light hit her face, cold and gray, filtered through cloud and the high walls of a courtyard she could not see. She blinked and kept still. Her hands stayed on her thighs. Her spine stayed pressed to the wall. The man at the door was not what she had expected. He was old, or at least looked old, with pale skin that mapped every year in fine lines and a mouth set in permanent disapproval. His eyes were clouded, filmed over, the color of old milk. He did not look at her face. He tilted his head, listening, and the stillness of the gesture told her he was blind and that it did not matter. You are the glassblower, he said. Not a question. She said nothing. The glass sat against her molar, thin and ready. I am Pravec, Steward of Marrowind. The Lord is waiting in the great hall. You will follow me. He did not reach for her. He did not order her out. He simply turned and walked, his steps soundless on the swept stone, his back straight, his hands loose at his sides. She did not move. The driver cleared his throat. You heard him. Out. Lysenne unfolded herself from the bench. Her legs were stiff, her hands still shaking, but she made them stop by the time she reached the ground. The courtyard was smaller than she had imagined, walled on all sides, the keep rising above it in black stone that held no light. The air smelled of iron and cold ash. She followed the blind man. Her boots found the stones, her coat hung open. The glass stayed hidden. She had nothing but her hands and her teeth, but she had the teeth. The great hall was cavernous and empty. Tallow candles burned in iron sconces, casting shadows that moved too much for the stillness of the air. The floor was black stone, polished to a sheen that reflected nothing. At the far end, on a dais that rose 3 steps above the floor, a figure sat in a chair that was more throne than seat. Drevan Lirewen. She had never seen him before. No one in Greisenmouth had. He was rumor and Nain, and the reason the levy existed. But here he was, tall and lean in the candlelight, his hands resting on the arms of the chair, his eyes the color of dark garnet, almost black, fixed on her face. He did not look like a monster. He looked like a man who had not eaten in a very long time. The steward stopped a dozen paces from the dais and stepped aside. The glassblower, my lord. Drevan Lirewen did not look at him. His gaze stayed on Lysenne. She felt it like weight, like hands pressing her shoulders down, but she did not lower her eyes. He rose from the chair. He crossed the dais in 3 long strides, descended the steps, and stopped at the bottom. He was close enough now that she could see the silver streak in his black hair, the sharp line of his jaw, the way his lips pressed together before he spoke. The warrant, he said. His voice was quiet, not gentle, quiet. The steward produced a folded paper from his sleeve and held it out. Drevan took it, unfolded it. Read it. His eyes moved across the lines once, then again. He looked up. He met her gaze without hurry, without cruelty, without the hunger she had braced to see. His face was unreadable, but his hands, she noticed, his hands had gone very still. "This warrant is forged," he said. The words landed in the hollow air of the hall. She had known it, she had said it, but hearing him name it, hearing the truth spoken in this black place where she had expected only appetite, cracked something open in her chest. She almost believed she would be released. He saw it. She watched him see it, watched something flicker in his garnet dark eyes, and she knew before he opened his mouth that the truth would not set her free. "You're not going home." Chapter 3. The word hung in the air between them, still vibrating, still settling into the shape of a door she had not known was closing. Lysenne's hands stayed loose at her sides. Her jaw stayed locked around the glass. But something behind her ribs cracked, not broken, just moved, and she felt the hope drain out of her like water through a holed hull. "You said it was forged," she said. "I did, so let me go." Drevan Lirewen did not answer. He stood at the bottom of the dais steps, the warrant still open in his hands, and looked at her with an expression she could not name. Not cruel, not kind, something in between, something that had been worn smooth by centuries of decisions she would never understand. "The town that put you on that cart," he said, "did not do so by accident. They prepared for you. They sealed the paper before you ever reached the wharf. They searched you before you were loaded. None of that was improvised." "I know. Then you know going back is not safe." The air in the hall was cold. The candles threw shadows that stretched and shrank without wind. She could feel the stone through the soles of her boots, could feel the weight of the keep above her, around her, pressing in from every side. "You are keeping me here," she said, "because it is not safe for me to leave." "Yes. That is not your decision." He inclined his head. A fraction of motion, no more. "No, but I am the one making it." She had expected him to look away, to shift, to gesture, to show some crack in that stillness. He did not. His eyes stayed on hers, dark garnet in the candlelight, and she understood that he was not uncertain, not conflicted, not struggling with the shape of what he was doing. He had already decided. "When I send you back," he said, "it will be with proof of the forgery, with witnesses who will testify, with the means to ensure that whoever signed your name to that paper is brought to answer. But I will not send you back into a town that just sold you while my hunger is unstable enough to make the journey a danger to everyone on it." "Your hunger, my hunger." He said it without shame, without emphasis, as though naming a fact of weather. His hands, she noticed, had not let go of the warrant. His knuckles were white. "You are afraid you will hurt me," she said. "I am afraid I will hurt everyone between here and the harbor if I am forced to move through them before I have mastered this. And keeping me here helps. It gives me time." She could have laughed. She could have screamed. She did neither. She stood in the black stone hall with a piece of sea glass pressed against her molar and watched the vampire Lord of Marrowind explain with perfect calm that her cage was for her own good. The steward had not moved. He stood a dozen paces away, blind eyes fixed on nothing, hands loose at his sides, listening. She had forgotten he was there. She could not afford to forget again. "The girl," Drevan said. She blinked. "What?" "Your apprentice, the one who tried to intervene. She is still in Greisenmouth." The mention of Hanwen hit her like a slap of cold water. She had not let herself think about Hanwen on the road, had not let herself imagine what the girl was doing, what she was saying, what Halleck Tilburn might do if someone started asking the wrong questions. "If I let you go tonight," Drevan said, "and the hunger takes me on the Switchback, and I reach the harbor before dawn, your apprentice will be among the first people I meet." She said nothing. "I am not telling you this to frighten you. I am telling you because you need to understand that sending you back unfinished is not mercy." "Then finish it." His eyes sharpened. "What?" "Whatever you were waiting for, whatever you need to master, finish it. Let me leave." A silence stretched between them, long enough that she heard her own heartbeat in her ears, long enough that she saw something shift behind his eyes, something that might have been respect or might have been hunger. She could not tell the difference. "You will have rooms in the east wing," he said. "They are warm. The doors do not lock from the outside. You will not be confined to them, but you will not be permitted past the inner gate without an escort. Pravec will show you the boundaries in the morning." "I am a prisoner. You are a guest whose safety I cannot guarantee anywhere else." The difference, she thought, was a matter of wording, nothing more. The steward stepped forward. "My lord, the east wing has not been prepared. The sea room is aired, but the hearth has not been lit since. Light it." Pravec's mouth tightened, but he did not argue. He turned his filmed eyes toward Lysenne, and she felt the weight of his attention despite his blindness, despite the fact that he could not see her face. "The glassblower will need rest," Drevan said. "She has had a long road." He said it as though he cared. She did not believe him. She also did not disbelieve him. That uncertainty was the worst part. "One question," she said. He waited. "Why did you tell me the truth?" He looked at the warrant in his hands, turned it over, examined the seal, the signature, the loops of ink that had condemned her to this place. "Because you deserve to know who is lying to you," he said, "and because I want you to understand that when I keep you, I do it with my eyes open." He looked up. "So do not mistake me for a man who does not know what he is doing." He folded the warrant once, twice, and tucked it into his sleeve. Then he turned and walked back toward the dais, his steps soundless on the black stone, his back straight, his head high. The steward touched her elbow. She let him guide her toward the side door. She had nothing else to do. The glass was still in her mouth. The keep was still around her. And somewhere below the cliffs, in a town that had sold her without a second thought, Hanwen Branish was still trying to save a woman who could not even save herself. The corridor beyond the hall was narrow and low-ceiled, walled in the same black stone, lit by candles that guttered in iron brackets. The steward walked ahead of her, his steps sure despite his blindness, his hands brushing the wall now and then as though reading the stone. "The east wing is this way," he said. "You will have a view of the sea." She did not care about the view. She cared about the fact that he had said the doors did not lock from the outside. That meant they did not lock from the inside either. She followed him through the dark keep with the glass against her teeth and the taste of salt on her tongue, counting steps, counting turns, counting the distance between herself and the gate she had not even seen yet. The road was still there. The cliff was still there. She was still breathing. She would find a way. Chapter 4. Pravec stopped at a door of dark wood, iron-strapped, older than anything she had seen in the keep so far. He did not touch the handle. He simply stood aside and waited. The candle in his hand threw his shadow long across the stone. "The sea room," he said. "Your apartments." She pushed the door open. The room beyond was larger than her entire workshop in Greisenmouth. A bed stood against the far wall, carved from the same black wood as the door, draped in linen so white it seemed to glow in the low light. A hearth had been lit, the flames still catching, sending orange light across a floor covered in thick wool rugs. A writing desk, a chair upholstered in deep blue, a window, tall and narrow, that faced the sea. The sea room. She stepped inside. The air was warm, the fire crackled. The bed was turned down, the sheets crisp and clean, the pillows arranged as though someone had expected her arrival for days. They had. The warrant had been written before Halric read it. The Lord had been warned before she reached the gate. The room had been aired, the hearth prepared, the linens laid out. She had been expected. She turned to find Pravec still standing in the doorway, his filmed eyes fixed on a point somewhere past her shoulder. "There is a bell pulled by the bed," he said. "Pull it if you need anything. A servant will come." "Will they answer questions?" "Some." "Which ones?" His mouth tightened. "You will learn the difference." He reached into the corridor and set the candle on a small table just inside the door. The flame steadied. "His lordship will see you at dinner," he said. "I will come for you an hour before sundown." The door closed. She heard no key turn, no bolt slide, no lock engage. She crossed to the door and pressed her palm flat against the wood. Pushed. It opened without resistance, revealing the empty corridor beyond, the stone floor, the guttering candle at the next bracket. No guard, no lock, nothing but her own decision not to walk out. She closed the door and leaned her forehead against the wood, the sea glass still pressed between her tongue and her teeth. She had not swallowed it, had not dropped it, had not used it. She was saving it. For what? She did not know yet. The room contained her for the next hour. She tested every object in it with the same methodical patience she used at the furnace, learning the limits of each thing before she asked anything of it. The window opened. She got it 3 inches wide before the salt-corroded mechanism seized, and when she pressed her face to the gap, she saw only darkness and the distant hiss of waves. No ledge, no climb, no way down. The desk drawers held paper, ink, a single pen with a good steel nib. She tested the nib against her thumb and it drew blood. Not a weapon, but a tool. She wiped the blood on her skirt and kept moving. The wardrobe held dresses that were not hers. Fine wool, dark colors, cut for someone taller and narrower. She ran her fingers along the seams, checking for hidden pockets, found none. But the fabric was good, thick, the kind of cloth that took hours to weave. The bed was soft, too soft. She sat on the edge and felt the mattress yield beneath her and thought about how easy it would be to lie down, to close her eyes, to let someone else decide when she woke. She stood up. She pulled the bell rope. A servant appeared within 2 minutes. A woman, middle-aged, with iron-gray hair pulled tight against her skull and eyes that did not quite meet Lysenne's. "I need water," Lysenne said. "Hot. For washing." The servant nodded and left. The water came, hot enough to steam, in a copper basin with a cloth folded beside it. Lysenne washed her face, her hands, the salt from her neck, and the servant stood by the door the entire time, silent, watching nothing. "What is your name?" Lysenne asked. "Nobody, mistress. That is not your name. It is what I am called here." Lysenne dried her hands and studied the woman's face. No anger, no fear, no curiosity. A face that had learned to hold nothing. "And if I asked you about the keep, about the Lord, about the East Wing?" The servant's eyes flickered. The first crack. "The bell pull is for necessities, mistress." Necessities. Yes. Water is a necessity. Food is a necessity. Information is not. The servant did not answer. She picked up the basin and left, and the door closed, and Lysenne was alone again. She counted. 4 minutes before the footsteps faded. She crossed to the door, opened it, and stepped into the corridor. The stone was cold under her bare feet. She had left her boots by the bed. She did not know why she wanted to move quietly, only that she did, only that silence felt like something she could hold. She turned left. The corridor ran straight for 20 paces, then branched. She took the right fork, then another. She counted windows, counted doors, counted the spaces between the candles and the distance to the next intersection. The keep was a maze, but mazes had patterns, and she had learned to read glass before she could read words. Heat, pressure, the way a bubble moved through molten silicon. The same logic applied. Find the direction of pull, find the weakness. She found a staircase she had not expected, narrow, spiraling, leading down. The walls changed from black stone to a darker stone. The air grew cooler, and the smell changed from wool and candle wax to something older, damp, underground. She took 3 steps down. A door stood at the bottom, iron-bound, with a lock that was not ornamental. No handle on this side. A storage room, a cellar, a place where things were kept that were not meant to be seen. She took a 4th step. A sound reached her from above. Soft, deliberate. Footsteps. Someone had followed her. She did not run. Running was surrender, and she had not surrendered yet. She turned, slowly, and looked up the spiral. A figure stood at the top of the stairs, backlit by the corridor candles, too tall and too still to be a servant. The steward. Pravec. He did not descend. He simply stood there, his filmed eyes fixed on the air above her head, his hands clasped behind his back, his breathing slow. "The cellars are not part of the East Wing," he said. I got turned around. "No, you did not." She said nothing. "You have been in the keep for 3 hours," he said. "In that time, you have tested the window mechanism, the desk lock, the wardrobe seams, and the servant's willingness to disobey. You have now found the cellars. I am not certain whether to be impressed or concerned." She held his gaze, even though she knew he could not see it. "What is in the cellars?" "Nothing that concerns you." "Then there is no reason to keep me out." His head tilted. The movement was subtle, almost inhuman, the kind of gesture that belonged to someone who had learned to read sound and air and vibration instead of light. "You are not the first person Lord Drevan has kept in this wing," he said. "You are the first one he has told the truth to. That means something. I do not know what yet, but it means something. Do not waste it on cellars." He stepped aside. The corridor was open. She could go back to the room, or she could push past him, descend the stairs and discover what he was hiding. But the footsteps had stopped. The keep had gone silent. And she realized, with a cold clarity that settled in her chest like a blade, that Pravec had not followed her. He had known she would come to this staircase before she knew it herself. He had been waiting. She took a step up, toward him, and the sea glass pressed against her tongue like a promise she was not ready to keep. "Where does the staircase lead?" "A part of the keep that is not aired," he said. "A part that has not been aired in a very long time." "And Lord Drevan knows about it?" The steward's mouth tightened. "Lord Drevan built it." He turned and walked back into the corridor, leaving her alone at the top of the spiral stairs, the dark gaping below her. The answer hanging in the air like smoke. Lord Drevan built it. She looked down into the dark and wondered what a vampire lord would build beneath his own keep that he did not want anyone to find. Chapter 5. Pravec walked back into the corridor without looking behind him. He did not need to. The tap of his footsteps measured the distance between them the way a blind man measured a room by its echoes. And Lysenne understood, watching him recede, that the warning had been the point. He had not come to stop her. He had come to show her she had been seen before she moved. She stayed at the top of the stairs until the sound of his feet disappeared around the corner. Then she went back to the sea room. The candles had burned lower. The window showed nothing but black glass and the faint hiss of the sea below. She crossed to the desk, picked up the steel nib pen, and tested the point against her thumb. A bead of blood welled up, bright and immediate. She wiped it on her sleeve and put the pen back exactly where she had found it. The room was warm. The hearth still breathed. The bed was soft, the linens clean, the wardrobe stocked with clothes that fit someone else. It was not a cell. It was a suite designed to make captivity feel like hospitality, and that precision unsettled her more than chains would have. She sat on the edge of the bed and pulled the sea glass from her mouth. It lay in her palm, green and smooth, the color of deep water catching winter light. She had carried it for seasons, found it on the shingle below the south jetty during a low tide, liked the weight of it, the way it stayed cool against her skin. She had never imagined using it as a weapon. But that was what she did now, imagined it, turned it over in her mind the way she turned it in her hand, testing the sharpest edge, the angle of a strike. She could not fight her way out. She knew that. The keep was stone, and the people inside it were old. Old in ways she did not yet understand. And she was one woman, with a piece of beach glass and a steel nib that drew blood only from herself. But she could watch. She had watched in Grisonmouth for years, and watching had taught her when to step forward and when to disappear. It had taught her the shape of a lie before the words finished forming. It had taught her that survival was not about strength, but about reading the room faster than anyone else. She could do that here. She tucked the sea glass into the seam of her mattress, pressed it flat, and blew out the candle beside the bed. Darkness closed in. She did not sleep. She lay in the dark and listened to the keep breathe. There were creaks, settling stone. There was the wind scraping against the window glass. There was a sound she could not place, faint and rhythmic, like water moving through stone or like footsteps on a floor far below her. The cellars. She closed her eyes and counted the spaces between the sounds. Morning came without color. The sky beyond the window was a flat gray, the same gray as the cliffstone, as the sea under cloud. Lysenne had dressed before the first servant knocked, choosing the plainest dress from the wardrobe, a dark wool thing that felt like wearing someone else's skin. The door opened without a knock. Pravec stood in the threshold, his clouded eyes fixed somewhere above her shoulder. "You are awake," he said. "I am." "Good. Lord Drevan expects you at breakfast." She studied him. He stood exactly where she would have placed a guard, blocking the doorway without touching the frame, his hands clasped at his back, his weight balanced evenly. He had not needed to see her to know she was dressed, ready, watching him back. "How did you know I was awake?" "The quality of the silence," he said. "You breathe differently when you're sleeping, slower, less guarded." She felt the careful stillness of her own lungs. "You listen to people breathe?" "I listen to everything." He stepped aside. "The hall is 2 turns left, then down the main staircase. I will not escort you. If you cannot find it, you are not paying attention." He left the door open behind him. She followed. The keep looked different in daylight. The corridors she had mapped by shadow and candlelight resolved into stone and iron and wool hangings the color of dried blood. Windows appeared where she had seen only wall, narrow slits that let in strips of gray light and salt air. She counted her steps, noted each turn, listened for the sound of water moving through stone. The main staircase was wider than she expected, worn smooth by centuries of use. She descended into the great hall and found it empty, the tallow candles guttered, the dais chair unoccupied. A trestle table had been set near the hearth, laid with bread and cheese and a pitcher of water. Drevan was not there. Pravec was. He stood at the head of the table, his hand resting on the back of the chair, his filmed eyes aimed at the fire. "Sit," he said. She did not. "Where is Lord Drevan?" "Attending to the mourning." Pravec pulled out the chair and waited. "He will join you when he is ready. In the meantime, you and I have matters to discuss." She moved to the table, but did not sit. She stood across from him, her hands at her sides, the steel nib pen a phantom weight in her memory. "What matters?" "The rules of this household." He gestured to the chair. "Please, sit. I find it difficult to speak to someone who is standing. The acoustics shift." She sat. He sat opposite her, his hands flat on the table, his blind gaze fixed somewhere just past her left ear. Up close, she saw the map of his age more clearly, the fine lines branching across his cheeks, the silver in his brows, the way his mouth settled into its disapproval as naturally as breathing. "The east wing is yours," he said. "You may walk its full length, enter any room whose door is open, and use the hearth in the common alcove. You may not descend into the cellars. You may not enter the west tower. You may not cross the inner courtyard after dark." "And if I do?" "You will be escorted back to your rooms. That is not a punishment. It is not meant to be." His voice was level, unhurried. "Punishment is the language of people who cannot predict consequences. I can predict them. You will attempt to break every rule I have just named, and you will fail at each one. And I will bring you back to the east wing, and we will begin again. That is not punishment. That is patience." She reached for the bread, tore a piece, and did not eat it. "You said I am not the first person kept in this wing." "I did." "What happened to the others?" He did not answer immediately. His hands remained flat on the table, his fingers spread as though he were reading the wood grain through his skin. "They left." "How?" "The same way everyone leaves Marrowind." He tilted his head, and for a moment his filmed eyes seemed to find her face. "Through the gate." She set the bread down. "Then they are alive." "I did not say that." The silence that followed was not empty. It was crowded with everything he had not said, everything she now had to imagine. And she hated him for it, hated the precision of his evasion, the way he had given her a fact and a fear in the same breath. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you need to understand that Lord Drevan's interest in you is unprecedented." He has never told a guest the truth before. He has never given a guest the run of the East Wing. He has never let a guest keep a weapon. She went still. "I found the pen," he said, "and the window mechanism you tested, and the seam in the wardrobe where you searched for hidden pockets. I also found the sea glass you pressed into the mattress seam an hour before dawn." Her heart had stopped. She felt it catch, skip, resume at a different pace. "You went through my room. I do not need to go through it. I hear what is moved, what is shifted, what is slid into a seam that was empty the night before." He folded his hands. "You have a sharp mind. I respect that. But you are in a keep that has stood for 600 years, and everything you touch changes the air, and I have been reading the air in this building longer than your family line has been breathing it." She stared at him. He was not threatening her. He was informing her, the way a map informed a traveler, and that was worse. "The sea glass," she said. "Are you taking it?" "No." She waited. He did not elaborate. "Why not?" "Because you are not going to use it on Lord Driven, and you are not going to use it on me. And if you intend to use it on the true architect of your abduction, you will need a blade to reach him." The words landed like a door closing. She felt the shape of them, the edges, the implications. "You know who forged the warrant." "I know many things." He rose from the table, his movements precise, unhurried. "The question is whether you will learn them before your time in this keep runs out." He walked toward the staircase, and his footsteps were the only sound in the hall, measured and inevitable. The sound of someone who had already predicted where she would go next. She sat alone at the table, the bread untouched before her, the sea glass still hidden in her mattress, and understood that she had traded one cage for another. The first cage had been built by silence. This one was built by people who saw everything she did and did nothing to stop her, because they already knew she could not succeed. She picked up the bread, bit into it, and chewed. She was going to prove them wrong. It did not matter how long it took. She was still chewing when the steps approached from the far end of the hall, slower than Pravec's, weighted with a different kind of purpose. "Drevan." He came through the arched doorway and stopped when he saw her at the table. The distance between them stretched like a pulled thread, thin and taut. "You are still here," he said. "Where else would I go?" He did not answer. He crossed to the table, took the seat Pravec had vacated, and folded his hands in front of him. His skin was pale, the hollows under his cheekbones deeper than they had been the night before. His eyes, dark garnet, fixed on her face with an intensity that made her want to look away. "I told Pravec to let you explore," he said, "within reason. He told me the rules. And he told me about the others." Something flickered in his expression, a flinch, barely there, hidden before it could form. "What did he tell you?" "That they left through the gate." "Did he tell you how they left?" She held his gaze. "He said he did not." Drevan looked down at his hand. The old burn marks across his palms caught the firelight, white lines on pale skin, the remnants of a heat that must have been excruciating. "They left alive," he said. "All of them. That is the only answer you will get from me. And the pen, the sea glass, the things I moved in the night. Did you tell him to let me keep them?" "No." Then he decided on his own. "Yes." Drevan looked up. "Pravec decides many things on his own. That is why he is still here." She set the bread down and wiped her fingers on her sleeve. "Why am I really here, Lord Driven?" He did not answer immediately. The fire shifted. A log cracked and settled. "Because I looked at you," he said, "and I could not let you go." It was not the answer she expected. It was not a lie either. She could feel that much, the truth under his voice, raw and uncomfortable and entirely sincere. She did not know what to do with, so she picked up the pitcher, poured water into the cup, and drank, and let the silence stretch between them like a blade that had not yet found its mark. Chapter 6. The silence stretched across the table like something living. Lysenne held the cup in both hands, the water warm now, and watched Drevan watch her. He had not moved since he spoke those words. "I could not let you go." The confession hung between them, raw and unfinished, and she did not know what to do with the truth that heavy when she had been given nothing else to hold. "Will you eat?" she asked. The question landed wrong. She saw it in the way his mouth tightened, the almost imperceptible shift of his weight away from the table. "I do not eat." "You do not eat, or you will not eat here?" He studied her for a long moment. The firelight moved across his face, catching the hollow beneath his cheekbone, the shadow under his eye. "I have not fed in 8 weeks," he said. "The closer I am to another living thing, the harder it becomes to resist the instinct. So no, I will not eat here." She set the cup down. "You told me your hunger was unstable." "It is." "Then why are you sitting across from me?" He did not answer immediately. When he spoke, his voice was quiet, almost reluctant. "Because I wanted to see you." The admission was worse than the first one, more intimate, more dangerous, because it was not about protection or strategy or the forged warrant. It was about want. She stood. "If your hunger is unstable, you should not be near me. Sit down." "No, I am not going to harm you, Lysenne. You just said you have not fed in 8 weeks. How do you know what you will do?" He rose from his chair, slowly, deliberately. The movement was careful, the way a man moved when he was holding himself together by will alone. "Because I have done this before," he said. "I know the signs. I know when I am close to the edge, and I am not close yet." "Then what were you doing during breakfast?" He stilled. "The slip. The moment you looked at me and your hand tightened. That was not control. That was you catching yourself." His jaw tightened. "You are observant." "I am a glassblower. If I do not read the heat before it changes, the piece shatters." She kept her voice steady. "What was that, Lord Drevan?" He did not answer. She waited. The fire crackled. A log settled, sending a puff of ash into the air. "That was me forgetting," he said finally, "that you are not mine." The words hit like a door slamming. She felt them in her chest, cold and sharp, and she held his gaze because looking away would mean she had heard something she could not unhear. "I am not yours," she said. "No." His voice was barely above a whisper. "You are not. And that is the problem, is it not? You are not mine, and I have no right to keep you. And I am doing it anyway because I looked at you, and I could not." He stopped, closed his eyes, drew a breath that seemed to cost him something. "Go back to your room, Lysenne." "Are you ordering me?" "I am asking you." Something in his voice cracked on the last word, a fracture, small and real, that he would not have let her see if he had been in full control. She did not move. "If I go back to my room, what will you do?" "I will go to the West Tower. I will stay there until I have myself under control." "And if I stay here?" Drevan opened his eyes. The dark garnet of his irises seemed darker than before, the color deeper, the hunger nearer the surface. "Then I cannot guarantee what happens." She heard the truth in his voice, the warning, the honesty that cost him something to offer. She picked up the cup, carried it to the sideboard, and set it down. Then she turned and walked toward the arched doorway that led back into the keep. She did not run. She walked, steady and deliberate, the way she had learned to walk through Greisenmouth on winter nights when the fog rolled in and the harbor road turned treacherous. Behind her, she heard him exhale. She did not look back. The corridor stretched ahead, dark and cold, the tallow candles flickering in their iron sconces. She counted her steps. 20 to the first turn, 30 more to the staircase, 15 down to the east wing. The sea-room door stood open, the way she had left it. She stepped inside and closed it behind her. The room was dark. The fire had burned low, the embers casting a dim orange glow across the floor. She crossed to the window and pressed her forehead against the glass. The night was black. No stars, no moon, only the wind howling up from the sea and the sound of waves breaking against the cliffs far below. She stood there for a long time, breathing, letting the cold from the glass seep into her skin. She had been in the keep for 1 day. 1 day, and she had already learned more than she wanted to know. Drevan was starving himself for her. Pravec could hear everything she moved, everything she touched. The warrant was forged, the town had sold her, and the man who kept her captive was falling apart because he could not bring himself to feed on her or let her go. And somewhere beneath her feet, in the cellars that had not been aired in years, a vampire lord had built something he did not want anyone to see. She pushed away from the window and crossed to the bed. The mattress seam was still undisturbed. She slipped her hand inside and found the sea glass, smooth and cool against her fingertips. She held it in her palm, feeling its weight. A weapon, a tool, a piece of the shore she had been taken from. She closed her fingers around it and lay down on the bed, fully dressed, staring at the ceiling. She would not sleep. She would lie awake and listen to the keep breathe, and she would learn its rhythms, its silences, its cracks. And when she found the right one, she would push through it. The sea glass pressed into her palm, sharp-edged and patient. She held on. The knock came 3 hours later. Lysenne was not asleep. She had been counting the seconds between each gust of wind, marking the pattern, learning the night. She sat up. "Who is it?" "I brought food," a woman's voice, low and flat. "Nobody." The same servant from the afternoon. Lysenne crossed to the door and opened it. The woman stood in the corridor, a tray in her hands, her face expressionless. "You served me lunch," Lysenne said. "I serve everyone." "Did Pravec send you?" "No." The woman's eyes flickered, just for a moment. "The Lord did." Lysenne took the tray. The woman turned and walked away before she could ask anything else. She carried the tray to the desk and lifted the cloth. Bread, cheese, dried fish, a small pot of honey, and a note, folded once, written in a hand that was elegant and precise. "I am sorry. I will not let it happen again." No signature. She read it twice, then folded it and tucked it into the pocket of her coat. She ate the bread and the cheese, and when she was done, she sat in the dark and listened to the wind and the sea and the sound of her own heartbeat, steady and stubborn, refusing to stop. Below her, somewhere deep in the stone, the cellars waited. She would find them. She would find everything. And when she did, she would decide what to do with the truth. But first, she needed to survive the night. The sea glass was still in her hand. She held on. Chapter 7. The glasshouse furnace had burned cold through the night. Hanwen stood in the doorway, watching the light drain across the workbench. The tools lay exactly where Lysenne had left them. The blowpipe rested across the iron rack, its tip still dark. The batch of green collet she had been crushing for the Harbormaster's windows sat untouched in the stone mortar. No one had banked the fire. Lysenne never left the furnace unbanked. She had taught Hanwen that lesson her first week. A cold glasshouse takes 3 days to bring back to working heat. 3 days of fuel and labor. You do not let it die. The fire had died anyway. Men from the levy office had come through yesterday afternoon, 2 of them, heavy-shouldered and slow-eyed, carrying a lantern and a list. They had told Hanwen to wait outside while they inspected the property. She had waited. Now she understood why they had wanted her out. The ledger drawer hung open, its lock splintered. The stack of delivery receipts had been rifled, the papers scattered across the floor. The small iron strongbox where Lysenne kept her commission records sat empty, the key still in the lock. Hanwen stepped inside. The smell hit her first. Not the usual tang of soda ash and hot metal, but something else. Paper. Wax. The sharp residue of someone who had been in a hurry, someone who had not bothered to close things properly after they were done. She crossed to the ledger drawer and pulled it out. The main account book was still there. Thick, leather-bound, filled with Lysenne's precise handwriting. Hanwen lifted it carefully, checking the spine, the pages, the places where loose sheets were tucked between the leaves. Most of it was intact, but one page had been cut out. She saw the ragged edge where the blade had run along the binding, the clean line of the cut against the rough paper beneath. A whole page, removed with care. She knew which one without having to check. The page that recorded the custom work for the levy office. The small crystal seals, the commemorative glasses, the set of lamp chimneys Halrek Tilburn had ordered 3 months ago. The order that had been paid in cash, not written into the town's credit books. The order that had given Halrek a reason to come to the Glasshouse alone, to speak to Lysenne without witnesses, to make sure she understood what was expected of her. Hanwen set the ledger down. Her hands were shaking. She had been at the wharf yesterday. She had seen them take Lysenne, seen the closed carriage, seen the harbor master hold her back while she screamed. She had spent the night pacing the cold floor of her room above the chandler's shop, replaying every moment, every face, every voice that had looked away. She had told herself it was a mistake, a bureaucratic error, a levy gone wrong. She had told herself she would find a way to fix it, to prove Lysenne's name should never have been on that warrant. But this was not a mistake. Someone had come to the Glasshouse before the levy was even read. Someone had known exactly which records to take. Someone had wanted to make sure that if anyone went looking for proof of Howrick Tilburn's dealings with the glassblower, they would find nothing. Hanwen looked down at the scattered papers. They had left most of the receipts. The ones from ordinary customers, the ones that proved Lysenne's business was real and thriving. They had only taken the evidence that would have hurt the Levy-Master. She picked up one of the delivery slips from the floor. It was dated 3 weeks ago, a set of drinking glasses for the Salt Chapel. Sister Maushin's order. Paid in full, receipt signed. The sister would remember. Hanwen tucked the slip into her pocket. She worked quickly after that. Gathered the scattered receipts, sorted them by date, checked each one against the ledger, made a mental list of every customer who might remember paying for work that the levy records did not show. Then she found the second thing they had missed. Under the workbench, wedged between the leg and the stone floor, a scrap of paper the size of her palm. It was crumpled, the ink smudged, but Hanwen recognized the handwriting. Marrowind. Gate. Ask for the Salt Chapel's old correspondence. Not signed, not addressed, but the slant of the letters was familiar. Lysenne's hand, written in a hurry, maybe slipped into the drawer before the levy men arrived. Hanwen read it 3 times. She did not understand what it meant. Not yet. But she understood that Lysenne had known she might not come back, that she had left a message, hidden where only someone who knew the Glasshouse could find it. She folded the paper and pressed it into the lining of her coat. The footsteps came from outside. Hanwen turned, her heart kicking hard against her ribs. The Glasshouse door stood open behind her, letting in the gray morning light and the sound of the harbor waking up. 2 figures stood in the doorway. One was the levy office clerk, a thin man named Garrow, who had always been too eager to please. The other was a woman Hanwen did not recognize, dressed in good wool, with a face that had learned to smile without meaning it. "Hanwen Brannock," the woman said. Hanwen did not answer. The woman stepped inside, her gaze moving across the workshop, taking in the open drawer, the scattered papers, the cold furnace. She did not ask. "You work for the glassblower?" she said. "I am her apprentice. And you came to check on the workshop?" Hanwen kept her face still. "Someone had to." The woman smiled, thin and practiced. "Of course, I am sure you want to keep everything in order while she is away. I want to know when she is coming back." The smile did not waver. "That depends on the Lord of Marrowind, I imagine, and on how quickly the winter passes." Hanwen felt the weight of the paper in her coat lining, felt the sharp edge of the folded slip pressing against her ribs. She thought of the missing page, the cold furnace, the door that had been left open, as if whoever searched the workshop expected her to find it. This woman knew. She had not come to help. She had come to see what Hanwen had discovered, to measure whether the apprentice was dangerous enough to worry about. Hanwen met her gaze and held it. "I will keep the Glasshouse," she said, "until she returns." The woman studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, and turned toward the door. "I am sure you will." She walked out without looking back. The clerk followed, his eyes on the floor, his shoulders hunched like a man who had already decided it was safer not to see. Hanwen stood alone in the cold workshop. The paper against her ribs felt heavier than it should. She waited until the footsteps faded, until the harbor sounds returned to normal. Then she closed the Glasshouse door, locked it with the key Lysenne had trusted her to keep, and began to plan. Chapter 8. The harbor smelled of low tide and coal smoke, the morning already thick with the ordinary business of survival. Hanwen found Maria Quist at her sewing table, bent over a bolt of mourning wool, her needle moving in quick, practiced strokes. The seamstress did not look up when the door opened, but her hands stopped. "You came through the back. You were watching the front." Maria set the needle down. Her eyes were red-rimmed, the kind of redness that came from sleepless hours rather than crying. I have been watching everything since they took her. Hanwen closed the door behind her and stood with her back to it. The shop smelled of beeswax and clean linen, the kind of order Maria maintained even when the rest of her life frayed. A half-finished jacket hung from the frame, pinned and basted, waiting for a fitting that had been scheduled before Levy Day. I need to know what you saw, Hanwen said. I saw what everyone saw. I need the parts no one is saying. Maria's jaw tightened. She picked up the needle again, not to sew, just to hold it. You want me to name them? I want to know who looked away. The words hung between them, sharp and necessary. Maria set the needle down a second time, more carefully now, as if she was afraid of breaking it. All of them, Hanwen. That is the answer. Every man and woman on that wharf looked away, and the ones who did not look away pretended they had not seen. Start with the ones closest to her. Edric Nemes was at the far end of the wharf. He studied a skiff's rigging for 5 full minutes while they put your mistress in the carriage. He never turned around once. Hanwen had expected that. The harbor Reeve was a careful man, the kind who measured his courage against the winter stores and always found it wanting. Who else? Jarun Skele. He was loading salt barrels 20 paces from where they held her. He told me later he thought it was a misunderstanding, that someone would sort it out before the carriage reached the gate. And when it did not sort itself out, he stopped talking about it. Hanwen felt the cold seep through her boots, through the floorboards, through the thin leather of her soles. The fishwives turned back to their baskets the moment Howrick raised his voice. All of them. They will tell you they did not hear her name, that the wind was wrong, that the gulls were too loud. The dock hands. Maria's face went still. That is the part you will not want to hear. Tell me anyway. The ones who loaded the carriage did it faster than usual. They had the grain sacks and oil casks secured before the Levy-Master finished reading. They knew what was coming, Hanwen. Someone told them to be quick about it. The words landed like stones in her chest. Who told them? I do not know. But I know which men they were. And I know they did not look surprised when the warrant named a person instead of a cargo. Hanwen pressed her palm flat against the door, feeling the grain of the wood under her skin. She thought of Lysenne's cold furnace, the open drawer, the missing page. She thought of the woman in good wool who had come to measure her like a bolt of cloth. Maria, I found something in the glasshouse this morning. The seamstress's eyes sharpened. What kind of something? A message. She left it for me, hidden under the workbench. It says to go to Marrowind, to ask for the Salt Chapel's old correspondence. Maria's breath caught. The Salt Chapel. Sister Malshan. She already knows something. Lysenne must have been sending messages through the chapel before Levy Day, or she knew someone there would remember something important. That is a risk. Sister Malshan keeps secrets like she keeps accounts. She does not give them away for free. Then we pay her price. Maria was quiet for a long moment. The needle lay on the table between them, catching the thin light from the window. Outside, a cart rumbled past, and someone laughed, and the harbor went on breathing as if nothing had happened. I heard something this morning, Maria said finally. Something I was going to take to my grave because I was afraid of what it meant. What did you hear? Old warrant seals. The ones from previous years, the ones the levy office keeps as proof of delivery. Someone went through the records room at the levy office the same morning they took Lysenne. Before the levy was even read. They took the seals out of the files and they have not been seen since. Hanwen's blood went cold. Who told you this? The clerk who found the empty files. He came to my shop last night, drunk and shaking, asking if I knew anyone who could get him out of Greisenmouth before Howrick realized what he had seen. And you told him. I told him to stay quiet and keep his head down. I told him that if he ran, Howrick would know he had seen something worth running from. Hanwen pushed off from the door and crossed the room. She sat down across from Maria, close enough to see the fine lines around her eyes, the way her hands trembled slightly as she picked up the needle again. They are destroying the evidence, Hanwen said. The seals from previous years proved that the warrant naming Lysenne was different from the others. Different seal, different handwriting, different everything, and someone is making sure no one can compare them. If that is true, then Howrick did not act alone. He had help in the records room. Someone who knew where the old files were kept and how to move them without being noticed. A clerk. Or a clerk's supervisor. Or someone higher. Maria nodded slowly. The woman who came to see you this morning. Did she give a name? No, she did not need to. She knew I had found the missing page, and she came to see if I was dangerous. Were you? Hanwen met her gaze. I let her think I was not. Maria's mouth curved, not quite a smile, but something close. Good. That is what Lysenne would have done. She always knew when to show her teeth and when to hide them. The mention of Lysenne's name settled between them, heavy and warm. I am going to Marrowind, Hanwen said. I am going to find out what the Salt Chapel knows, and I am going to bring her home. The road is watched. Then I will go at night, the gate and guarded. Then I will find another way in. Miria studied her for a long moment. Then she reached into the sewing basket at her feet and pulled out a small leather pouch tied with a waxed cord. Take this. Hanwen loosened the cord and peered inside. Coins, silver and copper, enough to buy passage, food, and a bribe if one was needed. I cannot take your savings. You can, and you will. Lysenne taught me how to read a room before I taught her how to set a seam, and I am telling you now that you will need every coin in that pouch before this is over. Hanwen tied the pouch to her belt and let the weight settle against her hip. Thank you. Thank me when she is back. Maria picked up the needle again, threading it with a length of dart thread. I will ask around about the seals, quietly. If I learn anything, I will leave a mark on the glasshouse door, a chalk line above the handle. And if someone sees it, then they will think it is a child's game. Maria's needle pierced the wool, pulling the thread through in a gesture so practiced it looked like breathing. Get moving, Hanwen. The day is burning. Hanwen stood and moved toward the back door. She paused with her hand on the latch. Miria, you looked away too. The seamstress did not flinch. Her needle kept moving, steady and relentless. I know. I will carry that until I die. Then help me carry it lighter. Miria looked up at last, and her eyes were wet. I will. Hanwen opened the door and stepped into the narrow alley behind the shop. The gray sky pressed down, heavy with the promise of snow. The harbor sounds rose and fell, indifferent and endless. She walked toward the Salt Chapel, the pouch heavy against her hip, the hidden message warm against her ribs. Behind her, Maria Quist bent over her sewing and began to stitch the names of everyone who had looked away into the hem of a mourning dress no one had ordered. Chapter 9. She studied the tray the servant had left. Not the food, she had eaten that hours ago, mechanically tasting nothing. She studied the arrangement of it, the way the bread had been cut, the position of the cup, the cloth folded beneath the dishes. Nothing out of place. Nothing left behind that should not have been there. That was the pattern. The keep never left traces of anything that did not belong. But there were other traces, the absence of them. She had been watching for 3 days now. 3 days of counting footsteps in the corridor, of noticing which doors stayed closed and which servants passed without meeting her eyes. 3 days of mapping the crust of salt on the window ledges and the way the light moved through the east wing at different hours. 3 days of tracking what Drevan Lirewen touched and what he avoided. He did not eat. Not once. Not in her presence. Not within her hearing. The breakfast table where they had sat together held no plate for him, and when she had asked Pravec whether the Lord took meals elsewhere, the steward had answered with perfect stillness. His lordship requires very little. Not eats. Requires. She had let that answer sit. She had watched the lines deepen around Drevan's mouth and the shadows hollow beneath his cheekbones. She had noticed how he held his hands, still, always still, as if any movement cost him something he did not want to spend. The trays that came to her room were full. The meats were roasted, the bread still warm, the wine dark and sharp. But when she followed the servant one evening, keeping to the shadows of the corridor, she watched the tray go into the kitchens and then back out again untouched, except for the bread that had been fed to the fire. Drevan was not eating. He was not feeding at all. The truth of it settled into her bones like cold water. She found him in the great hall that evening, standing at the tall window that faced the sea. The glass was black with night, his reflection faint and fractured against the dark. He did not turn when she entered, but she saw the shift in his shoulders, the way he braced for her. "The pattern is wrong," she said. He did not answer. She crossed the stone floor, her footsteps soft against the rushes. She stopped 3 paces from him, close enough to see the thread of silver in his black hair, the way his collar hung slightly looser than it had on the first night. "You told me you had not fed in 8 weeks, she said. I thought that was a confession. It was not. It was the beginning of a longer silence. "You should be in your room." His voice was low, controlled, the same voice he had used when he told her the warrant was forged. But there was a roughness beneath it now, like fabric worn thin at the seams. "I should be many things," she said. "I should be in Greisenmouth, working my furnace. I should be drinking tea at Maria's sewing table. I should be teaching Hanwen how to pull a gather without twisting the neck of the blowpipe." She took a step closer. He still did not turn. "Instead, I am in a keep where the Lord does not eat, where the servants are called nobody, and where the steward can hear a pin shift in a mattress from 3 floors away. You built this place, Drevan. You made it so no one could see what you were hiding." She watched his reflection in the black glass, the line of his jaw, hard and still. "I have been watching you," she said. "The trays that come to the kitchens and leave again. The servants who do not ask whether you need anything because they already know the answer. The scratches on the stone banister in the west corridor, where you caught yourself and held on until your fingers broke through the grip." His left hand clenched at his side. "The first night, I thought you were dangerous because you were a predator," she said. "That was true, but it was not complete. You are dangerous because you will destroy yourself before you let anyone see you want something you cannot control." He turned. The movement was slow, deliberate, the same kind of restraint she had seen him use in every gesture since she had arrived. But his eyes were darker than she remembered. The garnet deepened almost to black, and the shadows beneath them were the color of old bruising. "You are describing a fault," he said. "You are not naming it." "No, you already named it for me." She held his gaze. 8 weeks. You are starving yourself. For me." The stillness that followed was absolute. He did not move. He did not speak. The great hall held its breath around them, the candles burning low in their iron sconces, the salt wind pressing against the glass. "This is what you meant when you said you could not let me go," she said. "You think keeping me here is the only way to make sure you do not hurt me, and the only way to make sure you do not hurt me is to stop feeding. So you are letting yourself die by inches because you cannot bear to touch me. Lysenne, do not tell me I am wrong. I will not." His voice was barely a whisper. "Because you are not." The admission cracked something open between them. He took a step toward her, then stopped, as if the distance had been measured in advance and he had reached the limit of what he allowed himself. She saw his hands at his sides, the burn scars pale across his palms, the fingers still and careful. "I have done this before," he said. "I have ridden the edge of hunger until the world went thin and distant. I have locked myself in the West Tower and let the days pass like water through a sieve. I know how far I can go before the control breaks. And you are going to go that far now. I am going to go further if I must." She heard the truth in it, the quiet, absolute conviction of a man who had already made peace with the cost. "Why?" He looked at her, and the answer was in his eyes before he spoke it. "Because every time I look at you, I forget that you are not mine. And if I forget that while I am feeding, if I let the hunger blur the line between need and want, I will take something you have not given me. I will not survive that." She felt the weight of his words land in her chest. "Then do not feed," she said. His gaze sharpened. She met it without flinching. "Let me watch you starve. Let me count the days until you break. And when you do, I will be there to see it. I have never raised the document secrets with the deal past which were making his won her entire nip. Because that is the leverage, is it not?" She took a step closer, close enough to see the faint tremor in his jaw, the way his pupils had swallowed the garnet. "You think keeping me here protects me? But you have given me something better. You have given me your secret, and I will use it." His breath caught. She held his gaze and watched the understanding spread through him, dark and slow. She saw the moment he realized she was not afraid of him anymore. She was watching, waiting, calculating the shape of his ruin, and she would be ready when it came. The wind slammed against the window, and Drevan Lirewen, Lord of Marrowind, stood before her with nothing left to hide. Chapter 10. She held his gaze until the candles burned low and the wind threw salt against the glass. He did not look away. That was the first measure of how far the ground had shifted. "Here is what happens next," she said. His jaw tightened, but he did not interrupt. "You will keep me alive. You will keep the hunger contained, and I will keep your secret. But silence has a price." She watched him measure the word, price. She saw the calculation behind his eyes, the old habit of negotiation honed across centuries. "Name it. Escorted movement through the keep, every wing except the ones you lock. I want to know the shape of this place. That can be arranged. Access to records, account books, levy ledgers, correspondence, anything that tells me why I am here." His hesitation was barely a breath. "Which records specifically?" "The ones that name me. The ones that prove the warrant was forged. The ones that show who signed it, and who sealed it, and who told the dockhands to be quick." She let the last word hang. She had not told him about the dockhands. She had not told anyone. The knowledge came from Hanwen's investigation, but Drevan did not know that, and the flicker in his eyes told her the detail had landed. "Records," he said slowly, "are kept in the archive wing, north side of the keep. I will have Pravec escort you." "No," his brows drew together. "No," she repeated, "not Pravec. He hears everything. He knows everything. If I am going to read your records, I will do it without his attention on the back of my neck." "You want a different escort?" "I want you." The stillness that followed was different from the others, sharper, more alive. "You are asking me to guide you through my own house," he said, "while you search for evidence against me. I am asking you to honor your own claim. You told me the warrant was forged. You told me I was not going home because you were protecting me. Now show me the proof. Let me see what was done." He was silent for a long moment. She watched him wage the argument behind his own ribs, watched the hunger and the caution and the desperate restraint move through him like currents beneath ice. "The archive is cold," he said. "The lamps burn low. You will need wool. I will manage. The ledgers are in old script. Some are not written in the common tongue. I read harbor accounts. I know cipher marks and levy shorthand. Show me what I cannot read, and I will learn it." He turned to the window, and she saw the line of his shoulders change. Not a surrender, something closer to recognition. "You are bargaining as if you have already won." "I am bargaining because I have something you want more than my silence." He turned back. The garnet of his eyes had lightened, just barely, and she saw the exhaustion underneath. Not physical, something older. A weariness that had been building for centuries and had finally found a focus. "What do I want more than your silence?" She said it plainly. There was no cruelty in it, only truth. "You want me to stop looking at you like you are a monster." His breath caught. She watched him take the wound and hold it, watched him refuse to look away even as the words hit. "I will escort you," he said. "I will show you the archive. I will answer what I can. And you will not speak of my hunger to anyone in this house. I will not. And when you find what you are looking for, you will tell me before you act on it." She considered the condition. It was reasonable. Dangerous, because it gave him time to prepare, but reasonable. "I will tell you before I act on it," she said, "provided you do not use that time to hide what I have found." "I will not. The bargain is struck." She held out her hand, palm open. The old gesture from the harbor, where deals were sealed by touch. He looked at her hand. She saw the hunger sharpen behind his restraint, saw him measure the distance between her skin and his. Then he reached out and took her hand in his. His skin was cool. The burn scars across his palm pressed against her fingers, rougher than she had expected. He held her hand for a count of 3, no more, then released her. "The archive opens at dawn," he said. "I will meet you at the east wing stair. I will be there." She turned and walked back through the gray hall, past the dying candles and the black glass windows, past the salt crusted on the sills and the iron sconces that had not been lit in years. She felt his gaze on her back the whole way, and she did not turn around. The corridor was dark. The east wing door stood open, as it always did. the room beyond lit only by the thin moon through the narrow window. She closed the door behind her. She did not lock it. There was no lock to turn. She crossed to the window and pressed her palm against the glass. The salt had crusted in patterns like frost, branching and white, and through it she could see the black line of the sea and the scattered lights of Greisenmouth below. She had bargained well. She had secured movement, access, and answers. She had named her leverage and watched him accept it. But the speed of his concession troubled her. He had agreed too quickly. He had given her escorted access to the archive without demanding anything in return except her silence, which she had already offered. He had let her set the terms, and he had taken them without a single counteroffer. That was not the behavior of a man who still held power. That was the behavior of a man who had already lost a battle he had not admitted he was fighting. She pressed her forehead against the cold glass. She was no longer afraid of him. She had told him that, and she had meant it. But standing in the dark, with the sea below and the keep breathing around her, she wondered if she had made a different kind of mistake. She had become essential to him, not as a captive, not as a meal, as the only person who had ever looked at him and seen the hunger, the control, the centuries of denial, and not looked away. That kind of devotion was not a weapon she knew how to hold. Below her, deep in the stone, she heard the faint sound of water moving through the dark, the same rhythm she had heard every night since she arrived, and she realized she did not know whether the sound came from the sea or from something buried beneath the keep. The question sat in her chest like a second shard of glass. She would find the cellars, she would find the records, she would find the truth, and when she did, she would have to decide whether the man who had opened his cage for her was the one who had built it in the first place. Chapter 11. The Salt Chapel sat at the edge of Greisenmouth, where the harbor road gave way to shale and seagrass, its walls crusted white from generations of winter spray. Hanwen had passed it 100 times without looking twice, the way everyone did, the way you passed a place that held nothing you needed until the day it held everything. She pushed through the iron-bound door, and the salt hit her throat first, dry and mineral, coating the back of her tongue like a second layer of air. The chapel was smaller than she remembered, narrow and low-ceilinged, with a stone floor worn hollow by centuries of kneeling. A single brazier burned near the altar, throwing shadows up the walls where the salt had crystallized in veins that looked like cracked bone. Sister Maushan Ket stood at the altar with her back to the door, arranging something Hanwen could not see. She wore the gray wool of the Salt Order, a heavy belt with iron links, and no veil. Her hair was cropped short, the color of faded pewter, and she did not turn around. "You are early," Sister Maushan said. "I have not finished the morning prayers. I need help." The chapel does not give help in the morning. The chapel gives help after the noon bell, when the accounts are balanced and the requests have been weighed. Hanwen stepped further in. The door swung shut behind her, and the salt smell thickened. "Lysenne Ottfeld was taken on a forged warrant," she said. "You know it. You delivered glass to her the week before the levy, and you have records of every transaction. I need to see them." Sister Maushan turned. She was older than Hanwen had realized, not in the loose skin or the stoop of age, but in the eyes. They were pale, nearly colorless, and they had the kind of stillness that came from watching people lie for decades and never once being fooled. "I delivered glass," Sister Maushan said. "That is not the same as knowing the warrant was forged. You know everything that happens in this town. People confess to you. They tell you what they saw and what they did not see, and what they told themselves to sleep at night. You know." Sister Maushan set down the object she had been holding, a small clay dish with dried salt in the bottom, and folded her hands in front of her belt. "Knowing is not the same as proving," she said, "and proving is not the same as acting. What do you want from me, Apprentice Brannock?" "I want the Salt Chapel's old correspondence. I want the records of every levy payment, every delivery, every note that passed between this chapel and Marrowind Keep for the last 5 years." Zissenen's message, the one crumpled and hidden under the workbench, had been specific. Marrowind. Gate. Ask for the Salt Chapel's old correspondence. Hanwen had turned the words over in her mind for 2 days, and she still did not know what they meant, but she trusted the hand that had written them. Sister Maushan studied her. The brazier crackled and shifted, sending a drift of salt-scented smoke across the altar. "Those records are not public," she said. "They are confessional correspondence, protected under salt vow. I am not asking you to break a vow. I am asking you to let me look at papers that already exist, papers that might prove Lysenne was sold." Sold? Deliberately chosen, named on a warrant that was written before the levy was announced. Taken because someone in this town decided she was the one who could be spent. Sister Mashin's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a fractional straightening, as if a weight had been adjusted. "You have evidence of this?" The levy office records room was emptied the morning of the levy. Old warrant seals were removed from previous year's files. The Glasshouse ledger page recording Howrick Tilburn's order was cut out. Dockhands were told to be quick before the warrant was even read. "You have proof of these things?" "I have a clerk who saw the empty files and is afraid to speak. I have a seamstress who heard the dockhands being told. I have a cut ledger page that used to record a custom order signed by Howrick Tilburn himself. And I have a message from Lysenne telling me to come here." Sister Mashin walked to the front of the altar and stopped an arm's length from Hanwen. The salt smell was stronger up close, almost medicinal, and Hanwen saw that the woman's hands were stained white to the wrists, as if she had been working with the salt for hours. "You are asking me to give you years of confessional records," Sister Malchesine said. "Do you understand what that would cost me if I were discovered?" "I understand." "Do you understand what it would cost this chapel? The trust of every soul in Greisenmouth who has knelt at this altar and spoken their worst truth into the dark, believing it would stay there." Hanwen met her eyes. "I understand," she said. "But I also understand that the same people who knelt at your altar and spoke their worst truths are the ones who stood at the harbor and watched Lysenne be taken without lifting a hand." Sister Malche was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "You have your mistress's mouth." "I do not know what you mean." "You argue like her. You find the seam in the argument, and you push through it. She once told me that a kiln fires the same whether you are afraid or not, so you might as well be useful while you burn." Hanwen felt something tighten in her chest. She had not heard anyone speak of Lysenne with that kind of recognition since the levy, and she had not realized how much she needed to hear it until now. "Will you help me?" she asked. Sister Mashin turned and walked back toward the altar. She picked up the clay dish and held it over the brazier, tilting it until the salt began to fall into the flames. The fire hissed and spat, and the smell of burning salt filled the chapel like incense. "I will help you," she said, "but not for free. I have coin." "I do not want your coin." The salt hissed. The flames flickered green for a moment before settling back to orange. "What do you want?" Sister Mashin set down the dish and turned to face Hanwen fully. Her pale eyes were steady, and her voice carried the weight of someone who had been waiting for this conversation for a long time. "I want the levy system opened," she said. "I want the books brought into the light. I want every name, every payment, every decision about who goes up that road and who stays below to be written down where the town can see it. I want this to stop being done in the dark. That is what I am trying to do." "No. You are trying to save Lysenne. Those are not the same thing." Hanwen opened her mouth to argue, then stopped. Sister Mashin was right. She was trying to save Lysenne. She had not thought beyond that. She had not considered what exposing the warrant would do to the town, to the levy system, to the careful architecture of survival that Greisenmouth had built around the winter tribute. "You want to use Lysenne's name to force a reckoning," Hanwen said slowly. "Whether she wants that or not." "I want to use the truth," Sister Mashin said. "If the truth happens to force a reckoning, then the reckoning was already owed. And if Lysenne does not want to be the face of that reckoning, then she will have to tell me herself, when she comes back." The words hung in the air. When she comes back. Not if. Sister Mashin believed Lysenne would return, or she was choosing to act as if she did, and Hanwen was not sure which was more dangerous. "I will show you the correspondence," Sister Mashin said, "but you will not take it from this chapel. You will read it here, and you will write down what you need, and you will leave the originals where they are." "And the price?" "The price is that when you find what you were looking for, you do not use it quietly. You use it in the open. You bring it before the harbor Reeve, the guild masters, the levy office, and the chapel. You let the light in." Hanwen thought of Lysenne's face on the wharf, the pale gray eyes that had gone flat and knowing as the town turned away. She thought of the dockhands loading the carriage faster than necessary, of the ledger page cut out, of the empty strongbox and the delivered key. "Agreed," she said. Sister Maoshen nodded once, then gestured toward a narrow door behind the altar. "The records are in the crypt. Follow me, and do not touch anything I do not hand you. The salt in this chapel remembers every finger that is pressed against it, and I will know if you have taken something you should not have." She lifted the brazier from its hook and carried it toward the door, the flames casting her shadow long and crooked against the salt-crusted walls. Hanwen followed her down into the dark. The stairs were steep and worn, each step hollowed in the center by feet that had been climbing them for longer than anyone in Greisenmouth could remember. The salt smell grew stronger as they descended, and Hanwen felt it settling on her lips, her eyelashes, the exposed skin of her wrists. At the bottom, Sister Maoshen stopped and held the brazier up. The crypt was small, no larger than a root cellar, with stone shelves cut into the walls and bundles of parchment stacked in neat rows, each one tied with salt-stained cord. 5 years of correspondence, Sister Maoshen said. Levy tallies, delivery receipts, chapel shelter logs, and every letter that passed between this building and Marrowind Keep for the last decade. You have until the noon bell. That is not enough time. It is all the time I can give you. If you are not out by the noon bell, the door will be locked and you will have to explain to the guildmaster why you spent the afternoon in a salt crypt with confessional records you had no permission to see. Sister Maoshen set the brazier on a stone ledge and turned to go. The pewter box on the third shelf, she said, not looking back. Start there. The door closed behind her, and Hanwen was alone with the salt and the parchment and the weight of what she had come to find. Chapter 12. Dawn came gray through the east wing windows, the light thin and reluctant, as if the keep itself was not ready to let the day in. Lysenne stood at the top of the spiral staircase, waiting. She had been there for 10 minutes, timing Drevan's approach by the rhythm of the keep, the distant clatter of the kitchen, the scrape of a door on stone, the slow drip of condensation somewhere in the walls. She had counted her own breaths, mapped the draft that came up from below, noted the way the torchlight trembled when a door opened 3 floors down. She was learning the keep by its skin. His footsteps came at last, unhurried, precise. He rounded the corner with the same measured grace he brought to every movement, and she saw the shadows under his cheekbones had deepened even since the night before. His collar sat looser, his hands hung empty at his sides, the burn scars catching the gray light. "You are early," he said. "I am always early." She did not move from the stairhead. "You were not planning to hide anything before I got there." It was not a question. Drevan's mouth tightened, almost imperceptibly. "I give you my word." "Words are air until I see the pages." He held her gaze for a moment, then turned and led her down the corridor without another word. She followed 2 paces behind, close enough to read the tension in his shoulders, far enough to keep her options open. The north wing was older than the east. The stone here was darker, the corridor narrower, the ceiling lower. The torch sconces were set farther apart, leaving pools of shadow between them that made the passage feel longer than it was. Lysenne counted her steps, memorized the turns, noted which doors had rust on their hinges and which had none. The first test came at a junction where a narrow corridor branched to the left, doorless and unlit. She slowed. "That goes to the west tower," Drevan said, not looking back. "The ban is still in effect. For now." He said it without emphasis, but she heard the crack in the word, "for now," as if the restriction was a convenience, not a rule. She filed the tone away and kept walking. The archive room was at the end of the north corridor, behind a door that did not lock but stood slightly ajar, as if someone had been through it recently. Drevan pushed it open and stepped aside. The room was small, no larger than a counting house, with shelves built into every wall and a single table in the center. Dust lay thick on the higher shelves, but the lower ones showed clean streaks where books had been recently pulled and replaced. A ledger lay open on the table, its pages curling at the edges from damp. Lysenne crossed to it without waiting for permission. The ledger was a bound index of levy records dating back 7 years. She ran her finger down the columns, noting the neat, clerkly script. The dates entered in the same hand for the first 5 years. Then the ink changed. The entries for the last 2 years were written in a looser stroke, the letters sharper, as if the writer had been in a hurry. She stopped at the entry for the current winter. There, at the bottom of the page, a single line had been struck through with ink so fresh it had not yet dried. The covering line was written directly over it, crimed into the margin, the pressure of the pen denting the paper. Tilburn, Halric, Custom Glassware Order, 3rd of Deep Winter. The struck-through entry beneath it was still legible. Ottfeld, Lysenne, Personal Assessment, Emergency Tribute. She stared at the words until they blurred, until the ink began to separate into its component strokes. Someone had been here before her. Someone had opened this ledger, read the original entry, and changed it. She turned to Drevan, who stood at the threshold with his hands clasped behind his back, watching her with an expression she could not name. "Who has access to this room?" she asked. "The archive is not locked." "That is not what I asked." He was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "Anyone in the household. Anyone with a reason to be in the North Wing. And who has had a reason in the last 3 days?" "Pravec." "Who else?" Drevan's jaw worked. He looked at the open ledger as if it had betrayed him, as if the ink on the page was a wound he had not expected to find. "I do not know," he said. "I did not think anyone would come here before you." Lysenne looked back at the altered entry. The fresh ink glistened in the torchlight. The hand was steady, practiced, someone who knew how to write a ledger line without hesitation. She thought of Pravec's filmed eyes, his ability to hear every movement in the keep, his quiet refusal to answer her questions about the true architect of her abduction. She thought of the dock hands told to be quick, the warrant seals removed from the records room, the cut ledger page in her glasshouse. Someone was still ahead of her. Someone had known she would find this room. She touched the fresh ink with her fingertip. It smeared, leaving a dark smear on her skin. The keep was not just a cage, it was a chessboard, and she was not the only player. Chapter 13. The Salt Chapel crypt smelled of stone and old paper, the air cold enough to fog Hanwen's breath. She worked by the light of a single tallow candle, the pewter box open on the shelf before her, its contents spread across the wooden lid in neat stacks. Correspondence. 5 years of it. She had expected letters, formal requests, levy tallies. What she found instead was a ledger of compromises, a record of every bargain the chapel had struck with the keep and the levy office alike. Grain shipments recorded against shelter logs, lamp oil deliveries matched to the dates of winter deaths, names of the dead entered beside the names of those who had paid tribute in their place. And there, buried in the 3rd year, a single slip of paper that did not belong. The handwriting was the same looser, sharper script she had seen on the altered levy entry in Lysenne's Glasshouse ledger, the same pressure at the pen, the same slant. The note read, 3rd Winter, North Road. Same terms, no signature, no seal. Hanwen folded it into her coat pocket and closed the box. She left the crypt with the noon bell still half an hour off, stepping out into the salt-scoured morning with the pouch of Maria's coins heavy against her hip and a plan already forming in her mind. A counter-warrant required 3 things: the right paper, the right wax, and a seal that would pass at a distance. She had the first from the chapel's scrap bin. The second she could steal from the levy office before anyone thought to lock the supply closet. The third required a gamble. She crossed the market square with her hood up and her head down, moving through the morning crowd like a fish through weed. The stallholders called to each other over baskets of dried fish and turnips. A cart loaded with salt blocks groaned past her, its driver cursing at a loose wheel. No one looked at her twice. The levy office was a stone building wedged between the chandlery and the cooper's workshop, its door propped open against the damp. Hanwen slipped inside without slowing. The anteroom was empty. A fire smoldered in the hearth, the kettle above it beginning to whistle. She crossed to the supply closet at the back, pulled the latch, and found the wax inside a tin box on the second shelf. Red. Official. The same shade as the seal on every warrant that had ever come from this office. She took 2 sticks and tucked them into her sleeve. The seal impressions were harder. She needed a copy, something she could press into hot wax without the original ever being missed. She found what she was looking for in the desk drawer, a discarded letter opener with the town's emblem stamped into its handle, the same pattern that marked every official document. Not a perfect match, but close enough to pass in bad light at a distance. She was turning to leave when she heard the footsteps. 2 sets, heavy, coming up the front steps. Hanwen pressed herself into the gap between the desk and the wall, her back against the cold stone, her breath held. The door swung open wider. "He is not here," a voice said, male, rough, the accent of the harbor. "Then we wait. Tilburn said to question her today, and we will, but first we find out where the girl has been sleeping." Hanwen's blood went cold. They were looking for her. Halric had sent men to find her before she could move. She listened to them settle into the anteroom, the scrape of a chair, the creak of boots on the floorboards. They were not leaving. They were settling in, waiting for someone to arrive, waiting for orders, waiting for her to walk back through the door she had just come through. There was a rear exit, a narrow passage behind the supply closet that led to the yard behind the cooperator's workshop. She had mapped it the first time she had come to the levy office, months ago, when she had still believed the system could be worked honestly. She moved. The passage was dark, barely shoulder width, and she had to slide sideways past a stack of empty crates to reach the door at the end. The latch was rusted. It did not give on the first try, or the second. On the third, she threw her weight against it, and the door swung open onto the alley, releasing her into the gray morning light. She did not stop running until she reached the glasshouse. The furnace was cold, the workbenches were bare. The cut ledger page still lay where she had found it, the missing entry for Halric's custom order, a wound in the book that no one had bothered to close. She locked the door behind her, pulled the stolen wax and the letter opener from her sleeves, and began to work. The Counter-Warrant took shape on a sheet of paper she had taken from the chapel's scrap bin, the grain of the fibers close enough to official stock that it would pass under a casual eye. She wrote in the same sharp, deliberate hand she had used to copy seals in Lysenne's workshop, the same pressure at the pen, the same slant. She named the levy unlawful. She named the warrant forged. She named Halric Tilburn as the signatory of a false document and called for the winter tribute to be suspended pending investigation. She melted the wax over the candle stub she had taken from the crypt, let it drip onto the folded edge of the paper, and pressed the letter opener's emblem into the hot red surface. The seal came out clean. She held the document up to the light and read it once, twice, 3 times. The words were right. The seal was right. The paper would pass. Outside, voices rose in the street. Hanwen crossed to the window and parted the shutter a finger's width. 2 men stood at the corner of the glasshouse, their backs to her, their heads bent together in conversation. The same men from the levy office. They had found the rear exit, traced her path, and now they were waiting. She looked down at the counter-warrant in her hands. She could hide it, slide it under the workbench, into the same crack where Lysenne had hidden her message. Let it lie there until the search moved on, until she could retrieve it later and choose her moment. Or she could put it into circulation now, walk it to the chapel, to Sister Maushen, to the Reeve's office, set the document loose before Halric's men could stop her. The voices outside grew louder. One of the men pointed toward the glasshouse door. Hanwen folded the counter-warrant into her coat, pulled her hood up, and crossed to the rear window. The frame was old, the latch rusted, the wood swollen with damp. She threw her shoulder against it once, twice, and on the third try the window groaned open wide enough to climb through. She dropped into the alley, landed hard on the cobbles, and ran. The parchment pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She reached the market square with the 2 men still behind her, their boots slapping against the wet stone, their voices calling for her to stop. She did not stop. She wove through the stalls, past the salt cart, past the fishwives who had turned away from Lysenne and now looked at Hanwen with something like recognition, something like shame. The chapel door stood open at the far end of the square. She was 30 feet from it. 20. The voices behind her were closer now, close enough that she could hear the rhythm of their breathing. She reached the chapel steps, grabbed the iron ring, and threw the door open. Behind her, A hand caught her shoulder. Chapter 14. She did not turn. The hand on her shoulder was warm, the grip firm enough to hold but not to hurt. A man's hand, calloused at the palm, the fingers spread wide across the wool of her coat. The counter-warrant pressed against her ribs. "I would wait," a voice said, low and unhurried, "before you walk through that door." Hanwen stopped with the iron ring still in her grip, the chapel air spilling past her face, salt and cold stone and the distant smell of candle wax. She did not let go of the ring. She did not turn. "Who are you?" "Someone who has been watching you since you left the Glasshouse." The hand stayed on her shoulder. "Those men behind you are Halrics. They will not follow you onto consecrated ground, but they will wait. And if you walk through that door alone, you will be trapped inside until someone decides to let you out." Hanwen's fingers tightened on the ing. "And if I stay out here, then I help you deliver that document before Halric's men find a reason to take it from you." She turned then. The man was tall, older than she had expected, with a face lined by weather rather than age, and eyes that had learned to wait. He wore a dock worker's coat, the wool patched at the elbows, and his hands were stained with something dark under the nails that could have been ink or could have been blood. "Who sent you?" she asked. "No one sent me. I saw them chasing you. I saw where you were running." He nodded toward the chapel door. "And I know what you are carrying, because I have been watching the levy office since the morning they took the glassblower." Hanwen studied his face. The lines around his mouth were set deep, the kind of grooves that came from years of silence, of watching things happen and saying nothing. "Why?" He held her gaze. "Because I was at the wharf when they loaded her into the carriage. I was one of the dock hands who was told to be quick." The words landed like a blow. "You helped them. I followed orders." His voice did not flinch. "I did not know what the warrant said. I did not know her name was a lie, but I knew the seals were wrong. And I said nothing, and I have been trying to find a way to unsay that silence ever since." Hanwen's hand moved to her coat, to the folded paper inside. "This is a counter-warrant. It names Halric Tilburn as the signatory of a false document. If I can get it to the Reeve's office before Halric's men stop me, the winter tribute will be suspended and an investigation will begin." The man nodded. "The Reeve's office is guarded. Halric has men there too. But the Reeve himself is at the salt warehouse this morning, inspecting the winter stores before the next shipment." "At the salt warehouse." Hanwen repeated the words, testing them. "That is not where the Reeve usually is." "No, it is where he was told to be." The man's mouth tightened. A message arrived at his house before dawn, claiming the warehouse had found rot in the winter grain. A false report, I would guess, meant to keep him away from the levy office while Halric's men searched for you. Hanwen's mind raced. The Reeve was out of reach. The levy office was watched. The chapel was a trap. "Then where do I deliver it?" The man stepped closer, his voice dropping. "The Reeve will return to his office at noon for the midday count. He never misses it. If you can reach the levy office yard before the bell, you can intercept him on the steps. Halric's men will be watching the front, but there is a passage through the cooper's yard that opens onto the rear of the office. I can take you there." "And why should I trust you?" He met her eyes again, and something in his face shifted, a crack in the practiced calm. "Because I have a daughter her age, and have been carrying the weight of what I did at that wharf for 8 days, and I do not know how to put it down." Hanwen held his gaze for a long moment. Then she released the iron ring, letting the chapel door swing shut. "Show me the passage." The cooper's yard smelled of wet wood and linseed oil, the ground slick with sawdust and rain. The man moved ahead of her, his footsteps sure on the uneven stones, and Hanwen followed with the counter-warrant pressed flat against her ribs, her breath coming short and fast. They reached the rear wall of the levy office without encountering anyone. The man stopped at a narrow door set into the stone, its paint blistered and peeling, the lock rusted open. "This leads to the supply annex. From there you can reach the main corridor without passing the front guard." Hanwen reached for the door, then stopped. "You still have not told me your name." He hesitated. "Hanwen Brannock." I know. He almost smiled, a brief flicker at the corner of his mouth. I have been watching you long enough to learn your name, your habits, and the fact that you do not give up easily. She pushed the door open. The annex was dark, the air thick with dust and the sharp chemical smell of dried ink. She stepped inside, and the darkness closed around her. Behind her, Garrett's voice came low through the crack in the door. The Reeve will be on the steps at the noon bell. Do not be late. The door clicked shut, and Hanwen was alone in the dark. She counted her steps through the annex, one hand on the wall, the other pressed to the Counter-Warrant. The dust muffled every sound, and her own breathing seemed too loud in the stillness. Ahead, a sliver of light marked the door to the main corridor. She reached it, pressed her ear to the wood, and listened. Silence. She opened the door a finger's width and peered through. The corridor was empty. She slipped through, pulled the door closed behind her, and began to walk toward the front of the office. Her boots made no sound on the stone. The Counter-Warrant felt heavier with every step, the weight of paper and wax and the names written on it. She reached the end of the corridor and stopped at the edge of the front hall. The Reeves' office door stood open. Inside, Edric Nemez sat at his desk, his head bent over a ledger, his hand moving slowly across the page. He was early. Hanwen's breath caught. She had expected to wait, to intercept him on the steps, to deliver the document in the open where Halrek's men could not silence her. But he was here, alone, a full hour before the count. She stepped into the doorway. Edric looked up. His eyes widened and then narrowed, and then settled into something that looked like recognition and wariness in equal measure. Hanwen Brana. Reeve Nime. He set down his pen. I heard there were men looking for you. There are. She stepped forward, her hand moving to her coat, to the folded paper. And I have something you need to see. She pulled out the Counter-Warrant and held it out to him, the wax seal catching the dim light. Edric did not reach for it. He looked at the document, and then at her face, and something in his expression shifted, a crack in the practiced neutrality. Where did you get that paper? I made it. In the Glasshouse, with stolen wax and a letter opener and the truth written in ink. His jaw tightened. You forged a warrant. I forged a counter-warrant. She held his gaze. Against a man who forged the original. Against a man who sold Lysenne Ottfeld to Marrowind Keep under a false name and a false seal, and who has been destroying records and threatening witnesses ever since. Edric was silent for a long moment. Then he reached out and took the paper from her hand. He read it slowly, his lips moving over the words, his thumb brushing the seal once, twice, 3 times. When he looked up, his face was unreadable. This is well written. I had a good teacher. He set the paper on the desk. You know that if I act on this, the levy system will collapse for the winter. The town will have no legal tribute to send to the keep. The Lord of Marrowind will have no guarantee of the grain and lamp oil that keeps the harbor alive through the storms. I know. And you are asking me to choose your word and a forged document over the word of the Levy-Master and the safety of the entire town. I am asking you to choose the truth. Hanwen stood closer. You are at the wharf. You saw them take her. You looked away and studied a boat's rigging while a woman you have known for 10 years was driven up the cliff road in a closed carriage. Do not tell me you do not already know what Halrik Tilburn is. Edric's hand moved to the paper and then away. I will have this examined, he said. If the seal and the signature hold, I will call a hearing. By when? By the end of the week. The end of the week is too late. Lysenne has been at the keep for 8 days. Halrik's men are already burning records. Every hour we wait, he buries the truth further. Edric met her eyes. Then you had better make sure the seal holds. He folded the counter-warrant and placed it in the inner pocket of his coat. Hanwen stood in the doorway, her heart pounding, the paper no longer against her ribs. She had done it. The document was in the Reeves' hands, but as she turned to leave, she heard Edric's voice behind her, low and tight. Hanwen. She stopped. The men looking for you are not Halrik's men any longer. He paused. A messenger arrived from the keep an hour ago. The blind steward at Marrowind has sent word to the levy office that their guest is missing. Chapter 15. She woke to the feeling of being watched. The east wing was silent. Morning light fell thin through the window, and the door stood exactly as she had left it, closed but never locked. She lay still for 3 breaths, listening. Nothing moved. But the scrape of the breakfast tray had come earlier than usual, and when she sat up, she saw the food untouched, steam still rising from the tea. Beside the tray lay a single sheet of paper, folded once. She reached for it, unfolded it. The handwriting was not Drevan's. It was cramped and precise, the letters pressed deep into the page. The archive will be opened at the 8th bell. Your escort has been changed. Pravec's glassblower changed. She read the word twice, feeling its weight settle in her chest. She had refused Pravec as her escort. She had demanded Drevan, and they had agreed. Now the steward was rewriting the terms before she had even tested them. She dressed quickly, pulled her hair back, and slipped the sea glass into her mouth without thinking. The familiar pressure against her molar steadied her. The corridor was empty. She walked toward the north wing, counting her steps, listening for the echo that meant someone else was moving through the stone. She found Pravec waiting at the archive door. Not Drevan. The blind steward stood with his hands clasped before him, his filmed eyes aimed at the wall across from her. He had not needed to see her approach. He had heard her from 3 turnings away. "Good morning, Lysenne. Where is Lord Drevan?" "His lordship is occupied." Pravec's voice carried no apology. "I will escort you today. I refused you as my escort." "You refused me as your escort in a bargain with Lord Drevan." He tilted his head. "That bargain does not overrule the keep's survival." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. She held his gaze. "And escorting me to the archive threatens the keep's survival?" "It threatens nothing." He turned and pressed his palm to the door, sliding it open without apparent effort. "But it changes the balance. Lord Drevan is not well. His attention should not be divided between you and the hunger that is consuming him from within." The admission slipped out before she could stop it. "You know he is starving himself." Pravec's mouth tightened. "I have known him for 3 centuries. I knew before you arrived." She stepped past him into the archive. The same dust-covered room, the same single ledger on the table, but the clean streaks in the dust had shifted. Someone had been here again. "You moved the books." "I did not." Pravec remained in the doorway. "But someone has. This room is accessible to anyone in the household. You learned that yesterday." She crossed to the table, opened the ledger, and found the page where the altered entry sat. The ink had dried. The strike-through was still there. Her name. Then Halrick's. "You could have done it yourself," she said. "I could have. But you did not." The silence stretched. "Why are you here, Pravec?" She turned to face him. "You made clear on the first day that you do not trust me. You made clear that the household is loyal to the keep before any person inside it. So why are you standing at this door instead of letting me work alone?" He did not answer immediately. His hands remained clasped, his filmed eyes aimed past her shoulder. "Because I need to understand what you intend. I intend to find proof of the forged warrant and expose the man who signed it." "That is what you tell yourself." He stepped forward, and she felt the shift to the air as he passed. "But you also watching Lord Drevan's hunger with the same attention you give these ledgers. You are measuring his decay. You are calculating how long before he breaks." She said nothing. "I need to know," Pravec said softly, "whether you mean to save him or destroy him." The question hit like a blade slipped between ribs. She had not let herself name it. She had told herself the bargain was purely strategic, leverage for freedom, access traded for silence. But Pravec had seen what she had not admitted, that she was tracking Drevan's decline the way she tracked the tide, watching for the moment when the control snapped and she would have to choose. "Those are not the only options," she said. "Aren't they?" He tilted his head. "You are the first person he has told the truth to. The first person he has let see his hunger without hiding. The first person he has starved for, rather than fed on. If you leave, you take his confession and his secret with you. If you stay, you become the anchor he cannot afford. Either way, the keep changes." She felt the air leave her lungs. I am not responsible for what Lord Drevan chooses. No, Pravec's voice was quiet. But you are responsible for what you do with what you know, and you know more about him now than anyone alive. That is not a neutral fact. He turned and walked back to the door. I will be outside, he said. If you need anything, call. If you try to take anything from this room without my knowledge, I will hear it. The door closed behind him. She stood alone in the archive, her hand still pressed to the ledger page, the wet ink of yesterday dry beneath her fingertips. She had come here to find proof of a forgery. She had come here to reclaim her freedom. But Pravec had seen what she was still refusing to see. She was already part of Marrowind's balance, the ledger, the keep, the blind steward, the starving lord. They had all adjusted around her presence the way sand shifts around a stone. She was no longer just a captive waiting to leave. She was a variable the household was already measuring. She turned back to the ledger, her hand moving to the next page, her eyes tracing the entries for years before her own name had been written into the levy records. The columns blurred. She blinked hard and forced them back into focus. The proof was here. She would find it. She would use it. But Pravec's question stayed in her chest, lodged beneath her ribs like a second piece of glass. Save him or destroy him? She did not know which answer terrified her more. The sound of water moving through stone came from somewhere beneath her feet, distant and patient, as if the keep itself was waiting for her to decide. Chapter 16. She turned the page and found the first crack. Not a dramatic break, not a missing entry or a torn leaf, just a grain tally for the third winter that did not match the delivery receipt pressed into the same ledger. The keep had logged 400 bushels of rye. The chapel's copy, recorded in the same looser hand that had altered her own entry, showed 260. The difference was 140 bushels of winter grain that had never reached the cliff. She pressed her finger to the numbers, tracing the ink as if touch could tell her what the paper would not. Then she turned further back, to the second winter, and found the same pattern. 300 bushels logged, 180 recorded on the chapel side. The gap wider now, not narrower. The first winter had no discrepancy. She flipped back to the earliest records, the first year the looser hand appeared in the ledger. The entries matched exactly. Grain, oil, coin, every bushel and cask accounted for. The gap only started in the second year. The second year was when someone had begun bleeding the levy. She sat back, her hand still on the page, and let the shape of it form in her mind. The levy office sent the full tribute up the Switchback road. The keep logged what it received. But somewhere between the harbor and the cliff, a percentage of the winter stores had been diverted. Enough to feed a household through a hard season. Enough to sell. Enough to make someone very wealthy and very dependent on the system that allowed it. She reached for the next ledger, the one that held the records of human tribute. The pages were thinner, the entries sparser, and the handwriting changed again here, reverting to the neat clerkly script of the earlier years. But the names were there, 7 of them over 5 winters, each marked with a date of arrival and a date of departure. She read them slowly. First winter, 2 names, both marked returned to town. Second winter, 1 name, marked released to Salt Chapel. Third winter, 2 names. The first marked returned to town. The second, a woman named Brine, marked only with a date of arrival and a blank departure field. Lysenne's throat tightened. Fourth winter, 1 name, a man called Harv. Departure field blank. Fifth winter, her own name. Departure field blank. She stared at the blank spaces until the paper seemed to darken at the edges. Then she flipped back to the second winter entry, the woman whose departure field had been filled. Released to Salt Chapel. That meant the chapel had taken custody. That meant Sister Maushan had known. That meant the chapel was not an innocent party in any of this. She pressed her palm flat against the ledger and forced herself to breathe. The water sound beneath her feet pulsed, steady and patient, as if the keep was breathing with her. She had come here for proof of one forgery. She had found evidence of a decade of theft and a trail of people who had never returned. The grain discrepancy was the key. Someone in the levy office had been skimming the winter stores for years, and the only way to hide the difference was to ensure the keep never noticed. That meant someone inside Marrowind was part of the arrangement, Someone who controlled what Drevan saw, what Pravec heard, what the household knew. She thought of the clean streaks in the dust, the tampered ledger entry, the someone who had reached the archive before her and left her name struck through with wet ink. The same someone who had been bleeding the levy for 3 winters and covering it with altered tallies. She reached for a scrap of paper, the blank side of a discarded delivery slip, and began copying the grain numbers. The keep's logged amounts, the chapel's receipt amounts, the gaps, winter by winter. Her hand moved fast, the ink thin and spidery, but the numbers were clear. She was halfway through the 3rd winter when the door opened. Pravec stood in the frame, his head tilted at an angle she had learned to read as alert rather than casual. His hands were clasped, but the fingers were still, which meant he was listening to something beyond her breathing. "You need to stop," he said. She did not lift the pen. "I have found discrepancies in the grain tallies that span 3 winters. Someone in the levy office has been diverting winter stores, and someone in this keep has been covering for them." "I know." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. She looked up. "You knew." "I suspected." He stepped into the room, his feet finding the familiar path without hesitation. "The household consumes less than the keep logs, I have noticed for years. But the difference was never large enough to prove intent, and my lord's attention has not been on ledgers. It is now." "Is it?" He stopped at the edge of the table, his clouded eyes fixed somewhere past her shoulder. "You have found the grain gap. You have found the missing departure dates. What do you intend to do with them?" She looked down at the numbers in her hand. The proof she had wanted. The leverage that could bring down Halric Tilburn and everyone who had helped him. But the proof was not clean. It implicated the keep. It implicated the chapel. It drew lines that connected Marrowind to Greisenmouth in ways neither side would want exposed. "I intend to use them," she said. "To what end?" The question was quiet, and she heard the weight in it. Not a test, a genuine inquiry. "To name what was done to me," she said. "To name what was done to every person whose departure field was left blank. To make sure the people who built this system cannot hide behind convenience any longer." Pravec was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "A messenger has arrived at the gate. The message carries a chapel mark." She went still. "It is addressed to the keeper of the East Wing archives," he said. "The seal is unbroken. The messenger would not say who sent it." He extended his hand. Between his fingers a folded paper sat, pressed with a red wax seal that bore the mark of the Salt Chapel. She reached for it, her fingers brushing his palm, the paper cool and solid against her skin. The seal was intact, the wax was still firm. She turned it over and saw the handwriting on the outside, her own name. "Open it," Pravec said, "or do not, but the messenger is waiting for a reply." Chapter 17. Edric Niemens sat alone in the levy office, long after the last clerk had gone, the counter-warrant spread across his desk like a wound he could not stop examining. The seal held, the signature matched. The language was precise enough to pass a Reeve's review, which meant Hanwen Brannock had either inherited her mistress's skill with detail or desperation had sharpened her beyond her years. He touched the wax with one finger, still cool. The letter opener's emblem had left a clean impression. A forgery, yes, but a forgery that named a truth. Halric Tilburn had read a false warrant on levy day. Halric had sent a woman up the cliff road under a lie, and Edric had studied a skiff's rigging instead of stopping it. He folded the paper and slid it into his coat. The walk to Tilburn's house took him through the lower market, past shuttered stalls and the last fish sellers packing their catch. The salt wind carried the smell of wet rope and cold stone. He moved fast, his boots striking the cobbles at a rhythm that said purpose, not hesitation. He found Halric in the back room of the counting house, seated before a fire that had burned low. A bottle stood open at his elbow, the glass dark with something that was not wine. Halric looked up when the door opened. His face did not change. He had the kind of composure that came from years of being the man who read the names, the man who decided who went and who stayed. "You are here late," Halric said. "So are you." "I am a Levy-Master in winter. The work does not end at sundown." Edric closed the door behind him and stood with his back to it. "A girl came to my office today. She carried a document that names you as the signatory of a false levy warrant. She claims you forged the paper that sent Lysenne Ottfeld to Marrowind. The silence stretched. Howrick picked up the bottle and refilled his glass. That girl is Hanwen Pravec, Lysenne's apprentice. She is young, grieving, and desperate enough to put her name on a forgery. Then you deny it. Of course I deny it. I do not need to defend myself against the accusation of a child who does not know how the levy works. Edric stepped forward, his hands flat at his sides. Then tell me how it works. Explain the warrant. Explain why the seal was clean and the paper was new and the handwriting matched your clerk's records. Howrick set the glass down and looked at him, and in that look, Edric saw something he had not expected. Not fear, not anger. Calculation. You want to know the truth, Edric? The truth is that you do not want this examined. Neither do I. Neither does anyone in this town who has ever relied on the winter tribute to keep the vampire fed and the harbor working. You sent a woman to the keep under a lie. I sent a woman who had no family, no debts that would be called, and no one who would ask the kind of questions that could not be answered. Howrick's voice stayed flat, almost gentle. You know that is how it has always worked. You know that is how it must work. The levy exists to keep Marrowind satisfied. If the keep is satisfied, the town survives. By sacrificing one person a year. By sacrificing someone who can be spared. Edric felt the words lined in his chest like cold water. He had known. He had always known in the way that men know a roof is leaking but do not climb to look at the rot. He had studied skiffs on levy day because looking away had been easier than seeing. You are telling me you chose her deliberately? I am telling you that she was not the first, and she will not be the last. And if you call a hearing on that girl's forged warrant, you will burn this town's arrangement with Marrowind to the ground. Howrick leaned forward, his hands braced on the table. The vampire does not care which name goes on the warrant, but he notices when the tribute stops. And when he notices, he comes down the road. Edric's throat tightened. That is a threat. It is a fact. Howrick's voice dropped. You want to investigate the levy? Investigate. But understand that every ledger you open, every name you call forward, every witness who speaks will be someone I can connect to a winter when the stores ran thin and the keep needed reasons to stay patient. You would destroy people to protect yourself. I would protect the town from its own conscience. Howrick stood, slow and deliberate, and Edric saw that the calculation had not left his eyes. You have a choice, Reeve. You can call a hearing, let the girl speak, and watch the whole system crack open. Or you can let the winter pass, let the questions settle, and let me handle the girl quietly. The word settled in the air like ash, quietly. Edric thought of Hanwen's face in his office, the raw certainty in her voice. He thought of Lysenne Ottfeld, the glassblower who had built her trade alone, who had no family, who had been chosen because she was useful and solitary and survivable to lose. He thought of the skiff he had studied on levy day, the rigging he had pretended to examine while the carriage rolled past. I cannot let it stand, he said. Howrick's expression did not shift. Then you will let it fall. He walked past Edric to the door and pulled it open. I have work to do, he said. The girl is still in the town. There are witnesses who might remember what they saw, and the winter stores are already loaded for the keep's next tribute. He stepped into the dark and did not look back. Edric stood alone in the counting house, the fire ticking low, the window showing only the black outline of the cliffs above the harbor. He had wanted to know the truth. He had learned it, and now the truth was a door he had opened in a room where the floor had already begun to fall away. The bottle stood where Howrick had left it. Edric picked it up and held it a moment, the glass cold in his hand, the weight of everything he had not done pressing against his ribs. Then he set it down and followed Howrick into the dark. Chapter 18. She found him in the lower corridor where the archived annex met the west stair, standing at the stone balustrade with his back to her and his head bent like a man listening for something beneath the wind. The letter from the Salt Chapel was still in her pocket, unopened, the seal pressed hard against her thigh. She had meant to read it in the archive alone, but the corridor had pulled her, and now she stood at the curve of the stair with the sound of water moving under stone and the sight of Drevan Lirewen doing nothing but breathing. He heard her. Of course he heard her. The keep told him everything. "I thought you were with Pravec," he said without turning. "I was. He brought the letter." "And?" "I have not opened it yet." Drevan turned then, and Lysenne felt the change before she saw it. The air in the corridor shifted, grew heavier, denser with something that was not temperature. His eyes had a color she had not seen before, not the dark garnet she had learned to read, but something younger and older at once, a red that wanted feeding. He looked thinner. The collar of his coat sat looser than it had 3 days ago. The shadows beneath his cheekbones had deepened into hollows that made his face look carved rather than worn. "You should not be here," he said. "The archive is mine until noon, by your word." "Not the archive." He took a step toward her and stopped, his hands gripping the stone banister so hard the tendons stood out like cords. "This corridor, this stair, me." Lysenne did not step back. She had learned that lesson. The first week she had flinched every time he moved too fast, and he had seen it, and the sight had cost something in his face each time. Now she held still and watched him watch her throat. "You are worse," she said, "than yesterday." "I am the same as yesterday, the same as the day before. The same as every day I have chosen not to feed. That is not an answer. It is the only answer I have." He moved again, and this time she saw the fault line. He meant to walk past her, meant to take the stair up to the west tower where he could close a door between himself and the smell of her blood moving beneath her skin. But his body did not obey cleanly. His shoulder caught the wall, and he corrected too hard, and his hand came down on the stone banister with a force that cracked it. The sound was not loud. It was a single sharp report, like a hammer striking flint, and then a hairline fissure ran from the point of his palm down the length of the balustrade, splitting the dressed stone as if it had been scored by a chisel. Lysenne did not breathe. Drevan stared at his hand, then at the crack, then at her. The red in his eyes flickered, steadied, dimmed. He pulled his hand back and flexed the fingers one at a time, and she saw the old burn scars pull white across his palm as the skin stretched. "I am sorry," he said. "I did not mean to. You cannot keep doing this. Keeping you safe?" "Starving." She said it flatly, the word landing between them like a stone dropped in still water. "You cannot keep starving yourself and pretend it is protection. You broke stone, Drevan, with your bare hand, because you wanted to walk past me without touching me." His mouth tightened. "Would you prefer that I did touch you?" "No. I prefer that you stay able to choose." The words hung between them. She watched him absorb them, watched the red flicker again at the edges of his irises, and then recede as he pulled himself back from whatever edge he had been standing on. "I can choose," he said. "I am choosing. You are choosing to break yourself apart because you are afraid of what you will do if you do not." "Yes." "Then give me the keys." He looked up. "What?" "Full access. Not the archive by escort and candle. Full access. Keys to the annex, the correspondence room, the lower records. I am spending my mornings waiting for you to be well enough to accompany me, and you are never well enough because you will not feed." "I told you, I will not feed while—" "Then give me the means to work without you." She stepped closer, close enough to see the tremor in his hands, the fine vibration of hunger running through him like a plucked wire. "You made a bargain. Access for secrecy, but the access is useless if I cannot reach it without burning the time you need to hold yourself together." He stood very still. The crack in the stone ran between them like a line drawn in the earth. "The annex is not locked," he said. "The records room is. The key is in the archive desk, bottom drawer, behind the ink bottle." Lysenne felt the words land in her chest like something solid. He had not argued. He had not asked for a counter-term. He had simply told her where to find the key, and the ease of it, the surrender in it, unsettled her more than his hunger had. "Why now?" she asked. "Because you are right." He looked at the crack in the stone, then back at her. "I am breaking apart in a way I did not plan for, and if I cannot stand beside you, I can at least open the doors." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." She held his gaze a moment longer, then turned and walked back toward the archive. The letter from the Salt Chapel pressed against her thigh, unread, and behind her, she heard the slow scrape of Drevan's boots on the stone as he started up the west stair. She did not look back, but she heard him stop at the first landing, and in the silence that followed, she heard the stone of the cracked banister settle, a faint grinding sound, as if the keep itself were shifting its weight under the pressure of what he had all. Lysenne did not pause. She found the archive desk, pulled the bottom drawer, and lifted the ink bottle. The key lay beneath it, iron, cold, black with age in a way that spoke of infrequent use rather than disuse. She slid it into her palm and closed her fingers around it. The sealed chapel letter was still in her pocket. She set the key on the desk beside the ledger and drew the letter out, breaking the wax with her thumb. The paper unfolded stiffly, as if it had been waiting a long time to be read. "Lysenne," it began, in a hand she knew. "The hearing is set for the 6th day past the new moon. Hanwen has delivered her counter-warrant. Edric Nemez will call the town to order in the guild hall before noon. I have named you as witness. Come down from the cliff. You will not be asked to go back." The signature was Mauschen Katz, and beneath it, a single line in different ink, fresher, less steady. "The gate will hold. We will hold it open." Lysenne read the letter twice, then she folded it, slid it back into her pocket, and picked up the key. The hearing was 6 days away. The gate was open, the evidence was in her hands, and Drevan Lirewen was climbing the west stair with a hunger that had just cracked stone. She did not know yet what she would do with any of that, but she knew, with the same bone certainty that had carried her through the carriage ride and the sea room and every corridor she had walked since, that the time for choosing had arrived, and that every door she had pushed open was about to close behind her in a shape she could not yet see. Chapter 19. The fire found the levy office storeroom before midnight. Hanwen smelled it first, a sharp edge in the salt wind that did not belong to any chimney. She was 3 streets away, crouched in the narrow passage behind the co-op's yard with Maria's latest chalk mark still smudged on her palm, and the smell stopped her mid-step. Not wood smoke, oil smoke, the kind that burned hot and hungry and meant to consume. She ran. The storeroom windows blew out as she reached the market square. Glass sprayed across the cobbles in a bright fan catching the orange light like scattered coins. A crowd already gathered, faces painted in firelight, arms raised against the heat. No one was throwing water. No one had buckets. Helric Tilburn stood at the edge of the flame shadow, his hands clasped behind his back, watching the roof catch. Hanwen saw him before he saw her, saw the set of his shoulders, the stillness of his observation, the way he did not flinch when a beam fell and sent embers spinning into the night sky like a second constellation. He was not watching a disaster. He was watching a job finish. She pulled back into the alley mouth and pressed her spine to the wall. The storeroom held the levy office's supplementary records, not the main ledgers, those were in Edric's locked cabinet, but the receipts, the delivery slips, the correspondence logs, the handwritten tallies that had not yet been copied into clean books. The paper trail that made the main ledgers tell the truth. Halric was burning the shadows so the light would look honest. Hanwen's hands shook. She forced them still by gripping her own elbows, the way Lysenne used to do before opening the furnace door to a piece that had been cooling too long. She needed to find Maria. The seamstress's shop stood 2 rows back from the market, its windows dark. Hanwen circled to the rear entrance, the one Maria had shown her on the second night, and found the door hanging open 3 inches. Not forced. Opened from inside by someone who had left in a hurry. She slipped through. The sewing room smelled of beeswax and lampblack and something else, something acrid that did not belong. Hanwen found the source on the work table, a half-melted candle, a spilled ink bottle, and a strip of linen cloth with names stitched in crooked black thread. Maria's morning dress lay across the chair, unfinished, but the hem had been cut. A section of it was missing, the raw edge still frayed. Footsteps sounded above. Hanwen snatched the candle from the table, cupped the flame, and moved toward the stairs. The creds were narrow and warped, the kind that screamed under weight, but she stepped close to the wall where the boards held firm and made it to the landing without a sound. Maria's bedroom door was closed. A man's voice came through it, low and flat. "You have until tomorrow noon. Then we stop asking." A pause. Then Maria's voice, smaller than Hanwen had ever heard it. "I told you, I don't have it." "Then burn what you do have." The door opened. Hanwen pressed herself flat against the wall at the end of the landing, but the man who emerged did not look. He was broad, thick-necked, dressed in the same heavy wool as the men who had chased her through the coper's yard. He pulled the door shut behind him and walked past her blind spot without turning, his boots heavy on the stairs. Hanwen waited until the rear door closed. Then she moved. Maria sat on the edge of the bed with her hands in her lap, her knuckles white where she gripped a folded square of paper. She looked up when Hanwen entered, and for a moment her face did not know whether to crumple or harden. "He said they know," Maria whispered. "He said Halric has a list of everyone who talked to you, everyone who looked at you sideways near the chapel, and that the storeroom is only the beginning." "He sent you a warning." "He sent me a threat." Maria opened her hands. The paper was not paper. It was linen, a scrap cut from the morning dress hem, covered in names stitched in black thread. "I told him I had nothing, but I had this. I had all of this." Hanwen took the linen. The stitches were small and even, each name recorded in the same patient hand that had measured seams and pinched hems for 20 years. "How many?" "Everyone who was at the wharf when they took her, everyone who looked away, and everyone who helped load the carriage. I have been stitching since the night she left." "You have been building a list of witnesses." "No," Maria met her eyes. "I have been building an accusation." The storeroom fire roared outside, muffled by the walls, but still present, a constant low thunder. Hanwen folded the linen into her coat pocket beside the counter-warrant. "Where else does he keep records?" Maria blinked. "What?" "The main ledgers are with Edric. But Halric has a private counting house. He keeps his own books, his own tallies, his own correspondence. If he is burning the storeroom to hide the trail, he will burn his own house next." "It is stone." "Then he will burn the contents." Hanwen moved toward the door. "I need to see what he is protecting before it is gone." "You cannot go to his counting house. He will have men watching." "He will have men watching the storeroom." "The counting house is on the north end of the market, past the smoke line. He will expect everyone to be running toward the fire." Maria stood. Her hands were still trembling, but her voice had steadied. "Then I will be the one running toward the fire." Hanwen stopped. "If his men are watching the crowd, they will be watching the crowd," Maria said. "They will not be watching the counting house if they think I am still in my shop, afraid and hiding like I am supposed to be." "You are not supposed to be anything." "I know." Maria pulled a shawl from the hook by the door, the same gray wool she had worn the first night Hanwen came to her. "I have been stitching names into a dress for 8 days. I think I have earned the right to be something else." They moved through the dark together. Maria went east, toward the market square, her shawl pulled high and her walk slowed to the shuffle of a woman too frightened to run. Hanwen watched her pass under the first torch, saw a man in heavy wool glance at her and dismiss her, and then she turned north. The counting house was a narrow, 2-story building wedged between a chandler's shop and a sail loft, its door reinforced with iron straps and its windows shuttered from inside. Hanwen circled it once, twice, looking for a seam. She found it at the back. A coal chute, wide enough for a slim person to slide through, the hatch held by a single iron latch and a rusted hinge. The latch gave under her weight. She landed on a pile of coal sacks that broke her fall and scraped her palms raw. The cellar smelled of damp stone and old paper, and the sharp mineral tang of sealing wax. She found the stairs by touch, climbed them on silent feet, and pressed her ear to the door at the top. Nothing. She pushed it open. Halrick's private office was neat in the way a trap is neat before it springs. Ledgers stacked in precise rows. A desk cleared of everything but an inkwell, a pen, and a single open book. The candle still burning on the corner table, as if he had stepped out expecting to return. Hanwen crossed to the desk in 3 strides. The open book was a log of correspondence, the last entry dated that morning. Messengers sent to Marrowind. Reply awaited. Confirmation of dispatch. Her hands moved before she told them to. She pulled the book from the desk, folded a page at the entry, and slid it into her coat. Then she opened the drawers, one by one, until she found what she had come for. A leather folder tied with red ribbon. Inside, a single sheet of paper. To the household of House Tilburn, Grismouth. Received and recorded. One confirmed dispatch, North Road, Winter Levy. Seal verified. Contents accepted. Pravec, Steward of Marrowind. The date was 2 days before the levy. Pravec had known. Pravec had known the warrant was coming. Hanwen stared at the words until they blurred, then folded the paper, tucked it beside the log, and turned for the coal chute. The fire was still burning when she climbed out into the night. Miria met her at the edge of the market, her face smudged with ash, her shawl singed. She held a piece of blackened paper, its edges crumbling, its surface still holding words. "I found this in the gutter outside the storeroom," she said. "It must have blown out before the fire caught." Hanwen took it. The handwriting was the same looser, sharper script that had altered Lysenne's ledger entry, that had written 3rd Winter, North Road. Same terms. The words were few but legible, confirming delivery. "The chapel will not speak. The road is clear. Burn this." Hanwen looked up. The market square was full of people now, buckets finally passing, the fire beginning to shrink under their weight. Halleck was gone, but his men watched from the edges, their eyes tracking every face that came too close to the ashes. She folded the paper into her coat, beside the ledger and the linen and the seal of Marrowind's steward. "Paper for paper," she said, her voice low. "Flame for law." Maria did not ask her meaning. She only nodded, and the two of them stood in the smoke-thick dark, watching the last of the storeroom fall, knowing the fire had not ended anything. It had lit the ground for what came next. Chapter 20. The key turned in the lock with a sound like a bone breaking. Lysenne stood at the threshold of the records room, the iron cold against her palm, the weight of Sister Moshen's letter still pressing against her ribs. Behind her, the archive stretched in dust and silence. Before her, a door that had not been opened in years. She pushed. The hinges sang. The room beyond was smaller than she had expected, narrow enough that she could touch both walls with her arms half extended. A single window high in the stone let in a blade of gray light that fell across a desk, a ledger, and a wooden box bound with black ribbon. She crossed to the desk without letting herself think about what she might find. The box was not locked. She untied the ribbon, lifted the lid, and found a single sheet of paper folded twice, the creases softened by handling, the edges darkened by age. She unfolded it and recognized the handwriting immediately. The same neat, clerkly script that had recorded Grismouth's levy accounts for years before the looser hand had taken over. Winter Tribute, 5th year of the current accords issued by authority of the Grismouth Levy Office, Howrick Tilburn, Levy-Master. 1 person, assessed at full winter value, to be delivered to Marrowind Keep on the first day of the levy in accordance with standing terms. Name of the assessed, Ottfeld, Lysenne. Occupation, glassblower, independent, no household. Reason for assessment, emergency tribute. Personal debt to the winter stores. No dependents, no outstanding obligations, no party with standing to contest. Her own name, written in someone else's hand, reduced to a line in a column. A reason invented after the fact, a value assigned by a man who had never asked her what she owed. She read it 3 times. The first pass, shock, the cold numbness of a body that has not yet understood it is wounded. The second pass, comprehension, each word landing like a separate blow, emergency tribute, personal debt, no party with standing to contest. The calculation dressed in bureaucratic language, but stripped of every pretense. The third pass, anger. It rose from her chest like water from a hidden spring, not hot yet, but building, pushing against the walls she had built around herself for years. The careful accommodation, the habit of yielding, the belief that if she was useful enough she would never be spent. She had been useful. She had been spent anyway. Lysenne set the warrant down and opened the ledger beneath it. The account book was older than the warrant, its leather cover cracked, its pages yellowed at the edges. She turned to the most recent entries and found what she had not known she was looking for. The calculations. Halric had not chosen her at random. The ledger listed every adult in the North Quarter, their trade, their household size, their debts, their connections. Beside each name, a column of figures that measured something other than coin: dependence, political weight, cost of disappearance. She found her own entry. Ottfeld, Lysenne. Trade, glass. Specialized, cannot be replaced quickly but can be replaced. Household, none. Debts, none. Political connections, none. Cost of removal, low. Risk of inquiry, negligible. Recommendation, acceptable. He had weighed her like a sack of grain. He had measured her against other names, other lives, and found her the cheapest to lose. Lysenne's hand moved across the page, tracing the column, reading the names of people she had worked beside, bought thread from, shared a bench with at the winter market. All of them considered, all of them weighed. She was not the first, she was the one who cost the least. The sound of footsteps did not register until they stopped at the threshold. She looked up. Drevan stood in the doorway, his frame filling the narrow space, his face a study in shadows. The collar of his shirt hung loose. His eyes, dark garnet, watched her with an expression she could not name. "You found it," he said. His voice was careful, stripped of weight. She did not answer. She did not trust her throat. He stepped into the room, moving slowly, as if approaching something that might shatter. When he reached the desk, he did not look at the ledger. He looked at her. "Tell me what you see." She heard the question beneath the question. "Tell me what it does to you. Tell me what you need. Tell me if I am still the monster in this room." She held up the warrant. He wrote my name. He decided I was acceptable. He walked to his counting house and wrote it down like he was ordering lamp oil. Revan's jaw tightened. "And the ledger," she continued, her voice cracking at the edges. "He calculated me. Low cost of removal. Negligible risk of inquiry. I am a line in a column. That is how Greisenmouth sees me. That is what I am worth. You are worth more than that. To you?" The word hung between them like a blade. Drevan did not flinch. "Yes." Lysenne set the warrant down and looked at him, at the hollowed cheeks and the loosened collar and the dark veins visible at his temples, at the monster who had kept her captive and the only person in the room who had never lied about what he wanted. "Then tell me what that means," she said. "Tell me what I am to you, not what you want me to be, not what you hope I will become. Right now, standing in this room, holding the proof that my home sold me for the price of a winter's grain. Tell me what I am." Drevan's breath came slow and careful. "You are the first person I have not wanted to feed on," he said. "You are the first person whose judgment I have feared more than my own hunger. You are the first person who has ever made me want to open the gate." The words landed in the narrow space between them, heavy and raw and terrifying. Lysenne held his gaze, and then she looked down at the ledger, at her name in the column, at the calculation that had cost her everything she had built. "The gate is open," she said slowly, "but I am still inside." Chapter 21. Lysenne looked down at the ledger, at her name in the column, at the calculation that had cost her everything. "The gate is open," she had said, "but I am still inside." The words sat between them like a held breath. She looked up at Drevan, at the hollowed cheeks and the loosened collar, at the monster who had kept her captive and the only person in the room who had never lied about what he wanted. "You opened the gate," she said slowly, "but you did not open it until I found the proof. You did not open it until I had the warrant in my hands, until I knew what Halric had done, until I had no more questions about why I was here." Drevan's jaw tightened. "That is not, isn't it?" She set the warrant down on the desk, her fingers tracing the edge of the paper, the neat, clerkly script that had stolen her life. "You told me the warrant was forged the night I arrived. You could have opened the gate then. You could have sent me down the Switchback road with a letter of safe passage and let the town reckon with what they had done. Your safety, My safety was never your concern. You made it yours. You made it the reason you kept me, but you did not make it the truth. Drevan's hands tightened at his sides. The old burn scars across his palms caught the candlelight, pale against the darker skin. You are right, he said. The words landed like stones. Lysenne blinked. What? I said you are right. He stepped closer, not to the desk, but to the narrow window that looked out over the cliff road. I did not open the gate because I wanted you to stay. I told myself it was protection. I told myself the town could not be trusted. I told myself I was keeping you safe from the hunger I had not yet mastered. He turned to face her. Those were all true. They were also reasons I used to avoid the one thing I could not admit, which was that I wanted you here. The silence stretched between them, filled with the sound of water moving through stone beneath the keep, the distant crash of waves against the cliff. Lysenne's throat tightened. You wanted me here? So you kept me. You told yourself it was protection, that it was safety, that it was anything except what it was. Yes. And you are telling me this now because I have no more lies to offer. His voice was raw, stripped of the careful composure he had worn like armor. Because you have the warrant, you have the ledger, you have the proof that Grisonmouth sold you, and you are standing in my keep, holding the truth of what you are worth to them. He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the dark veins at his temples, the faint tremor in his hands. And I am standing here, knowing that I did what they did. I kept you because it suited me. I called it protection. I called it necessity. I called it everything except what it was. And what was it? Possession. The word fell between them like a blade. Lysenne's breath caught. She had expected deflection, argument, some justification that would let her keep her anger clean. She had not expected this. You are telling me you possessed me? Yes. And you are not going to defend yourself? No. Her hands gripped the edge of the desk, the wood pressing into her palms. You are going to stand there and admit that you kept me because you wanted me, and you are not going to tell me it was different, that it was better, that you are not like Howrick. I am not like Howrick. Drevan's voice was quiet. But I am not innocent. I kept you. I told myself it was for your safety. I told myself I was protecting you from the town that sold you. I told myself I was the safer cage. He met her eyes. I believed it. That does not make it true. Lysenne's chest burned. The anger she had been holding, the clean rage she had aimed at Howrick, at Grisonmouth, at everyone who had looked away, it had nowhere to go now. Drevan was not fighting back. He was standing in front of her and letting her see exactly what he had done. You made me the only honest place I have left, she said, her voice cracking. Because you were honest about what you wanted. You never pretended to be good. You never pretended the cage was freedom. Drevan's expression flickered. You showed me the violence of what you are, she continued, and you let me decide how to hold it, and that is more than Grisonmouth ever did. They pretended I was safe. They pretended the levy was lawful. They pretended I mattered, until the moment I did not. She picked up the warrant, the paper trembling in her hands. And now I am standing here, holding the proof that my home sold me, and the only person who has ever told me the truth about my value is a vampire who kept me in a cage. The words hung in the air. Drevan did not speak. Lysenne looked at him, at the monster who had starved himself rather than feed on her, the lord who had opened the gate and then stood aside to let her choose. Grisonmouth told me I was worth a winter's grain, she said slowly. You told me I was worth keeping. Neither of those is consent. Neither of those is freedom. But at least you said it to my face. She set the warrant down. You told me the gate is open. You told me I can leave, and I believe you. Drevan's breath caught. But I am still inside, and I am still trying to decide what that means. She turned away from him, toward the shelf where the ledger sat, her own name in the column, the calculation that had cost her everything. I need to think. Brumdo did not move. I will give you the room, he said. He walked to the door, his footsteps slow, careful, as if he was leaving something behind that he did not want to lose. At the threshold, he stopped. Lysenne. She did not turn. When you decide what that means, he said, I will be in the West Tower." The door closed behind him. Lysenne stood alone in the records room, the warrant in her hands, the ledger open beneath it, the sound of water moving through stone beneath her feet. She had expected to leave Marrowind with proof of what Chrysanmouth had done. She had not expected to find a place that showed its violence without lying, and she had not expected to feel, standing in the room where her captivity had been calculated, that Marrowind might be the first place that had ever told her the truth. Her hand moved to the edge of the ledger. She turned to the next page and found a name she had not expected to see. Chapter 22. He climbed the west stair with his hands open at his sides, empty, the way he had trained himself to carry them when hunger pressed close. The stone was cold through his boots. The air thinned as he rose, salt giving way to the dry chill of the upper keep, and he counted the steps because counting was something he could control. 97, 98, 99. He had walked this stair more times than he could remember. Every collapse, every retreat, every time the hunger crested and he locked himself away until it ebbed. The West Tower had held him together for 2 centuries. It had held him when the first vampire house fell to its own appetite, when House Veldare tore itself apart in a single night of feeding, the survivors scattered and the territory seized before dawn. He had read the report, studied the pattern, seen the cracks that had opened decades before anyone noticed. Careless hunger. Permission given to appetite. A house that stopped believing it could fall. He had stood in this stair and promised himself he would never be that. The door at the top was iron-bound, the handle cold, and he turned it without hesitation. The room inside was spare, a cot, a table, a single window cut into the stone facing the sea. No fire, no lamp, nothing that could burn, nothing that could be thrown, nothing that could be used as a weapon. He had designed it that way. He closed the door behind him. The darkness settled like a familiar weight. He had watched other houses for centuries. House Mordain, who fed on fear and kept their captives for weeks, draining them slowly and calling it art. House Calestrat, who hunted the coastal towns when winter stores thinned, leaving bodies in the tideline and pretending the storms had taken them. House Valus, who had courted human lovers and then consumed them when the bloom faded, weeping as they fed. He had watched them rot from the inside. He had watched the territories shift, the tribunals strip titles, the families scatter. He had watched appetite destroy what discipline had built, and he had sworn that Marrowind would never follow. His house would be the one that held. His hunger would be the one that bent to his will. He would starve before he let himself become what they became. And he had, for weeks, for months, for the 8 weeks before Lysenne arrived and every day after, he had held the hunger at the base of his throat and refused to let it rise. Because that was the creed. Denial was virtue. Restraint was proof. If he could master himself completely, no one would ever have to fear him. He pressed his palm to the stone wall and felt the cold seep into his skin. The truth was simpler than he had let himself admit. He had not starved himself because it was virtuous. He had starved himself because he was afraid of what he would become if he stopped. He had seen the hunger in other houses, recognized the shape of it in his own chest, and built the cage so tight that nothing could escape. Not his need, not his want, not the part of him that had looked at Lysenne in the carriage and thought, mine, before he could stop it. The word still burned. He had stood in the records room and let her see it. He had named it possession. He had offered no defense because there was none to offer. He had kept her because he wanted her, and every justification he had built around that want was a lie dressed in silk. He turned from the wall. The window showed the sea, dark and restless, the waves breaking against the cliffs in long white lines. The keep was quiet beneath him. He could hear the servants moving in the lower halls, the distant scrape of a door, the sound of water moving through the foundations. He could hear everything. That was the worst part. He heard footsteps on the stair. Not Pravec. Too light, too quick, too uncertain. A messenger, then, or one of the younger servants, sent with news that could not wait. The footsteps stopped at the door. "My lord." He did not turn. "Speak." "The steward bids me tell you that the woman has found something in the records room. A name. He says you will want to see it." Drevan's chest tightened. A name. Lysenne had found a name in the ledger. The unexpected name, the one she had not expected to see. He'd known it was there. He had known from the moment he saw Halaric's handwriting in the levy entry, from the moment he recognized the shape of the conspiracy. The ledger was not just a record of grain theft and forged warrants. It was a map of every corruption that had touched Marrowind, every hand that had reached into the keep and taken something it should not have taken. And one of those hands was his own. Not directly, not in the way Halaric had written, but there, in the margins, in the dates and the names and the careful omissions, was the shape of a choice he had made years ago. A choice he had told himself was mercy. A choice that had set the pattern that led to Lysenne's name in the column. He had not tightened the cage himself, but he had looked away when the first bars were forged. The instinct rose before he could stop it. Not to free her, not to let her walk out with the proof and never look back, but to protect her, to lock the gate, to seal the records room, to put walls between her and the thing she was about to uncover. Because if she saw the whole truth, she would understand how far the corruption reached. She would see that the cage had been built long before she arrived. She would see that he had let it happen, and she would leave. The thought hit like a blade between the ribs. He wanted to keep her safe. He wanted to keep her close. He wanted to close his hand around the truth and hold it shut so she never had to look at it. And then he understood, with a clarity that cracked through him like frost through stone, that that was exactly what he had done from the beginning. Protection. Necessity. The same words, the same lie, dressed in different cloth. The messenger waited at the door. Drevan stood in the dark of the west tower, the sea crashing below him, the name burning in his chest. He had told Lysenne he would wait. He had told her the gate was open. But the gate was not open. Not if he could still think like this. Not if his first instinct, when she found the truth, was to find a way to lock her in. He turned from the window. "Tell the steward I am coming." His voice was steady. His hands were still. But as he walked to the door, he felt the hunger shift beneath his skin, patient and waiting. And he knew that the only thing more dangerous than what he was what he would become if he did not let her go. Chapter 23. The messenger stood in the doorway of the records room, a girl of perhaps 17 with salt-stained cuffs and a leather satchel strapped across her chest. She was breathing hard, as though she had run the whole length of the corridor. "Letter from the Salt Chapel," she said. "Sealed. For the woman." Lysenne did not move. The ledger was still open in front of her, the unexpected name still burning in her chest like a second piece of glass. She had not told anyone what she had found. She had not decided what to do with it. The messenger held out the letter. It was the same cream paper as the last one, the same wax seal pressed with the chapel's salt crystal mark. But this one was thicker, heavier, as though it carried more than words. "Who sent you?" "Sister Motion herself. She said to put it in your hand and wait for your answer." Lysenne took the letter. The seal was warm, as if it had been pressed close to a body for the duration of the climb. She broke it open with her thumb. The letter was longer than the first. 3 pages, written in the same neat, unadorned hand, every line measured and deliberate. Lysenne read it standing, the ledger forgotten beneath her fingers. Sister Motion was offering terms. Sacred hearing, held under Salt Chapel law, with binding authority that even the keep could not override. Temporary protection, guaranteed by the chapel's vow, for as long as the proceedings lasted. A platform to speak the truth of the forged warrant before the harbor Reeve, the guildmasters, and every witness who had looked away. But the price was written plainly, not hidden between lines. Lysenne would have to stand publicly as proof of the levy corruption. She would have to name names. She would have to let herself become evidence, a body that had been taken and held, a case to be examined and judged. The hearing would not be about her life, her trade, the shape of the hours she had lost. It would be about what had been done to her, and that was a different thing entirely. She would be useful again, useful to the chapel, useful to the reckoning, useful in a different cage. The thought landed like a stone in her stomach. "She is asking me to be the proof," Lysenne said. "Not to the messenger, not to anyone." "Yes." The voice came from the doorway. Pravec. He stood with his filmed eyes aimed at a point just past her shoulder, his mouth set in the permanent disapproval that seemed to be the only expression his face knew. He had not been there a moment ago. He moved like that, like a draft through a room you thought was sealed. "The chapel has been waiting for a case like yours," he said. "A victim who survived, a warrant that can be proven false, a conspiracy that reaches into the marrow of the town. Sister Maushin will use you the way she uses every tool, cleanly, precisely, without remorse. You read the letter. I did not need to. I know her methods." Lysenne looked down at the pages in her hand. The letters blurred and sharpened as her focus shifted. She could feel the weight of the ledger beside her, the name still fresh in the ink, the shape of the choice pressing against her ribs from the inside. "You told me I had to choose," she said. "Save him or destroy him. This is something else." Pravec's head tilted. "Is it? I am not asking what you think of the chapel. I am asking what happens if I say yes." He was quiet for a long moment. The corridor beyond the doorway was empty, the air still, the keep holding its breath around them. "The chapel's protection is real," he said. "Salt vow binds even the houses. Sister Maushin can hold a hearing that no vampire lord can interrupt. No Levy-Master can bribe. No Reeve can adjourn. She can give you a stage, an audience, and a seal that cannot be broken. But the chapel is not the only power that watches these cliffs. If you stand before the guildmasters and name the conspiracy, you will name the keep as well. You will name the lord who held you, the steward who knew, the hunger that has been fed by silence and grain and human lives for longer than anyone in that room has been alive. And there are other houses, older houses, houses that have been waiting for Marrowind to show a crack." His voice dropped, not softer, but thinner, like ice over deep water. "Accept the chapel's terms, and you invite the vampire tribunal to take an interest. They will send assessors. They will demand records. They will examine every transaction, every levy, every breath that has passed between Greisenmouth and this keep for the last century. And when they find the shape of the corruption, they will not punish Halric Tilburn. They will strip Drevan of Marrowind. They will seize the territory and install a new lord, one who has no reason to starve himself for a woman he should never have kept." The silence that followed was absolute. Lysenne could hear her own heartbeat, slow and deliberate, counting out the space between one breath and the next. "You are telling me that if I speak the truth, I will destroy him anyway." "I am telling you that the truth is not a clean weapon," Pravec said. "It does not strike only the guilty. It burns through everything it touches, and you cannot aim it once it leaves your hand." She looked down at the letter again. Sister Maushin's handwriting, precise and unadorned. The promise of sanctuary, the weight of the price. The messenger shifted her weight from one foot to the other, waiting. Lysenne thought about the name in the ledger, the name she had not expected to see, the name that had rewritten everything she thought she understood about the conspiracy, about the reach of the corruption, about who had known and who had looked away. She thought about Drevan in the West Tower, the hunger moving beneath his skin, the way he had said possession like a confession and meant it like a wound. She thought about the gate, open, but not open, not as long as she could still think like this. "What would you have me do?" she asked. Pravec did not answer for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was barely more than a murmur, as though he was speaking to himself. "I have served Marrowind for 3 centuries, he said. "I have watched my lord starve himself into shadow rather than become what he fears. I have held the keep together with silence and routine and the careful management of secrets. And I have known, for every one of those years, that the truth would eventually arrive at the gate and demand entry." He turned his filmed eyes toward her, and for a moment she thought she saw something behind them that was not calculation, something older, something almost like grief. "I do not know what you should do," he said. "I only know that if you choose the chapel, you must understand what you are inviting. The tribunal is not Halric Tilburn. The tribunal does not negotiate, it does not forget, and it will not be satisfied with one sacrifice." The messenger cleared her throat. "Sister Maushin said I was to wait for your answer." Lysenne looked at the letter in her hands. 3 pages, a promise of sanctuary, a price that kept growing the longer she looked at it. She looked at the ledger, the name still burning in the ink. She thought about the gate. Open but not open. And she understood, with the same clarity that had cracked through Drevan in the West Tower, that every offer of protection came with a cage built into the terms. The keep, the chapel, the truth itself. All of them wanted her to be something useful. Proof, witness, symbol, weapon. She did not know how to make them see her as a person, but she knew she was not ready to give them an answer. Not yet. Not until she understood what the name in the ledger meant. "Tell Sister Moshin I have received her terms," Lysenne said. "Tell her I am considering them." The messenger's face flickered. "She said you would need time. She said to tell you that the hearing cannot wait past the new moon, and that if you have not answered by the third night, the offer will close. Then she will have her answer by the third night." The messenger nodded, turned, and walked back down the corridor, her footsteps fading into the stone silence of the keep. Lysenne stood alone in the records room, the letter in one hand, the ledger open beneath the other. She looked down at the name again, and she realized, with a cold that had nothing to do with the sea air, that she would need to decide much more than where to stand before the hearing. She would need to decide what she was willing to become to make the truth matter. Chapter 24. The Glasshouse stood apart from the keep's main body, a long iron and glass structure built into the southern cliff, where the rock fell away to open air. Most of its panes were dark, their colored surfaces absorbing moonlight rather than throwing it back, but the furnace at the far end still breathed heat. Lysenne found him there, standing before a workbench scattered with glass scraps, their edges catching the light like frozen blood. He had not heard her approach, or had chosen not to turn, and for a moment she watched the way the warmth from the furnace moved through the fabric of his coat, the set of his shoulders, the slight forward tilt of his head. She had not planned to come here, had not planned to seek him out at all after the records room, after the letter, after Pravec's warning still burning behind her ribs. But her feet had carried her through the corridors without permission, past the archive, past the east wing stair, through the narrow passage that connected the keep to the Glasshouse, and now she stood in the one place in Marrowind that felt even slightly like home. "I did not expect to find you here," she said. He turned. The furnace light caught his face, hollowed and sharp, the dark veins at his temples more visible than they had been that afternoon. His eyes moved over her with the careful precision of someone measuring distance, risk, hunger. "I did not expect to be found." She stepped past him, letting her fingers brush the edge of the workbench, the cold glass scraps, the tools that lay in the same arrangement she kept them in her own workshop below. The familiarity hurt in a way she had not anticipated. "I needed to think," she said, "where there was heat, and I needed to feel cold." She looked at him. Did it help? No. The word hung between them, honest and unguarded in the way that had become more dangerous than any lie he could have offered. She moved deeper into the Glasshouse, past the workbench, past the shelves of colored coolet and the rack of iron rods, until she stood before the furnace itself. The heat washed over her face, loosening the salt stiffness in her skin, and she closed her eyes for a moment and let it feel like memory. Behind her, she heard him follow. "Lysenne." His voice had changed. The formal register had dropped away, leaving something stripped and uncertain beneath it. She opened her eyes but did not turn. "I need you to tell me something," she said. "Anything." She turned then, slowly, and faced him across the span of 2 strides. The furnace light was behind her, casting her shadow forward, and she watched his gaze track it across the stone floor before returning to her face. "What do you want from me?" He did not answer immediately. The silence stretched, filled with the pulse of heat from the furnace and the distant sound of the sea below the cliff. She watched his throat move as he swallowed. "I want you to stay," he said, "by your own choice, with the gate open behind you and nothing holding you here but the fact that you have decided to remain." "That is not what I asked." His jaw tightened. "I know. I asked what you want, not what you are willing to settle for." He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the garnet dark of them seemed deeper, less guarded, more like the man who had confessed possession in the records room and meant it like a wound. "I want to touch you," he said. "I want to know what it feels like to be wanted by someone who is not afraid of what I am. I want to stop measuring every breath I take near you by the distance between restraint and ruin." Her chest tightened. "And if I give you that," she said slowly, "what do I get in return?" "Whatever you ask, whatever I have, whatever I can become." She held his gaze, searching for the lie, the qualification, the hidden clause that would turn consent into debt. She found nothing but the same stripped honesty he had offered her in the records room, the West Tower confession, every moment between them that had cracked the pretense of captivity wide open. "I have terms," she said. "Name them. You stop the moment I say so. Any touch, any kiss, any moment, the instant I speak, it ends. No argument, no negotiation, no waiting for me to change my mind. Yes, you never hold this over me. You never use desire as debt. You never tell me that because I wanted you once, I owe you anything. I will not. And you do not feed on me tonight, not if I bleed, not if I forget myself, not if you forget yourself. You keep that door closed, or I will close it myself with the glass in my hand." She saw him register the implication, the shard she still carried, the weapon she had never surrendered. "I accept your terms," he said. "Every one." She stepped forward. The space between them collapsed, heat and shadow and the weight of every word they had spoken since the carriage had carried her up the Switchback road. She could see the pulse in his throat, the way his hands had gone still at his sides, the careful, deliberate effort he was making not to reach for her before she gave him permission. She raised her hand and pressed her palm against his chest. His skin was cool through the fabric of his shirt. The lack of warmth, the stillness beneath her hand, should have unsettled her. Instead, she felt the shape of him, the body he had starved into a cage, and she understood that he was offering her the only thing that made the gesture real. He was offering her the choice to stop. She curled her fingers into the fabric and pulled him down. The kiss was not gentle. It was hunger meeting hunger. Months of denial and distance, and the terrible intimacy of two people who had learned each other through walls and wards and whispered truths. His mouth was cool, his lips parted, and when she pressed into him she felt the shudder that ran through his body, the restraint he was exercising simply to hold still and let her take what she had chosen. She bit his lower lip, just hard enough to taste the salt of him, and his breath caught against her mouth. Lysenne. Her name, spoken like a prayer, like a warning, like the only word he could trust himself to say. She pulled back just enough to look at him. His eyes had darkened, the garnet deepening toward something that could have been hunger or could have been want, and she could not tell the difference and did not care to. "Again," she said. He bent to her, slower this time, letting her see every inch of the approach, giving her time to lift her hand and stop him. She did not. His mouth met hers, and this time she felt the hunger beneath the restraint, the careful, deliberate effort of a man who had spent centuries learning to hold himself still. His hand rose, hesitated, and settled against her jaw, barely touching, a question she could answer by leaning into his palm. She leaned. The kiss deepened, heat and salt, and the smell of something that was not quite blood, not quite desire, but the space where the two became indistinguishable. She felt his fingers thread into her hair, felt the cool press of his forehead against hers, felt the way he was holding himself back from something he could have taken and was choosing not to. She wanted to see how long he could hold. She wanted to see how far she could push before he broke. She opened her mouth against his, and she felt the sound he made, low and rough, travel through her chest like a second heartbeat. His hand slid from her jaw to her shoulder, from her shoulder to the small of her back, pulling her against him with a gentleness that felt more dangerous than force. She felt the shape of him, the hunger he was banking like a fire, the heat that was not heat but something older, something the furnace could never reach. She wanted more. She pulled back to tell him so, her lips still tingling, her breath short, her mind racing with the weight of what she was doing and what it meant, and whether she could stop if she needed to. And then she heard it. Footsteps. Coming from the far door, the passage that connected the Glasshouse to the keep. Deliberate, measured, unhurried. Someone was coming. She stepped back so fast the edge of the workbench caught her hip, sending a scatter of glass scraps across the floor. Drevan's hand was still extended toward her, frozen mid-reach, his expression shifting from the dazed weight of the kiss to something sharper, more alert. The footsteps grew closer. They had time to separate, to arrange themselves, to pretend that what had just passed between them had not happened. But the taste of him was still on her lips, and the heat in her chest was still burning, and she knew, with the same clarity that had brought her here, that pretending had become impossible. The footsteps stopped at the door. The handle turned. Chapter 25. The door swung open. Pravec stood in the threshold, one hand still on the handle, his filmed eyes fixed somewhere past them both. The silence stretched thin and sharp, a blade held at the edge of pressure. Lysenne's heart hammered against her ribs. She kept her hands still at her sides, her breathing measured, her face turned toward the steward as if nothing had passed between her and Drevan but the night air and a conversation about glass. Pravec did not speak. He stood there, his head tilted at that precise angle he used when he was reading a room through sound alone. The scrape of gravel underfoot when she had stepped back, the scatter of glass scraps against the stone floor, the too quick rhythm of her breath. He knew. She saw it in the way his mouth tightened, the barest compression of his lips, a judgment rendered in silence. "My lord," he said, and his voice was flat, professional, the same tone he used for delivery schedules and meal arrangements. "There is a matter requiring your attention in the lower archive, a delivery discrepancy from the third winter stores." Drevan did not move. His hand was still half extended toward her, frozen mid-reach, and she watched him lower it with the careful deliberation of a man regaining control of his limbs. "Now," he said. "The steward judged it urgent enough to interrupt your evening." The word "interrupt" landed like a stone dropped into still water. Pravec knew exactly what he had interrupted. He was choosing not to name it, which made the silence more damning than any accusation. Drevan turned toward the door, and for a moment his eyes met hers. There was something raw in them, the residue of the kiss, the hunger still banked beneath his skin, the awareness that they had been caught in a moment that could not be explained away. "I will find you in the morning," he said. It was not a question. He walked past Pravec without another word, his footsteps receding down the passage, and then Lysenne was alone with the blind steward in the glasshouse. Pravec did not follow immediately. He stood in the doorway, his head still tilted, listening to the furnace heat and the sound of her breathing and the silence that had settled between them like a weight. "The glasshouse is warm at this hour," he said. "The furnace is lit." "It was not lit when I passed through earlier." She said nothing. There was no defense that would not sound like guilt, and guilt was the one thing she could not afford to show him. Pravec stepped into the room, his footsteps precise, unhurried, the footsteps of a man who had walked these stones for 3 centuries and knew every uneven edge by heart. He stopped at the workbench, his fingers brushing across the surface, finding the scatter of glass scraps she had knocked loose when she stepped back. He picked one up, turned it between his fingers, set it down. "There is a crack in the furnace lining," he said. "I noticed it this afternoon. The heat escapes unevenly now, and if it is not repaired, the whole chamber will eventually fail." She waited. The metaphor was not lost on her. "These things do not announce themselves," he continued. "They accumulate. A hairline fracture here, a misaligned seal there, small negligences that no one bothers to address because the furnace still burns, still heats, still does what it was built to do. Until the night, it does not." He turned toward her, and his filmed eyes found her with that unsettling precision that made her forget he could not see. "Hidden appetites rot structures from the inside, Miss Ottfeld, even structures built to last centuries." He left without another word. The door closed behind him, and the latch clicked into place with a finality that felt, for a moment, like an ending. Lysenne stood alone in the glasshouse, the furnace heat pressing against her skin, the taste of Drevan still on her lips, and she understood what Pravec had not said. He would not report what he had interrupted. He would not confront Drevan directly. He would wait, watch, and measure every movement between them with the cold precision of a man who had held the keep together through silence and was not about to let a glassblower from the harbor undo 3 centuries of careful balance. She pressed her palm against her mouth, feeling the lingering cool of Drevan's kiss, and wondered if Pravec was right. She found Drevan an hour later in the lower corridor outside the archive, standing alone in the shadow of a tallow lamp that had burned down to a thin pool of wax. His hands were at his sides, his collar still loosened, the dark veins at his temples visible in the low light. He looked up when she approached, and she saw the question in his eyes before he spoke. "Did he say anything to you?" "He told me the furnace has a crack in the lining." Drevan's mouth tightened. "That is not what he meant." "I know." She stopped a few feet from him, close enough to see the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers curled and uncurled at his sides like he was fighting the urge to reach for her again. "Pravec has been at Marrowind longer than I have," he said. "He knows every passage, every weakness, every place where the stone has shifted. If he decides that you are a threat to the keep, he will move against you with the same efficiency he uses to manage the accounts." "And what will you do if he does?" The question hung between them, heavier than the heat of the Glasshouse, heavier than the kiss they had shared. Drevan looked at her, and she saw the hunger behind his eyes, the want that he was still holding back, the effort it cost him simply to stand still and let her ask the question. "I do not know," he said. The answer was honest. That was what made it terrifying. She thought of Pravec's words, the careful, deliberate way he had spoken of cracks and hidden appetites, and she realized that intimacy in Marrowind had not brought her closer to freedom. It had made the keep more unstable, had given the steward a weapon he could use against her, against Drevan, against the fragile trust they were still learning to build. The heat of the Glasshouse was gone now, replaced by the cold of the corridor, the shape of the strategy she had not yet learned to name. "What did Pravec want?" she asked. "To tell me that the records from the third winter have been tampered with. Someone accessed the lower archive after we left." The words landed like a punch. She had been in the Glasshouse with Drevan, her attention fixed on the taste of his mouth, the weight of his hand against her jaw, while someone else was moving through the archive, erasing or altering the evidence she had risked everything to find. Who? He does not know. The tampering was careful, precise, the work of someone who knows how to move through Marrowind without leaving traces. Someone inside the keep? Revan did not answer. He did not need to. She stood in the corridor beside him, the tallow lamp burning low, the shadows stretching long across the stone, and she felt the walls of Marrowind closing in around her again. Not as a prison of locks and bars, but as a web of silences and secrets and hidden hands. The gate was open, but someone inside the keep was still working to make sure she never reached it. "I need to see the lower archive," she said. Drevan looked at her, and she saw the warning in his eyes before he spoke. "It is not safe. Nothing in this keep is safe." She turned and walked toward the archive stair, and she felt him follow, his footsteps a half-beat behind hers, the shape of his presence a warmth she could not afford to trust. The lower archive door was ajar, the lock splintered, the hinges still warm from the force that had broken them. Inside, the records were scattered across the floor, the ledgers open to pages that had been torn, the ink still wet where someone had erased the evidence of the third winter's grain theft. She stood in the doorway, the cold of the corridor pressing against her back, the shape of the conspiracy rearranging itself in her mind. Someone was still ahead of her. Someone had known she would find the truth. And that someone had just made sure the proof would not survive the night. She turned to Drevan, the question already forming on her lips, but the look on his face stopped her cold. He was staring at the broken lock, his expression shifting from surprise to recognition to something she could not name. "You know who did this," she said. He did not answer, but the silence was louder than any confession. Chapter 26. The first copy went to old Nan Perrin, who ran the chandlery at the North Quay and had lost a nephew to the levy 4 winters past. Hanwen pressed the folded paper into her hand between bolts of sailcloth, watched her read it once, then again, then look up with eyes that had stopped being old. "Is this true?" "Every word." Old Nan folded the paper into her apron pocket. "Then I know where to send it." The second copy went to Kellum, the co-opper, whose apprentice had been taken in the second winter and returned with a scarred throat and no voice to tell what happened. The third went to the fishmonger's widow, who still owed Halric Tilburn for a loan she had taken out the year her husband drowned. Hanwen moved through the lower harbor like a thread through loose cloth, pulling connections she had spent days mapping in her head. Dockhands who had watched the carriage load, dados who had heard Halric boast after enough wine, mothers who had learned to check the levy list before letting their children play near the wharf. The counter-warrant passed from hand to hand, and with each transfer the paper grew heavier, carrying names and dates and the shape of a lie that had been holding Greisenmouth together for 5 winters. By dusk, the first copy reached the guild hall. By the bells for the evening watch, 3 more had appeared on tavern tables, in a chandler's ledger, and pinned to the chapel door with a fish knife. Hanwen stood at the edge of the salt chapel yard, the wind pulling at her hair, and watched the town begin to stir. Not loudly at first. No shouts, no breaking glass, just heads bent closer in doorways, footsteps that hesitated before turning down streets they usually avoided. But a kind of movement that could not be seen from the levy office windows because it happened in the spaces between buildings, in the shadowed alleys where a whisper carried further than a shout. She had done what Sister Maushan asked. The evidence was in the open. Now she had to survive long enough to see what it woke. Miria found her at the chapel steps an hour later, breathless, a shawl pulled tight over her shoulders. "They are reading it at the sailmaker's rest," she said. "The keeper posted it next to the tally board. Men are arguing over it, and not quietly." "Good. It is not good. Halric will know by midnight who started this." Hanwen looked at her friend's face, the fear she was trying to hide beneath the sharp edges of her practicality, and felt something twist in her chest. "I will not give him your name. He does not need a name. He needs a body to blame, and I am the one who was seen running toward the fire last night." Mirea's voice dropped. "His men came to my shop an hour ago. They did not break anything. They just stood outside and watched, so I would know I was being followed." The wind shifted, carrying the smell of salt and smoke from the burned storeroom. Hanwen thought of the names stitched into Mirea's morning dress hem, the witnesses who had watched Lysenne taken and said nothing, the slow accounting that was still being written. "Then you should not be seen with me. I am not leaving you alone in this. Mirea." "No." The word cut through the wind. "I looked away once. I watched them take her and I said nothing, because I was afraid, because everyone was afraid, because that is how these things work. You let one person be spent and you tell yourself it is the price of safety. But it is not safety. It is just someone else paying." She drew a breath, her hands trembling. "I will not do it again." Hanwen reached for her hand and held it. The wind was cold, the chapel stones damp with salt spray, and somewhere in the lower town a door slammed hard enough to echo. "Then help me with the next copies," she said. "There are households that have not seen it yet, houses where the levy has been paid in coin, not in people. They need to know what Halric has been doing in their name." Miria nodded, and together they moved into the darkening streets. The houses Hanwen sought were not the grand ones. They were the narrow buildings tucked between warehouses, the rooms above shops, the rented corners where families lived on the edge of counting. These were the households that sent their children to the fish market at dawn, and their eldest sons to the repair yards, the ones who paid their debts in sleep and salt, and hoped that next winter would be kinder. She knocked on 5 doors. She left copies at 3 more, pressed under loose boards or slipped through gaps in the frame. At the last house, a woman answered with a baby in the crook of her arm and a candle burning low behind her. She took the paper without asking what it was. Read it without moving. Then she looked up at Hanwen with an expression that was not anger and not fear, but something older and more patient. "I have been waiting for someone to say this aloud," the woman said. "I have a brother in the North Quarter. He is not strong and he cannot read. If they come for him next winter because we could not pay, I want them to know he was not a debt." Hanwen felt the words land in her chest like stones. "Keep the paper," she said. "If anyone asks where you got it, tell them the truth. Tell them I came." The woman nodded, and the door closed, and Hanwen turned back toward the chapel with the wind at her back. The first arrest came an hour before midnight. Hanwen heard it from 2 streets away, the crack of a door breaking inward, a shout cut short, then the sound of boots on cobblestone moving fast. She pressed herself into a doorway, counted the footsteps as they passed, and recognized the shape of Howrick's foreman at the front of the group. They were heading toward the Chandery. She ran. Not toward the Chandery, where old Nan was about to have her door broken down and her papers seized, toward the chapel, where Sister Maushan kept the records in the sanctuary and the only legal authority that could stop what was coming. Her boots slapped against wet stone, the wind tearing at her coat, the sound of shouting growing behind her. She rounded the corner and saw the chapel doors ahead, dark and closed, the fish knife still pinning the counter-warrant to the wood. She reached for the handle. A hand closed around her arm before she could grasp it. She spun, ready to fight, and found herself staring into the face of a man she did not recognize, lean, sun-darkened, with coal dust rimming his eyes and the hard stillness of someone who had learned to wait in the dark. "The chapel is watched," he said. "Howrick's men are behind you. If you go in now, they will have you before the door closes." She tried to pull free. His grip did not loosen. "Who are you?" "Someone who owes Lysenne Ottfeld a debt." The name hit her like cold water. "What debt?" "She made a glass pane for my mother's shop when we could not afford the guild price. She said I could pay when the catch was good." His voice was flat, the voice of a man who had spent a long time deciding to speak. "That was 3 winters ago. The catch has not been good, but she never asked for the money." Hanwen stared at him, rain beginning to fall, cold against her face. "If you want to survive the night," he said, "you will come with me." Behind them the shouting grew louder. He pulled her into the shadows, and she led him. Chapter 27. She did not look at him. She could feel him standing in the doorway, waiting for her to ask the question he had already refused to answer. The silence stretched like hot glass, thin and ready to break. "What do you need?" he asked, instead. She turned. The dark veins at his temples had deepened since morning, shadows gathering beneath his cheekbones like stormlight before a squall. He was starving himself into collapse, and he was asking her what she needed. "Paper," she said. "Ink. A new lock for this door." He waited. "And the key to the east gate." Something flickered across his face, surprise or pain or both, too fast to read. "You have the archive key," he said carefully. "The records room, the Glasshouse passage. What do you want with the gate?" "Insurance." She said it flatly, the way she had learned to say prices in the guild hall, a number that invited no negotiation. The east gate opened onto the cliff path that led down to the Switchback road. If she held that key, she held the distance between Marrowind and Greisenmouth in her palm. Drevan studied her for a long moment. His hands hung loose at his sides, no tension in the shoulders, no shift into threat. He looked like a man deciding whether to let go of something he had carried too long. "Paper and ink will be brought to the archive within the hour," he said. "The lock as well. The gate key I will give you myself." "No servants," she said. "No one watching me carry it." "Then I will bring it." He said it without argument, without counteroffer, without the careful fencing that had marked every conversation between them since she arrived. The ease of it made her chest tighten. "Why now?" she asked. "Because I am tired of pretending I have the right to refuse you." The words landed like a door closing, soft and final. She watched him turn and walk down the corridor, his footsteps steady, his back straight, and she realized with a cold clarity that he was not granting her freedom because he believed in it. He was granting it because he had run out of reasons to say no, and he trusted her not to use it against him. That trust felt heavier than the cage ever had. The paper arrived first, carried by a kitchen girl who did not meet Lysenne's eyes, and left before she could thank her. The ink came next, a sealed bottle and a pen with a fresh nib. The lock arrived last, brass and heavy, with a key already fitted to its mechanism. She worked by candlelight in the archive's back alcove, where the broken lock could not be seen from the door. She copied names, dates, grain tallies, the correspondence between Howrick's office and the keep, the sealed notes that Pravec had logged, the receipts that proved the chapel had been paid in silence. She did not write down the name she had found in the ledger. That name she carried in her mouth like the sea glass shard, held against her molar, ready to bite down on when the moment came. The work took hours. Her fingers cramped around the pen, her eyes burned from the low light. But when she finished, she had 3 pages of evidence condensed into clear, unbreakable lines, enough to make the forged warrant look like what it was, a lie written in a dead woman's hand. She folded the pages into her sleeve and stood. The corridor outside the archive was empty. The keep had settled into its night rhythm, the distant sound of servants moving through the lower halls, the wind scraping against the stone. She walked toward the east wing with the newly fitted key pressed against her palm. The gate was at the end of the east passage, a narrow iron door set into the cliff wall. She had seen it from the sea room window, the dark line of the path threading down toward the Switchback road. She had imagined herself walking it 100 times. She fitted the key into the lock. It turned without resistance. The gate swung open on oiled hinges, and the salt wind hit her face, cold and sharp and full of the harbor she had not seen in weeks. The path stretched below her, steep but passable, leading down through the dark toward the lights of Greisenmouth. She could walk it tonight. 3 hours, maybe 4, and she would be standing on the wharf where she had been taken. She had the evidence in her sleeve. She had the name in her mouth. She had the hearing date before the new moon, the proof that the warrant was forged, the witnesses Maria had stitched into her dress. Everything she had fought for was right here, on the other side of an unlocked gate. She stepped back and closed it. The key stayed in her hand, cold and solid. She did not know yet why she had not walked through, but she knew it was not for Drevan. Not entirely, not the way she might have told herself a week ago. It was because the path was too easy, because someone had left it open for her, and she wanted to know who. She turned the key over in her fingers and caught the light of a distant lantern moving along the lower corridor. Drevan was coming. He was alone, and he was carrying something small and dark in his hands, and he did not look surprised to find her standing at the gate with salt spray in her hair. "I brought you the key," he said. She held up the one already in her hand. "Someone already did." He stopped. The lines of his face tightened, and she saw the recognition pass through him like a blade, quick and clean and fatal. "Who knew I would ask for it tonight?" she said. He did not answer, but his hand had gone still around whatever he was carrying, and his eyes had gone dark, and she knew with a certainty that sat like glass in her stomach that the gate had been opened before he had ever decided to give her the key. Chapter 28. The wind had shifted by the time Lysenne turned the east gate key back in the lock, carrying something sharp up from the harbor. Smoke, she thought at first, then wood ash, then nothing distinct enough to name. Drevan stood where she had left him at the end of the corridor, the key he had brought still in his hand, his face a mask of controlled stillness. The recognition that had passed through him at the gate had not faded. It had settled into something deeper, something he was holding very still so it would not move. "You should go inside," he said. "You should tell me who unlocked it." "I don't know." The answer came too fast and too flat, and she heard the lie in the space between the words. He knew. He knew, and he was protecting someone again, the same silence he had held at the broken archive lock, the same refusal to name the hand that had moved against her. "You are lying," she said. The wind pulled at the salt lamp above the gate, swaying the light across his face, and she saw the exhaustion beneath the composure, the frayed edges of a man who had been holding too many things together for too long. "Go inside," he said again. "Please." She went. Not because he asked, because she needed time to think, and she could not think standing in front of a gate that someone else had opened for her while she was still deciding whether to walk through it. The keep swallowed her. The corridors were empty, the servants gone to their quarters, the silence thick as wool. She walked past the archive alcove where her 3 pages of evidence were still folded into her sleeve, past the sea room where the candle she had left burning was now a pool of wax and wick, past the east wing stair where the blind steward could hear her from 3 turnings away. She did not stop until she reached her door. The new lock was fitted. She turned the key and stood in the dark, listening to the wind scrape against the stone, and she did not know whether she was waiting for footsteps or for the absence of them. Below the cliffs, the fire had already been burning for an hour when Hanwen reached the chapel steps. She had lost track of time in the unknown man's grip, pulled through alleys and passages she had never seen, past coal sheds and dry wells and a butcher's yard where the blood had not been washed from the stones. The man had not spoken once. He had simply moved, fast and sure, his hand on her arm, his cold, dusted eyes scanning every shadow. When he finally released her, they were standing at the edge of the lower square, and the salt chapel was burning. Not the full structure, the outer door, the threshold, the prayer boards nailed to the wall. Someone had doused the wood with lamp oil and lit it, and the flames were eating the old oak in long, greedy tongues. "The bell," Hanwen said. The man was already moving. She followed him across the square, her boots slapping wet cobblestones, her breath sharp in her throat. A crowd was gathering at the chapel's edge, faces lit by the fire, hands raised to shield against the heat. No one was moving to put it out. "Where is the bucket chain?" Hanwen shouted. No one answered. She pushed through the crowd, past the fishmonger's widow, past the cooper's apprentice with his scarred throat and voiceless mouth, past old Nan Perrin, who had a bruise blooming across her cheek and a copy of the Counter-Warrant clutched to her chest. "Where is the water?" "They took the buckets," someone said. "Halrick's men. They took the buckets and the well rope." Hanwen turned. The man she had followed was at the chapel door, beating at the flames with his coat, the wool catching and smoking, his hands blackening. He was not trying to save the building. He was trying to reach the threshold before the fire consumed whatever was nailed to it. A body lay at the foot of the steps. A woman, her dress still smoldering, her face turned away from the light. The man stopped beating the flames. He dropped his coat and knelt beside her, his hands hovering over her shoulders, not quite touching. The crowd fell silent. Hanwen pushed forward until she could see the woman's face. Miria. Her hair was singed at the edges. There was blood on her temple, dark and wet, and her right hand was still gripping a strip of linen stitched with names. "She came to warn me," the unknown man said. His voice was low, scraped raw by smoke. "She said Halrick knew about the dress, knew about the stitched names. He sent men to her shop and she ran." Maria's chest moved, a breath, shallow but present. "She is alive," Hanwen said. "For now." The man lifted Maria carefully, cradling her against his chest, and the crowd parted to let him pass. Hanwen followed, her hands shaking, her mind running in circles that kept catching on the same thought. Halrick had found the names. He had found Maria's mourning dress, and he had sent men to burn it, and Maria had run toward the chapel instead of away, and she had not made it inside. The outer door collapsed as they crossed the square, sending a plume of sparks up into the night sky. The flames caught the threshold, the lintel, the old wood that had held the salt prayers of a generation. Hanwen turned back once. The chapel was burning, and no one was putting it out. The unknown man carried Maria through the coppersmith's gate, down a passage that sloped toward the harbor, and into a room that smelled of line and salt and old sweat. A curing shed, Hanwen realized. The walls were lined with salted fish hung from rafters, their eyes glassy, their bodies stiff. He laid Maria on a pallet of netting and turned to Hanwen. "There is a ledger cache," he said, "under the levy office, a false floor beneath the counting room. Maria told me before she collapsed. Halrick burned the storeroom. He burned what he wanted people to think was everything." The man's hands were still blackened, the skin blistered at the knuckles. He did not seem to notice. "She said Lysenne taught her to look for what does not burn, to watch for what people cannot bear to destroy, because they need it too much." Hanwen stared at him. "You are the one she made the pain for." "I am the one who helped load her into the carriage." His voice cracked on the words, and he did not look away. "Her name is Darren's. I owe her a life, and I have spent 3 winters carrying the weight of a debt I was too afraid to pay. Maria found me tonight because she knew I would help." He lifted Maria's hand, still clutching the stitched linen. "Halrick has killed 1 witness tonight. He will kill another before dawn. But there is still a ledger under the counting room floor, and Maria's dress is still full of names." Hanwen took the linen from Maria's fingers, It was warm, still damp with blood. "Then we go," she said, "before he burns the false floor, too." Darren shook his head. "We go," he said, "but we do not both come back." Chapter 29. The key turned in the lock, and Lysenne stood on the other side of the door, her palm pressed flat against the wood, feeling the vibrations of the keep settle around her. She had not slept. The east gate hung open in her memory, the cliff path visible, the lights of Greisenmouth strung along the harbor like beads on a thread. She could have walked. She had chosen not to, and the shape of that refusal still sat in her chest, unfamiliar and heavy. Now the morning light came thin and gray through the salt-filmed windows, and she was still inside. She found Drevan in the lower corridor where the archive met the west stair, standing exactly where she had left him the night before. He had not changed his clothes. His collar was still loosened, the dark veins at his temples still visible, and his hands hung at his sides with the fingers slightly curled, as though he had been gripping something and forced himself to let go. "You did not leave," he said. "You knew I would not. I knew I had no right to expect it." The words landed cleanly, without the slight hesitation she had learned to read his evasion. She studied his face for the flicker, the tell, the sign that he was shaping his answer to please her. She did not find it. "Tell me about the warrant," she said. "You have read it. Tell me about the law that made it possible." Drevan's expression shifted, not to resistance but to something slower, more careful. He straightened, and for the first time in days she saw him summon the formal register he had worn like armor when she arrived. "The warrant system was written to prevent predation," he said. "A vampire cannot take what is not offered. The levy must be sealed by a human authority, witnessed by a chapel representative, and delivered by an appointed agent of the town. Without those signatures, the claim is void." But it was void. "Yes, and the signatures were forged?" "Yes. And you still kept me." He did not answer. She stepped closer, close enough to see the pulse in his throat, the muscle that moved when he swallowed. "If I had not challenged you," she said, "if I had been the kind of woman who accepts a cage because it is velvet-lined and the captor speaks gently, would you have held the warrant?" The corridor was silent. Somewhere below, water moved through stone, the same sound she had heard in the archive, the hidden passages that ran beneath the keep like veins. "I want to say no," Drevan said, "but you do not know. I know what I have become capable of telling myself." The honesty was worse than a lie. It sat between them, raw and unguarded, and she felt the weight of it press against her ribs. "You said the warrant system was written to prevent predation," she said, "but it also gives you cover. A sealed paper, a witnessed signature, a lawful claim. The town can sell anyone it wants, and the vampire who receives them can pretend the crime happened somewhere else, before the ink touched the page." "Yes, and that is why the chapel matters." His eyes met hers, dark garnet in the gray light. "Salt Sanctuary is older than the warrant system," he said. "It was built to close the loophole the warrants left open. If a person reaches the salt threshold and claims refuge aloud, no vampire can touch them, no Levy-Master can reclaim them, no seal can override the claim. The chapel holds the gate. Unless the chapel is burned." The words landed harder than she had expected. Drevan's face tightened. "What has happened?" Lysenne pulled the scrap of paper from her pocket, the one Darren's had pressed into her hand before she climbed the Switchback road. She had not shown it to Drevan yet. She had been saving it, waiting for the moment when she needed to see whether he would tell her the truth. The paper was creased and smudged, the ink uneven, but the message was clear. Salt Chapel outer door burned. Maria Quist alive but injured. Halaric is burning evidence, not witnesses. Drevan read it in silence. When he looked up, his hand moved toward her, then stopped. "You have known since last night," he said. "I have known since Darren's carried Maria to the curing shed, and you did not leave. I am still deciding what leaving means." The corridor held them. The gray light shifted as clouds moved over the keep, dimming and brightening in slow pulses. "You asked about the law that made the warrant possible," Drevan said. "There is one more piece. Invitation." "What about it?" "A vampire cannot cross a threshold without being invited. It is the oldest binding, older than warrants, older than sanctuary. The threshold freely offered is the only way we enter. But once we are inside, the invitation cannot be revoked without consequence. Lysenne's breath caught. You are telling me that if I let you into my room, into my space, into my body, the invitation becomes permanent? No, he said. I am telling you that the law of invitation is the one rule I have never broken. I have never crossed a threshold I was not invited to cross. I will not begin with yours. She stared at him. You are telling me you could have entered my room at any time. I am telling you I have not, because I never invited you. He said nothing. She thought of the nights she had spent behind the new lock, the hours of waiting in the dark, the careful preparations she had made in case he came. She had assumed the door was the barrier. She had assumed the lock meant safety. She had been wrong. He had never needed to break the lock. He had been waiting for her to open the door. The warrant was forged, she said slowly. The chapel burned. The town sold me, and the vampire who holds me tells me he will not enter without my permission. But the permission he is waiting for, the invitation he wants, is the one thing I cannot give him and still call myself free. Yes. And you know that. I have always known it. Then why are you telling me now? Drevan's voice dropped, barely audible. Because I would rather you know exactly how the cage is built than discover it when it is already too late to walk away. The silence between them stretched. Below the keep, the water moved through stone, patient and endless. Lysenne looked at the paper in her hand, at Marea's name smudged by smoke and salt. If I open the door, she said, I will not be able to close it. No. And you want me to open it anyway? His face was unreadable. I want you to know that the choice is real, he said, and that I will not pretend it is easy. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she turned the key in the lock, pushed the door open, and stepped through. Chapter 30. Edric found the Counter-Warrant still open on his desk when the first gray light touched the harbor. He had not slept. The paper lay where he had left it, the ink dry now, the forgery visible in every careful stroke. Hanwen Brannock had learned her mistress's precision well. The seal was wrong by a fraction, the signature a fraction too smooth, but the names were true. The dates were true. The grain tallies, the lamp oil counts, the human lives logged like winter stores, all of it true. He had known, of course, not the details, not the ledgers, but the shape of the lie. Every harbor reeve who lasted more than a season learned to feel the difference between a town that feared its lord and a town that feared its neighbor's silence. Grisonmouth had been afraid of itself for years. He had let that fear excuse his own. The knock came before he could stand. Garrow opened the door without waiting for permission, his face the color of wet ash. Reeve, the north quarter is stirring. Stirring how? Whispers, doorways. The chandelier is empty. Nan Perrin's goods are still inside, but she is gone. The co-op's yard has a lamp burning in the back window, and no one answers when you knock. Edric set the counter-warrant flat on the desk. Halric's men? At the chapel since midnight. They took the buckets and the well rope when they left, so if anyone tries to draw water, they will see the rope is gone first. That was a message, a warning dressed as practicality. If you fight the fire, you fight us. Where is Halric now? His counting house. The windows are dark, but the chimney is hot. Edric thought of the storeroom fire, of the smoke that had rolled across the lower square while no one fought it, because no one had been given permission. He thought of Maria Quist, of the dress she had been stitching, of the names her needle had marked into linen like a second skin. Send word to the chapel, he said. Tell Sister Mashan I need to speak with her before noon. She will not come. The chapel is watched. Then I will go to her. Garrow's mouth tightened. The Levy-Master will not allow. The Levy-Master does not command the harbor reeve's movements. The words came out harder than he had intended. Garrow flinched, then nodded and disappeared into the corridor. Edric stood alone with the counter-warrant and the sound of gulls crying over the empty wharf. He had spent years telling himself that the lie was sustainable, that one woman sacrificed to the keep was better than the whole town starving, that the system had been tested by time and winter and the impossible weight of survival. He had told himself that looking away was not the same as consent. He had been wrong. The proof sat on his desk in Hanwen Brannock's careful hand, and the longer he stared at it, the more clearly he saw the shape of his own cowardice. He had known the levy was rigged, not the details, not the names, but the mechanism. He had known that some families were protected and some were exposed. He had known that the ledger balanced because certain people were never weighed, and he had looked at the skiff's rigging on the day they took Lysenne Ottfeld, because looking away was easier than seeing what his complicity had cost. The second knock came before he could leave. The foreman stood in the doorway without Garrow's caution, his boots wet from the harbor stones, his coat still smelling of smoke from the chapel fire. Behind him, 2 of Halrick's men waited in the corridor with their hands visible and their eyes flat. "Reeve," the foreman said, "the Levy-Master requests the town guard seal the north quarter until noon." "For what cause?" "Prevention of civil disturbance. The Counter-Warrant has been circulating, and the Levy-Master believes the harbor would benefit from calm. By locking people in their homes. By keeping the peace." Edric looked at the foreman's hands. The nails were clean. The knuckles were not. "And if I refuse?" The foreman's expression did not change. "The Levy-Master will proceed without your seal. He regrets the breach of protocol, but he considers the situation urgent." The words landed like a door closing. Halrick was not asking, he was informing. The courtesy of the request was a formality, a chance for Edric to choose which side he was on before the choice became irrelevant. Edric thought of Lysenne Ottfeld in a closed carriage, climbing the Switchback road with sea salt still on her cuff and a shard of glass hidden in her mouth. He thought of Maria Quist bleeding at the chapel steps while her stitched names burned. He thought of Hanwen Brannock, young and reckless and more honest than any official he had ever met, carrying a forged warrant that told nothing but the truth. "The north quarter will not be sealed," he said. The foreman's jaw tightened. "Reeve, you heard me. The town will not be locked down on the Levy-Master's word alone. If Halrick wants a civil order, he can bring me evidence of actual threat. Signed, witnessed, dated. Until then, the north quarter stays open." The foreman held his gaze for a long moment. Then he stepped back into the corridor without another word, and his footsteps receded toward the counting house. Edric stood alone. The gulls had gone quiet. He walked to the window and looked out over the lower harbor, where the morning light was beginning to burn through the mist. The wharves were still. The fishing boats had not gone out. The salt chapel's tower showed black against the pale sky, the outer door still smoldering. Below, in the narrow alleys between the Shinjullery and the Cooper's Yard, figures moved in the shadows. Not Halrick's men, not the guard, just people, carrying bundles and whispers and the kind of silence that preceded a reckoning. Edric pressed his palm flat against the window glass and felt the cold seep into his bones. He had chosen. It had taken him 5 winters, a forged warrant, a burned cathedral, and a woman bleeding on the stones. But he had chosen. The reckoning had begun. He just was not sure he would survive to see the end of it. The first bell rang from the lower key before he could move. It was not the toll from morning prayers, not the signal for the tide, not any rhythm he recognized. It was hard and fast and wrong. A hand pulling the rope in fury rather than ceremony, and it carried across the harbor like a cry. Edric was at the door before the second bell sounded. Garrow met him in the corridor, pale, breathless, the ash on his face smudged where he had wiped his mouth. "What is it?" "The chandlery," Garrow said. "The door is open. The back window is broken. Someone has been inside." "Halrick's men?" "No, the neighbors. Nan Perrin's son came back from the curing shed with a lantern and a crowbar. He is standing in the doorway now, reading the counter-warrant aloud to anyone who will listen." The second bell rang again, then the third. The sound rolled through the narrow streets like a wave building before the storm. "I told him to stop. He told me to tell you that the north quarter is not sealed and that he intends to read the names until someone comes to arrest him." Edric closed his eye. The reckoning had begun, and he had given it permission. Chapter 31. Drevan stood at the window in the lower corridor where she had left him the night before. The same clothes hanging looser on his frame, the same collar unfastened at the throat. The dawn light through the salt-crusted glass caught the dark veins at his temples and traced them like river routes on a map. He turned when her footfall reached him, but the motion was slower than she remembered. Not measured. Slow. "You are still here?" "I stepped through the door," she said. "I did not leave the keep." A flicker crossed his face, something between relief and grief, gone before she could name it. "I know." Lysenne walked closer, close enough to see that the shadows beneath his cheekbones had hollowed into something deeper than exhaustion. His hands hung at his sides, the old burn scars pale against skin that seemed thinner than it had been 3 nights ago. "When did you last feed?" The question landed like a stone. He did not flinch. 8 weeks, I told you. 8 weeks ago, not since. Not since." She studied the distance between them, measured the tremor in his fingers where they rested against his thigh. "You are starving yourself to death." "I am starving myself to keep from feeding on you." His voice carried no accusation. "There is a difference." "Is there?" He looked at her then, and she saw something raw at the edges of his eyes. Not hunger, exposure. He had peeled back every layer of pretense and was standing in the open without armor, waiting for her to decide what the nakedness meant. "I can feel the count," he said. "Every hour, every heartbeat. The keep has a rhythm I have known for 3 centuries, and I have learned to read it the way Pravec reads the air. But now the rhythm is all I have. If I stop counting, if I let the clock dissolve, I will not be able to hold the shape of myself long enough to remember why I am holding it." The words hit her like a door closing. This was not a confession. It was a warning. "You are telling me you are going to break." "I am telling you I am choosing not to break." He drew a breath that seemed to cost him. "I do not know how much longer the choice will be mine." Lysenne stood very still. She had wanted leverage. She had wanted power inside a situation built to strip it from her. She had watched his starvation and called it useful, called it leverage, called it the only currency she had in a cage she did not choose. She had not called it what it was. He was dying for her. Not romantically, not symbolically. He was standing in a cold corridor with his veins darkening and his hands shaking, and his pulse, if vampires had pulses, counting down toward a threshold she did not understand. "You cannot sustain this," she said. "I have sustained worse." "For how much longer?" He did not answer. The silence stretched until she thought she would have to ask again, and then his knees buckled. She caught him. Not planned, not calculated. Her body moved before her mind finished the thought, and she had his arm across her shoulder before he hit the stone, her other hand braced against his chest, steadying him. He was cold. Not cool, not the faint chill she had felt in the glasshouse when their hands touched. Cold, the way the sea is cold in deep winter, the way stone bleeds cold after the sun leaves it. "Get off me," he said. "You are about to fall." "I am about to fall. That is different from falling. Get off me before I cannot tell the difference." She heard the edge in his voice, the fraying at the seams, and she stepped back. He straightened slowly, one hand braced against the window frame. His knuckles were white. The stone under his palm had cracked in a thin web, the fissures spreading like frost. "Pravec," he said, and his voice carried again. "Pravec, take the servants from the corridor." The blind steward appeared from the alcove where he had been standing silent, his filmed eyes fixed on the sound of Drevan's breathing. "My lord, now." Pravec's mouth tightened. He turned and walked down the corridor, his footsteps precise, and Lysenne heard the soft closing of doors as the household withdrew. They were alone again. Drevan's hand was still pressed to the cracked stone. He was holding himself upright by will alone, and she could see the cost written in every line of his body. "If you told me the cage was built by law," she said. "Warrants and invitations and thresholds. But the cage is also this." She gestured at him, at the hollows and the shaking and the visible effort of staying conscious. "You are the cage. You have made yourself the lock, and you are starving yourself to keep the door closed." His eyes met hers. "Yes. And when you cannot hold it anymore?" He did not look away. "Then the door opens from the inside." The words dropped into the silence like a blade. Lysenne felt the shape of them, the weight, the implications settling into her chest. He was not just starving himself to protect her. He was making himself the barrier, the final seal between what he was and what he might become. And when he failed, not if, when, the monster he had been holding back would not be locked away. It would be standing where he stood. "Tell me what happens," she said. "When the door opens." Revan's fingers tightened on the cracked stone. A flake of it crumbled under his grip and fell to the floor. "I have held this keep for 3 centuries. I have built every threshold, laid every salt line, written every law that governs what I am allowed to take. I have starved and bled and buried every appetite until I became the shape of restraint rather than the thing restrained." His voice dropped, rough and quiet. "But restraint is not the same as peace. It is a war fought in the dark, and I have been fighting it so long I no longer remember what I was before I started." Lysenne stepped closer. "You are still standing." "Barely." "You are still choosing." "Barely." She reached out and touched his hand where it pressed against the cracked stone. His skin was cold. The tremors ran through his fingers like water over stone. "I am not leaving," she said. His eyes snapped to hers. "Not because you are keeping me, not because the gate is locked. I am staying because I am choosing to see what happens next. And I want you to see it too." He stared at her, the dark veins at his temples stark against his skin, his breath uneven. "Lysenne, I set terms," she said. "You accepted them. Now I am setting another one. You do not fall tonight. You hold the shape of yourself until dawn, and you let me see what that costs." His hand turned under hers, his fingers closing around her wrist. Not tight, not trapping, holding. 3 centuries, he said, and I have never met anyone who looked at the bars and called them by name. "I am not looking at the bars," she said. "I am looking at the lock." His mouth moved, but no sound came out. And then, in the silence between them, a bell began to toll from the harbor below. Not the rhythm of morning prayer, not the tide signal. A hard, furious ringing, carrying up the cliff road toward the keep. Riven's hand tightened on her wrist. "Something has changed," he said. And then the keep's own bell began to answer. Chapter 32. The bell still rang. Lysenne felt it in her chest, in the stone under her feet, in the way Drevan's hand tightened on her wrist before releasing. "What is that rhythm?" she asked. "I do not know." His voice had changed. The frayed edges pulled taut, something older rising beneath the exhaustion. "That is not a signal I have heard in 3 centuries. He moved past her before she could answer, striding down the corridor with the uneven gait of a man who refused to let his body dictate direction. She followed. The keep's bell answered the harbors in long, rolling peals that seemed to shake the air itself. Pravec stood at the junction where the east wing met the main hall, his blind face turned toward the sound as if he could read its meaning in the vibration alone. "My lord," he said, "that is the lower key bell. The rhythm is not authorized." "I know what it is not," Drevan said. "Tell me what it is." "A warning," Pravec's voice dropped. "Or a summoning. The old codes used 3 long tolls to call the North Quarter to assembly. 4 meant danger from the sea. This is neither." Lysenne caught up to them, her breath short. "The Counter-Warrant. Hanwen's copies. If the town is rising, that bell means they are doing it now." Drevan's eyes met hers. The dark veins at his temples had deepened, threading purple-black against pale skin. But his gaze was sharp, focused in a way she had not seen since the first night. "I gave you the East Gate key so you could leave," he said. "I did not consider that the town might come to you instead." The words landed like a stone in still water. Before she could answer, he turned and walked toward the main hall, his stride lengthening. She followed, Pravec's footsteps soft behind her. The bell kept tolling, and she felt the rhythm pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Revan stopped at the base of the great stair where the hall opened into the keep's ceremonial heart. Torches guttered in their sconces. The windows showed nothing but dark water and the faint glow of fires below. "I need to know what is happening," he said, "and I need to know before the riders reach the gate." "Riders?" Lysenne said. "If the town is stirring, Halric will not wait for morning. He will send word to the keep demanding answers." Drevan turned to face her fully. "Or he will come himself." She saw the calculation in his eyes, the weight of 3 centuries of managing a territory, of knowing when to yield and when to strike. "And me?" she asked. "What do you need from me?" "Nothing." The word came too fast, too flat. She stepped closer. "That is a lie. You need me to stay in my room where it is safe while you handle whatever is coming. You need me out of the way so you do not have to protect me and fight at the same time." His jaw tightened. "Yes. Then I am not going to my room." Drevan's voice dropped. "Lysenne, I know what you are trying to do. You are trying to lock me away one more time because it is easier than trusting me to hold my own ground." She held his gaze. "But I am not the woman who was brought up that road in a carriage. I have seen your archive. I have read your laws. I know exactly how much power I do and do not have in this keep, and I am not going to let you spend the night fighting a battle you cannot win alone, while I sit behind a locked door waiting for someone else to decide my fate." The silence stretched. Then Drevan reached into his coat and pulled out a key. Not the East Gate key. A different one. Larger, black iron, the head shaped like a long-stemmed rose. "Armory," he said. "West Tower base below the spiral stair. Locked since I sealed it 70 years ago." She stared at the key. "Why?" "Because you asked me to trust you." His voice was rough. "And because I am tired of being the only one who decides what you are allowed to protect yourself from." He held it out. She took it. The metal was cold, heavier than it looked. The rose head bit into her palm. 70 years, she said. "I did not trust anyone inside the keep to handle weapons in my absence, and I had no one I trusted to stand beside me in a fight." His eyes held hers. "Now I do." The words hit her like a blow. She looked down at the key in her hand, felt the weight of it, the gift of it. Not a cage, not a leash, a door she could open. "If I take this," she said slowly, "what do you expect in return?" "Nothing." "That is not true either." He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the tremor in his hands, the exhaustion he was holding back by will alone. "I expect you to use it. If Halric's men breach the gate, if I lose control, if anyone tries to take you again." He paused. "I expect you to be able to defend yourself against me." The air went cold. "Against you?" she repeated. "If I cannot hold myself together through the night, if the hunger wins, I want you armed. I want you capable of stopping me before I become the thing I have spent 3 centuries trying not to be." His voice cracked. "I want you to survive this, even if I do not." Lysenne closed her fingers around the key. She thought of the sea glass shard she had hidden in her mouth on the carriage ride up, the only weapon she had been able to carry, the only thing she had trusted to protect her. This was different. This was him handing her the means to kill him. "I will not need to use it," she said. "You do not know that. I know I will not need to use it on you." His breath caught. She reached out and pressed the armory key back into his palm, folding his fingers around it. "I do not want a weapon to use against you," she said. "I want to know that you trust me enough to give me one. That is what I needed. Not the steel, the choice." He stared at her. "You are the only person who has ever returned a key to me," he said, and meant it. She held his gaze. The keep's bell stopped ringing. The silence that followed was thicker than the sound had been, pressing in from all sides. Through the hall windows, she could see the first gray crack of dawn spreading over the harbor. But below that gray, along the Switchback road, a line of torches was climbing toward the gate. Pravec spoke from the stair behind them. "My lord, riders!" Drevan turned. His hand was still closed around the key, and his eyes were fixed on the torches moving through the dark. "Whose colors?" "I cannot see the seal from here." Pravec's voice was careful. "But the pace tells me they are not messengers. They are not riding to report. They are riding to demand." Drevan's fingers tightened on the key until the iron creaked. Then he looked at Lysenne. "Get your evidence," he said, "and get the armory key from the hook beside my chamber door. If they are coming for you, I will not hand you over unarmed." She did not ask who they were. She already knew. The torches climbed the road, and the dawn broke cold over the harbor, and the key in Drevan's hand caught the light like a promise or a warning. Chapter 33. The torches climbed. Drevan stood at the hall window, the armory key still caught in his grip. Dawn bled gray along the horizon, and the sound of hooves began to echo off the switchback stone. "Pravec." His voice carried command worn thin by exhaustion. "Open the archive. All of it. She goes where she wants." Pravec did not move. "My lord, there are things in those records the household has never—" "I know what is in those records." Drevan turned. The dark veins at his temples pulsed against skin gone the color of old paper. "I have spent 70 years letting you manage the truth so I did not have to face it. No more." The silence that followed was a living thing. Pravec's filmed eyes fixed on a point between Drevan and Lysenne, measuring, calculating. "The household will not understand," he said. "They have been protected from the weight of what the levy truly—" "They have been hidden from," Lysenne cut in. "There is a difference." Pravec's jaw tightened. His hands remained still at his sides, but she saw the fine tremor in his fingers. Drevan nodded at her. "She is right. The hiding ends now. The archive, Pravec, her seal, no conditions." The steward stood frozen for 3 full heartbeats. Then, slowly, he inclined his head. "As you command, my lord." He turned and walked toward the archive corridor, his steps precise, his spine rigid. He did not look back. Lysenne held Drevan's gaze. "What changed?" "You returned the key." His voice was rough. "I have spent centuries believing that knowledge was something to be guarded, that if I controlled what people knew, I could control what they became. But you looked at the cage and chose to stay anyway. That is worth more than all the secrets I have kept." The archive felt different this time. The inner door stood open, the lock that had resisted her for days now hanging loose in its housing. Pravec had placed a lamp on the center table and withdrawn to the threshold, where he stood with his arms crossed and his mouth a thin line. Lysenne moved past him without acknowledgement. She worked with a glassblower's precision, feeling the texture of the paper, the weight of the bindings, the differences in handwriting that told her which pages had been added later. She found the ledgers connecting Howrick's accounts to the town. Not just the North Quarter's poor, protected families, names she recognized from the harbor guilds, names that had never appeared on a levy sheet because they had never been at risk. The Vellans, the Casters, the family that owned the chandlery chain on the upper wharf. The levy system was not a survival mechanism. It was a protection racket. The wealthy paid Howrick in silence, and the poor paid in flesh. Her hands shook as she turned the pages. Then she found the correspondence log. It was buried beneath a false bottom in the lowest drawer, bound in cracked leather, the entries written in a hand she did not recognize. She read through 3 winters of records, matching dates to the disappearances she had heard whispered about in the harbor taverns. And then she found the name. Not a victim, a signature. The payment slip was dated the day after her own abduction. A finder's fee, documented in the same hand that had written the forged warrant. The name beside the seal was one she knew. Gerard Vellon, the man who had led Hanwen through the alleys, the man who had shown her the back entrance to the levy office, the man who had claimed he owed Lysenne a debt for a glass pane made for his mother's shop 3 winters ago, the man who had sold her path for silver. Her blood turned to salt in her veins. She read the entry a second time. Delivery path secured, pursuit directed to false route, balance settled in full. He had not helped Hanwen. He had steered her. Every step Hanwen had taken toward the truth had been mapped by the same hand that had signed the warrant. The chapel fire, the ledger cache, the stitched names dress. All of it fed through a man who had been paid to ensure the rebellion went exactly where Howrick wanted it to go. Lysenne's hands went cold. She lifted her head. From the courtyard below, a horn sounded. Long, low, demanding. Pravec spoke from the threshold. The riders have reached the gate. She folded the payment slip into her palm. The paper was sharper than the glass she used to cut. She had wanted the truth. Now she had to survive it. The horn sounded a second time. Drevan's footsteps approached from the corridor. He stopped at the archive door, his face hollow, his eyes fixed on her. "What did you find?" She held up the paper. His expression did not change. He already knew. "Garrett Vilen," she said. "Your household paid him to deliver my apprentice into Howrick's hands." The silence stretched. Then Drevan turned to Pravec. "Is this true?" The steward's filmed eyes did not waver. "The payment was made 3 years ago, before you brought her to the keep, before any of this began. He was already on Howrick's payroll. We simply used the arrangement." "You used it," Drevan repeated, "without telling me. You were starving yourself into collapse. You were not in a position to manage the household's survival." The horn sounded a third time. The gate groaned. Lysenne looked at the paper in her hand, at the name, at the seal she did not recognize. Then she looked at Drevan. He met her eyes. "They are here for you." Chapter 34. The horn's echo hung in the stone like a third pulse. Lysenne stood at the archive table with the payment slip still folded in her palm, the paper sharp as a blade she had not yet learned to use. The gate groaned again from the courtyard, iron against iron, and she heard voices rising beyond the wall, not words, but the shape of demand. Drevan had not moved from the threshold. His face was hollow, the dark veins at his temples tracing paths she had not seen 3 days ago. His collar hung loose, the hollow of his throat visible. He looked like a man who had been burning from the inside and had finally run out of fuel. "You knew," she said, "about Garrett, about the payment." "I knew there was a leak." His voice scraped low. "I did not know the name until you found it." "But you knew something." He did not deny it. The horn sounded a fourth time, shorter, sharper. Pravec spoke from behind Drevan, his blind gaze fixed on nothing. "The gate will not hold if they mean to force it. The bars is old. The hinges were laid before I came to the keep." Lysenne looked at the paper in her hand, then at the ledger spread across the table. The proof of 3 winters, the names of the dead, the names of the bought, and Drevan, who had kept her here and who had also opened every door she had asked for. "Who are they?" she said. "Town representatives," Drevan answered. "Chapel witnesses, possibly Howrick's men dressed as both. The horn call is not military, it is legal." "Legal?" "They are here to claim you, under the Counter-Warrant, under sanctuary law, under whatever authority they have cobbled together while the town burns." The gate groaned again. Someone on the other side shouted. Lysenne's hand closed around the payment slip until the edge bit into her palm. She had spent weeks building a case, gathering proof, learning the shape of the cage until she could name every bars. She had not expected the door to open while she was still holding the evidence. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. Drevan's eyes met hers. The question hung between them, and she realized she had never asked it before. She had demanded, bargained, set terms, but she had never asked what he wanted, because his wants had always been the problem. He crossed to the table and set his hand flat on the open ledger. The tremor in his fingers was visible now, a fine vibration that traveled up his wrist. "Go down to the gate," he said. "Tell them you are here by your own will. Show them the proof you have gathered. Let them see what Howrick Tilburn did and what I allowed." "And if I refuse?" "Then I will tell them you are not their property to claim." His voice cracked on the word property. "That the warrant was forged, that the evidence exists, that you stay or leave by no one's law but your own." Lysenne's chest tightened. "You would say that to them, after everything." "I would say it because of everything." He turned from the table and she saw how much the movement cost him, the way he braced against the edge, the pause before he straightened. "The gate has been locked since you arrived," he said. "Not because I meant to keep you here forever, but because I did not know how to let you go and still survive the night." He pulled the key from his coat. Not the Armory Key, a different one, longer, black iron, the head shaped like a sea-worn stone. "I ordered the gate opened before the riders arrived," he said. I gave the order the moment you returned from the archive with Garrett's name." The key hung from his hand. Lysenne stared at it. "You opened the gate before they demanded it." "I opened it because you found the truth." His voice dropped lower, almost a whisper. "The truth belongs to you. The cage never did." She took the key. The metal was cold, heavier than it looked. She closed her fingers around the head and felt the weight settle into her palm, and for a long moment she could not move. "If I walk through that gate," she said, "I may not come back." "I know. And if I stay, it cannot be because you need me to anchor you through the night. I will not be your medicine, Drevan. I will not be the reason you hold yourself together, because if I am, then the moment I stop being enough, you will break, and I will be blamed for the wreckage." He did not flinch. "Then stay because you choose to," he said. "Or go because you choose to. But do not stay because the cage is comfortable, and do not go because you think I cannot bear it." Lysenne looked down at the key, at the ledgers, at the payment slip still caught between her fingers. The gate groaned a fifth time. Someone was shouting her name. She turned toward the door. Pravec had stepped aside, his filmed eyes tracking her movement by sound alone. His mouth was shut. His hands were still. She walked past him into the corridor. The keep was silent. The servants had withdrawn. The torches had burned low. She moved through the halls she had mapped in the first days, the corridors where she had counted footsteps and measured salt and learned the shape of a cage so precisely that she could have drawn it blind. Now the cage had a gate, and the gate was open. She reached the courtyard as the morning light broke over the outer wall, thin and gray, carrying the salt of the harbor below. The gate stood wide. Beyond it, the Switchback road dropped toward Greisenmouth, the rooftops visible through the haze, the chapel tower still smoking. A dozen figures waited on the road, men in town guard colors, a woman in chapel gray. Behind them, a cart with a canvas cover, and someone standing beside it with a lantern still burning in the dawn. Hanwen. She was alive. She was standing. Lysenne's breath caught. Hanwen saw her. Her apprentice lifted a hand, palm open, the gesture she used to signal safety in the glasshouse when the furnace was too hot and the work was going right. The gate was open. The road was real. And behind her, in the keep, Drevan was standing alone in the archive, with the ledgers spread across the table and the hunger eating him from the inside. She could walk forward. She could turn back. The key was still in her hand. She did not know which choice was freedom and which was another cage she had not learned to name. The chapel woman stepped forward and spoke. "Lysenne Ottfeld, by the authority of the Salt Chapel and the Harbor Reeve, we are here to bring you home." The word home landed like a stone dropped into still water. Lysenne looked at Hanwen, at the smoking chapel tower, at the gate that stood open because Drevan had ordered it open before anyone demanded it. The key was warm from her grip now. She took a breath, and she did not move. Chapter 35. Lysenne's palm closed around the key, and the world split into two roads. One led forward through the gate, down the Switchback, into Hanwen's waiting arms and the Salt Chapel woman's gray robes. The other led back into the keep, where the torches had burned low and the corridors were silent, and Drevan stood alone with the hunger hollowing him from the inside. Neither felt like home. The chapel woman took another step forward. Her robes were the color of ash, and her hands were stained white to the wrists. Salt work, chapel work, the kind that left marks no scrubbing could remove. She held a scroll in both hands, the wax seal catching the thin morning light. "Lysenne Ottfeld," she said again. "By the authority of the Salt Chapel and the Harbor Reeve, we are here to reclaim you from unlawful confinement. The Counter-Warrant has been filed and witnessed. The Levy-Master's seal has been challenged before the Guild Hall. You are no longer bound by any document bearing Halleck Tilburn's name." The words landed like hammer blows. No longer bound. Lysenne had dreamed of hearing those words for weeks, had chewed on them like the sea glass shard she used to carry, sharp and secret and hers. She had imagined the relief of it, the unspooling of the knot in her chest, the simple act of walking through a door she had not been given permission to use. But the relief did not come. Instead, she felt the weight of the key in her hand and the knowledge that she had carried it out of the keep by her own will, and that Drevan had given it to her before anyone demanded it. "Where's the Levy-Master?" she asked. The chapel woman's mouth tightened. "Halleck Tilburn has not been seen since midnight. His counting house is dark. His men have withdrawn from the north quarter." "Withdrawn or regrouped?" A pause. The chapel woman did not answer. Hanwen stepped forward, the lantern still burning in her grip. Her face was smudged with ash, her coat torn at the shoulder, but her eyes were bright and hard. "He burned the chapel," Hanwen said. "He sent men to kill witnesses. He is not done, Lys. He is just not here yet." The words landed differently than the chapel woman's, rougher, truer. Hanwen had always spoken that way, flat and unsparing, the way she talked about a bad batch of glass when no one else would say it. Lysenne looked past her, down the Switchback road. Smoke rose from the lower slope, not from the chapel tower, which still smoldered against the gray sky, but from a point lower down, where the road curved around the cliff face and disappeared into the tree line. A column of black smoke, thick and urgent, climbing into the dawn. "What is burning?" she asked. Hanwen followed her gaze. "The third Switchback. Darren said it before we started up. He said if Halrick's men meant to follow, they would have to come through fire to do it. Darren's set the road on fire. He said the ledger cache was empty when we reached it. Someone had already cleared the false floor. He said that meant Halrick knew we were coming and that we needed time, not evidence." Hanwen's voice dropped. "He stayed behind to light the brush. I do not know if he made it out." The key bit into Lysenne's palm. She looked at the smoke, at the road, at the cart with the canvas cover, and the town guard shifting their weight, and the chapel woman holding the scroll like a weapon she had already fired. The keep's bell began to ring. Not the answering rhythm from the night before, a different note. A single, steady toll that carried over the courtyard and down the cliff face, the signal for a gate to close. Lysenne turned. Drevan stood in the keep's inner doorway. He had not followed her into the courtyard. He stood in the shadow of the arch, one hand braced against the stone, the other pressed to his chest where the bite scar lay hidden beneath his shirt. The dark veins at his temples had spread, threading into his hairline like roots searching for purchase. He did not speak. He did not need to. The bell was not his order. She knew that. Pravec would have signaled the gate before Drevan could countermand it, would have sealed the keep against the riders the moment the chapel woman produced the scroll. It was what Pravec did, what he had always done. Protect the house by closing the doors before anyone could make him open them. But the gate was still open, and Drevan was standing in the shadow, not moving, not calling for the bell to stop, not walking forward to claim her or demand her return. He was waiting. The chapel woman spoke again, her voice sharper now. "Lysenne Ottfeld, the gate will not stay open forever. The steward is already moving to seal it. If you want to come home, you must decide now." Home. The word was a stone, and Lysenne had been dropping stones into still water her whole life. She knew how ripples worked. She knew that a single choice could move through water and stone and memory long after the thrower had walked away. She looked at Hanwen. "If I come back," she said, "what happens to Marrowind?" Hanwen's face flickered. "What does it matter what happens to Marrowind?" "Answer me." "The tribunal will move," Hanwen said. "They have been waiting for a reason. The chapel woman has already sent word. If the levy is broken and the Lord is shown to have held a captive under a false warrant, they will strip him of the territory by the next full moon." "And him?" Hanwen did not answer. The chapel woman did. "Lord Drevan Lirewen will be given a choice," she said. "Stand trial before the tribunal and answer for the conditions of your confinement, or forfeit Marrowind and leave the coast. Either way, the keep will be claimed by another house within the month." Lysenne's hand tightened on the key. She had known this. Pravec had told her. Sister Maushen's letter had laid it out in precise, unsparing terms. The sacred hearing would not punish Halleck Tilburn. It would destroy Drevan, and Marrowind with him, and the older houses that had been waiting for the crack would pour through it like salt water through a split hull. She had known. and she had still opened the letter. The bell tolled again. Closer now. The gate began to swing, a slow groaning motion that pulled the iron lattice across the opening. The chapel woman turned sharply. "The gate is closing. You have to choose." Lysenne looked at the smoke on the road. At Hanwen, ash smeared and desperate, at the key in her hand, still warm from the grip of a man who had opened the cage before anyone could force him to. "I did not finish the archive," she said. Hanwen's face went still. "What?" "There are more ledgers, more names. The payment slip was one piece, there are others. If I leave now, the truth leaves with me, but the full record stays here, and Pravec will burn it before the tribunal sets foot in the courtyard." "Then let him burn it," Hanwen said. "You are free. The counter-warrant is real. You do not need the ledgers to prove what Halric did. It is not about proof." "Then what is it about?" Lysenne looked at the gate, which was closing with the slow inevitability of a tide she had not realized she was standing in. "It is about having the whole truth," she said, "not the piece that lets me walk away clean." The chapel woman stepped between her and the gate. "The truth you already have is enough to break Halric Tilburn," she said. "The Lord's fate is not your responsibility. You were taken. You were held. You do not owe him your freedom to settle his accounts." "I know." "Then step through the gate." Lysenne looked at the key. She thought of Drevan in the archive, his hands trembling, his voice raw with the admission that he had never known how to let her go and survive the night. She thought of the look on his face when she had returned the Armory Key, the way his fingers had closed around it like it was a thing he had never expected to hold again. She thought of the cellars beneath the keep that had not been aired in a very long time. There was still truth in the dark, and she was the only one who would find it. "Close the gate," she said quietly. Hanwen's breath caught. "Lys, close the gate, and tell the steward I am not finished." The chapel woman's pale eyes went flat. "You are choosing to stay. I am choosing to finish what I started." Lysenne turned the key over in her hand, feeling the weight of it, the shape of it, the knowledge that Drevan had pressed it into her palm with no conditions and no guarantees. "I will come down," she said, "but not with half the truth in my pocket and the rest burning behind me." The gate groaned. The iron lattice was 3/4 closed, the gap narrowing with each passing second. Hanwen took a step forward, her hand outstretched. "Lysenne, please, do not stay for him." "I am not staying for him." She met Hanwen's eyes, and for a moment she saw the girl she had taught to pull glass from the furnace, the girl who had watched her be taken and had refused to let the harbor's silence be the last word. "I am staying for the ledgers," Lysenne said, "and for the name I found in the 3rd winter entries, the one I have not told anyone about." Hanwen's face changed. The gate groaned again, the iron grinding against stone, the gap barely wide enough for a person to slip through. "What name?" Hanwen asked. Lysenne held her gaze. "Yours." Chapter 36. The gate groaned to a halt, iron kissing stone, and the courtyard fell into a silence that did not settle. Pravec stood at the inner arch, blind eyes aimed at the gathered party like a man sighting down a blade. Behind him, the keep's bell had stopped, but the air still held the vibration of it, a hum just beneath hearing. "The gate is closed," he said. "By whose authority does a chapel envoy claim a lawful guest of Marrowind Keep?" The chapel woman stepped forward, gray habit catching the morning light. "By the authority of Salt Sanctuary and the counter-warrant filed with the Guild Hall at midnight. Lysenne Ottfeld is no longer bound by any document bearing Halric Tilburn's name. She is bound by the keep's hospitality. She was taken by fraud." Pravec's mouth tightened. "That is a matter for house law to determine, not chapel jurisdiction, and not a town guard with a forged seal." The town guard at the gate, a man Lysenne recognized from the wharf, face weathered, eyes uneasy, shifted his weight. "The counter-warrant is witnessed by the harbor Reeve and the Guildmaster. It carries weight." "It carries ink," Pravec said. "House law does not answer to ink." Lysenne stepped forward. The key was still in her hand. The proof was still in her pocket. The gate was closed, and she was still inside. "Stop!" Her voice did not carry. It did not need to. The courtyard had already gone still, waiting for the decision she had already made. "No one speaks for me," she said. "Not the keep, not the chapel, not the town guard with a forged seal and an uneasy conscience. If there is a dispute over my freedom, I will settle it." The chapel woman turned, pale eyes sharpening. "You have already chosen. You said you were not finished with the archives." "I said I was not leaving with half the truth." Lysenne held her gaze. "Those are not the same thing." Pravec inclined his head, a fraction of movement that might have been approval or might have been calculation. "Then name your terms," he said. The courtyard breathed. Lysenne felt the weight of every gaze on her, the town party at the gate, the servants gathered in the shadows of the inner arch, the steward with his sightless eyes, the man behind her whose silence was growing heavier by the second. She turned. Drevan stood in the inner doorway, braced against the stone frame. The dark veins at his temples had spread into his hairline, root thin and black. His hands were pressed flat against the arch, fingers spread, as if he needed the stone to hold him upright. He was not looking at the gathered party. He was looking at her. The hunger was visible in the set of his jaw, in the way his throat worked, in the stillness that was not calm but the absolute immobility of a man holding himself together by pure will. She had seen the look before, in the Glasshouse, in the corridor at dawn, in the moment before his knees buckled and she caught him cold as winter stone. It was worse now. "Lord Drevan," Pravec said, "you should withdraw." Drevan did not move. "He stays," Lysenne said. Pravec's filmed eyes shifted toward her. "You do not command the keep." "I am not commanding. I am stating a condition. If the dispute is over my freedom includes the right to name who witnesses it." The chapel woman stepped forward, her gray habit brushing the stones. "Lysenne Ottfeld, no one here disputes your right to speak. The gate is closed, and every moment you remain inside this keep is a moment the tribunal can use to argue that you stayed by consent rather than coercion. If you intend to claim sanctuary, you must claim it now, before witnesses, in clear terms." "I am not claiming sanctuary." "Then what are you claiming?" Lysenne looked at the key in her hand, the sea-stone shape of it, the weight of what Drevan had surrendered when he pressed it into her palm. "Proof of the levy system," she said. "Access to the full archive. A public reckoning that does not end with one vampire lord stripped of his territory and the rest of the conspiracy buried in a burned ledger." The chapel woman's pale eyes did not blink. "That will take days, perhaps longer. The tribunal will not wait." "Then the tribunal can wait for me." Pravec's voice cut across the heavy air. "The tribunal will not wait. They will arrive within 2 days. And when they find a human woman claiming rights over archive access while the Lord of the Keep stands in the doorway on the edge of a feral turn, they will see only evidence of mismanagement and weakness. They will not ask whose corruption brought you here. They will see a house in crisis and a lord who cannot hold it. Then give them something else to see." Pravec's clouded eyes fixed on her, and for a moment the courtyard held its breath. "What do you propose?" Lysenne turned to face the gathered party. The town guard, the chapel woman. Hanwen, still standing at the edge of the cart, her hand pressed against her ribs where the ledger had been. "The archive opens to the town," Lysenne said. "Not just to me. A full audit, witnessed by the chapel and the guild hall, of every levy record for the past 5 winters. What Howrick Tilburn paid, who he spared, who he sent up the road in their place." The chapel woman's mouth tightened. "That is not a request. That is a siege." "It is a condition." "On what?" Lysenne held her gaze. "On my statement to the tribunal. I will not speak until the full archive has been examined, not by the keep's steward, not by the chapel's envoy, by the town that sold me and the house that held me together. If the tribunal wants my testimony, they will wait until the truth is complete." Silence. Then, from the inner doorway, a sound like stone grinding against stone. Drevan's hands had slipped on the arch. He caught himself, fingers scraping against the stone, the veins at his temples pulsing dark. His breath came in a slow, measured rhythm, each exhale longer than the last, as if he was counting every second of air. Pravec turned toward the sound. Lord Drevan. I heard her. His voice was low, scraped raw, every word costing more than it should. The archive opens. Pravec went still. My lord, that is not a decision you should make in your current state. I am not making it in my current state. Drevan's garnered eyes found Lysenne's, and she saw the cost of each word in the tremor running through his frame. I made it last night, when I gave her the key. He pushed off the arch, one hand braced against the wall, and stood. The movement took everything he had. Lysenne saw it in the way his fingers curled against the stone, the way his shoulders locked, the way the dark veins at his temples seemed to pulse in time with the silence he was forcing into his own body. The archive opens, he said again. The town audits, the tribunal waits. The chapel woman studied him for a long moment, then she turned to Lysenne. And when the truth is complete? Lysenne let the question hang. She felt the proof in her pocket, the key in her hand, the gate at her back, and the weight of every choice she had not yet made. Then I will decide what comes next. Chapter 37. The courtyard held its breath around her words, the silence stretching until it felt like a second gate closing. Then movement at the back of the town party. Someone pushed through the press of bodies, a woman in a scorched coat, her hair singed at the edges, one sleeve torn away to reveal a bandaged forearm. Maria. She looked smaller than Lysenne remembered. Thinner. The bones of her face stood sharp where they had once been soft, and her hands were wrapped in linen stained through at the fingertips. But her eyes were the same, quick, measuring, already reading the courtyard before anyone could speak. I brought witnesses, she said. The kind Halric could not burn. The chapel woman turned. Maria Quist, you should be in a sickbed. I should be in a lot of places. Maria's gaze found Lysenne, and something moved behind it. Relief, grief, a fracture she was holding closed by will alone. You look alive, so do you. Barely. Maria lifted her bandaged hands. I grabbed the ledger edges before the fire took them. The paper survived. My skin will catch up. Pravec shifted in the inner doorway, his blind eyes tracking the new voice. What witnesses? Maria stepped aside. 3 figures moved through the gate behind her. The first was a woman Lysenne recognized by her walk before she saw her face, Nan Perrin, the chandlery keeper. Her back bent, but her chin lifted like a blade. Behind her came Kellum the co-op, his apprentice's arm wrapped through his own, the younger man's throat a map of scars that pulled tight when he swallowed. And last, a girl Lysenne did not know. 13, maybe 14, with a wool shawl pulled over her head and a ledger pressed against her chest like a child. Maria gestured to the girl. This is Ilara Ven. Her father was the levy clerk before Garrow. He kept a second set of records. The girl's voice came thin but steady. He told me if anything happened to him, I was to take the book to the Salt Chapel. He said Halric would burn the originals eventually, but he could not burn what he did not know existed. Lysenne's pulse caught. What is in that ledger? Ilara Ven opened the cover. The pages were filled with 2 columns. One listed names, trades, and the amount each family had paid in grain or coin or lamp oil since the first winter. The other listed names crossed through, with a single notation beside each. Spared. Terms met. Nan Perrin stepped forward. My nephew was in the first column, paid his levy in full every winter. The second column never had his name, because Halric could not squeeze more out of him than he already took. Callum's apprentice touched his scarred throat. The girl turned a page. There is a third column, Ilara said. At the back, names of families who never appeared in the levy records at all. The courtyard went still. How many? Pravec's voice. 23 households. The girl's hands trembled, but her voice did not. All from the upper harbor. All with enough coin to buy silence. Maria's bandaged fingers moved to the collar of her scorched coat. She pulled something from inside, a folded square of linen, the edges blackened, the fabric stiff with dried blood and salt. I pulled this from the chapel floor before the roof fell, she said. It is the stitched names. Everyone who looked away when Lysenne was taken. Everyone who watched the carriage climb the Switchback road and went back to their counters and their nets and their warm beds. She unfolded it. The linen was covered in stitching. Row after row of names, each one a different hand, a different thread color, a different witness. "There are 41 names on this cloth," Miria said, "and not one of them belongs to a family in the third column." The crowd at the gate had grown. Lysenne saw them now. Townspeople who had followed the riders, who had gathered at the foot of the Switchback road, who had climbed in the dark to see what the Counter-Warrant meant. Fishermen, dock workers, the widow from the Chandery, the Quapper's wife. They stood in the torchlight, and they were not looking at Halric. They were looking at each other. 23 households, Nan Perrin repeated, louder now. "Spared while our children were sent up the road. Spared while the levy clerk's daughter buried her father in an unmarked grave. Spared while Maria Quist burned her hands pulling evidence from a fire Halric set to erase them." A man at the edge of the crowd stepped forward. Lysenne did not know his face, but she knew his coat, the patch at the elbow, the ink stains on the cuffs. Garrow, the levy office clerk. His voice cracked when he spoke. "The third column. I kept it for him. I wrote the names." The crowd turned. Garrow's face was white, his hands shaking, but he did not stop. "Edric Nemes told the truth. He looked away for 5 years. I wrote the lies for 7. I wrote the receipts, the delivery slips, the correspondence logs. I wrote the warrant that took Lysenne Ottfeld from her furnace and put her in a carriage." He pulled a folded paper from his coat. "And I wrote this." He held it out. Edric took it, read it, his face drained of color. "This is a receipt," he said slowly, "dated 3 winters ago, for the sale of a glass pane to the Upper Harbor residents of the Venn family." The girl, Ilara Venn, went still. Lysenne felt the words land like stones. "Ilara's father was the levy clerk," Edric continued. "He documented Halric's system for 5 years, kept the secret ledger. And when he started asking questions about the third column, Halric bought him. With a glass pane Lysenne Ottfeld had made for a poor family shop window, diverted to the Venn household as payment for silence." The girl's ledger slipped from her hands. It hit the stones with a slap. Mira's voice came low and raw. "The people who were spared did not know they were being bought with other people's lives. Most of them. But they knew they never saw a levy collector at their door. They knew their children never disappeared. They knew, and they did not ask why." The courtyard was silent. Then, from the back of the crowd, a woman's voice. "My son was taken in the 2nd winter. Another. My husband in the 4th. My sister. My father." The names fell like hammer blows. Lysenne stood at the center of them, the key still in her hand, the gate still at her back, and she realized with a cold, clear certainty that the reckoning she had demanded was already here. It was not Halric Tilburn's ruin that would break Grisonmouth. It was the moment the spared families looked around and understood that every person standing next to them had cost someone else their life. Edric's voice cut through the gathering dark. "The gate stays open," he said. "The archive opens at dawn, and every name in that ledger, every column, every line, every silence bought with coin or glass will be read aloud in the guild hall tomorrow, in front of the town, the keep, and whatever tribunal arrives to witness it." He turned to face the crowd. "And when the reading is done, Grisonmouth will have to decide what kind of tale it meant to be all along." The torchlight flickered. The wind off the black coast carried salt and smoke. And somewhere below, on the Switchback road, a new set of torches began to climb. Chapter 38. The courtyard became a single held breath. Garrow stood with his hands still outstretched, the confession hanging in the air like smoke. The levy clerk. 7 years of forged receipts and false warrants. The man who had written Lysenne's name onto paper she never signed. Edric held the receipt for the glass pane and did not look away from it. 3 winters ago, he repeated. The Venn household received a pane Lysenne Ottfeld made for a fishmonger's widow in the lower harbor. The widow never saw her order filled. Alara's father never asked where the glass came from, and Howlick Tilburn never entered the Venn name into any levy record. The girl had not picked up her ledger. She stood with her arms pressed against her sides, her face white, her gaze fixed on the stones at her feet. The ledger lay open where it had fallen, and Lysenne could see the columns, the neat rows of names, the crossed-through entries, the blank spaces where 23 households had never existed at all. Nan Perrin's voice cut through the quiet. "Where's Howlick Tilburn?" No one answered. The torches on the Switchback road climbed higher, closer. The new flames moved in a tight cluster, too organized for townspeople, too slow for riders in panic. Someone was coming up the road with purpose. Lysenne turned back to the courtyard and saw the crowd had shifted. They were no longer looking at the ledgers, or at Garrow, or at the stitched cloth in Maria's burned hands. They were looking at the inner doorway of the keep, where a figure stood braced against the stone. Drevan. He had come down the main hall stair. She had not heard him move, had not seen him descend, but he was there now, one hand pressed flat to the arch, the other hanging loose at his side. The dark veins had spread further, threading across his jawline, climbing the column of his throat. His collar hung open. His breath came slow and shallow, like a man measuring each one. Pravec appeared at his shoulder, blind eyes tracking the sound of the crowd. "My lord," he said quietly. "I should not be standing," Drevan said. His voice was scraped raw, barely above a whisper, but the courtyard heard it. "I should not have let the gate open. I should not have given her the key. I should have been a monster. It would have been easier." He looked at Lysenne. "But I could not stay in the dark and listen to her defend herself alone." The crowd did not move. Miria's hands tightened on the stitched cloth. Nan Perrin straightened her bent back. Kellen the Nakua put his scarred apprentice behind him, a gesture so instinctive and protective that Lysenne felt it in her chest. She walked toward Drevan. Not fast, not slow, just steady, the gate key still in her hand, her boots crossing the stones that separated the courtyard from the keep's threshold. She stopped an arm's length from him, close enough to see the tremor in his fingers, the way his pupils pulsed at the edges when he looked at her. "You came down," she said. "I heard Garrow confess." His throat worked. "And I could not let you face what comes next without a witness who knows what you survived." Pravec made a sound that might have been protest, or might have been resignation. "The tribunal will be here within the hour," he said. "Those torches on the road are not townspeople. They are dressed in mourning colors, and they ride with a herald." The courtyard stirred. Edric stepped forward, the receipt still in his hand. "Then we have an hour to find Howlick Tilburn and bring him to this gate before the tribunal decides what Marrowind's fate should be." "He is not in the counting house," Garrow said. "He has not been there since the chapel burned." "Then where?" No one answered. And then, from the edge of the crowd, a voice Lysenne had not heard in 3 winters. "The chapel crypt." The crowd parted. A woman stepped forward. She was small, gray-haired, dressed in a salt-stained coat that had once been black. Her hands were raw, the nails cracked, as if she had been digging through rubble. She looked at Lysenne. "I pulled the names from the floor before the roof fell," the woman said. "Maria and we pulled the cloth from the salt. But Howlick was already there when we arrived. He was not burning evidence." She paused. "He was burying something, bumping in oilcloth, and pushing it beneath the altar stone where the fire had not reached." Edric's face went very still. "What did he bury?" The woman shook her head. "I do not know, but he saw me see him, and he ran." The crowd's murmur rose. Lysenne felt the shape of it, the thread pulling tight. Howlick Tilburn had burned the chapel to hide evidence, yes, but he had also hidden something beneath the altar before the flames took the roof, something he needed to survive, something he would not leave behind. She turned to Drevan. "Can you stand long enough to see this through?" His mouth moved. Not quite a smile, but close. "I have stood for 3 centuries, he said. "I can stand 1 more hour." She believed him. She did not know if it was true. The torches on the Switchback road were close now, close enough that she could see the lacquered carriage behind them, the black crest on its door, the riders in gray with formal seals at their collars. the tribunal. And Halric Tilburn was still out there, somewhere in the dark, carrying whatever he had buried beneath the altar. The courtyard waited. Lysenne held the key. The gate stayed open. And from the road below, the first herald's horn sounded, long and cold, cutting through the salt wind like a blade. Chapter 39. The herald's horn faded into the salt wind, and the courtyard held its breath. Lysenne stood at the threshold, the gate key cold in her palm. The black iron shape of it pressed against her skin like a question she had not yet answered. Behind her, the keep rose dark against the winter sky. Before her, the switchback road wound down toward Greisenmouth, toward the harbor where boats had not sailed since the Counter-Warrant spread through the lower quay like a lit fuse. Hanwen stood at the edge of the crowd, her face stripped of its usual defiance. "Lysenne," her voice cracked on the name. "The gate is open. The warrant is broken. You have the proof. Come down before—" She stopped, swallowed. "Before the keep finds a new way to keep you." The words hit like thrown stones. Lysenne felt them land, felt the truth in them. She had what she came for, the forged warrant, the ledgers, the names, the testimony that Halric Tilburn had sold her to Marrowind like a barrel of lamp oil, cheaper to lose than any protected household. She could walk through the gate, take the counter-warrant, and never set foot on the switchback road again. The tribunal would strip Drevan of the territory within a month. She would watch from below as the basalt keep changed hands, its new lords arriving in lacquered carriages with formal seals and colder laws. She would rebuild her furnace in the glasshouse by the harbor. She would make panes for the fishmonger's widow and lamps for the chandlery, and she would learn to sleep without dreaming of dark-veined hands that had held her steady through the longest night of her life. That was the shape of it, the shape of freedom. She did not move. Behind her she heard Drevan's breath, shallow, measured, each one a calculation, a cost. She turned. He was still braced against the arch, his fingers pressed into the stone as if it were the only thing holding him upright. The dark veins had spread further in the time it had taken the herald's horn to fade, threading across his cheekbones now, climbing toward his eyes. His pupils pulsed at the edges, a rhythm she had learned to read. He was slipping. Not fast, not yet. But the feral brink was closer than it had been at dawn, and he knew it. She saw the knowledge in the way he held his jaw, the way he refused to meet her gaze for more than a heartbeat at a time. "You should go," he said. The words were quiet. Not a command, not a plea. A fact offered without ornament. Hanwen stepped forward. "She's going. We are all going. The tribunal will not touch you if you come down now, Lysenne. You have the paper. You have the proof. You are not bound to anything that bears his name." "I know." Lysenne heard her own voice as if from a distance. Steady, clear. The voice she used when molten glass was cooling too fast and one wrong breath could shatter a week of work. She looked at Hanwen, at the cracked exhaustion in her apprentice's face, the soot still embedded in her collar, the raw edges of her hands where she had pulled evidence from flames. "You burned the switchback road," Lysenne said. "You lit a fire to block pursuit, and you did not know if Darren survived it." Hanwen's chin lifted. "I would do it again. I know. That is why I am asking you to trust me now." The courtyard went still. Hanwen stared at her. The protest was already forming, sharp and ready, but Lysenne held her gaze until it faltered. "You found my name in the ledger," Hanwen said. "You have not told me what it said. You have not asked me what it means. I will, when this is over." "When what is over?" Hanwen's voice rose. "The tribunal is at the gate, Lysenne. He," she gestured at Drevan, jagged and desperate, "is starving into something that will not remember your name. If you stay, you are not saving him. You are choosing to burn with him." The words hung in the salt air. Lysenne felt them, felt the shape of the choice Hanwen was offering. The road down, the town that had sold her but was now rising in her name, the life she could rebuild from ash and evidence. Then she felt the other thing, the shape of Drevan's hand releasing the arch. The way he straightened, not because he could bear his weight, but because he refused to let the tribunal see him fall. "I am not choosing to burn," she said. She turned to face him fully. "I am choosing to see what happens when a monster keeps his word." Drevan's eyes met hers. The dark had spread further. His pupils were swallowing the garnet, the black bleeding outward like ink on wet paper. But beneath it, she saw the man who had held the gate open, who had given her a key and told her to walk, who had starved himself rather than feed on her, and was now paying the price in the only currency he had left. "Lysenne," his voice was barely air, "if I lose control, you will not. You cannot know that. I know you have not broken your word yet." She stepped closer, close enough to see the tremor in his jaw, the way his hands curled and uncurled at his sides, fighting a battle she could only witness. "I will set the terms," she said. "The same terms as the Glasshouse. You stop when I say stop. You do not feed on me, and you let me be the one who decides when this night ends." His throat worked. "And if I fail, then you fail." She held his gaze. "But you fail having tried. That is more than the town ever did." Behind her, she heard Hanwen make a sound, a broken thing, caught between protest and grief. The Herald's horn sounded again, closer now. Lysenne did not look away from Drevan. "We have minutes before the tribunal reaches the gate," she said. "Can you stand long enough to meet them at the threshold?" He looked at her for a long moment. Then he straightened, slowly, his hand leaving the arch to hang at his side. The veins were dark at his throat, dark at his temples. His breath still came shallow, measured, but he nodded. "And after?" he asked. Lysenne held the key. "After, we see if the salt holds." Chapter 40. The Herald's horn split the air again, closer, the sound ripping through the courtyard like a blade through wet silk. Lysenne did not flinch. She stood at the gate with the key in her hand, the iron warm from her grip, and watched the torches climb the Switchback road. 7 of them, maybe 8. Moving in formation, steady and unhurried, the rhythm of people who knew they would not be refused. Behind her, the courtyard held its breath. Hanwen had gone still. Myra had stopped stitching. Even the Klooper's scarred apprentice had turned from the crowd to watch the lights rise through the dark. Only Drevan remained fixed on her. She felt his gaze like pressure against her skin. Not demanding, waiting. The way a man waits when he has already spoken his last word and knows the answer belongs to someone else. "Lysenne," Hanwen's voice cracked. "Please." Lysenne turned. Hanwen stood at the edge of the torchlight, her face wet, her hands raw from rope burns and paper edges. She looked younger than she had any right to look, desperate in a way that made Lysenne's chest ache. "I burned the road for you," Hanwen said. "I would burn the whole cliff if it meant you walked down it alive. Do not make that mean nothing." "It does not mean nothing." Lysenne's voice came out steadier than she felt. "It means you love me. It means you would set the world on fire before you let it take me. I know that. Then come home." "I am home." The words hung between them. Lysenne saw the moment they landed, saw Hanwen's face change, the protest collapsing into something rawer, something that looked like grief wearing a mask of understanding. "You are choosing him," Hanwen said. "I am choosing myself." She said it without looking at Drevan, said it because it was true. Because the shape of the sentence had been forming in her chest since the moment she found the warrant in the archive, since she realized the town that sold her had already decided what she was worth. "I am choosing to stay because the gate is open," she said. "Because I have the proof. Because I can walk down that road whenever I want and no one in this keep can stop me. And because I want to see what happens when a man who has spent 3 centuries holding himself together finally lets someone hold him." Hanwen's jaw worked. "And if he breaks, then I will know I was not wrong to try." Lysenne stepped forward and pressed the key into Hanwen's hand. The iron was warm, the shape of it familiar now, the weight of it something she had earned. "Keep this," she said. "If I need to leave before dawn, I will find you at the gate. If I do not come, you will know I chose to stay." Hanwen stared at the key in her palm. "You are giving me the escape route. I am trusting you to hold it for me." It was the only thing she could give that would mean anything, the proof that she was not a prisoner, that the door was not locked, that every hour she spent inside Marrowind was chosen, not endured. Hanwen closed her fingers around the key. "If he hurts you," she said, "I will burn this keep to the foundation stones." "I know." Lysenne turned away before she could see Hanwen cry. The courtyard had thinned. Maria stood with the co-opera and his apprentice, the linen cloth folded in her burned hands, watching the torches climb. Sister Maushin had moved to the inner stairs, her gray coat catching the wind, her colorless eyes tracking the tribunal's approach. Drevan had not moved. He stood at the arch where she had left him, one hand braced against the stone, the other hanging loose at his side. The dark veins had spread further. They traced his jaw now, threaded down his throat, disappeared beneath his collar. His pupils had swallowed almost everything, but his eyes found hers. "You gave her the key," he said. "I did. You cannot leave now. I can leave whenever I want." She stepped closer. "I just cannot do it quietly." Something flickered in his face. Not relief, not hope, something older than both. The shadow of a man who had spent centuries waiting for someone to hand him a reason to keep fighting. "The tribunal will be at the gate in minutes," he said. "They will see me like this. They will see... I know what they will see." She stopped an arm's length from him, close enough to feel the cold radiating off his skin, the faint tremor in the air around him. "I am not going to hide you," she said. "I am not going to pretend you are not starving. But I am also not going to let them use it. How do you plan to stop them?" "By telling the truth." She held his gaze. "The truth is that you held the gate open. The truth is that you gave me a key and told me to walk. The truth is that you have not fed on me, have not touched me without invitation, have not broken a single promise you made. If the tribunal wants to strip you of Marrowind, they will have to do it with that on the record." Javan's breath caught. "You would speak for me? I would speak for myself." She felt the weight of the words as she said them. "And my testimony will include the fact that a vampire lord opened his hand before he was forced to. That is not a confession of weakness. It is evidence of restraint." The torchlight shifted as the tribunal's party rounded the last switchback. "We have maybe 3 minutes," she said. "Can you stand that long?" He looked at her, really looked, the way he had in the Glasshouse, the way he had when she returned the Armory Key, the way a man looks at something he has spent centuries believing he would never deserve. "For you," he said, "I can stand for hours." The horn sounded again. This time it did not fade. The tribunal had reached the gate. The tribunal carriage crested the final switchback, its lacquered black panels catching the torchlight like polished obsidian. Lysenne counted 8 riders in gray, their crests bearing the interlocked rings of Marrowind's house sigil beneath a crown she did not recognize. The carriage itself was windowless, sealed, the kind of transport that carried judgment rather than passengers. She did not step back. She stood in the open threshold with Drevan at her side, his breath shallow and measured, his weight braced against the arch. The dark veins had spread to the hollow of his throat. His hand trembled where it gripped the stone. But he was standing. The lead rider reined in at the outer edge of the courtyard, a woman with gray-streaked hair and a face that had not smiled in decades. Her eyes swept the assembled crowd, the stitched cloth in Maria's hands, the ledger on the stones, the burned girl with the key still clutched in her palm. Then they settled on Lysenne. Lysenne Ottfeld. The woman's voice carried formal weight, the cadence of someone who had read too many warrants and signed too many sentences. "I am Justisar Valen Morath of the Black Coast Tribunal. I am here to determine whether the seizure of your person was lawful, whether Lord Drevan Lirewen acted within house authority, and whether Marrowind Keep will remain under his governance." She dismounted. The other riders followed. "I am informed that a counter-warrant has been filed, that witnesses have come forward, that evidence has been recovered from a burning chapel." She paused. "I am also informed that you have refused sanctuary and remain inside the keep by choice." Lysenne met her gaze. That is correct. Then I will ask you directly. The justicer stepped closer. Are you here of your own free will, or are you compelled by fear, obligation, or the threat of harm? The courtyard went silent. Drevan's hand tightened on the arch. Lysenne felt the question land, felt it settle in her chest, not as a trap, but as a door she had been waiting for someone to open. She looked at the key in Hanwen's hand, at the proof in her pocket, at the road down the cliff, still visible through the open gate, still waiting. Then she looked at Drevan, at the man who had starved himself rather than feed on her, who had opened the gate before he was forced to, who was standing now, barely, because she had asked him to. I am here, she said, because I choose to be. The Justihar's eyes narrowed. And if I told you that you could walk through that gate right now, with full legal protection, and never return to Marrowind again? Lysenne held her gaze. Then I would tell you that I already know. Chapter 41. The Justicer's gaze held, measuring, cataloging, the kind of look that collected evidence before it decided what to believe. Then you will not object to a private interview. It was not a question. Lysenne felt the shape of the demand behind the courtesy. Isolation. No witnesses. A room where the only record would be what the tribunal chose to write down. I will object, she said, to anything that separates me from my witnesses, my evidence, or my right to speak in open hearing. The Justicer's mouth thinned. The law of the Black Coast Tribunal allows for… I know what the law allows. Lysenne did not raise her voice. She did not need to. I have spent 3 winters learning how warrants are written, sealed, and enforced. I know the difference between a lawful interview and a closed-door interrogation. If you want my testimony, you will take it here, in front of everyone who has a stake in the truth. A murmur rippled through the courtyard. The Justiar's gray-streaked head turned, sweeping the assembled faces. Nan Perrin with her chin like a blade, Miria with her bandaged hands, Hanwen with the key still pressed against her ribs, the Coopri with his scarred apprentice, Ilara Ven, pale and trembling, the dropped ledger still open at her feet. I see, the Justiar said. Then we will proceed with the hearing at dawn. No. The word came from Lysenne's throat before she had fully decided to speak it. The rhythm of control was shifting. If the tribunal set the pace, they would set the terms. The hearing happens now, she said. Or it happens when I decide. I am not a document to be filed at your convenience. I am the person you came here to question, and I will set the conditions under which I answer. The Justiar's eyes went flat. You are bold for a woman who spent 3 months in captivity. I spent 3 months in a house where the Lord of the Keep opened his armory, his archive, and his gate before anyone forced him to. Lysenne held her ground. That is not captivity. That is a monster learning to open his hand. If you want to know whether I was coerced, ask me why I stayed after the gate was unlocked. Silence. Then, from behind her, Drevan's breath caught. She did not turn. She kept her eyes on the Justicer, on the riders in gray, on every face that had come to judge a story they had already decided they understood. The hearing happens now, she repeated. In the courtyard, with every witness, every scrap of paper, every name that has been stitched into that cloth, and when it is over, I will decide what I do next. The Justicer studied her. Then she nodded, once. Very well. Clear the courtyard. I want only the principals. No, every person who watched me being loaded into that carriage. Every person who looked away. Every person who told themselves the levy was just how things worked. She let her gaze move across the assembled faces. They get to hear what was done. They get to see the proof, and they get to live with knowing what they cost. The Justiciar's jaw tightened, but she did not argue. The courtyard remained full. The hearing began. It took 3 hours. 3 hours of names read aloud from ledgers. 3 hours of Garrow's hunched testimony, his voice cracking as he described writing warrant after warrant, choosing which households would pay in coin and which would pay in flesh. 3 hours of Ilara Ven's father's secret ledger being passed from hand to hand, the third column exposed. The 23 Span households named in public for the first time. Nan Perrin spoke. Kellum the Coopper spoke, the fishmonger's widow, the one whose glass pane had been stolen, rose from the back of the crowd and said her husband had died on the Levy Road 3 winters ago, and she had never known why he was taken when wealthier men stayed home. The stitched cloth was unfolded, held up, read aloud. 41 names, men and women who had stood on the wharf and watched Lysenne being forced into the carriage, who had turned back to their work, who had told themselves it was not their business. Miriah recited each name without faltering. When she finished, she folded the cloth and pressed it to her chest. "That is the first accounting," she said. "It is not the last." The judge's seer's face had not changed expression once, but her scribe's hand was cramped from writing. Drevan had not spoken. He stood through the entire hearing, braced against the arch, his breath shallow and measured, the dark veins now crawling up the side of his neck. He had not once tried to defend himself, to explain, to argue that his starvation was itself a form of penance. He simply stood. And Lysenne, watching him, felt something in her chest shift. Not forgiveness, not trust, not yet. But the recognition that he had let her speak for herself, that he had not interrupted, not contradicted, not tried to frame the narrative in his favor. He had stood in the threshold of his own keep, visible to every rider, every witness, every enemy who might use his weakness against him, and he had let her tell the truth. When the last ledger was closed and the last name read, the justier turned to face the courtyard. "The tribunal will take this evidence under advisement," she said. "A formal judgment will be delivered within 3 days." "That is not acceptable," Lysenne said it quietly. The justier's head snapped toward her. 3 days is enough time for Halric Tilburn to disappear, Lysenne said. Enough time for evidence to be destroyed. Enough time for someone to decide that a dead witness is more convenient than a living one. She paused. "You will render your judgment by dawn, or I will walk through that gate, take every piece of proof with me, and let the harbor towns between here and the capital decide what they think of a tribunal that protects a Levy-Master who sold his own people." The justicer went still. The silence stretched. Then the justice's scribe tipped his pen and wrote a single line. Everyone in the courtyard heard it. Judgment by dawn. Chapter 42. The courtyard emptied in waves. First, the town witnesses, herded by Idric toward the gatehouse where the tribunal's riders had set lanterns on hooks. Then the justicer and her scribe, retreating to the lacquered carriage with the ledgers boxed under seal. Then the servants, melting into the keep's lower doors until only Pravec remained in the arch, his blind eyes tracking the silence. Lysenne did not move. She stood 3 paces from Drevan, close enough to see the dark veins pulsing at his throat, the way his fingers had curled into the stone frame like roots seeking purchase. His breath came in shallow measures, each one a calculation. "The hearing is over," she said. "You can let go now." He did not let go. "Pravec." She kept her voice even. "Where do I take him?" The steward's filmed eyes shifted toward her voice. "The West Tower has a chamber he has used before." "Show me." The West Tower stair was narrow and spiraling, built for defense rather than comfort. Drevan made the climb with one hand, braced against the wall, his knuckles scraping stone, his feet finding each riser like a man walking through deep water. Lysenne stayed half a step behind him, close enough to catch him if he fell. She did not know what she would do if he did. The chamber at the top was round and spare, a bed frame against the curved wall, a single shuttered window, a hearth with cold ash. No rugs, no glass, no surface that could be shattered into a blade. Pravec stopped at the threshold. "He will not respond to my voice," he said. "Once the turn takes hold, he will not know who I am." "Will he know me?" The steward was silent for a long moment. "That depends on what you are to him when the hunger strips everything else away." He turned and descended, his footsteps fading into the spiral dark. Lysenne pushed the door closed. The latch clicked. Drevan stood in the center of the room with his back to her, his shoulders rising and falling in a rhythm that was no longer controlled. The veins had spread past his collar now, threading across the base of his skull like roots seeking water. "Lysenne." His voice was different, lower. The words scraped out of him like they were passing through broken glass. "I am still here," she said. "Leave." "No." He turned. She had seen him deteriorated. She had seen him hollow-cheeked and trembling, his pupils swallowing the garnet, his hands shaking against stone. She had thought she knew what he looked like at the edge. She had been wrong. His eyes were black, not dark, not shadowed, black. The garnet consumed completely, leaving only the memory of color. The veins had reached his cheekbones, his jaw, the hollow beneath his eyes, mapping his face in dark geometry. He looked at her like she was the only source of heat in a frozen world. Lysenne. Her name again, but this time it was not a warning. It was a plea, a prayer, a man clinging to the last thread of himself and using her name as the knot. I can feel it, the shape of it, the want. I know. I do not want to become what I was. You won't, she said it before she knew if it was true. The first hour was the worst. He paced the chamber in a circle, his steps measured, his fingers dragging along the stone wall as if the friction could ground him. She sat on the floor with her back against the bed frame, the sea glass shard pressed into her palm, and she talked. She told him about the furnace in her glasshouse, the way the heat built through the morning until the sand began to flow like honey. She told him about the color of molten glass, the way it looked like liquid sunrise just before it settled into the shape she had chosen. She told him about the first piece she had ever made alone. A poor thing, lopsided and full of bubbles, but hers. You let me speak, she said. 3 hours. You did not say a word. I was listening, he rasped. I know. I heard you listening. His pacing slowed. The gate is open, she said. I gave Hanwen the key. I can walk out whenever I choose. I know. I am still here. He stopped. His back was to her, his head bowed, his hands pressed flat against the stone wall. The veins were pulsing. The tremor in his shoulders had grown deeper. Why? The question came out raw, stripped of any elegance or calculation, just a man asking what he did not deserve to know. She pressed the sea glass harder into her palm until she felt the edge. Because you kept every promise you made tonight. Because you stood in front of the tribunal and let me tell the truth without trying to shape it. Because when I told you to stop in the glasshouse, you stopped. She paused. Because I want to see what happens when someone who has held himself together for 3 centuries finally lets someone help him hold. He made a sound that was not a word. It was low and broken, a noise that came from somewhere deeper than speech, and when he turned, his eyes were still black, his veins still dark, his hands still trembling. But he was looking at her, and he was still himself. The second hour passed in silence. He sat against the opposite wall, his knees drawn up, his head resting on his forearms. She stayed where she was, the sea glass warm against her palm, her voice quiet when she spoke. She told him about the scars on her arms, the ones from the furnace, the ones from the years of learning to make beauty out of heat and danger. She told him about the winter she had nearly died of fever, alone in her workshop, no one coming to check on her for 3 days. She told him that surviving alone had taught her to need no one, and that she was still learning how wrong that lesson was. I do not know how to let someone stay, she said. I have only ever known how to let someone leave. Stay, he said. The word was rough, barely shaped. I am not finished learning. She heard what he was asking, not for a promise, not for forever, just for this hour, this night, this moment when the darkness in him was pressing against the skin of his restraint like a blade through cloth. Stay, he said again, and this time it was her name, whispered into the dark between them. Lysenne closed her hand around the sea glass. I am here. He lasted through the 3rd hour. She saw him fight it, the way a drowning man fights the current, his body tensing and releasing in waves, his hands opening and closing against the stone floor. She watched him lose language in fits, his sentences fracturing into single words, then sounds, then silence. But each time his eyes found her, they were human. Strained, desperate, hungry, but human. When he finally crawled toward her, she did not flinch. He stopped a hand's breadth from her knee, his head bowed, his breathing ragged. The veins had reached his hairline. The black of his eyes had spread into the whites at the edges, staining like ink on paper. Lysenne. His voice was barely a whisper. If I lose this, if I lose who I am, do not let me find you." She looked down at him, this ancient, starving creature who had kept her in a cage and then opened the door, who had fed on nothing for weeks rather than take from her, who was now pressing himself against the floor of a tower room rather than let his hunger decide his shape. She slipped the sea glass into her pocket. Then she moved forward, sat cross-legged in front of him, and placed her hand where he could see it. Open, empty, offered without terms. "I am not letting you go anywhere," she said. And when he raised his head, the movement slow, the veins dark, the black eyes fixed on her face, she heard him breathe her name like a prayer, like the last thing he wanted to remember before he forgot everything else. And she feared, in that moment, that she would never know which version of him was real enough to trust. Chapter 43. The hours passed in the stone chamber. Lysenne did not know how many. The windowless dark swallowed time the way the sea swallowed sound, depth without marker, and endless, falling. She sat with her back against the wall, her hand still open on her knee, and watched Drevan breathe. He had not moved since he spoke her name. His head rested on his folded arms, his shoulders rising and falling in a rhythm that sometimes stuttered, sometimes stopped for one beat too long, then resumed as if startled back into life. The veins at his temples had receded slightly, or she wanted to believe they had. It was impossible to tell in the dark. She held the sea glass in her pocket, warm from her palm, and did not take it out. A knock came at the door. 3 short raps, spaced apart like a code she did not recognize. Then Pravec's voice, low and controlled, barely breaking through the stone. "Mistress Ottfeld." She rose, her legs stiff from hours of stillness, and crossed to the door. She did not open it. She pressed her palm flat against the iron and waited. "Can he hear me?" Pravec asked. "I do not know. He has not spoken in." She stopped. "How long?" "In some time. There is news from the gate." She turned her head, glancing back at Drevan's still form. He had not moved at the sound of Pravec's voice. That seemed wrong. He had reacted to everything tonight, every shift in her breathing, every whisper of fabric, as if his senses were stretched to breaking. But at his steward's voice, he'd given nothing. "What news?" "Riders on the coast road, not the tribunal herald. Different horses. A lacquered carriage with a crest I do not recognize." Lysenne's hand tightened against the iron. "How many?" 8 riders, carriage, formal seals. They will be at the gate within the hour." She closed her eyes. The tribunal had already come and gone, judgment by dawn, but these were new riders, a different power, arriving while Marrowind's lord lay collapsed in a windowless chamber with hunger still pulsing through his veins like a second heartbeat. Who sent them? "Unknown. The carriage crest is not registered with any house I know. It may be a free herald. It may be," he paused, "it may be a claimant." "To what?" "To Marrowind. If the tribunal strips Drevan of governance, the territory becomes contestable. Houses will send representatives, rivals, predators who have waited 3 centuries for the crack to widen." Lysenne opened her eyes. The dark of the chamber pressed against them like wool. "What do they want?" "They will ask to see the Lord of the Keep. They will ask to see you. They will ask to see the state of things, and they will read every answer from what we cannot hide." She understood. Drevan could not stand, could not speak, could barely hold himself together through the night. If these riders saw him like this, saw the veins, the silence, the collapsed posture of a man who had starved himself past the edge of reason, they would know exactly how deep the crack ran, and they would act. "What do you advise?" she asked. Pravec was silent for a long moment. Then, "I advise you to decide whether this chamber stays sealed or opens." The question landed like a blade. If she kept the door closed, the riders would be met by Pravec's silence, by evasion, by the careful fiction that the Lord of Marrowind was indisposed and could not receive visitors. They would know it was a lie, but they would have no proof, and the night would pass on plausible denial. If she opened the door, they would see. They would see the dark veins, the hollow cheeks, the hands that had cracked stone and now lay limp against the floor. They would see a vampire lord at the edge of breaking, and they would calculate the cost of waiting for him to fall. "I cannot decide this alone," she said. "Mistress Ottfeld, he is the one who will be judged." She turned from the door and crossed back to Drevan. She knelt in front of him, close enough to see the faint trembling of his eyelids, the way his lips moved without sound. "Drevan." No response. "Drevan, there are riders at the gate. A carriage with an unknown crest. Pravec says they will be here within the hour. They will want to see you." His fingers twitched against the stone. "I need to know what you want me to do." The silence stretched. Then his hand moved, one finger, a slow drag across the floor until it touched her knee. The touch was light, almost imperceptible, the weight of a falling leaf. "Stay," he breathed. "I am staying, but I need more than that. Do I keep the chamber sealed, or do I let them see what this keep has become?" His eyes opened. They were still black, still rimmed with the darkness of the turn, but there was recognition in them, a flicker of the man who had stood before the tribunal and let her speak. "Let them see." The words were barely audible. "Let them see what happens to a house that keeps its word." She held his gaze for a long moment, then she rose, crossed to the door, and pulled it open. Pravec stood in the corridor, his blind eyes tracking the sound of her movement, his face unreadable. "The chamber stays open," she said. "He wants them to see." Pravec's mouth tightened. "Then we have very little time." He turned his head, listening to something she could not hear, footsteps perhaps, or the distant sound of hooves on the Switchback road. "The carriage is past the lower gate. They will be at the main entrance in—" A crash echoed from below. "Not the main gate, the east wing." Lysenne turned. Drevan was still on the floor, still barely conscious. But the sound had come from the direction she had never fully explored, the direction of the cellars, the direction Pravec had said had not been aired in a very long time. "That is not the main entrance," she said. Pravec's face went still. "No, it is not." Another crash, followed by the sound of stone scraping against stone, and Lysenne felt the floor tremble beneath her feet as something opened in the depths of Marrowind that no one had touched in centuries. Chapter 44. The floor kept trembling beneath her feet, a slow grinding that traveled up through the stone and into her ribs. Lysenne stood in the open doorway, one hand braced against the frame, listening to something force its way through the sealed cellars beneath the east wing. Another crash. Closer now. Not the main gate, not the riders. "Drevan!" She turned back into the chamber. He was still on the floor, still barely conscious, but his eyes had opened wider, the black of them catching the light from the corridor like wet stone. He heard it too. "Something is coming through the cellars," she said. "Do you know what is down there?" His lips moved. No sound came out. She crossed to him again, dropped to her knees and took his hand. The skin was cold, cold enough to feel like a warning, but his fingers closed around hers with a pressure that surprised her. "There is," he breathed. "There is something I locked away." "Locked away, like a prisoner." He stopped. His throat worked. "Like a debt." The floor trembled again, harder this time. A crack ran up the far wall of the chamber, thin as a hair, dark as a vein. Pravec kids the sempered piece, the chords out the paper process amazing, still like 300, still like 27 words, still like 26 words, still an ends. Priva truly since merches the nother step test ericants, the lats, who, thirsiest in Covend, stating minutes. Floor, looking that tier with a sleen, trees wool. Tebic critchers the leften stad of the snown. Herm measuring up that universe, avering to the clawler. Somebody he place at times a strained jaw. Whatever is down there should not be able to move. Should not, Lysenne repeated. But it is. I know. She pulled Drevan's hand tighter, felt the tremor run through his arm, felt the way his whole body shivered against the stone floor like a man trying to hold himself together with nothing but will. "The riders," she said. "How long until they reach the gate?" "Minutes," Pravec said. "Perhaps less. And whatever is in the cellars?" Another crash. Stone grinding against stone, a howl that was not wind. Fast enough. She looked at Drevan. His eyes were closed again, his breath shallow, his grip on her hand loosening as the turn pulled him back under. She could stay here. She could hold him through the crisis and let Pravec meet the riders, let him spin whatever story would buy them time. Or she could do what Drevan had asked, let them see. She made the choice before she finished thinking. Get him up. Pravec's mouth tightened. Mistress Ottfeld, he cannot. I said get him up, both of you. If the riders see him on the floor, they will know he is broken. If they see him standing, even barely, they will wonder. They will hesitate. He will collapse. Then he collapses on his feet. Pravec was silent for a long moment. Then he moved. He crossed to Drevan's side, took his arm, and pulled. Drevan's body rose with a sound that was half groan, half sob, every joint and muscle protesting the movement. Lysenne took the other side, felt the unnatural cold of his skin through his sleeve, felt the way he leaned into her like a man who had forgotten how to stand alone. They got him upright. He swayed, his head dropped forward, chin nearly touching his chest, and for a moment she thought he would fall again. Then he straightened, slowly, one vertebra at a time, as if he had to remember how the skeleton fit together before he could ask it to hold him. Good, she said. Now we walk. She did not wait for agreement. She started moving, half carrying him, half dragging him, toward the door. The corridor stretched ahead, long and dark, lit only by the torches at either end. The sounds from the cellars had stopped. That was worse. Silence meant whatever had been forcing entry had succeeded. Pravec, the Armory Key. Where is it? In the solar, on the desk. Get it. Mistress Ottfeld, the riders will be at the gate within. Get the key. He went. She kept moving, Drevan's weight a dead drag against her shoulder, his breath warm and shallow against her neck. She could smell him now, the salt of old sweat, the copper of blood he had not taken, the faint dark scent of something ancient and buried. You are bleeding, he whispered. She looked down, a cut on her forearm where stone must have grazed her when she knelt. She had not felt it. Do not. I will not. He said it like a promise, like a prayer. They reached the end of the corridor. The main hall opened before them, high and vaulted, the great doors at the far end still closed but vibrating with the impact of something on the other side. The riders. They reached the center of the hall just as the doors burst open. A herald stepped through first, gray-coated, carrying a staff topped with a crest she did not recognize, not the tribunal's seal, not any housemark. Behind him came 6 riders in matched gray, their faces hidden behind half-visors, their hands empty, but their belts armed. And behind them, the Justicer. Vaelin Morath stepped into the light of the hall torches, her gray-streaked hair pulled back, her face as unreadable as it had been in the courtyard. She stopped 10 feet from Lysenne and looked at Drevan. Her eyes moved over him slowly. The hollow cheeks, the dark veins, the way he leaned on a mortal woman because he could not stand alone. Lord Lirewen, she said. His head lifted. It took everything he had. Lysenne felt it, the shudder that ran through him, the way his hand clenched on her shoulder, the way his jaw tightened until she thought the teeth would crack. But he lifted his head. Justicer. The word was barely a breath. You were given until dawn to present your defense. I am aware, and yet you stand here, starved, hollow, leaning on the woman you were accused of taking unlawfully. Drevan said nothing. The Justicer's gaze shifted to Lysenne. You told me you were here by choice. I am. Then why does he look like a man who has eaten nothing for weeks? Lysenne met her eyes. Because he has not. The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. The Justicer's face did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a slight straightening, a tightening of the fingers around her staff. You are telling me, she said slowly, that the Lord of Marrowind has been starving himself rather than feed on you. Yes. For how long? Lysenne thought of the first night, the untouched food, the way he had looked at her across the table with hunger in his eyes and denial in every line of his body. Long enough. The Justicer was silent. Then she turned, gestured to her riders, and the gray-coated herald stepped forward with a scroll in his hand. By the authority of the Black Coast Tribunal, he read, and by the compact that binds every house under the old law, I hereby declare that Marrowind Keep is subject to immediate inspection, and that its lord, Drevan Lirewen, must submit to a formal hearing within the hour. He lowered the scroll. The hearing will take place in this hall. All parties will attend. The justices stepped forward. She stopped directly in front of Lysenne, close enough that Lysenne could see the lines around her mouth, the faint tremor in her jaw, the calculation behind the flat gray eyes. "You have 1 hour," she said quietly. "Feed him, or watch him fall before the hearing begins." She turned and walked toward the raised dais at the far end of the hall, her riders falling into position behind her, and the great doors groaned shut, sealing them inside the keep with the tribunal, the cellars, and the starving lord who had not touched her once. Chapter 45. Gray dawn bled through the high windows of the main hall, pale and thin, washing the stone in the color of old bone. Lysenne had not slept. She had not moved from Drevan's side since the Justier had given them the hour, and the hour had passed with nothing but the sound of his breathing, shallow and uneven, and the distant drip of water from the walls. He was still alive. That was the first thing she knew when the light changed. The second was that he had not fed. She felt it in the way he leaned against her, the same dead weight as before, the same tremor running through his frame, the same sharp angles of starvation pressing through his collar. His eyes were closed. The veins at his temples had faded from black to dark purple, but they had not receded. He was not better. He was simply not worse. She had held him through the brink, and he had not broken. Now she had to stand. "Mistress Ottfeld," Pravec's voice came from the corridor. She turned her head, careful not to shift Drevan's weight, and found the steward in the archway, his blind eyes turned toward the sound of her breathing. "The justice who requests your presence in the solar." "Requests or demands?" "Both." She looked down at Drevan. His hand was still on her shoulder, fingers curled into the fabric of her sleeve, holding on even in unconsciousness. "I cannot leave him." "He is conscious," Pravec said. "Barely, but conscious." She looked at Drevan's face. His eyelids flickered, his jaw tightened. Then his eyes opened. They were garnet again, not black. The turn had passed, or at least retreated. "Dawn," he whispered. "Gray dawn," she said. "You made it." He looked at her for a long moment. His gaze moved over her face, the shadows under her eyes, the cut on her arm, the way she had not let go of him once through the entire night. Something shifted in his expression. Not relief, not triumph, but recognition. He had kept his promise. He had not fed. He had not broken. And she had stayed. "Help me stand," he said. She did. It took both of them, Pravec on his other side, pulling him upright, and for a long moment he swayed, his breath ragged, his hands trembling against their shoulders. Then he straightened. It was not much. He still looked like a man carved from exhaustion and will. But he was standing. "The solar," he said. They walked. The solar was small and cold, lit by a single lamp that the justicer had placed on the desk. She stood behind it, her gray streaked hair catching the light, her face as unreadable as it had been the night before. The herald stood beside her, the scroll still in his hand. Behind them, the 6 gray riders stood in formation, their half-visors raised, their eyes fixed on Drevan. "Lord Lirewen," the justicer said, "you are alive." "I am, and you have not fed." "No." The justicer's gaze moved to Lysenne. "And you remained with him through the night." "Yes, by choice." "By choice." The justicer was silent for a moment. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out a folded piece of paper, creased and worn, the seal already broken. "This arrived at the tribunal outpost at the foot of the cliff road just before dawn," she said. "It was delivered by a gray-haired woman in a salt-stained coat. She claimed she had seen Halleck Tilburn burying something beneath the altar of the salt chapel before he set the fire." Lysenne's chest tightened. "The oilcloth." The justicer raised an eyebrow. "You know of it." "I know he hid something before he burned the evidence. I did not know what." The justicer unfolded the paper and read aloud. "To the Black Coast Tribunal, I, Halleck Tilburn, former Levy-Master of Greisenmouth, do hereby confess that the warrant of seizure bearing the name Lysenne Ottfeld was forged on my order and sealed with a false mark. The cost of my silence was paid in gold, in glass, and in the lives of those I judged expendable. The true levy records are buried beneath the altar of the salt chapel, wrapped in oilcloth, where they will remain until the tribunal claims them. I write this from a place where the law cannot reach me, and I will not return to answer for what I have done." The room was very still. "He is gone," the justiciar said. The woman searched the altar rubble. The oilcloth was there. The records are intact. But Howrick Tilburn is not. Lysenne stared at the paper. He had confessed. He had written down the truth, hidden the proof where it would be found, and then vanished into whatever darkness had taken him. It was not justice. It was not even accountability. It was a man covering his tracks with the corpse of a confession. But it was proof. The justiciar folded the paper and placed it on the desk. "The tribunal will convene in this hall within the hour," she said. "The charges are as follows: unlawful seizure of a mortal woman, concealment of a forged warrant, and forfeiture of Marrowind Teep under the old compact, which states that any house that fails to govern justly forfeits its holding to the tribunal's judgment." She looked at Drevan. "You will answer for yourself, Lord Lirewen, or you will let the woman who stayed speak for you." Drevan said nothing. Lysenne felt the weight of his silence. She looked at the justiciar, at the herald, at the 6 riders standing like gray statues against the cold stone. She thought of the cellars beneath the keep, of the thing that had forced its way through the sealed doors, of the crash that had trembled through the walls. She thought of the oilcloth buried beneath the altar, of Howrick Tilburn's confession, of the 41 names stitched into linen. She thought of Drevan's hand on her shoulder through the night, of his promise not to feed, of the way he had lifted his head when she asked him to stand. "I will speak for myself," she said, "and I will speak for him." The justiciar's eyes narrowed. "The hour is not yet up," she said. "But when it is, the hearing will begin. Be ready." She turned and walked out of the solar, the herald and riders following. The door closed behind them. Lysenne stood alone in the cold room with Drevan and Pravec, the dawnlight growing stronger through the window, the silence pressing in from all sides. She looked at Drevan. "Can you stand?" He met her eyes. "For you," he said. "I will stand until I break." She believed him, and she feared that was exactly what the tribunal wanted. Chapter 46. The solar fell silent the moment the first horn sounded. Lysenne felt it in her chest, a low vibration that traveled through the stone floor and up into her ribs. Not the herald's horn from the night before. Deeper. Heavier. The kind of sound that carried through granite and marrow alike. Drevan's hand found the edge of the desk. "That is not the tribunal advance," he said. "That is the full convocation." Pravec turned his filmed eyes toward the window. "They were not due for 3 days." "They were not due at all," Drevan said quietly. "They were meant to send a single justiciar to assess and report. A full convocation means judgment has already been drafted." Lysenne looked between them. "You knew they were coming. You did not tell me they could arrive in force." "I told you what I knew." Drevan's voice was thin, but steady. "I did not know they would bring the whole court." The second horn sounded. Closer. The gates of Marrowind groaned open in answer. Pravec moved toward the solar door. "They will expect to be received in the hall, full ceremony, formal address. If you cannot stand it, my lord, I will receive them in your place." "No." Drevan straightened, his hand leaving the desk. "If they have come to judge, let them see what they are judging." Lysenne stepped in front of him. "You can barely hold yourself upright." "I can hold myself upright long enough to greet a delegation." "That is not what I asked." He met her eyes. The garnet had returned, but it was dull, the color of old ash rather than ember. The dark veins still traced his throat like rootwork buried just beneath the skin. "Then what are you asking?" She did not look away. "I am asking whether you are choosing to stand because it serves the truth, or because you cannot bear to look weak in front of them." The question hung between them. Rep stood at the door, blind but listening, his stillness absolute. Drevan's jaw tightened. For a moment she thought he would deflect, offer some elegant evasion that cost him nothing. Then he lowered his gaze. "Both," he said, "and I do not know which is stronger." It was the most honest thing he had said since she met him. She nodded once. "Then we stand together, and you lean on me when you need to. And if they ask whether you are weak, You tell them you have not fed in 9 weeks because you chose not to feed on a woman who was brought here against her will. That is not strength to them, Drevan said. That is failure. Then they are wrong. She took his arm, fitting herself under his shoulder the same way she had done the night before, and felt him tremble as she took his weight. Let them be wrong in front of everyone. They walked through the corridor together. Pravec led the way, his steps precise, his blind eyes tracking nothing and everything. The keep was silent. No servants in the halls, no movement at the windows. The household had withdrawn behind closed doors, waiting to see which way the wind would fall. The main hall had been prepared. The long table had been cleared. The hearth had been lit. 3 chairs stood at the far end, high-backed and dark, the wood carved with knots and thorns that reminded Lysenne of the crest on the lacquered carriage. And in front of those chairs, standing in a row of gray and black, the Black Coast Tribunal waited. There were 7 of them, not the 6 riders from the night before. 7 justiciars in formal robes, their collars sealed with iron clasps, their faces as unreadable as the stone they stood on. Behind them, a clerk sat at a smaller table, ink and parchment already laid out. Behind the clerk, 2 heralds in mourning colors held the standards of the tribunal, a broken chain and an open hand. Justiciar Valen Morath stood at the center of the 7. She looked at Lysenne, at Drevan, at the way Lysenne's arm braced his weight. The full convocation has assembled, she said, to hear the matter of Marrowind Keep, the forged warrant, and the unlawful seizure of a mortal woman under the Levy Compact. Her voice carried no judgment, no sympathy, only procedure. The tribunal will hear testimony from all parties, the accused lord, the seized woman, the witnesses who have come forward. Every statement will be recorded and weighed. She paused. And because the charges involve more than a single house, the tribunal has determined that the seized woman's testimony must be taken in isolation, without the presence of Lord Lirewen or his steward, to ensure it is not influenced by proximity or fear. Lysenne felt cold move through her chest. Separately, she said. Separately, the justicer confirmed. In a chamber of your choosing, with only myself and the tribunal clerk present. No lord, no steward, no witnesses who owe loyalty to Marrowind. Drevan's arm tightened under her grip. Is that standard procedure? Lysenne asked. Or a new rule written for this hearing? The justice's eyes flickered, just for a moment. It is the procedure the tribunal has determined for this matter. That is not an answer. Madame Ottfeld, the justice's voice sharpened. You have demanded transparency. You have demanded speed. You have demanded that your voice be heard. The tribunal is granting all 3. But your voice must be your own, not shaped by the presence of the lord who held you captive. Lysenne felt the trap. It sounded reasonable. It sounded protective. It sounded like exactly what she had asked for, but it was separation, isolation. A room with no witness who knew the truth of what had passed between her and Drevan. No one to confirm that her choice had been real. No one to say she stayed because the gate was open. She looked at Pravec. He stood at the edge of the hall, his filmed eyes fixed on the middle distance. His mouth moved once, barely visible. Another form of possession. She heard it anyway. I will give my testimony, she said, in the Glasshouse wing, with the door open, and with one witness of my choosing present. The justicer's jaw tightened. That is not the procedure. The tribunal wants my voice, Lysenne said. You can have it, but you do not get to decide who hears it. I choose the room and I choose the witness, and if that is not acceptable, then you can convene your full convocation in an empty hall and read Howrick Tilburn's confession aloud until you run out of breath. Silence. The 6 justiciars behind Valen Morath exchanged glances she could not read. The clerk's pen hovered over the parchment. Then the justiciar inclined her head, just slightly, the movement so small it was almost a twitch. The Glasshouse wing, she said. One witness of your choosing. The door stays open. Lysenne did not let herself exhale. She looked at Drevan, still braced against her shoulder, still standing, still watching her with that dulled garnet gaze that held more exhaustion than hope. She looked at Pravec, whose face had not changed but whose posture had shifted, a fraction of a degree toward her, like a door left unlocked. She looked at the 7 justiciars in their black and gray, their sealed collars, their open hands painted on banners that promised justice and delivered verdicts. "I will give my testimony in 1 hour," she said. "In the Glasshouse, with Hanwen Branach as my witness." The Justiciar's eyes narrowed. "Hanwen Branach is in Greisenmouth." "Then send for her." The Justiciar was silent for a long moment. "The road is burned." "Then send riders through the ashes." Lysenne held her gaze. "You said you wanted my voice," she said. "I am telling you the conditions under which you will hear it. If that is too much effort, then you can judge this case without me and explain to every house on the Black Coast why a tribunal that claimed to value the testimony of a seized woman chose convenience over truth." The clerk's pen scratched once, then stopped. The fire crackled in the hearth. And Justiciar's Valen Morath, for the 3rd time since she had arrived at Marrowind, yielded. "Riders," she said to the herald. "Bring the apprentice from Greisenmouth, fast horses, a full escort." The herald bowed and left. The Justiciars turned back to Lysenne. "You have 1 hour," she said. She walked past them, out of the hall, her gray robe trailing behind her like a tide pulling back. The other 6 Justiciars followed. The clerk gathered his parchment, and Lysenne stood alone in the center of the hall, with Drevan's weight against her shoulder and the cold knowledge that she had won the battle and was still losing the war. Drevan's voice came low. "You chose Hanwen. She is the only one I trust who is not in this room. And if they stop her on the road?" Lysenne looked at the empty doorway where the Justiciar had vanished. "Then I will know what kind of tribunal I am dealing with." She felt him shift, trying to take more of his own weight. "For you," he said. "I will stand until I break." She had heard him say it before. This time, she heard the question beneath it. "What happens when I do?" She did not have an answer. The first of the tribunal riders passed the window at a gallop, headed down the Switchback road toward the smoke that still rose from the burned path below. Lysenne watched them go, and she wondered, for the first time since dawn, whether Hanwen would arrive as a witness or as a hostage. Chapter 47. The Glasshouse held the cold the way a wound holds salt. Lysenne stood at the center of the wing, where the furnace had not been lit in weeks, and the empty frames cast gray light across the stone floor. The door hung open behind her, as she had demanded. Through it she could see the corridor, the Justiciar's herald, and the edge of Pravec's shadow where he waited beyond hearing range. 7 Justiciars sat in a crescent of chairs that had been carried from the hall and arranged among the cooling beds and racked panes. Their black collars caught the pale light. Their hands rested on their knees in identical positions, as if they had been placed there by someone who cared more for symmetry than comfort. Justiciar Valen Morath sat at the center. Beside her, a clerk had set up a portable desk, inkpot, and fresh parchment. The seat for Hanwen Branach remained empty. Lysenne had known it would. The riders had been gone less than an hour. The burned road took twice that to descend even at speed. If Hanwen was still in Greisenmouth, if she had not already started climbing toward the keep on her own, the witness chair would stay vacant until the tribunal grew tired of waiting. They would not wait long. "You may begin," Valen Morath said. Lysenne did not sit. She had refused the chair they offered her, the same way she had refused isolation, the same way she had refused every version of this hearing that pretended her presence here was a courtesy rather than a demand she had extracted. "I am Lysenne Ottfeld," she said, "glassblower of Greisenmouth, taken on winter levy day under a warrant I never signed and never saw." Her voice carried in the Glasshouse. The empty frames caught it and scattered it against the walls. The Levy-Master, Halric Tilburn, read my name from a document he knew was forged. The harbor watched. The town watched. The men who loaded me into the carriage watched. No one spoke. She paused. "Because I was survivable to lose." A justiciar at the left edge of the crescent shifted. A tall woman with gray braids coiled against her skull, her face unreadable. "And at Marrowind Keep?" Valen Morath asked. "Drevan Lirewen read the warrant in my presence and told me it was forged within the same breath he told me I would not be going home. She let that land. He kept me in the East Wing. The rooms were comfortable. The food was regular. The door had no lock on my side. I was not harmed. I was not fed upon. He gave me access to records, movement through the keep, and the truth when I asked for it. The clerk's pen scratched across the parchment. But he kept me. She said it flatly, not an accusation, not a plea, a fact. For weeks he kept me in a cage built of courtesy and locked by his refusal to let me leave. He told himself it was protection. He told himself the town that sold me could not be trusted with my safety. He told himself that if he was careful enough, patient enough, starving enough, he could make captivity gentler than the world that had given me up. She looked at each Justiar in turn. He was wrong. The silence stretched. "Say the rest," Valen Morath said. It was not a command, it was an invitation, and they both knew it. Lysenne held her gaze. He gave me the Armory Key. He opened the archive without conditions. He ordered the gate opened and told me I could leave when I wished, with evidence in my hands, and that if any bond existed between us, it could not survive another hour of compulsion. She heard her own voice crack at the edges, just slightly, and did not smooth it. He has not fed on me. He has not touched me without my consent. He has stood beside me through every accusation, every hearing, every moment when it would have been easier to let the tribunal take the decision out of his hands. The Justiar with the gray braids leaned forward. "And you believe this absolves him of the initial confinement?" "No," Lysenne said it without hesitation. "I believe the initial confinement was unlawful. I believe Drevan Lirewen committed a wrong when he chose to keep me instead of sending me home. I believe the town of Greisenmouth committed a deeper wrong when it let the lie stand, because survival is always easier when someone else is the cost." She took a breath. "And I believe that when a man who has held absolute power for 3 centuries opens his hand and gives you the key, you do not honor that gift by pretending the cage never existed." The clerk's pen had stopped. Valen Morath watched her with those flat eyes, the same calculation behind them that had been there since she first dismounted at the gate. "You speak for him," the Justicar said. "I speak for myself," Lysenne said. "And I am telling you that Drevan Lirewen kept me, starved himself rather than take me, surrendered the means of my captivity when he could have held them, and now stands ready to lose everything because he let me choose." She turned to face the full crescent. "The tribunal wants this keep. I can see it in the way you sit, the way you arrived 3 days early with 7 collars instead of 1, the way you drafted judgment before hearing testimony. You do not care about the forged warrant. You care about the precedent. You care about the territory." The gray-braided Justicar's eyes narrowed. "You have a theory," she said. "I have eyes," Lysenne said, "and I have spent enough weeks in a cage built on convenient lies to recognize another one when I see it." She took 1 step closer to the crescent. "So here is my testimony. The seizure was unlawful. The captivity was wrong. The gate was opened. The choice was given. I stayed because I wanted to, not because I had to. And if you strip Marrowind from Drevan Lirewen, you will be doing it because the old compact lets you, not because justice demands it." She stopped. "You wanted my voice," she said. "You have it. Now take it or leave it, but do not dress greed in the language of law and pretend I cannot tell the difference." The Glasshouse was silent. The steam from the unlit furnace hung in the air like a held breath. Valen Morath did not look away. Neither did Lysenne. Then the Justiar at the far end of the crescent, a man with silver threading his temples and a signet ring so worn the crest had blurred to nothing, spoke for the first time. "Who chose the Glasshouse for this testimony?" Lysenne turned to face him. "I did." "Why?" She looked at the empty frames, the cooling beds, the furnace that had not been lit in weeks. "Because it is the only place in Marrowind that belongs to neither the keep nor the town," she said. "It is a workshop, a place where things are made. I wanted my words spoken somewhere that remembers what it means to create rather than consume." The Justicar with the worn ring studied her. Then he nodded once and said nothing else. Valen Morath rose. "The tribunal will recess," she said. "Testimony will resume when the witness arrives from Greisenmouth, or at dusk, whichever comes first." She walked past Lysenne without meeting her eyes. The other 6 Justiars followed. The clerk gathered his parchment. And Lysenne stood alone in the Glasshouse, surrounded by empty frames, cold furnace, and the echo of words she had spent her whole life learning to say and had never once been allowed to speak aloud. The door remained open. Outside, the corridor was empty, but at the edge of her vision, where the glasshouse met the outer wall, a figure stood in the shadow of the arch. Not Pravec, not Drevan. Someone she had never seen before. Tall, dark-coated, watching her with the stillness of something that had been waiting a very long time. Then the figure turned and vanished into the gray light of the corridor, and Lysenne was alone with the cold furnace and the knowledge that the tribunal was not the only predator circling Marrowind tonight. Chapter 48. Hanwen hit the courtyard at a run. Her coat was black with switchback ash, her hair tangled where the wind had ripped it free of its tie. The escort riders flanked her at a trot, gray cloaks snapping, but she was already past them before they could dismount, boots scraping stone as she skidded to a halt at the glasshouse threshold. She stopped there, breathing hard, staring at Lysenne standing alone in the cold furnace light with no chains, no guard, no visible wound, and the open door behind her. "You are alive," Hanwen said. Her voice cracked on the second word. "I am," Lysenne said. "I burned the road." Hanwen's hands were shaking. "I burned the whole third switchback, and I did not know if you were on it, and I did not know if Darren's made it out, and I kept riding because the alternative was stopping, and if I stopped, I would have to think about what I did, and I could not think about that until I saw you." She took a step forward, then another. Her hand hit Lysenne's shoulder, hard, not a blow, confirmation of mass. "Say something else," Hanwen said. "Say anything. I need to hear your voice do something besides testify." Lysenne caught her wrist and held it. "The gate was open," she said. "I could have walked out before the tribunal ever arrived. I chose to stay." Hanwen went still. "You chose." "Yes. For him. For myself." Lysenne let go of her wrist. "Staying was mine. Leaving would have been mine too. I made the choice before either one could be taken from me." Hanwen stared at her. The ash on her coat caught the gray light, smudging her collarbone, her throat, the line of her jaw. She looked like she had climbed through fire to reach this moment, and found the fire had already burned itself out on its own. "You look different," Hanwen said. "I am different. That is not what I meant." "I know." Hanwen's jaw tightened. "You spent the night with him, the night he was starving, the night he could have—" "He did not. Because you stopped him, or because he stopped himself?" Lysenne let the question hang. It was the right question, the one that mattered, and Hanwen deserved an answer that did not flinch. "Both," she said. "He stopped himself because I asked him to, and I stopped running because I wanted to see what happened when someone listened." The silence between them stretched. Hanwen broke it first. "I found my name in the ledger. I know. I did not know it was there. I did not know Halric had written me down. I did not know any of it until you told me." "I believe you," Lysenne said. "You did not believe me at the gate." "I was hurt. So was I." Hanwen's voice dropped. "I barred a road to get to you. I set fire to the only path out of this keep. I did not know if Darren's was alive or dead on the other side of that flame, and I did it anyway because I thought you needed rescue." Her hands were still shaking. "And you did not need rescue. You needed someone to see that you had already rescued yourself." Lysenne felt the words land, not as accusation, as grief. "I am sorry," she said. "For what?" "For how it looked from the cliff road, for making you ride through ash to find me standing in a place I could have left." She paused. "For being something other than the woman you set out to save." Hanwen laughed. It was not a happy sound. "You were never someone who needed saving," she said. "I knew that the first day you let me blow glass wrong for 3 hours before you corrected me. You could have stopped me at the first mistake. You let me learn the shape of failure instead." She looked at the cold furnace. "I think I needed to rescue you because I needed to be the one who saved someone for once. Because I could not save my father from the Levy Road. Because I could not save myself from the name Halric wrote in his book." She turned back. "You being whole does not make me useless. It just means I have to find another reason to be here." Lysenne stepped forward. She took Hanwen's hands, the ones that still tremble, the ones that had struck her shoulder and burned a road and carried a counter-warrant through a town that had looked away. "You are here because you refused to let the lie stand," she said. You are here because you forged a warrant, burned a road, and rode through ash to reach a keep that could have killed you before you reached the gate. You are here because you are the person who kept fighting when everyone else was already spent. Hanwen's breath caught. I thought you would be angry, she said. I am angry. At me? At the town, at Hallerk, at the system that made you think your name in a ledger was something you had to apologize for. Lysenne squeezed her fingers. And at myself, for not seeing sooner that your loyalty was never the thing I should have doubted. The glasshouse door stood open. Beyond it, the corridor was empty. But at the edge of her vision, Lysenne caught a flicker of movement. The tall figure from before, the one in the dark coat, watching from the arch where the east wing met the main hall. She did not look directly at him. She kept her eyes on Hanwen. There is something I need to tell you, she said. What? Hallerk's confession was real. The oilcloth records were recovered. The tribunal has proof of what he did. She paused. But someone inside the keep broke into the archive before I could see the full ledger. Someone Drevan knows and will not name. And that someone is still here. Hanwen's eyes went sharp. You think the tribunal has an ally inside the keep. I think the tribunal arrived 3 days early with a pre-drafted judgment and 7 justiers who did not need to hear my testimony to reach a conclusion. Lysenne let go of her hands. I think the attic gap in the levy records was not an accident. I think the glasshouse furnace was left cold because someone wanted it to stay cold. And I think whoever watched me testify from the shadows is not done watching. Hanwen followed her gaze to the arch. The figure was gone, but the air where he had stood felt colder than the rest of the corridor, and the stones held his absence like a wound that had not finished bleeding. Who was that? Hanwen said. I do not know. A rider? A Justier's agent? Someone who moves like he belongs here and stands like he expects everyone else to leave. Hanwen's hand went to her belt. She was not armed, neither was Lysenne. But in the glasshouse, surrounded by empty frames and cold beds, they stood together with the weight of a question that had no answer, and the knowledge that whoever had been watching was already somewhere else in the keep, waiting for the moment the tribunal resumed, and that the real trial had not yet begun. Chapter 49. The glasshouse air had not warmed since the tribunal left. Lysenne stood at the cold furnace, one hand pressed to the iron frame, feeling the absence of heat like a second silence. Hanwen had not moved from the threshold. Her ash-stained coat hung open, her breath still coming too fast. They will reconvene at dusk, Lysenne said. That gives us hours. Hours to do what? Find out who broke into the archive. Find out who the dark-coated man is. Find out what the tribunal already decided before they arrived. She turned from the furnace. And find out what the town is willing to pay for the truth Miria pulled from the fire. Hanwen's jaw tightened. You think they will pay it all? I think they will bargain. They always do. In the courtyard, the argument had already begun. Miria stood at the center of a loose circle of witnesses, her bandaged hands pressed flat against her ribs. Sister Maushin faced her from the chapel steps, gray coat catching the wind, while Edric Nemez stood between them like a man trying to hold 2 sides of a sinking boat together. The names are read, Miria said. 41 of them. You cannot unstitch that cloth. I am not asking you to unstitch it, Maushin said. I am asking what you intend to do with it now. Use it. For what? Public shame? The guilds will close ranks. The families named will deny everything or claim they were coerced. You will have a dozen smaller fires instead of 1 clean one. Then let them burn. Itric stepped forward. The town cannot survive that many fires at once, he said. The north quarter is already short on grain. 3 storehouses were damaged in the chapel fire. If we lose the winter protection, we have already lost it, Maushin said. The tribunal is not here to restore order. It is here to decide whether Marrowind belongs to Drevan or to whichever house offers the best argument. The protection you speak of was never guaranteed. It was a bargain struck by appetite, not law. Miria's hands curled. My husband died on that road, she said. My sister's son was taken in the second winter. I watched Lysenne Ottfeld be pushed into a carriage while 41 people stood still and said nothing. Do not tell me what the town can survive. Maushin's pale eyes did not waver. I am not telling you what the town can survive. I am telling you what it will choose. Those are rarely the same thing. Edric opened his mouth to answer, but a shadow fell across the cobblestones. A tribunal clerk had emerged from the main hall, carrying a leather-bound folio. He was young, with the hollow-cheeked look of someone who had not slept in days. His boots made no sound on the stone. "Sister Moshenket," he said, "the Justice requests your presence in the archive. For what purpose? There is a levy precedent she wishes to review, one that may affect the town's status under the old compact." Maoshen's expression did not change, but her hands moved to her belt, a gesture that was not quite reaching for a weapon and not quite stillness. "Which precedent?" The clerk opened the folio. His fingers moved across the page, precise and unhurried. "The provision for collective forfeiture," he said. "Under the terms established in the 73rd Winter Accord, if a territory's governance is found to have been compromised by systematic fraud, the obligation of protection may be dissolved, not transferred, dissolved." The words landed like stones in still water. Edric took a step forward. "That means no protection at all. No winter levy, no grain delivery, no boundary wards, nothing. That is the provision's effect, yes." Miria's voice came out flat. "You are saying that if the tribunal strips Drevan of governance, the town does not get a new lord. It gets nothing." The clerk closed the folio. "I am saying the Justiciar wishes to review the precedent with Sister Maoshen before the hearing resumes. The rest of you may draw whatever conclusions the evidence supports." He turned and walked back toward the hall, leaving the three of them standing in the courtyard with the weight of a dismantled future pressing against their ribs. Maoshen did not move for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice had lost its edge. It was simply tired. "If the precedent is applied, Greisenmouth becomes unprotected territory. No house law, no winter compact, no guarantee that anything delivered to the keep will be answered by protection from the road or the cliffs or the things that move in the dark between seasons." "How long would that last?" Edric said. "Until a new house claims the territory, or until the old one is restored, or until the town collapses and there is nothing left to protect." Maria's bandaged hands were shaking now. "You knew," she said. "You knew this was possible when you pushed for the hearing." "I knew it was one outcome among several. And you did not warn us. I warned you that truth had a cost. You chose to pay it." Maria stepped forward until she was close enough to see the salt stain on Maoshen's cuffs. "I chose to name the people who watched my friend be taken," she said. "I did not choose to lose the only protection this town has against winter, and worse. The two choices were never separate." Edric moved between them. "Enough. We do not have time for this." He looked at Maoshen. "Can the precedent be challenged?" "Only by a house claimant who can prove they can maintain the compact, or by a Justiciar's ruling that the fraud was limited to a single actor rather than systemic." "And if Haurik's records prove it was systemic?" Maoshen did not answer. The wind picked up, carrying the smell of salt and cold stone. Miria turned away. Her shoulders were straight, but her hands hung at her sides like they no longer knew what to hold. "I did not pull that cloth from the fire to watch the town starve," she said. "I pulled it because I wanted the truth to mean something." "It will mean something," Maoshen said. "It will mean that no one can pretend the levy was ever clean, that the 41 names on that cloth will carry the weight of what they did for the rest of their lives, that Haurik Tilburn will spend whatever years he has left running from a crime that cannot be buried." She paused. "But truth and survival are not the same thing, and the tribunal does not care which one the town needs more." Edric looked at the keep's main hall, where the Justiciar had disappeared with the clerk and the folio. "There is another option," he said. Both women turned. "If the precedent dissolves the compact, the town has no protection, but it also has no obligation, no levy, no tribute, no one who can be taken on a forged warrant." Maria's eyes narrowed. "You are suggesting we let the protection go?" "I am suggesting that a cage with a lock is still a cage, even when the lock is pretty, and that Greisenmouth has been paying tribute to Marrowind for longer than anyone alive can remember, and the only thing that has changed is the price." Maoshen's pale gaze held his. "The road would not be safe. The winter would not be kind." "The road has never been safe. The winter has never been kind." We just told ourselves the levy made it bearable." Silence settled over the courtyard like frost. Then the clerk returned. He did not stop at the steps. He walked past them toward the gate with a sealed scroll in his hand. "The precedent is confirmed," he said without turning. "The Justiciar will announce the dissolution of the Winter Compact at the hearing reconvening. Any household that wishes to contest the ruling must submit a formal petition within 30 days. He reached the gate and paused. "The tribunal suggests the town prepare for an unprotected season." Then he was gone, and the scroll was gone, and the only thing left in the courtyard was the wind and the cold and the certain knowledge that whatever came next, Grisonmouth would face it alone. Chapter 50. The wind carried the clerk's echo out through the gate and down the road, leaving the courtyard in a silence that felt deeper than the quiet before a storm. Lysenne stood in the glasshouse doorway and watched Mireya's shoulders drop. Watched Edric turn his face toward the keep like he was searching for an answer in the stone. Watched Maushen fold her salt-bleached hands and say nothing more. The truth had been confirmed. The Winter Compact would dissolve, and Grisonmouth would face the dark alone. Lysenne stepped out of the glasshouse and crossed the courtyard. "Then we do not let it happen." Maushen's pale eyes found her. "You cannot petition. You are not a householder." "The Justiciar asked me if I was free. I told her yes. That gives me standing to speak." Lysenne stopped in front of the cleric. "You told me truth and survival are not the same, but I survived the levy, the cage, the road, and the turn, because I learned that truth is the only thing that keeps you alive when the lock turns. So, if the compact dies, I want to be the one to tell the tribunal why it was worth burying." Mireya looked at her with raw eyes. "You would speak for the town now?" "I am the town. The town that watched me be taken and did nothing." Lysenne held her gaze. "And I am still here. That counts for something." Before Mireya could answer, a shadow moved in the main hall's arch. Not the dark-coated stranger. A different shape, broader, slower, wearing dove-gray wool cut to the shoulder in the old coastal style. A herald's chain caught the dying light as the man stepped into the courtyard and announced himself with a slight bow. "Mistress Ottfeld, the Justiciar requests your presence in the hall. There are members of the tribunal who wish to meet you before the hearing reconvenes." Lysenne did not move. "Which members?" The herald's smile did not reach his eyes. "Lord Vigil of the Thornwood seat has asked for an introduction. He is curious about you." The name landed in the courtyard like a stone dropped into still water. Maushen's jaw tightened. Edric went very still. Lysenne had never heard the name before, but the silence that followed told her everything she needed to know. She followed the herald inside. The main hall had been transformed. Branched candelabras now lined the long table, their flames throwing gold light across the black stone. 7 Justiciars sat in high-backed chairs arranged in a crescent, their gray robes catching the firelight like fog. But the man in the center chair was not wearing gray. He wore deep blue velvet, cut to the collarbone, with a silver brooch pinned at his throat. His hair was the color of iron filings, silver shot through black, and his eyes were the pale amber of old honey. He leaned back in his chair like he owned it, like the entire hall had been built to frame him. Lord Vigil. He rose when she entered. "Mistress Ottfeld." His voice was warm, pitched to carry. "I have heard your testimony. I wanted to see the woman who stood before a full convocation and named them land-greedy vultures to their faces." Lysenne stopped at the edge of the light. "And what do you see?" Vigil's smile widened. "Someone who has learned that courtesy is a form of steel." He stepped around the table, moving with the unhurried precision of a man who had never been made to wait. Up close, his eyes were sharper than honey, scanning her face, her hands, the scars across her forearms. "You held him through the turn," he said. "You did not feed him. You did not flee. You simply stayed." "I chose to stay." "Yes." He said it like he was tasting the word. "That is what makes it remarkable, and what makes it dangerous." He glanced toward the arch where the corridor led to Drevan's chambers. The gesture was small, casual, but it told her everything about where his attention truly lay. "A weakened lord is a vulnerable territory," Vigil continued. "An unprotected territory is an invitation, and a woman who held a starving vampire through the brink of his own nature is a witness no house can afford to lose." Lysenne kept her voice flat. I am not a piece of evidence. No, you are a choice. He stepped closer. And I am curious whether you would make the same choice again, given different terms. Her pulse beat fast, but she held his gaze. I chose to stay because the gate was open, because I could walk out, because Drevan surrendered control before I gave him anything. And if a stronger house offered you the same, you are not offering me anything. You are circling the keep to see how much blood it can lose before it falls. The smile did not leave his face, but something behind it sharpened. You are very direct. I learned it from a man who spent weeks starving rather than lie to me. Vishal's amber eyes flickered. Then he laughed, a low, genuine sound that echoed off the stone. The vampire who keeps his fangs to himself. How novel. He turned and walked back toward his chair. I look forward to the hearing, Mistress Ottfeld. I hope your testimony is as compelling the second time. Lysenne did not wait for dismissal. She turned and walked out of the hall, past the herald, past the justiciars who watched her leave with flat, appraising eyes. The corridor was cold and dark. She did not slow until she reached the glasshouse, where Hanwen was waiting with a face like carved stone. Vashel, Hanwen said, I heard the name from the herald. Mashin will not say what he wants. He wants the keep, and he wants me as the reason he should get it. Hanwen's breath caught. He said that. He said enough. Lysenne leaned against the furnace frame, letting the cold stone steady her. He called me a choice. He asked if I would make the same one under different terms. He was not asking about Drevan. He was measuring whether I could be transferred. Transferred. Hanwen's voice went flat. Like cargo. Like territory. They stood in the dark for a long moment. Then Hanwen said, very quietly, We need to know who broke the archive before the hearing reconvenes. Lysenne nodded, but her mind was still in the hall, replaying the moment when Vashal had glanced toward Drevan's chamber, calculating, patient, sure of his ground. The hearing had not started, but the game was already laid out, and the predator in velvet was waiting for her to make the first mistake. The furnace was cold, the glasshouse was dark, and somewhere in the keep, the dark-coated stranger was still watching. Lysenne turned toward the corridor that led to the east wing. If the compact dissolves tonight, she said, then the archive is the only record we have of what the levy actually cost. And if Vashal wants to claim the keep, he will burn that record before he lets the town use it. Hanwen followed without hesitation. They moved through the dark together, two women with nothing but their names and the knowledge that the law above the cliffs was simply greed with better tailoring. Behind them, the hall doors closed with a sound like a seal being set. Ahead, the archive door stood ajar. Chapter 51. The corridor was cold enough to tighten the skin between her shoulder blades. Lysenne moved toward the archive with Hanwen a step behind, her boots finding the familiar uneven stones without hesitation. The door stood ajar exactly as they had left it, but the gap was wider, enough to suggest someone had pushed through recently in haste. She stopped 10 paces out. Wait here. Lysenne, I need to see what was disturbed before we both walk into whatever trail was left. Hanwen's jaw tightened, but she stayed. Lysenne crossed the remaining distance alone, pressing the door open with her fingertips. The hinges made no sound. The room beyond was dark, colder than the corridor, and smelled of dust and disturbed paper. She stepped inside. Nothing moved. The ledgers on the central table were stacked differently than she had left them. The top volume shifted slightly to the left, its spine not quite square with the others. Whoever had come through had been searching for something specific, not reading broadly. She crossed to the table and lifted the shifted ledger. Beneath it lay a single sheet of paper, folded once, with no seal. She unfolded it. The handwriting was Drevan's, the strokes uneven and pressed deep into the fiber as if written under strain. If the tribunal demands a forfeiture, I will swear under oath that the warrant was knowingly executed under false pretense and that I chose not to release her after discovering the forgery. I will not contest the dissolution. I will not invoke the old defenses. Marrowind may be taken, and I will not ask you to speak for me. Her breath stopped. She read it again, then a third time, each pass making the words more real and more unbearable. The gate open, the archive opened, the armory surrendered, and now this. Drevan laying down his keep without a fight, framing himself as a willing party to the abduction so the tribunal could take everything without needing to disprove her testimony. Hanwen appeared in the doorway. "What is it?" Lysenne held out the paper. Hanwen read it in silence, her face losing color by degrees. When she looked up, her voice was rough. "He wrote this before the hearing even started. He wrote it knowing I would find it here." "That's not—" Hanwen stopped. "That's not a confession. That's a surrender." Lysenne folded the paper carefully, crease against crease, and tucked it inside her coat. "Where is he now?" Pravec said the Solar. He was being helped to the Solar after the Justiciar dismissed the first session. She was already moving. The Solar door was closed. She did not knock. Drevan stood at the window with his back to her, one hand braced against the stone frame, the other pressed flat to his chest. The veins at his temples were still visible, darker than they had been at dawn, but his breathing was steady. "I found your note," she said. He did not turn. "Then you know what I intend." "I know what you wrote." She stepped closer. "I do not understand it." "You understand it perfectly." His voice was low, stripped of the old velvet composure. "You simply do not want to accept it." "What I do not accept is you surrendering a keep I never asked you to defend." He turned then. The light from the window caught his face, the hollows beneath his cheekbones deeper than they had been the night before. His eyes were the color of dried garnets, tired and clear. "You did not ask me to. I am not doing it for you." "Then why?" "Because if I fight, the tribunal will take testimony from every direction. They will call witnesses from Greisenmouth. They will drag the town through the hearing to prove the compact was compromised, and they will use every name Miria stitched into that cloth as evidence that Greisenmouth consented to the levy system." He paused. "The town will not survive that accounting. They will be named complicit, not merely unprotected. And 80 years of winter protection will be forfeited with the stain of collaboration, not just administrative failure." Lysenne's pulse beat hard at her throat. "You would lose Marrowind to spare them. I would lose Marrowind to spare you the weight of watching them burn for something you chose." She stopped breathing. The room was very still. The fire in the hearth had burned low, casting long shadows across the stone. "You are not responsible for what I carry," she said. "No, but I am responsible for what I add to it." He turned back to the window. The glass reflected nothing but gray sky in the shape of his bowed head. "I spent weeks convincing myself that keeping you was a form of protection. I told myself the town would hurt you, that my hunger was the greater danger, that I was the only safe place you had." His voice dropped. "I was wrong. I was protecting myself from the shape of a world where you did not exist." She did not move. "Now the gate is open. You are free. The tribunal can take everything else, every stone, every charter, every winter's worth of grain I stored in those cellars, and I will sign the forfeiture myself if it means the town is not destroyed by the truth a second time." Lysenne's chest ached with something she could not name. "You would become the villain of their story so they do not have to look at what they did. I would become what I already am." His hand pressed harder against the stone. "I am the creature who kept you. That is not a defense. It is a fact. Let the tribunal use it as they wish." She crossed the room and stopped beside him, close enough to see the dark veins threading his throat, the faint tremor in the hand braced against the window frame. "I will not let you burn alone." He looked at her then, and something in his face fractured. "Lysenne, I stayed because the gate was open. I stay now because you stopped lying." She met his garnet eyes. "If you swear against yourself, I will stand in that chamber and swear that you surrendered everything before I gave you anything, that you opened the armory, the archive, the gate, that you starved rather than feed on me, that when I said stop, you stopped. None of that changes how it began. No, but it changes what it becomes." He stared at her, then his hand came away from the stone, and he reached for her, slow, giving her every chance to step back. She did not move. His fingers closed around her wrist, cool against her skin, and he held her there like she was the only solid thing left in the room. "If I lose Marrowind," he said, "Vashel will claim it, and he will not let you stay. You will have to leave the cliffs entirely, or he will find a way to hold you." "Then I will leave. You have a life here, a workshop, a furnace, a name." She looked at him, at the vampire who had taken her, fed her, starved for her, opened every door and offered her the key. "I will build another furnace." The sound he made was not quite a laugh, not quite a sob. It was something between raw and broken and real. "You should not save me." "I am not saving you." She pulled her wrist free gently. "I am refusing to let you destroy yourself to spare me a difficult choice. That is different. The result is the same. If the result were the same, you would not have hidden the note where I would find it, instead of handing it to the justice or yourself." He went still. "You left it for me," she said. "You could have delivered it to the tribunal at dawn. You could have let them read it first and let me find out after. But you put it in the archive. You left it where only I would find it." The silence stretched. "You wanted me to see it before you acted." Drevan closed his eyes. "I wanted you to have the choice to stop me." She took the folded paper from her coat and held it between them. "If I had not come to the archive, you would have let them destroy you." "Yes. And if I had not found the note?" He opened his eyes. The garnet was almost swallowed by darkness. "I would have stood before them alone and spoken every word of it, and I would have watched you walk out of Marrowind for the last time, because that was the only thing I could still give you." Her hands trembled. She did not know when they had started. "This is not a gift," she said. "This is abandonment dressed as sacrifice. The distinction is the same from where I stand. Then stand somewhere else." She tore the paper in half, then again, and let the pieces fall to the floor. Drevan stared at the scattered fragments like she had taken a blade to his chest. "Lysenne, you do not get to surrender alone." She stepped closer, close enough to feel the cold radiating from his skin. "If we face them together. I will speak, you will speak. And if they take the keep, they take it with both of us standing." He said nothing, but his hand found hers and held. Beyond the solar door, a bell began to toll. The hearing was being called back to order, and somewhere in the keep, footsteps were approaching that did not belong to anyone she knew. Chapter 52. The bell was still tolling when Lysenne stepped into the corridor, Drevan beside her, Hanwen a half step behind with the gate key pressed against her ribs. The main hall had been transformed. Where the hearing had convened in the Glasshouse, intimate and raw, the hall was built for judgment. 7 justiciars sat in a raised crescent behind a table of black stone, their gray robes pooling like winter tide. Vaylin Morath occupied the center, her face unreadable. Lord Vashel sat apart, angled toward the proceedings like a man watching a game he already knew the outcome of. Between them, the air was thick with the weight of pre-written verdicts. Lysenne walked to the center of the stone floor and stopped. The footsteps from the solar had belonged to a clerk in dove gray, sent to escort them. But as she stood beneath the justiciar's gaze, she felt other eyes on her, not from the crescent, from the shadow between 2 pillars at the hall's edge. The dark-coated figure was there again, still as salt, watching. She forced her attention forward. Justiciar Vaylin Morath rose, her hands flat against the black stone. "The tribunal reconvenes to determine the lawfulness of the seizure of Lysenne Ottfeld, the validity of Lord Drevan Lirewen's claim to Marrowind Keep, and the dissolution of the Winter Compact under the 73rd Accord. All testimony given previously stands entered." She paused. "Before we proceed to judgment, I will ask one final question of the taken party, as is my right under house law." The room went still. Vaylin Morath's gray eyes fixed on Lysenne. "Lysenne Ottfeld, are you present here of your own free will?" The question had been asked before, in the courtyard, in the Glasshouse. Each time she had answered yes, and each time the answer had been part of the cage she was building her freedom inside. But this time, she was not answering for the tribunal. She reached into her coat, The green shard was still there, wrapped in the same scrap of linen she had hidden it in on Levy Day. She pulled it free and held it up between thumb and forefinger, letting the winter light catch its edges. The Justihairs leaned forward. "This," she said, "is what I carried in my mouth from the moment the carriage door closed until I chose to put it away." She placed the shard on the black stone table. "I hid it in case I needed to cut my way out, or cut my way into something that mattered more. I hid it because I knew that whatever happened at Marrowind, I would keep one piece of myself that no one could take." The room was silent. "I do not answer your question, Justihare. I answer only my own." She pressed her palm flat on the table beside the glass. "I am here because I tore the surrender he wrote without my permission. I am here because the gate was open and I chose not to walk through it. I am here because I want the truth to cost the people who earned it, not the people who refused to lie." She looked at the shard. "And I swear by the weapon I hid in my own mouth that no authority, mortal or immortal, will speak of my consent unless I give it. Not the tribunal, not the town, not the house that wants to claim me as a prize." Her voice dropped. "If you want to dissolve the compact, dissolve it. If you want to strip Drevan of Marrowind, strip him. But you will not use my captivity as the blade you cut him with, because I was never his captive the way you need me to have been." Vaylin Morath's hands had not moved from the stone. "You are saying the confinement was not unlawful. I am saying the confinement was wrong." Lysenne's gaze held. "And I am saying that what came after, what he surrendered, and what I chose, belongs to neither your precedent nor your judgment." A justice eye with a worn signet ring spoke from the end of the crescent. "The shard you placed on the table, you say it was concealed during the carriage journey and remained hidden until you chose to reveal it." "Yes." "And Lord Drevan never searched you for weapons?" "He did not." The justice eye's eyes moved to Drevan, who stood with Hanwen's hand beneath his arm, dark veins still visible at his throat. "You kept a woman who carried a blade in her mouth, and you never looked for it." Drevan's voice was hoarse but steady. "I would have let her use it." A murmur rippled through the crescent. Vaylin Morath raised her hand. "The shard is material evidence of the conditions of Lysenne Ottfeld's captivity. I request that it be retained by the tribunal for examination." The room turned to Lysenne. She closed her fist over the glass. "No." Vaylin Morath's jaw tightened. "It is evidence of the conditions under which you were held. If you wish your testimony to carry weight, you must submit. I have submitted everything I intend to submit." Lysenne's palm stayed closed. "The shard is mine. It was mine when Howard Tilburn's men searched the carriage. It was mine when I walked through Marrowind's gate. It is mine now, and I will decide who touches it." She looked at the 7 faces above her. "You may take my words. You may take the records from the archive. You may take the written confessions and the ledgers and the warrants, but you will not take the one thing I kept hidden from every one of you." The silence that followed was a held breath. Then Vaylin Morath inclined her head. "Very well." She did not sound pleased, but she did not press. Behind Lysenne, from the shadow between the pillars, a voice spoke for the first time, low, unhurried, and not asking permission. "The glass is sea green, pulled from the tide line 3 winters past. The fracture runs diagonal from the thickest edge, which tells me it was deliberately struck rather than naturally broken." The room turned. The dark-coated figure had not moved. He stood half in shadow, arms loose at his sides, his face still hidden. "But you know that better than I, Lysenne Ottfeld." She knew that voice. She had never heard it before in her life, and yet it settled into her chest like a name she had forgotten until now. Drevan's hand tightened on Hanwen's arm. "Who are you?" Lysenne asked. The figure took 1 step into the light, and the hall went very, very cold. Chapter 53. The cold settled into the stone like it had been waiting for permission. Lysenne's hand stayed closed around the shard. The glass pressed against her palm, sharp enough to mark but not cut, and she kept her eyes on the man who had stepped into the light. He was tall, older than she had expected, silver threading the dark of his hair, his face lined by something heavier than age. His coat was charcoal wool, unadorned, fastened at the throat with a plain iron pin. No silver, no house crest. His eyes were the color of winter sea, and they were fixed on her. "You know the glass," she said. Not a question. "I know the tide it came from, the winter it was struck." His voice carried without effort, low and unhurried. "I know the hands that shaped it before it broke." Lysenne's pulse beat against the rib of her hearing. "Whose hands?" The figure's mouth moved, not quite a smile. "Yours." The hall stirred. A justiciar leaned forward. Vaylin Morath's gray head turned, assessing the stranger with the same flat calculation she had used on Drevan. "You claim familiarity with evidence you have not examined," she said. "I claim nothing." The figure's gaze did not leave Lysenne. "I am naming what I see." She forced herself to breathe. The voice settled in her chest again, that impossible recognition, like a scar she had carried so long she forgot the wound that made it. "You should not know what I shaped 3 winters ago." "I should not." He inclined his head. "And yet—" Lord Vigil rose from his seat. He did it slowly, deliberately, the velvet of his coat catching the lamplight as he straightened. His pale amber eyes moved from the stranger to Lysenne and back. "This is a tribunal hearing, not a reunion of old ghosts. If the witness has testimony, let him give it. Otherwise, I suggest the justiciar clear the hall of spectators who speak without standing." The figure did not look at Vigil. "Your authority is borrowed, Lord of Thornwood, and your patience is a pose." He turned a fraction, enough that the lamplight caught the iron pin at his throat. "I have stood in this hall when your grandfather's grandfather was still building his seat on land that belonged to someone else." Vigil's stillness was the kind that cost effort. "Name yourself," he said, "or be named an intruder." "I am named as I have always been named, but that is not for you." His eyes returned to Lysenne. "For her, when she asks again." The door at the far end of the hall opened. Sister Moshen Ket stepped through, her pewter hair catching the torchlight, her salt-stained hands pressed against her coat. She walked past the benches, past the silent justiciars, and stopped at the edge of the raised crescent. "Slung tema, slam and wan. Just juskia, I invoke sanctuary language under the 73rd Winter Accord, Article 9, Clause 4. A full civic hearing, bound by salt right before the compact is dissolved." Vaylin Morath's hands remained flat on the stone. "The hearing is already in session. It is a tribunal hearing, bound by house law. I am calling for a civic hearing, bound by chapel covenant, where every household of Greisenmouth is given voice." Moshen's colorless eyes were steady. "You cannot dissolve a compact that was sealed by both mortal and immortal oaths without allowing the mortal side to speak in formal witness." A murmur moved through the chamber. Vaylin Morath studied her. "The compact was sealed by the town's designated representative, not by every household. The representative acted without authority once the warrant was proven forged." Moshen's voice did not waver. "The seal is broken. The covenant reverts to the households that swore it, and I am their cleric." Lysenne's hand loosened around the shard. She understood what Moshen was doing. The civic hearing would force the guild elders, the levy office witnesses, every name on Mirea's stitched cloth, to speak under salt oath. It would pull the truth from Greisenmouth's throat where no tribunal could reach. But it would also bind her. "I will attend the civic hearing," Lysenne said. Moshen turned. "On one condition." Lysenne met her gaze. "I am not placed in chapel custody. I am not retained by any authority but my own. I speak when I choose, and I leave when I choose." Moshen's jaw tightened. "The hearing requires stability of witness." "You do not hold my consent in your salt-burned hands, sister." Lysenne's voice was quiet. "I am not cargo you can transfer from keep to chapel. If you want my testimony in your hearing, you will take it on my terms." The silence stretched. Moshen's salt-stained hands folded against her coat. "Agreed." The word came through clenched teeth. She reached into her coat and pulled out a scroll, bound with red cord, the wax seal pressed with the chapel's salt mark. "Then I will give you the reason this hearing is necessary. She broke the seal. 3 years ago, a confession was made to me in the chapel crypt. The confessor named himself as part of a rotation that decided which households would be offered to Marrowind when the levy fell short. He named 4 guild elders who voted in that rotation. He named the winter grain diversion that made the shortage inevitable. She unrolled the scroll. I kept the confession sealed because the confessor was dying, and I believed the compact could survive if I held the truth inside the chapel walls. I was wrong. She laid the scroll flat on the black stone table. The confessor's name is recorded. The elders are named. The dates and amounts of diverted grain are listed beside the households that were sent up the road in their place. Vaelin Moreth looked at the scroll. She did not touch it. You kept this sealed for 3 years. I kept it sealed because I believed the compact was worth more than any single truth. Moshen's voice had gone raw. I was wrong. I have been wrong since the first winter I chose silence over justice. Lysenne stared at the scroll. 4 guild elders, a rotation, a manufactured shortage. She had been chosen because the grain was already gone. I want the names, she said. Moshen met her eyes. You will have them. At the civic hearing, under salt oath, with the households who lost someone to the levy seated in witness. Lysenne nodded. The stranger had not moved. His winter sea eyes tracked the scroll, then returned to her. You will need more than names, he said. She looked at him. What I am offering, he said, is the place where the grain was stored before it was taken. The hall went cold again. You know where the grain went. I know where everything went, Lysenne Ottfeld. His voice dropped. I have been watching Marrowind's ledgers longer than Drevan Lirewen has held the seat, and the name on the storage receipts is not one of your guild elders. He turned to face the crescent of justiers. The green was moved. It was accounted, and the account led to a house that is not present in this hall. Vaelin Moreth's hands had stilled. Name the house. The stranger's mouth curved. I will name it at the civic hearing, under salt oath, with the households who lost someone to the levy seated in witness. He looked at Lysenne. His eyes were the color of winter sea, and they held her like a promise she had not yet learned to keep. Who me you? She asked again. The stranger stepped closer. What's the most underspectly promised their whole? For your shopping floored cats, someone who should have told you this before the carriage ever left the harbor. Drevan's voice cut through the cold. No. Lysenne turned. Drevan stood with Hanwen's hand still beneath his arm, the dark veins at his throat standing livid against his skin. His eyes were fixed on the stranger. You do not get to be the one who tells her. The stranger's smile was slow. I am not asking your permission, Lord of Marrowind. I am offering her a choice. He reached into his coat. Drevan moved. A step braced against Hanwen, his voice rough and low. Do not give her that. The stranger's hand emerged. He held a piece of folded paper, yellowed at the edges, the seal cracked and ancient. Your father wrote this, Lysenne Ottfeld, the night before the fire that killed him. She could not breathe. Open it, read it, and you will know who I am. Chapter 54. The hall held its breath. Lysenne stared at the folded paper in the stranger's hand. Yellowed, cracked seal. Her father's last night written in his own ink before the fire took him. She did not reach for it. I will read it when I choose, she said. Not because you held it back, and not because you offer it now. The stranger's winter sea eyes held hers. Then he folded the letter and returned it to his coat. Then you already know who I am. I know you have been watching. I know you waited until the hall was broken open to speak. She stepped past him. That is not the same as knowing you. She turned to Hanwen. Take me down. Hanwen's jaw tightened. The hearing is recessed until Moshen calls the civic session. The justiers are not going anywhere. Vashel is not going anywhere. She glanced at the stranger. Neither is he. The stranger inclined his head. Drevan made a sound low in his throat. Lysenne. She looked at him. He stood with Hanwen's hand still beneath his arm, the dark veins livid at his throat, his eyes fixed on her with something that was not quite fear and not quite plea. "I will come back," she said. She did not say it to reassure him. She said it because it was true, and because truth was the only thing that still held weight in that room. She walked out with Hanwen at her side. The stairs were cold. The keep corridor stretched empty, the household having retreated to the edges, waiting for the judgment to land. Hanwen said nothing until they reached the gate. The iron was still warm where the Counter-Warrant party had touched it. "You should have read the letter," Hanwen said. "Maybe." Lysenne pushed the gate open. "But I would have read it for the wrong reason. Because he wanted me to. Because it would have answered something before I was ready to ask the question. And now I will read it when the answer matters more than the timing." The cliff road spread before them. The switchbacks were scarred with ash and hoofprints. The third curve was still blackened from Hanwen's fire, and the salt wind carried the smell of burned scrub and wet stone. Lysenne started walking. The descent was strange. She had come up this road in a closed carriage with a shard of glass between her tongue and her molar, counting turns and wondering if she would die at the top. Now she walked down in daylight with the harbor spread below her, the roofs of Greisenmouth still standing, the smoke of the burned chapel still visible at the edge of the salt flats. They passed the first switchback in silence. Halfway to the second, Hanwen spoke. "Mireille's hands are bandaged to the wrist. She pulled the cloth from the chapel floor before the beams fell. She said she could feel the names singing through the linen. Is she all right?" "Healing, not sleeping." Hanwen's boots scraped gravel. "She told me the names kept her awake anyway. She said if she had closed her eyes, she would have seen them walking past her without stopping." They rounded the second switchback. The harbor resolved into detail. The wharves were still standing. The fishing boats were moored in their usual rows, but the storehouses along the north edge were blackened, their roofs collapsed, and the stalls that usually lined the market square were shuttered or empty. "The chapel fire spread," Hanwen said. "3 storehouses gone. The salt shed is cracked. Edric has the north quarter on rationed grain until the next shipment." "How long?" 2 weeks, maybe 3 if the fishing boats bring in enough to offset." Lysenne kept walking. The road met the harbor cobbles at the bottom of the cliff. She stepped off the last stone and onto the ground of Greisenmouth for the first time since Levy Day. The town felt different. Not the buildings, not the salt-stiffened ropes or the weathered doors. The silence. People moved past each other without speaking. A fisherman mending nets at the wharf looked up, saw her, and looked away. A woman carrying cloth from the dyers ducked into a side alley instead of crossing the square. They knew she was back. They did not know what to do with her. "Mireille said some of them want to apologize," Hanwen said quietly, "and some of them want to pretend you never left." "What do you want?" "I want you to see the workshop before anyone else has a chance to tell you what is there." Lysenne's chest tightened. She walked through the market square, past the chedlery where Nan Perrin stood in the doorway and nodded once, sharply, as if acknowledging a debt that had not been forgiven. Past the coopers' yard where Kellum's scarred apprentice stopped working and stared at her with something that looked like recognition. Past the levy office. The door was boarded. The windows were dark. Halric Tilburn was gone. The Glasshouse stood at the edge of the harbor where she had left it, set back from the wharves where the salt wind would not crack the annealing pans. The furnace chimney was cold. She had known it would be cold. She had been gone for weeks. But standing in front of the workshop door, seeing the absence of heat shimmer above the flue, she felt the cold settle into her ribs like the lead came that held her window panes together. Hanwen unlocked the door. The workshop interior was dim. The furnace was a dark mass against the far wall, the firebox empty, the ash drawer pulled halfway out as if someone had chucked it recently. The workbench was clear. The shelves where she kept her color batch samples were intact, but the blue batch was missing. Lysenne crossed to the furnace. She ran her hand along the firebox rim. Cold. She checked the damper. It was closed. She had never left the damper closed. The expansion joints would seize if the metal cooled too fast without ventilation. "Someone was in here," she said. Hanwen's voice was careful. I checked it the morning after you were taken. The furnace was unbanked. You thought I had let it die? I thought you had been taken before you could bank it. Hanwen moved to the workbench. But I came back 3 days later. The damper was closed. The ash drawer was pulled out. Someone came back. Yes. Lysenne turned from the furnace. What else did they take? Hanwen crossed to the far corner of the workshop, where a loose floorboard sat beneath a stack of scrap cullet. She shifted the glass, lifted the board. The cavity beneath was empty. They knew about the molds, Hanwen said. Lysenne's blood went cold. She had cut those molds herself. Custom sealed dies, commissioned by the levy office over 3 winters. Civic stamps for grain receipts, harbor dues, and the winter levy tallies. She had kept the master blanks hidden beneath the floor because they were her proof of origin, her signature in lead and steel, and they were gone. Who knew they were there? I told no one. Hanwen's voice had gone tight. Maria did not know. Edric did not know. The only person who could have found them was someone who watched you work long enough to see where you stored things. Lysenne stared at the empty cavity. Someone had come into her workshop after she was taken. Someone had closed the damper to hide the timing. Someone had taken the molds that could forge any levy seal in Grassenmouth, the same seals that had been used to authorize her abduction. She thought of the stranger's voice in the hall. I have been watching Marrowind's ledgers longer than Drevan Lirewen has held the seat. She thought of the storage receipts he had promised to name. And she thought of the 4th guild elder in Maushen's confession scroll, the one whose name she had not yet read. Hanwen. Yes. Who else is still in Grassenmouth that should not be? Hanwen's face went still. I do not know. Lysenne looked at the empty cavity, the cold furnace, the shuttered stalls, and the harbor that had looked away once before. Then we find out before the civic hearing. Chapter 55. The workshop was wrong in ways that had nothing to do with the cold. Lysenne stood at the workbench and tried to read the space the way she read a furnace before lighting it. The tool rack was undisturbed. The blowpipe rested in its cradle. The marver pad was clean, no residue from the last gather she had never finished. But the sanding station had been shifted 6 inches to the left. She would never have moved it there. The angle threw the light wrong. Whoever came in knew the workshop. She ran her thumb along the bench edge, feeling for grit. They did not break anything. They did not steal anything obvious. They moved things back into place well enough that only the person who set them would notice. Hanwen stood by the empty cavity, arms crossed. The molds are gone. That is obvious enough. Molds are not the only thing they took. Lysenne pulled open the cupboard where she kept her batch records. The ledgers were there. She opened the top one, flipped through the pages, and found nothing missing. She closed it and opened the second. The third ledger was lighter by 3 pages. She pulled it out, laid it flat on the bench, and counted the signatures against the binding seams. Someone had razored out the pages cleanly, close enough to the spine that the cut would not be noticed unless someone checked each signature by hand. What was on those pages? Hanwen asked. Receipts? Lysenne's voice came out flat. 3 winters ago, a special order from the levy office. Sealed dies for the harbor master, the chapel vestry, and the winter tally. You said you cut those molds on commission. I kept the receipts because the guild required proof of civic use. She looked at the empty cavity where the master blanks had been hidden. Whoever took the molds wanted the paper trail gone too. Hanwen moved to the shuttered kiln alcove. They missed something. Where? The kiln alcove was a recessed space behind the main furnace, used for annealing and slow cooling. Hanwen had her hand inside the gap where the fire brick had shifted years ago, a crack Lysenne had never bothered to seal because it did not affect the heat. Her fingers came back with a folded scrap. Caught in the gap, Hanwen said. The razored pages were too thick. They tried to wedge the whole section out at once, and this tore loose. Lysenne took the scrap. It was the corner of a receipt, the levy office letterhead visible along the torn edge. The ink was smudged but legible in the lower margin, where someone had written a single line in a hand she did not recognize. Collect from Vasilev. He will know the buyer. Vasilev. Lysenne turned the name over. I do not know that name. Neither do I. Hanwen leaned over her shoulder. But Maria might. She knows every dock runner and courier between the wharves and the North Road. Lysenne read the line again. He will know the buyer, not the thief, the buyer. The molds had not been stolen for their lead value or for scrap. They had been taken on order, commissioned by someone who knew exactly what they were purchasing and what those seals could authorize. The same seals that had been used to forge her warrant. She set the scrap on the bench and pressed her palms flat against the wood, feeling the grain press into her skin. The workshop was cold, the furnace was dark. Her own hands had cut the dies that helped steel her. This is my fault. Hanwen's head snapped up. No! I cut those molds. Lysenne's voice did not waver. I shaped the steel. I tested the impressions. I handed them to the levy office and told them the seals would hold against any document. I made the thing that made the forgery possible. You made seals for civic use. You did not forge the warrant. I made the tool that let them forge it. Hanwen crossed the workshop and took Lysenne by the shoulders, gripping hard enough to force her to look up. You made seals for grain receipts and harbor dues. Halric Tilburn decided to use them to steal people. That is not the same crime. Lysenne looked at her. But I left the molds where they could be taken. You hid them beneath a floorboard. You did not leave them in the window with a sign. I should have destroyed them. Hanwen's grip loosened. She stepped back. Then destroy them when you get them back. The answer was so simple, so practical, that Lysenne felt something in her chest unclench. She looked at the scrap again. Vasilev. He will know the buyer. Find me Maria, she said. And find me someone who knows the North Road. Hanwen nodded. Lysenne turned back to the empty cavity, the cold furnace, the bench where she had shaped the dies that had become weapons against her. She would find Vasilev. She would find the buyer. And when she found the molds, she would break them herself. Chapter 56. Hanwen was already moving toward the door when Lysenne folded the scrap into her pocket. I will find Miria, Hanwen said. The chandelier first, then the sewing shop. If she knows every runner between the wharves and the North Road, she knows Vasilev. I am coming with you. No. Hanwen turned at the threshold. You just walked through town and everyone looked away. If you start asking questions door to door, they will close ranks before you finish the first name. Lysenne's jaw tightened. I am not staying here, well. Then do not stay here. Find the North Road yourself. See who watches it. Hanwen pulled her coat collar up. We cover more ground apart. The logic was clean. Lysenne hated it, but she nodded. She left the workshop through the rear door, the one that opened onto the alley behind the chandelier, and walked north without looking back. The wind carried salt and smell of damp rope. The shops thinned. The cobbles gave way to packed earth, and then to the rutted track that led up the coast, past the last fish-drying sheds, and into the scrub where the cliff turned inland. She had never walked this road with purpose before. She had taken it for winter driftwood, for kelp harvesting after storms, but never to find a name. A half-mile past the last shed, a footpath branched toward the cliff edge, descending to a cove she had forgotten existed. A hut stood at the base of the path, wedged between the rocks, its door striped with salt tide marks. She descended. The hut was empty. The door swung loose on one hinge. Inside, a cold hearth held ash that had not been cleared recently. A cot stood against the far wall, the blanket gone. The floor had been swept clean enough that footprints did not show. Someone had left in haste, but not in panic. They had taken the time to erase themselves. Lysenne searched the hut methodically, running her fingers along the window ledge, checking beneath the cot frame, testing the loose stones in the hearth. Nothing. Whoever had lived here knew how to leave no trace. She stepped outside and examined the cove. A single boat was drawn up on the shingle, its hull dry, its oars missing. Not a rowboat. A transport skiff, big enough for 2 passengers and cargo. She looked at the tide line. The seaweed was dry at the top, wet where the water had last reached. The skiff had been pulled above the high water mark, placed there deliberately, not abandoned in haste. Vasilev had not fled by sea. He had left the boat so he could return. Or so someone else would find it and think he was coming back. Lysenne climbed the path again, her breath short by the time she reached the top. She stood at the cliff edge and looked down at the skiff, the empty hut, the cove that had held a name she did not know until today. A sound carried from the road, boots on the rutted track coming fast. She turned. Maria Quist was half running toward her, bandaged hands pressed against her ribs, her face flushed from exertion and cold. "Hanwen found me," Maria said, breathless. "Vasilev, yes, I know the name. Where is he?" "Gone." Maria stopped beside her, bent double, hands on her knees. "Left 3 days ago. Took everything he owned from the room above the coopers' yard. No one saw him go." 3 days. Before the hearing, before the tribunal, before the molds were stolen. "The buyer," Lysenne said. "Who was he bringing the molds to?" Maria straightened. Her bandaged hands trembled, but her voice was steady. "Vasilev did not work for Halleck. He worked for the North Road." "The route that leads up the coast past the old watchtowers, the one no one uses because it does not go anywhere useful." "It goes somewhere. It goes to the Thornwood border." The name hit like cold water. Lord Vigil, the Thornwood seat, the man in deep blue velvet who had studied Lysenne like she was a ledger he had already read. "The molds were for Vigil," Lysenne said. "I do not know if the order came from Vigil himself." Maria's voice dropped. "But Vasilev's payments came through a courier who wore Thornwood colors under a dockhand's coat. I saw him once, 2 winters ago, counting coin in the back of the chandelier. I did not know what it meant then." Lysenne looked back at the empty hut, the skiff on the shingle, the path that led nowhere. The forged warrant had not been Halrick's idea. It had been organized, commissioned, paid for by a vampire house that wanted Drevan weakened before the tribunal ever arrived. The molds, the paper trail, the altered ledgers, all of it had been laid to make Halrick's lie hold long enough for the accusation to stick. She had been taken not because Greisenmouth needed to lose her, but because Marrowind needed to look like a keep that took people illegally. "Vashel," she said the name aloud. Maria did not answer. "The molds are already across the border," Lysenne said. "Aren't they?" Maria's silence was answer enough. Lysenne pressed her palm against the pocket where the torn scrap lay. Vasilev would know the buyer. But Vasilev was gone, and the buyer had a crest and a name and a claim on Marrowind that predated the hearing. "He did not need the molds to forge the warrant," Lysenne said slowly. "The warrant was already signed and sealed by the time I was taken. He took the molds afterward to keep anyone else from using them, to erase the evidence, and to control who could forge the next warrant." The words landed like a second blow. Vashel had not just funded the theft of the molds. He had secured the ability to forge any document he needed: grain receipts, harbor dues, winter tallies, writs of seizure, all of it. The seals could travel ahead of his house's claim and make the land fall before his soldiers ever crossed the border. "Maria," Lysenne's voice was hard. "I need to get back to the keep." The civic hearing has not started, but Vashel is still inside Marrowind, and if he knows I have found the trail, he will burn everything between here and the border to keep it buried. Maria's bandaged hands clenched. Lysenne was already walking, fast, back toward the town and the Switchback road beyond. Behind her, the empty hut waited for a man who would not return, and the skiff sat dry on the shingle, pointing toward a sea that no one had crossed. Chapter 57. The Switchback road bit her soles as she climbed. Salt-scoured stone, frozen ruts, the wind cutting through her coat like it remembered every time she had walked this path before. She pushed harder. The keep's gate stood open. Guards she did not recognize watched her pass, their hands resting on hilts they had not drawn the day she was taken through. She did not stop to ask whose orders they followed. The hall was empty. No tribunal, no justiciars, no Drevan. She stood at the threshold, breath burning, and listened to the silence settle around her like a weight she had not noticed until it pressed down. "He is in the archive." She turned. Pravec stood at the edge of the corridor, filmed eyes aimed at the empty air beside her shoulder. His hands were clasped behind his back, the same posture he had held the first time she saw him, the day she had arrived as cargo. "The civic hearing was postponed until dawn," he said. "Malshin needed time to gather the household heads who survived the fire. The justiciars withdrew to the North Tower. Lord Vigil retired to the Glasshouse." The Glasshouse. He said he wanted to see the work of a master craftswoman before she was claimed by a lesser house. The words landed like a blade slipped between her ribs. "Did you know?" she asked. Pravec's mouth tightened. "I knew Thornwood had been pressing the border for 7 years. I knew Drevan refused every invitation to their seat, every offer of alliance, every suggestion that Marrowind bend its neck to a house that feeds on the petitions of the desperate." He paused. "I did not know they had found a route through Greisenmouth until you arrived." "You could have told me." "I had to be certain." She stepped closer. The corridor was cold, the stones holding the memory of every conversation that had ever passed through them. She could feel the weight of the keep around her, the archives, the cellars. The sealed wing where something Drevan had locked away was still pushing against its cage. "Certain of what?" Pravec's blind eyes did not blink. "That you would not run." "I did run. I ran all the way down the cliff road and through a burned town and up a path that led to an empty hut that had already been swept clean by the man who carried the proof of Vigil's crime across the border 3 days ago." "And yet you are here." She let the silence answer for her. Pravec stood motionless for a long moment. Then he turned, slow and deliberate, and began walking down the corridor without waiting to see if she followed. She followed. He led her past the hall, past the stairs that curved up toward the north tower, past the door that opened onto the Glasshouse, where a man with pale, amber eyes was examining her work with the same patience he had used to study her in the courtyard. He stopped at the archive. The door was still ajar, the way it had been when she found Drevan's surrender note, the way it had been when she realized someone inside the keep was working against them. "You asked once what Drevan locked in the East Wing cellars," Pravec said. "I told you I could not say. That was not a refusal. It was a confession of ignorance. I have been steward of this keep for 2 centuries, and I have never seen what lies beneath those stones. I have only felt it press against the floor when he weakens." She waited. "The keep is older than Drevan," Pravec said. "Older than the house that built him. The things beneath it were not sealed by him. They were sealed by the first Lord of Marrowind, and every lord since has paid the price of keeping them contained." "The price being what?" "Starvation." He said the word without inflection. "The keep feeds on its lord's hunger. The longer he denies himself, the stronger the walls hold. The moment he gives in, feeds fully, takes what the hunger demands, the seal begins to fray." She thought of Drevan's hollowed cheeks, the dark veins at his temples, the way his hands had trembled when he reached for her. The nights he had spent locked in the West Tower, counting breaths, refusing to cross the threshold that would end his restraint. "It was never about moral purity," she said slowly. "He starves himself to keep the cellars shut." "Partially." Pravec's filmed eyes turned toward her, catching the dim light like mink glass. "He starves himself because he believes that to feed is to become what the old lords were. The cellars are the consequence, not the cause. He would starve even if the keep were built on bare rock." "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because you have earned it." The words sat between them, heavier than any confession. "I would have helped you escape," Pravec said, "if you had asked, if I had believed Drevan could survive losing you. I weighed the cost every day you were here, and every night I heard him pacing the corridor outside your door. And I chose silence because I did not trust that his survival was worth your freedom. And now? Now I do not know if he survives either way." The corridor settled into a hush that felt older than the stones. "He is in the archive," Pravec said again, "reading the levy records from the year before you were born. He has been there since the tribunal withdrew. He has not eaten. He has not slept. He is waiting for you to decide what he should do with the border maps that show every route between Marrowind and Thornwood." She looked at the ajar door. "You said you would have helped me escape," she said, "if I had asked." "Yes." "Are you offering now?" Pravec's jaw tightened. The lines around his mouth deepened, and for a moment she saw something in his expression that she had never seen before. Not calculation, not wariness, something closer to grief. "No," he said, "because I think you have already found a reason to stay, and I do not know if that reason will save him or destroy him, and I cannot afford to guess." He turned and walked away, his footsteps steady on the stone, and left her standing at the threshold of the archive with the door ajar and the weight of every choice she had not yet made pressing against her ribs. She pushed the door open. The archive was lit by a single lamp set on the corner of the long table where the levy records were spread open. Drevan sat bent over them, his hair falling forward, his hands flat on the pages as if he were reading through his palms. He did not look up. "The border maps," he said. "They are in the third drawer of the cabinet beside the window. Pravec knows the key." She closed the door behind her. "I know who commissioned the warrant," she said. His head lifted. "Vigil," she said. "The molds, the ledger pages, the warrant, all of it. He used a courier named Vasilev who worked at the North Road route to Thornwood. The payment trail runs straight to his house. Miria saw it." Drevan's hands curled into loose fists on the pages. "And Vasilev?" "Gone. 3 days ago. The skiff was left above the high water mark so anyone looking would think he was coming back. He is not coming back." "No." Drevan stared at the open records, the names, the dates, the years of careful arithmetic that had built the lie that brought her here. Then he pushed back from the table and stood, slow and unsteady, his weight braced against the edge. "If I surrender now," he said, "if I walk into the North Tower and tell Vaylin Morath that I accept their judgment and forfeit Marrowind to whichever house the tribunal chooses, the border maps become irrelevant. There is no war for territory if the land is already given. Vashal gets the keep either way. Vashal gets the keep either way. But Greisenmouth survives. The compact dissolves, the town is free of the levy, and the new Lord of Marrowind has no claim on their harbor because they were never part of his conquest." She stepped closer. "And you?" His dark eyes met hers. "I have spent 3 centuries starving myself to keep a promise I made to a woman who died before I learned her name. If the cellars break open when I stop feeding, let them. There is nothing left in them that I am afraid to face." Chapter 58. The archive lamp had burned low, the oil thinning to a thread of flame that cast Drevan's shadow long across the spread pages. Lysenne stood at the cabinet beside the window, pulling drawers open one after another, her fingers moving through bound ledgers and loose folios with the same precision she used to sort cullet by color. Behind her, Drevan had not moved from the table. His hands still lay flat on the levy records, his breathing shallow and measured, as if he were conserving every breath for something he had not yet named. "Vache will not wait for the civic hearing," she said. "He has the molds. He can forge any document that bears Marrowind's seal. If he strikes before Moshin calls the session, the evidence trail collapses into his version of events." Drevan's head lifted slowly. "Then we must strike first." "With what?" "The tribunal has already drafted judgment. They are not here to hear evidence. They have a team of the Liens de Violence that Oliver Mace. They are here to deliver it." She pulled a third drawer open and found a stack of folded parchments tied with red ribbon, the binding brittle with age. The seal on the outermost fold bore the mark of the Black Coast Tribunal, not Marrowind's crest. She cut the ribbon with her thumbnail and spread the first page across the cabinet top. Drevan rose and crossed to her side, his steps unsteady but deliberate. "What is that?" "A record of prior adjudications." She traced the faded script with her finger, reading by the low lamp. "Precedent rulings. Cases where the tribunal reviewed similar charges." She read in silence for a long moment. Drevan stood beside her, close enough that she could feel the cold radiating from his skin, the faint tremor in his frame that hunger had carved into permanence. Then her finger stopped. "There is a clause here," she said. "Article 14, subsection 3. It applies when a house is accused of unlawful taking, but the taken party remains within the territory by choice after control has been surrendered." She read it again, slower, making certain she had not misread the phrasing. "If the taken party testifies before adjudication that physical restraint was lifted and the gate was opened before any outside authority intervened, the house retains title regardless of the initial taking." She looked at Drevan. He stared at the page, his expression unreadable. That clause was written for situations where a house seized territory or goods under a faulty warrant, but corrected the wrong before the tribunal could act. It was meant to incentivize voluntary correction over legal punishment. Can it apply to a person? It has never been tested on a person, but the language does not distinguish between territory and a taken party. It says, the object of dispute. A person can be an object of dispute under house law. Lysenne read the clause again, her heart beating faster now, the words blurring and sharpening in the low light. She had to testify that control was surrendered before the tribunal arrived. The gate was opened. Drevan had given her the key, unlocked the east gate, told her she could walk through it. That had happened before the first Justicar set foot in Marrowind. But the clause required her to define exactly when captivity ended, and why she stayed. You would have to speak to the tribunal directly, Drevan said. Not through testimony taken in isolation, not through the Glasshouse hearing. You would have to stand before the full convocation and declare under oath that I released you before they arrived, and that every moment you remained was your own choice. Yes. They will question you. Vigil will demand proof that your choice was genuine. They will ask why you stayed. I know. You will have to name the moment, the exact moment you became free, and then you will have to explain why you did not leave. She heard what he was not saying. The testimony would put her consent, her desire, her reasons for staying on public record. Every Justicar in the chamber would hear her describe the night she chose to remain, the terms she set, the reasons that could not be reduced to captivity or coercion. They would hear that she had stayed because she chose to, and the tribunal would use that choice against both of them if they could twist it into evidence of manipulation or a bond that made her testimony unreliable. The clause exists, she said. It is written. If I invoke it, the tribunal cannot ignore it. Drevan's hand moved toward the page, then stopped before his fingers touched the parchment. You would be giving them the story of your captivity to use as they see fit. Every detail of what happened between us, what changed, when it changed, why it changed, would belong to the record. I am already giving them that, she said. I gave it to them in the Glasshouse. I gave it to them when I refused to be placed in a locked chamber for testimony. The only difference is, this time I choose the story they hear. She pulled the page free and folded it along the creases, the parchment crackling with age. Find me the precedent cases that cite this clause, she said. I need to see how the tribunal ruled in each one. If they ruled consistently, I need to know why. If they did not, I need to know who argued the exceptions. Drevan did not move. Lysenne. She looked up. If you do this, you cannot take it back. Once you invoke the clause, your testimony becomes the foundation of the defense. If Vigil finds a crack in it, the keep falls, and you are left standing in front of 7 Deshutiasiers who have heard you describe the moment you chose to stay with a vampire who admitted he kept you captive. Then I will make sure there are no cracks. She held his gaze, letting him see that she understood the weight of what she was proposing. I am not doing this for you, she said. I am doing it because if Vigil takes Marrowind, he controls the gate, the archive, the border routes, and every document that proves what the Thornwood house has done. He will bury the evidence trail so deep that no civic hearing, no salt oath, no petition window will ever reach it. Drevan's jaw tightened. Then we find the precedent cases. He turned toward the far cabinet, his hand braced against the table edge for balance. Lysenne watched him cross the archive, the lamp catching the silver streak at his temple, the hollowness in his cheeks that hunger had carved deeper than any blade could. She looked down at the folded claws in her hands, the words blurred, then sharpened. She had to name the moment captivity ended, and she had to explain why she stayed. The truth of it sat in her chest like the sea glass she had carried for weeks, smooth and sharp at the same time, impossible to swallow and harder to set down. She heard Drevan's footsteps stop. She looked up. Lysenne. His voice was low, almost hoarse. Come here. She crossed to where he stood, the cabinet open before him, a thin ledger spread across the shelf inside. His finger rested on a page filled with tight script, the ink faded to the color of dried blood. Tell me what you see. She looked. The page listed rulings from the past 2 centuries, cases where the tribunal had adjudicated seizure disputes. Each entry bore a date, a house name, a ruling, and a brief summary of the testimony. And at the bottom of the page, in a hand she did not recognize, someone had written a single line in fresh ink. Clause 14.3 invoked. Ruling reserved until the taken party's testimony is heard. She looked at the date. It was 3 days ago. Someone had already found the clause, already noted its relevance, already flagged it for the tribunal. The only question was who. Someone on the tribunal knows about this, she said. Drevan's finger moved to the bottom of the page, where a second note was written in the same fresh ink. The taken party has not yet been asked if she will invoke it. She will be. Chapter 59. The lamp flame steadied as Lysenne traced the fresh ink with her fingertip, the words still crisp against the faded centuries around them. Clause 14.3 invoked. Ruling reserved until the taken party's testimony is heard. 3 days ago, before she had even returned from Grassenmouth, before she had found the clause herself. Someone on the tribunal prepared this path before I knew it existed, she said. Drevan's hand stayed where it was, braced against the cabinet shelf, his knuckles white against the aged wood. Or someone outside the tribunal who knew what the tribunal would face. She looked up at him. The stranger. The stranger, Drevan repeated, and the words came out flat, emptied of the hostility she had heard in his voice whenever the man was mentioned. He has been watching Marrowind longer than I have held the seat. He knew about the grain diversion. He knew about the warrant. It would not surprise me if he knew about Article 14.3 before the Justiciars did. Lysenne pulled the ledger from the shelf and carried it to the reading table, the pages rustling as she opened it flat. The precedent cases were listed in tight columns, each one a small history of seizure and dispute, house against house, territory against territory. And at the bottom of every page where the clause was cited, the same fresh ink appeared, flagging, noting, waiting. He marked every reference, she said. He wanted to make sure the tribunal could not miss it. Drevan lowered himself onto the chair across from her, the movement slow and careful, as if his body had reached the limit of what it could hide. Or he wanted to make sure you could not miss it. She looked at him. You think he left the trail deliberately? I think he has been ahead of every move in this keep since he stepped through the gate. I think he knew you would search the archive. I think he knew what you would find in the Glasshouse, in the ledgers, in the confession Mauchen kept sealed for 3 years. Drevan's voice dropped, and I think he wants you to invoke the clause because your testimony is the only weapon the tribunal cannot dismiss. Lysenne sat back, the ledger open before her, the fresh ink catching the lamplight like a wound that had not finished bleeding. If he is preparing the ground for me, then he has a reason. What does he gain? The same thing everyone in this keep gains when they help you, Drevan said. A claim on what happens next. She heard the weight in his voice, the knowledge that he was including himself in that judgment. Then we do not let him set the terms, she said. We prepare the testimony ourselves, together, and we present it on our own ground. Drevan's jaw tightened. Together, yes. If we coordinate our testimony, they will call it rehearsal. They will say we agreed on a story. Then we do not coordinate. She said it plainly, without heat, and watched his expression shift from resistance to something rawer. We agree on the facts, she continued. The dates, the sequence, what happened and when. Then I give my account in my own words, and you give yours in yours. If they match on the facts but differ on what they meant, that is truth, not collusion. Drevan was silent for a long moment. Lysenne. What? If I give my account honestly, I will say that I kept you by force for longer than I should have, that I knew the warrant was forged and still refused to let you go, that I convinced myself possession was protection and did not stop believing it until you forced me to see the difference. He held her gaze. I will call myself your captor, because that is what I was, and the tribunal will use that against both of us. She watched the admission settle between them, the shape of it like a door he had opened onto his own judgment. You will call yourself that, she said slowly, because it is true. Yes, and you will leave out everything that changed afterward, because you are more comfortable condemning yourself than you are letting the truth be complicated. He did not answer. She leaned forward, her hands flat on the ledger. Drevan, the tribunal wants a simple story. They want you to be the monster who took me, because that makes the seizure of Marrowind clean. If you give them that story, they will not thank you for your honesty. They will bury you with it. Then what would you have me say? The truth, she said. All of it. that you kept me, that you also opened the gate, that I stayed after the gate was open, that you surrendered the armory, the records, the key, the choice, that you obeyed me when I told you to stop. Tell them you were my captor, then tell them what you did to stop being one." Drevan's breath came slow, measured, as if he was counting the cost of every word she asked him to speak. "If I say all of that, they will ask why I changed, and I will not have an answer that satisfies them." "You do not need to satisfy them. You need to tell the truth. The truth is not cleaner when it leaves out change." She said it quietly and saw something shift behind his eyes, a crack in the self-contempt he wore like armor. "Lysenne, I mean it. You want to stand in front of 7 just ears and call yourself a monster. That is the easy part. The hard part is standing there and saying you became something else." "And what did I become?" She held his gaze. "I do not know yet. But I know you are not what you were on Levy Day. And that has to count for something, or none of this means anything." The silence that followed was not heavy. It was the opposite, lighter than she expected, as if the words had lifted a weight neither of them had named aloud. Drevan looked at her with an expression she could not read fully, something between wonder and grief, his hand moving across the table until it stopped at the edge of the ledger, close enough that she could have reached for it. "Then I will tell them what I was," he said slowly, "and I will tell them what I am trying to become. And if they use my past against us, I will let you answer in your own words. That is all I am asking." They sat in the quiet of the archive, the ledgers spread between them like a map of everything they had survived and everything that still waited. Lysenne looked down at the fresh inked flag on the clause page. "The taken party has not yet been asked if she will invoke it. She will be." "I am ready," she said. Drevan's mouth curved, barely, a smile that did not reach his eyes but carried its own weight. "I know." They worked in silence after that, pulling the flagged ledgers and stacking them by the lamp. Lysenne read each precedent ruling aloud while Drevan noted the patterns, the exceptions, the arguments that had failed and those that had held. The hours passed without markers, the lamp burning lower, the shadows pressing closer. And then, from somewhere beyond the archive door, a footstep. Not a heavy one, not a hurried one. A single measured tread on the stone, as deliberate as a hand placed on a page. Lysenne's hand stopped over the ledger. Drevan's head came up. They both looked toward the door where the gap beneath the frame showed nothing but darkness. The footstep did not come again, but the silence that followed was louder than any sound could have been, because it meant someone was standing on the other side, waiting, listening, deciding whether to knock or walk away. Lysenne rose slowly, the sea glass shard still cold against her palm. She did not call out. She waited, and the door swung open. Chapter 60. The main hall had been remade. Where the tribunal sat raised behind black stone, the benches had been dragged forward in ragged rows. Harbor hands in salt-stiffened coats, keep servants who had never stood in the Lord's presence without bowing. The chandler Nan Perrin with her chin lifted like a blade. Kellum the cooperant stood at the back with his scarred apprentice pressed against his side. Mieria had wedged herself between 2 fishmongers, her bandaged hands clasped at her chest. Lysenne stood alone before the crescent table. 7 justiciars looked down at her. Vaelin Morath at the center, gray-streaked hair pulled tight, her flat eyes giving nothing. Lord Vigil sat at the far left, angled slightly away from the others, his amber gaze fixed on Lysenne with the patience of a man who had already counted the minutes until she finished speaking. Drevan stood against the side wall, Hanwen's hand beneath his arm. He had refused a chair. His collar hung loose, dark veins still visible at his throat, but he held himself upright by will alone. Vaelin Morath spoke first. "Lysenne Ottfeld, you have invoked Article 14, subsection 3 of the Black Coast Tribunal Precedent Code. You understand the provision requires your sworn testimony that restraint was lifted before outside authority intervened." "I understand." "You will state the facts of your captivity and release. The tribunal will then determine whether the house retains title." Lysenne felt the sea glass shard against her palm, cold and constant. "The warrant was forged," she said. Lord Drevan Lirewen told me so the night I arrived. He did not send me back. The hall held its breath. He kept me in the east wing with no locks on the inside. I was fed, I was clothed. No one struck me, no one threatened my life. I was a guest in every particular except the one that mattered. I could not leave. She paused, let the weight of it settle. He knew the warrant was false. He admitted it to my face. And he refused to release me because he believed keeping me near was safer than sending me back to the town that had sold me. A murmur ran through the benches. Nan Perrin made a sound low in her throat, not quite a word. That was captivity, Lysenne said. I will not soften it. He was my captor. The gate was barred. The road was watched. I did not consent to be there. She turned slightly, enough to see Drevan in her peripheral vision. He had not moved. His face was carved from the same stone as the walls. Then he opened the armory. He gave me full access to the records. He ordered the gate unbarred and told me I could leave when I wished, with evidence in hand, and that whatever existed between us could not survive another hour of compulsion. The chamber had gone still. I stayed. Vishal's voice cut through the silence like a blade drawn across stone. After he had already made himself indispensable to you. After weeks of isolation, dependency, isolation from any counter-narrative. You call that free will? Lysenne faced him. I call it a choice made after the gate was open, after the evidence was in my hands, after I had walked to the threshold and felt the cliff road under my feet. He gave me the means to leave before he asked me to stay. And you can prove this. Vishal rose slowly, unhurried, his pale amber eyes fixed on her. You can prove the gate was unbarred before any tribunal approached, before any counter-warrant reached the keep. The gate was open when Motion Ket arrived with the counter-warrant. Sister Motion arrived after the tribunal had already been summoned, after the hearing was announced. Vishal spread his hands, a gesture of reasonable doubt. The timing is convenient. The captive testifies the gate was open. The captor testifies the same, and no independent witness from outside the keep can confirm the gate was unbarred before the tribunal approached. Lysenne's grip tightened on the glass. Lord Drevan's steward can confirm, a steward who has served his lord for 3 centuries. Vishal's voice carried no heat, only the patient weight of a closing argument. A steward whose loyalty is to the house, not to the truth of a single night. His testimony is worth nothing as an independent account. The hall stirred again, but the quality had changed. Unease, the first trickle of doubt. Vishal stepped forward, his boots striking the stone in slow, deliberate intervals. You say the gate was open. You say you stayed by choice, but the window between the gate opening and the tribunal's arrival is narrow, and the only witnesses to your freedom are the man who held you captive and the servants who answer to him. He stopped at the edge of the raised platform, close enough that Lysenne could smell the salt silk of his coat. So I asked you directly, Lysenne Ottfeld, if the gate was truly open and the choice was truly yours, where did you go? The hall held its breath. Between the gate opening and the tribunal's arrival, where did you walk? What did you touch? What did you see that proves the road was not a story told after the fact? Lysenne met his gaze. I walked to the Switchback. The admission landed like a stone in still water. I stood on the first turn above the gate. I could see the harbor lamps below. I could feel the salt wind coming up the cliff. I stayed there long enough to know I was not being followed, that no one would stop me if I chose to descend. And then you returned. Yes. Vishal's mouth curved, not quite a smile. Convenient. Lysette held his gaze. I am not finished. She pulled the sea glass shard from her palm and held it up so the lamplight caught its green edge. This was my weapon. I carried it hidden in my mouth from the moment I was seized on Levy Day until the moment I revealed it before this tribunal. I kept it through every search, every door, every moment of my captivity. Lord Drevan never knew I had it. She set the shard on the black stone before the Justice. A woman who intends to stay by force does not conceal a weapon for weeks and reveal it only when she chooses to be believed. The silence that followed was not the silence of assent. It was the silence of scales tipping. Vishal's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes went flat, calculating, as if he was already revising his next move. And in that pause, a sound rose from the back of the hall. Footsteps, measured, unhurried. The same deliberate tread that had stopped beyond the archive door. The crowd parted. The dark-coated stranger stepped forward, winter-sea eyes fixed on the tribunal, and the temperature in the room dropped like a door opening onto frost. Chapter 61. The temperature kept dropping. The dark-coated stranger crossed the hall with the unhurried precision of a man who had already rehearsed every step. The crowd pressed back from his path, not from recognition but from instinct, the same animal flinch that preceded a storm. Vaylin Morath rose. "You are not of this tribunal." "I am not? Then you have no standing in this chamber." The stranger stopped at the edge of the raised platform, his winter-sea eyes passing over the justiciars before settling on Lysenne. "I am here to witness, nothing more. You will step back, or I will have you removed." "You will not." The words carried no threat, only certainty. Vaylin's jaw tightened. She glanced at the other justiciars, then at the guards flanking the hall doors. None of them moved. The stranger turned to face the tribunal, and in the silence that followed, Lysenne heard her own pulse in her throat. "I have watched this keep longer than any of you have held your seats. I have read its ledgers, tracked its silences, measured the distance between what was owed and what was paid." His voice was calm, unhurried, each word placed with the same deliberate care as his footsteps. "I am not here to speak for Lord Drevan, or against him. I am here to confirm what the witness has already told you." Vaylin's eyes narrowed. "Confirm it how? By giving account of what I saw." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The hall held still. And then, from the back of the chamber, Pravec stepped forward. The steward moved with the same measured tread Lysenne had learned to read in the dark corridors of the East Wing, his clouded eyes fixed on nothing, his mouth set in its permanent line of disapproval. "I will answer." Vishal's head came up. "Your testimony is not independent." "No," Pravec agreed, "but it is true." He stopped at the edge of the raised platform, his filmed eyes finding the justiciars with the unerring precision of a man who had mapped every voice in the hall by its echo. "I have served Marrowind for 3 centuries. I have seen 3 lords of this keep, and I have watched each of them fail in ways that cost lives. I do not offer my testimony because I am loyal to Lord Drevan. I offer it because I was present for the night in question, and because I have no stake in whether the tribunal believes me." Vaylin studied him for a long moment. "Speak." Pravec drew a breath. The gate was opened at dusk, 2 days before the tribunal's approach. Lord Drevan unbarred it himself, in my presence, with no witnesses from the town present to confirm the act. He then left the key on the table in the solar and walked to the East Wing. "And the glassblower?" "She was in the archive. She did not see him open the gate. She found the key later, when she chose to look for it." Vishal's voice cut in. "So the gate was opened, but she did not witness it. She cannot swear the key was left freely." "She did not need to witness it." Pravec's tone was flat, unhurried, the same patient precision he used when explaining kitchen accounts. "She tested it." The hall stirred. "She walked to the gate at nightfall, alone, with no guard and no escort. She stood in the open threshold long enough to feel the cliff road under her feet. Then she returned. To the keep. To the archive." Vishal's smile was thin. "And you observed this?" "I did not need to observe it. The gate was unbarred. The key was in the solar. She could have taken it and walked down the switchback at any point between dusk and dawn. She chose not to." "Then why?" Vishal said, his voice carrying the weight of a closing argument. "Did she remain?" Pravec did not answer immediately. He turned his head, the clouded eyes finding nothing, the mouth tightening. "Because Lord Drevan could not have stopped her if she had chosen to leave." The hall went silent. He was in the containment chamber by the time she returned from the gate. The turn had already begun. He was not capable of giving orders, pursuing, or holding anyone against their will. If she had walked down the cliff road that night, he would have been in no condition to follow. Vaylin's voice was careful. "You are saying Lord Drevan was incapacitated by the turn when the gate was open. I am saying he had already lost control of himself. The gate was open. The key was in the solar. The road was clear. She could have left at any moment, and he could not have stopped her. Vashal's eyes narrowed. And the household? The guards? Your own loyalty to the house? Pravec's filmed gaze found Vashal's voice with unerring accuracy. If Lysenne Ottfeld had walked through that gate, I would have barred Lord Drevan from following. The admission landed like a blade dropped on stone. You would have, Valen began. I have served this keep for 3 centuries. I have watched 3 lords lose themselves to hunger, to pride, to the conviction that their need outweighed every law. I will not watch a 4th drag an innocent woman back into a cage she has already left. He turned his head, the blind eyes seeming to find Lysenne. She stayed because she chose to. She stayed because she walked to the threshold, felt the road under her feet, and turned back of her own will. If you want proof that the gate was truly open, that is your proof. The chamber had gone so still that Lysenne could hear the salt wind brushing the outer walls. Valen's jaw worked. You would have barred your own lord from the woman he kept captive. I would have barred him from the woman he had no right to follow. Pravec's voice was quiet, worn smooth by centuries of silence finally broken. I have spent 100 years watching him starve himself because he believed that was the only way to be worthy of the keep. I have watched him mistake denial for virtue and possession for protection. I do not offer my testimony because I believe he is innocent. I offer it because I believe she is. He did not look at Lysenne. He did not need to. The hall held the silence for a long, aching moment. And then, from somewhere beyond the outer wall, a sound rose. Not footsteps, not voices. A low, grinding noise, like stone turning against stone, like the sea dragging something heavy across the harbor floor. Valen's head snapped toward the window. What? The stranger moved? He crossed the hall in 3 strides, his dark coat cutting through the frozen air, and pressed his palm flat against the glass. The noise stopped. But when he turned back, his winter sea eyes were fixed on the darkness beyond the pane, and his voice carried the weight of recognition. They are not waiting for the verdict. Valen's face went pale. Who? The ones who came for the keep when they heard the gates were open. The stranger's hand stayed on the glass. The ones who have been watching Marrowind's walls longer than I have. He looked at Lysenne. You chose to stay. The question now is whether the keep will survive long enough for that choice to matter. Chapter 62. The silence after the stranger's words felt like a held breath, the grinding sound beyond the wall still echoing in memory. Then Vashal rose. He did not look at the window. He did not look at the dark-coated figure still pressing palm to salt-etched glass. He looked at the tribunal, and his voice carried the cultivated patience of a man who had waited for exactly this opening. Article 14.3 requires that the taken party testify restraint was lifted before outside authority intervened. We have heard testimony that Lord Drevan opened the gate. We have heard testimony that the key was left in the solar. We have heard that the witness walked to the switchback and returned. He stepped around the black stone table, moving toward the hall's center, deep blue velvet catching the lamp glow. But we have not asked the essential question. Valen Morath's gray-streaked head turned. State it. Who orchestrated that the gate would be open precisely when it was? Vashal's pale amber eyes swept the hall, found Drevan against the wall, found Lysenne standing apart. A starvation that conveniently incapacitated the Lord precisely as his captive gained freedom. A surrender note written before any charges were filed. A gate opened at dusk, tested at nightfall, and closed again by morning. He let the pause stretch. Does that sound like a genuine crisis of control, or does it sound like choreography? A murmur rippled through the benches. Kellum the Guaper shifted his weight. Nan Perrin's chin lifted higher. Lysenne felt the accusation land like a stone dropped into still water. The ripples spread. Vashal turned to face the Justices directly. I submit that Lord Drevan Lirewen manufactured his own collapse. He starved himself deliberately to create a performance of weakness. He opened the gate at a calculated moment to stage an illusion of choice. He wrote a surrender note he never intended to submit, so that when the witness found it, she would believe his devotion was genuine. His voice dropped, intimate and damning. Everything we have heard tonight speaks to a man who knew he would be judged and arranged the evidence accordingly. The gate was open because he meant it to be. The key was left because he meant it to be found. The turn came at a convenient hour because he had pushed his body to the precise threshold where he could predict its arrival. Vaylin Morath's face was unreadable. "You are accusing Lord Drevan of manipulating the entire crisis. I am accusing him of using starvation as a prop and surrender as a script." Vigil spread his hands. "The taken party believes she chose freely, but a choice offered within a stage-managed crisis is not free. It is obedience to a narrative," the captor wrote before she ever arrived. The hall held its breath. Lysenne felt the words settle around her like chains woven from silk. He was good. She had to grant him that. He had taken the very facts that proved her agency and twisted them into proof of manipulation. She opened her mouth. The stranger moved first. He turned from the window, hand falling from the glass, winter sea eyes finding Vigil with a stillness that made the air between them feel charged. The gate was opened before the surrender note was written. Vigil's head tilted. "Prove it." Pravec's Glaro testified the gate was unbarred at dusk, 2 days before the tribunal's approach. The stranger's voice carried no heat. Drevan wrote the surrender note the following morning. The timing is in the ink and the paper. The gate came first. A detail that serves your argument but proves nothing about intent. Then let the evidence speak. The stranger's gaze shifted to the hall's entrance, where Hanwen Brannock stood with something pressed against her ribs. A folded bundle wrapped in oilcloth, the same oilcloth that had carried levy records from the salt chapel. Hanwen stepped forward. "I have something." Vaylin's voice cut across the murmurs. "Approach." Hanwen crossed the hall with the determined stride of someone who had already decided the cost of speaking. She reached the black stone table and set the bundle down, unwrapping it with hands that did not tremble. Inside lay 6 sheets of paper. Drafts, counter-warrants, levy forms, grain receipts, each bearing the same handwriting, the same seal impressions, the same dates stretching back 3 winters. And at the bottom of each, in the margin, a small notation in ink that matched the fresh-flagged Article 14.3 entry. Thornwood route. Vasilev. Paid. Lysenne's breath caught. Hanwen's voice rang clear. These were recovered from the levy office strongbox after the fire. Howrick Tilburn did not burn them because he meant to use them as leverage if his employers tried to discard him. She slid a single sheet toward Vaylin. Every draft bears the same courier's mark, the same route notation, the same payment record that leads from Thornwood's border station through Vasilev's hand to Howrick's desk. Vashaal's expression did not change, but his jaw tightened. Miria Quist rose from the benches, bandaged hands clasped at her chest, voice carrying the tremor of someone who had held too many silences. "I can name the courier." The hall turned toward her. Miria's eyes were red-rimmed but steady. "He docks at the Thornwood wharves under a hired flag, takes payment in unmarked coin. He carried messages between Vasilev and the levy office for 2 winters before Lysenne was taken." She looked directly at Vigil. "I saw him 3 days before the tribunal arrived. He was wearing a dockhand's coat over Thornwood colors. He did not see me, but I saw him." Vaylin's voice was flat. "Can you identify him by name?" "Geddes Soren." Maria's voice did not waver. "He moors at the salt-stained pier below the Cooper's yard. His skiff carries a false registration from the Blackwood shipping office, but the hull is Thornwood cedar. I know cedar when I see it." The hall erupted. Vaylin slammed a palm against the black stone. The noise cut through the chaos, but the murmurs did not stop. Harbor workers turned to each other. Kellum's scawed apprentice pulled at his sleeve. Nan Perrin's back bent forward like she was about to speak. Vigil stood motionless at the hall's center. The drafts spread before him like a hand he had not expected to be called. And then, from beyond the outer wall, a new sound rose, not the grinding of stone. The horn. A single, low blast that carried from the gatehouse through the salt wind, repeated twice, then a 3rd time, the signal for an arrival under urgent claim. Vaylin's head snapped toward the door. "Who is at the gate?" A guard appeared in the archway, breath smoking in the cold, face hollow with alarm. "A man, half frozen. Says he is the broker who arranged the grain diversion. He demands protection in exchange for testimony." The hall went silent. Vachel's eyes, for the first time, flickered. Valen's voice was barely a whisper. "Name him." The guard swallowed. "He says his name is Soren. Geddes Soren, and he will not speak to anyone but the taken party." Chapter 63. Lysenne crossed the hall before Valen could grant permission. The guard at the archway stepped aside, face still hollow. "Courtyard gate. He will not come inside until he sees you." She did not look back at the tribunal. The cold hit her first. Salt wind off the cliffs, the wet iron smell of coming snow. The courtyard torches had guttered low, casting uneven light across the stone where a figure hunched against the inner wall. Geddes Soren looked nothing like the name suggested. A man in his 40s, maybe, wrapped in a dock coat that had frozen stiff at the shoulders. His hands were bare, cracked, the nails black with something older than frost. He had not shaved in days. His eyes found her and held. "You are the glassblower." She stopped 3 paces from him. "I am. I need your word. You will get protection if your testimony is true." She kept her voice flat. "Not before." Soren's jaw worked. He looked past her at the hall doors, then up at the gallery slits where torchlight bled in thin orange lines. "They told me it was a legal question." Lysenne waited. "Halric came to me 2 winters ago, said there was a house that wanted a pressure point on Marrowind, something that would force an audit or a challenge if Drevan refused to cooperate. A forged human levy would do it. Unlawful seizure. Grounds for tribunal intervention." "Which house?" Soren's throat moved. "They worked through Vaslev. I never saw the principal's seal. But the route markings, I know the route markings." He nodded like that relieved him. "Then you know they came from Thornwood Station. The payments, the courier schedules, the grain receipts that never matched the ledgers. Halric kept copies. He was not stupid. He knew they would discard him once he served his purpose." Lysenne's hands stayed still at her sides. "Why are you here now?" "Because Vaslev is dead." The words landed like a stone in still water. Soren's breath fogged. "They found him 3 days ago in a Thornwood lockhouse. Throat cut, hands bound, no mark on the door. The man who paid him is clearing the chain. I am the next link." "Who paid him?" "If I name the name, I want Marrowind's protection, not tribunal custody, not Thornwood's mercy. Drevan's seal on a written bond. You are in no position to bargain?" "I am in exactly the position to bargain." Soren's cracked lips pulled into something that was almost a smile. "Because if I die in this courtyard, the only witness who can connect Thornwood's lord to the forged warrant dies with me." Lysenne held his gaze. Behind her, the hall door opened. Footsteps crossed the stone. She did not turn. "You have my word," she said. "If your testimony names the principal, you will not be handed to Thornwood." Soren studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded once and pushed himself upright, the frozen coat cracking at the elbows. "The principal is..." The bolt took him through the throat. The sound was wet and final, a thud of wood meeting flesh, the brief whistle of something traveling too fast to track. Soren's eyes went wide. His hands came up. Blood sprayed across the frost-crusted stones as he crumpled, the name still unspoken on his tongue. Lysenne's body moved before her mind caught up. She dropped, rolled, came up behind the fountain's stone rim, the sea glass shard already in her palm. Her eyes swept the gallery slits, the roof edge, the bell tower. Nothing moved. A guard shouted. Another. The hall doors burst open and Valen's voice cut through the chaos, commanding the courtyard sealed, the gallery searched, every exit locked. Lysenne stayed low. Soren lay 5 paces from her, the bolt protruding from his throat at an angle that told her everything. Black-fletched, short shaft. A compact crossbow fired from close range, no more than 30 paces. Someone in the keep had been waiting for this. She looked up at the gallery. The slit was dark, but the bolt had come from the east wing. Her feet were already moving while the guards still argued about who should go where. She hit the inner stair at a run, taking the steps 2 at a time, the shard still tight in her fist. The door at the top stood open. A dark passage, a single window slit at the far end, where the cold air pulled through. She reached the window and looked down. Soren's body lay in the courtyard, guards forming a ring around it. The bolt had been fired from here. The shooter was gone. But the sill was warm, not from a hand, from a knee. Someone had braced here, fired, and retreated before the guards could react. Lysenne pressed her palm to the stone. Still warm, she turned and ran down the corridor, chasing the heat. The guest gallery, the spiral stair, the east wing. A door clicked shut ahead. She rounded the corner and found a narrow servant's passage, the door at the end still quivering from a hand that had just let go. She pulled it open. Empty. But on the floor, a single drop of oil. Crossbow oil. She knelt and touched it, still wet. The shooter was inside the keep, and they had fired through Soren's throat to stop the name before it reached the hall. Lysenne rose, the shard cold against her palm, and heard Valen's voice echo through the courtyard below. Lock every gate. No one leaves. Search every room. She looked down at the oil on her fingers. The broker in Brine had brought the truth to Marrowind's gate, but someone inside the keep had been waiting for him to speak, and they had killed him before the name left his lips. The question was whether they had already killed him for knowing the name, or for knowing the name she had already guessed. Chapter 64. The oil was still wet on her fingers. Lysenne straightened and ran. The servant's passage opened into a narrow spiral stair she had never taken, but the keep's logic was older than her captivity. East wing meant guest galleries above, then the bell tower stair, then the roof line. If the shooter knew the route, they would go up, not down. Up meant a second shot from a higher angle. Up meant time to reload. She took the stairs 2 at a time, counting landings. 2 turns. A door with a rusted latch. She pulled it open and stepped into the lower guest gallery, the same corridor where the sill had been warm. Her eyes swept left. Empty. Right. A shadow moved at the far end, not running, walking. Fast and controlled, a figure in a dockhand's coat carrying nothing visible, hands loose at the sides like a man who had every right to be here. Lysenne did not call out. She ran. The figure heard her. No flinch or hesitation. He broke into a sprint, rounding the corner toward the bell tower stair, and she followed, her boots slapping stone, her breath already sharp in her throat. Behind her, shouts rose from the courtyard. Guards, orders. None of them knew this route. She did. 3 winters of mapping every draft, every stair, every passage she could reach. 3 winters of counting steps in the dark. The keep had been her cage, but a cage was still a map, and she had drawn every line. The bell tower stair was a straight climb to the roof. If he reached it, he would have a clear shot at the courtyard below, and enough elevation to disappear over the east ridge before the guards could circle. She could not let him reach it. The 3rd landing had a service door she had never opened, but she had felt the draft beneath it, cold air moving from east to west, the same direction the bolt had traveled. A secondary route, a parallel passage that would let her cut him off. She yanked the door open. Dark, no torch. She ran blind, one hand on the wall, the stone rough and cold, the passage sloping downward instead of up. Wrong. She had read the draft wrong. She stopped. Listened. Footsteps above, not ahead. He had taken the bell tower stair after all, and she had lost the time she needed to intercept. She turned and ran back. The door to the gallery was still open. She burst through and took the bell tower stair at a sprint, 3 steps at a time, her lungs burning, the shard still tight in her fist. The roof door stood ajar. Cold air poured through the gap, salt sharp and violent. She pushed through and stepped onto the stone platform, the wind slamming into her face, the harbor spread below like a dark mirror. Empty. She crossed to the ephod edge and looked down. A figure was already descending the outer wall, using a rope she had not seen him anchor, moving hand over hand with the precision of someone who had planned this exact exit. The dockhand's coat flapped around his shoulders. The compact crossbow was slung across his back. He reached the ground before she could call a warning. He looked up. For a moment, their eyes met. Then he turned and ran toward the cliff path, the same switchback road she had walked when the gate stood open, the same road that led down to Greisenmouth and the sea. Lysenne did not follow her. She turned and ran back inside. The path was watched. The gate was locked. He could not reach the harbor without passing through the outer wall or the cliff gate, and both were sealed. He would have to double back, find a different exit, or climb the seawall. She knew the seawall. She hit the ground floor to run, past the guard who shouted at her to stop, past the servants pressed against the walls, past Nan Perrin's sharp cry of alarm. She did not slow. The seaward door was bolted. She threw the bars and stepped onto the narrow ledge cut into the cliff face, the salt spray hitting her face, the waves grinding stone below. The ledge ran east along the keep's base, hidden from the courtyard, visible only from the water. He would not know it existed, but she did. She ran. The ledge narrowed. The wind tried to push her off. She pressed her back against the stone and moved sideways, one hand gripping the wall, the other still closed around the glass. Ahead, the ledge opened into a shallow cave where the keep's founders had once moored small boats. The cave was empty now, but it had a second exit, a stair cut into the rock that led up to the east guard post. If he knew the cave, he would take the stair. If he did not know the cave, he would be trapped on the cliff face, with no cover and no way down but a drop to the rocks. She reached the cave entrance and stopped. He was there. Standing in the dark, the crossbow raised, the bolt aimed at her chest. "Stop moving," he said. She stopped. The wind howled past the cave mouth. The waves crashed below. The bolt was black-fletched, short-shafted, identical to the one in Soren's throat. "You killed him," she said. "I killed the witness." His voice was flat, practiced. "You should have stayed in the hall." "Why?" "Because now I have to kill you too." He adjusted his aim. She did not flinch. "You will not hit me," she said. "I will not miss." "You will." She took a step forward. "Because you are standing on the one patch of stone in this cave that shifts under weight. You will not hit me because you are about to lose your footing, and when you do, I will be on you before you can recover." His eyes flicked down. She moved. The bolt flew past her ear, close enough to feel the wind of it, and buried itself in the cave wall. She hit him low, driving her shoulder into his ribs, the crossbow clattering against stone as they both went down. He was stronger. He threw her off, rolled to his feet, and drew a knife. The blade caught the dim light, salt-crusted and sharp. She had the shard. She rose, the glass between her fingers, and watched his eyes track her hands. "You do not want to do this," she said. "I do not want to, but I am paid to." "By whom?" He did not answer. He lunged. She sidestepped, used the momentum of his charge to hook his arm and drive him into the cave wall. His head cracked against the stone. The knife clattered. He went down and did not get up. She stood over him, breathing hard. The shard was still in her hand. She had not used it. She knelt and rolled him onto his back. His coat had fallen open, and beneath it she saw the colors. Tribunal colors, gray and black, the same fabric Valen's clerks wore, the same stitching on every official coat in the hearing hall. She pulled the coat open further. A seal. A tribunal courier's seal stamped into the leather of his belt. She found the writ in his boot. It was sealed with black wax, the tribunal's mark pressed into it, no address and no signature. She broke the seal and unfolded it. The language was precise. By authority of the Black Coast Tribunal, the territory of Marrowind Keep and all dependencies thereof shall be transferred to the custody of House Thornwood upon the failure of Lord Drevan Lirewen to retain his seat, effective immediately upon judgment. Below it, a signature. She read the name twice, Valen Morath. The Justiciar had signed the seizure order before the hearing was over, before Soren's testimony, before the bolt, before any verdict. She looked down at the assassin at her feet, tribunal colors beneath a dockhand's coat, a seal on his belt that marked him as one of their own. The shooter was not a Thornwood agent. He was the tribunal's. And the writ in her hand proved that Valen had planned to take Marrowind from the beginning, with or without a lawful verdict. Chapter 65. She read the name a third time. Valen Morath. The ink was dry. The seal was whole. The language was precise enough to survive any challenge upon the failure of Lord Drevan Lirewen to retain his seat, effective immediately upon judgment. Not after judgment. Upon judgment. The moment the verdict was spoken, before any appeal, Before any breath between the word and the signature, Marrowind would belong to House Thornwood. The Justiciar had written the seizure order while the hearing was still taking testimony, while Lysenne was still swearing her oath, while the sea glass shard was still warm from her mouth. She folded the writ and pressed it into her coat. The assassin did not stir at her feet. She climbed back through the cave, up the narrow stair cut into the rock, her hand braced against the salt-crusted wall. The stone was cold. The wind had picked up, pressing against the keep's seaward face with a long, low moan that sounded almost like a horn. The east guard post was empty. She crossed the gallery, past the sill where the assassin had braced his knee, and stepped into the corridor that led back to the main hall. She heard the voices before she saw the light. Vaylin was speaking, her gray-streaked head bent toward Vashahale, her tone too low to carry. The hall had not emptied. The benches were still full. Nem Perrin sat with her chin lifted. Kellum the co-opper had his apprentice pressed against his side. Maria stood near the wall, her bandaged hands clasped at her chest. Drevan was still standing. He had not moved from the wall where Hanwen had braced him, but his head came up when Lysenne entered, his dark, garnet eyes tracking her crossing the floor. She did not stop. She walked past the benches, past the murmur that rippled through the crowd, past Vishal's turning head and the flat calculation in his pale, amber eyes. She stopped before the raised crescent of the tribunal and held out the writ. Vaylin did not reach for it. "What is that?" the justiciar said. "A seizure order," Lysenne's voice carried. "Signed by your hand, dated before the hearing concluded, transferring Marrowind to House Thornwood upon Drevan's failure to retain his seat." The hall went still. Vaylin's expression did not change. "You found that?" "I found it on your courier." Lysenne let the words land. "The one who killed Geddes Soren, the one you sent to make sure no testimony reached the dais." The silence stretched. Then Vishal laughed. It was a low sound, unhurried, almost appreciative. He did not look at Lysenne. He looked at Vaylin, and his pale amber eyes held something like satisfaction. "Well," he said, "that will complicate the appeal." Vaylin did not answer him. She reached for the writ. Lysenne held it a moment longer, then let it go. The parchment changed hands. The Justiciar's gray eyes moved across the text, and something in her face tightened, a muscle jumping at the hinge of her jaw. "It is valid," she said. No denial, no explanation. The word landed like a bell strike. Lysenne stood there, in the center of the hall, with the tribunal staring at her and the crowd holding its breath. She had proof. She had the writ, the assassin, the seal. She had won. It did not feel like winning, because the writ in Vaylin's hand did not exonerate Drevan. It merely proved that the conspiracy against him had been deeper than anyone guessed. And the deeper the conspiracy, the more useful his captivity had been to the people who built it. She turned. Drevan was watching her from the wall, his hollowed face unreadable, his hand braced against the stone. He had seen the writ. He had heard Vaylin admit it was valid. She saw the shape of his understanding. His unlawful confinement had made the conspiracy possible, not despite the captivity, because of it. A lord who kept a woman against her will was a lord who had given his enemies a weapon. A lord who broke the law to satisfy his own hunger was a lord who could be destroyed whenever it became convenient. The forged warrant was not the end of the scheme. It was the first move, the bait that had drawn Drevan into committing the very crime that would cost him his seat. She had been the lever, not the target. She had never been the target. From the day Haluk Tilburn read her name at the levee, from the moment the carriage doors closed and the Switchback road began its climb, she had been a piece in a game she had not known existed. Her captivity, her terror, her bargaining, her choosing, none of it had mattered to the people who had arranged it. Only her location, only her presence in Drevan's keep, visible enough to be named, useful enough to be spent. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her coat. "Lysenne." The voice was Edric's. He had pushed through the crowd, his face lined, his coat still wet from the courtyard. He stopped a few paces from her and did not reach for her arm. "Lysenne," he said again. "What do you need?" She looked at him. Edring the Mez, the harbor Reeve who had watched her taken, who had told himself one sacrificed woman was cheaper than civil collapse, who had spent 5 years complicit in the same levy system that had sold her. He was asking her what she needed. That was not an answer she had. She looked past him, at the benches, at Nan Perrin, at Kellum, at the faces of people who had come up the cliff road to witness a judgment that had already been written. At Maria, whose bandaged hands said everything about what loyalty and memory had cost. At Hanwen, standing near Drevan with her jaw set, the oilcloth bundle of evidence still pressed against her ribs. All of them had come for a verdict. There would be no verdict that restored innocence to anyone she cared about. The tribunal had rigged the hearing. The conspiracy had used her as bait. Drevan had kept her in a cage of his own making. The town had sold her. The chapel had bargained with her safety. And she had walked through every door that had opened, told herself each choice was freedom, and ended up standing in a hall where the Justiar had signed her keeper's death warrant before she had even finished testifying. She was not clean. None of them were clean. "You have the writ," Edric said, quieter now, his voice pitched for her alone. "You have the assassin. You have proof that the tribunal moved against Marrowind before the hearing ended. That is enough to break the judgment." "It is enough to break Valen," she said. "It is not enough to save him." Edric did not argue. "He will die without the keep," he said. "The cellars, the seal, whatever keeps him standing. If the tribunal strips Marrowind, he does not survive the winter." She knew. "And if I stop them," she said, "if I use the writ, use the assassin, force a reversal, I become the one who saved him." "Yes. The town will not forgive that. The town will not understand it," Edric said. "That is not the same thing." She looked at him. His face was tired. His coat was wet. He had come up the cliff road to watch a hearing, and he was still standing here, offering her a way forward that cost him nothing and her everything. "What do you want me to say?" she asked. "I want you to tell me what you intend." "To defend Marrowind?" "To defend it," Edric said. "Despite all of it. Despite what he did. Despite what the Tau did. Despite what the writ proves about how easily you were used. I need to know if you will stand for this place, knowing it was never going to be clean." She opened her mouth, and from beyond the wall, from the dark below the Switchback road, a sound rose. Not the grinding stone. Something else. A horn, low and long. A single note that did not waver, that did not fade, that carried through the stone and the salt and the wind like a voice that had been waiting to speak. Edric's face went still. "That is not the tribunal's call," he said. The hall turned, and through the main doors, through the rain and the dark and the gathered murmur of people who had come for a verdict they would never receive, a figure stepped over the threshold. The stranger. The same winter sea eyes, the same dark coat, the same stillness that had stopped the grinding noise from beyond the wall. He did not look at the tribunal. He looked at Lysenne. "The gate is watched," he said. "Every approach, every path. There is no clean side out of this keep tonight." Chapter 66. She walked, not because she had decided, because the hall had become unbreathable, the stranger's warning still hanging in the air, and if she did not move, she would start shaking and not stop. The doors were still open. She stepped through them before anyone could call her back. The courtyard was wet. Rain had slicked the stone to mirror, and the torches along the wall threw long, wavering reflections that made the keep look like it was burning from below. Guards she did not recognize stood at the outer gate, watching her pass with the flat expectancy of men who had been told something would happen tonight, but not what. She kept walking. The switchback began where the courtyard ended, a cut in the stone that dropped toward the sea in a series of long, staggered turns. She had climbed this road in a closed carriage with glass in her mouth and terror in her throat. She had climbed it again with proof of the conspiracy in her coat and a dead man's blood drying under her nails. She had never walked it down. The gate was open. Drevan had unbarred before the tribunal arrived, before the stranger came, before the horn sounded from beyond the wall. He had left the key on the solar table and walked to the east wing to wait for whatever happened next. She had tested it once, at nightfall, and returned. This time she did not stop at the threshold. Her boots hit the gravel of the switchback, and the sound was different from what she remembered. The carriage had muffled everything. The sea, the wind, the distant cry of gulls that should not have been active at dusk. Now she heard all of it. the scrape of her soles on the stone, the breath moving through her chest, the pulse in her own throat. She walked 50 paces, 100. The keep proceeded behind her, its silhouette growing smaller against the darkening sky. The hall's light bled from the windows in long yellow rectangles, and she could see figures moving past them, small and distant and unknowable. She stopped at the first turn. The sea was below her now, gray and churning, the tide pulling at the base of the cliffs with a sound like wet stone grinding against itself. The wind carried salt and cold and something else, something metallic that she did not want to name. She could keep walking. She could follow the switchback down to the harbor road, past the salt sheds, past the chandlery where Nan Perrin had stood with her chin lifted, past the glasshouse where her furnace had gone cold 3 winters ago and never been relit. She could find a room above the co-op's yard. She could take work in another town, another harbor, another place where no one knew her name or the bargain that had brought her here. She could walk and never stop. The thought did not feel like freedom. It felt like a door she could open but had not yet decided to step through. She pressed her palm flat against the stone wall at the edge of the switchback. The rock was cold, rough, crusted with salt that flaked under her fingers. She had mapped this road from the inside of a carriage, counting turns, memorizing the sound of the wheels on the gravel. She had never touched it before. The gate was open. She could leave. And if she left, Drevan would fall. The tribunal would take the keep. Vigil would claim whatever was left. The stranger would watch and say nothing, because he had been watching all along and had never once intervened. She would be free. She would be alone. She would be the woman who walked away from the only place that had ever told her the truth, even if that truth was a cage with the door left open. Her hand was still on the stone. She did not pull it away. Below her, at the base of the cliff where the switchback curved toward the harbor road, a light bloomed. Small at first. A match, a lantern, the kind of flame a single person could carry without thinking. Then another. Then 3, 4, 5, spaced along the seaward edge of the cliff, not climbing toward her, not signaling the keep. Aimed at the wall. At the sea-facing stone where the cellars sat sealed and the grinding noise had come from, she leaned forward, her breath catching. The fires were not torches. They were stacked wood and oil, laid in patterns she recognized from winter drills on the harbor, signal beacons used to warn ships away from the rocks when fog rolled in. But these were not aimed at the sea. They were aimed at Marrowind, and someone was standing between them, a figure, darker than the night, darker than the stone, watching the keep with the stillness of something that had already decided what it would find. The wind shifted, the metallic smell thickened, and the first fire caught the dry brush at the base of the seawall, climbing fast, throwing shadows that danced like living things against the basalt. She was halfway down the switchback. She could still turn back. She could still run. The gate was open, and she had left it open behind her. Chapter 67. The fire caught faster than she had expected. Lysenne stood frozen on the switchback, her hand still pressed against the salt-crusted stone, watching the flames climb the seawall. The dry brush caught like kindling, throwing sparks that the wind caught and scattered toward the keep's lower windows. The dark figure between the signal fires had not moved. He stood with his arms at his sides, facing Marrowind, patient as a man who had already counted every step between himself and the gate. She turned. The decision did not feel like a choice. It felt like gravity, like the tide pulling at the base of the cliffs, like the thing that had been waiting in her chest since the carriage door closed on Levy Day and she had refused to let it die. She ran. The switchback gravel slid under her boots, loose stone skittering into the dark. She did not slow at the turns. The gate was still open ahead of her, the keep's light spilling through it in a long yellow wedge, and she passed through without breaking stride. The courtyard was already stirring. A servant stood frozen near the well, a bucket half raised, staring at the glow rising beyond the east wall. 2 of Edric's harbor guards had turned toward the seaward side, their hands going to their belts. "The fires," Lysenne said, and her voice cut through the confusion like a blade. "Who else sees them?" The servant pointed. "The whole seaward wall." She did not wait for the rest. The hall was in chaos when she reached it. The tribunal had not dispersed, but the benches had shifted. The neat crescent of justihears fractured as Valen's clerks whispered against the raised table. Vashel stood apart, his amber eyes fixed on the windows where the orange glow flickered against the glass. He was not smiling now. "What have you lit?" Edric's voice came from behind her, rough with accusation. She turned. The harbor Reeve had followed her up from the courtyard, his coat still wet with sea spray. Behind him, Nan Perrin pressed through the crowd with her chin lifted and her walking stick thumping against the stone. "Not me," Lysenne said. "Someone at the base. Signal beacons laid in winter drill patterns aimed at the seawall." Beacons. Edric's face went still. "That's not a signal, that's a summons." "A summons to what?" He did not answer. His eyes had moved past her, to the far end of the hall where Pravec had emerged from the corridor that led to the east wing. The blind steward stood with his head tilted, his filmed-over eyes catching the firelight through the windows. "Summons is the wrong word," Pravec said quietly. "Invitation." The crowd around them went silent. "What does that mean?" Lysenne demanded. Pravec turned his face toward her. The firelight carved shadows into the lines of his age, making him look older than she had ever seen him, older than the keep itself. "The signal fires are an old code," he said, "one that predates the compact. They mean the Lord of Marrowind is no longer strong enough to hold his territory. They mean the gate is open and the keep is unwalled." "Unwalled!" Hanwen's voice cracked from somewhere near the benches. "The wall is standing." "It is stone." Pravec's voice was flat. "Stone means nothing to those who remember what lived here before the stone was laid." Lysenne's pulse beat against her throat. "Who lit them? Who is the man standing in the middle of the fires?" "No man," Pravec said. "A messenger, the kind that does not need to speak to deliver a message." The hall breathed differently now. She could feel it in the press of bodies, the shift of weight from foot to foot, the way the justiers had stopped conferring and were watching the windows like birds scenting smoke. Valen rose from her seat. "Secure the wall," she said, and her voice carried, "The hearing is suspended until dawn or until the threat is assessed. Every able-bodied person in this keep will take a position or be confined to quarters. This is no longer a tribunal. This is a defense. You do not command here." Drevan's voice came from the shadow of the pillar where he had been standing since the horn first sounded. He had not moved during Soren's murder, during the seizure writ, during the fires. But now he stepped forward, and the light caught the hollows beneath his cheekbones and the dark veins still visible at his temples. "Then who does?" Valen's eyes narrowed. "I do." Lysenne said it before she knew she was going to speak. The hall turned toward her. Valen's expression flickered through something unreadable. Nan Perrin's walking stick stopped its tapping against the stone. Even Vashel looked at her, and for the first time she saw something other than satisfaction in his face. "You?" Valen's voice was cold. "I know this keep," Lysenne said. "I mapped every corridor, every servant passage, every door that does not close flush to the frame. I know where fire travels and where panic gathers. I know which windows are reinforced and which will shatter if the wind changes." "You are a glassblower," Vashel said, and the old honey of his voice was sharp now. "Not a commander. I am the one who walked to the Switchback and came back." She turned to face him fully. "I am the one Drevan opened the gate for. I am the one who proved before this tribunal that I chose to stay, and if I am going to stay, I am going to decide how this keep is held." No one spoke. She saw Drevan move first. He lowered himself to one knee. The sound of his knee hitting the stone was soft, barely audible over the crackling of the fires beyond the wall, but it stopped every breath in the hall. He knelt, with his head bowed, his hands resting on his thighs, the posture of a house lord yielding authority before witness. "Her commands are mine," he said, and his voice carried. "Her orders are mine. Her judgment is mine." The shock spread through the benches like water through cracked stone. Lysenne did not look at him. She looked at Valen. "The tribunal can sit in judgment after the wall holds," she said. "If the wall holds. Right now, I need every hand at a choke point and every lamp in the seaward windows extinguished. I need sand, salt, and oil brought to the east gallery. I need the cellar doors opened." "Cellar doors?" Hanwen's voice was sharp. Lysenne turned to the stranger. He had not moved from the main doors, his winter sea eyes fixed on her with that same patient watchfulness she had felt in the Glasshouse, in the hall during her testimony, in every moment of this long siege of days. "You said every approach is watched," she said. "But the approaches you know are the ones above ground. Tell me what is coming from the sea." The stranger's mouth curved, not a smile, but the acknowledgement of a question he had been waiting for. "The ones who answered the fire are old," he said, "old enough to remember this coast when it had no wall and no lord. They will not come at the gate. They will come through the cellars. Through the—" Edric's face went pale. "The sea wall," Lysenne said, and the pieces clicked together. The grinding noise, the water. The cellars were built to contain something, but they are also an entrance. Pravec's lips pressed together. "The First Lord sealed them from both sides." "Then the seal is the problem," she said. "And the seal breaks when the Lord feeds." She looked at Drevan. He was still on his knee, his head bowed, his breath shallow. She could see the tremble in his hands, the way his jaw was clenched against the hunger that the fires, the blood, the chaos had already begun to sharpen. "Not yet," she said, and her voice was quieter now. "When I say, not before." He did not lift his head. Yes. It was the first time she had heard him say it without reservation. Not an agreement, not a concession. Yes. Valen moved first, stepping around the black stone table with a rustle of dark wool. "This is insanity. You are handing command of a vampire stronghold to a woman the tale sold barely a month ago." "Then help me hold it," Lysenne said. "Or get out of my way." The Justicer's mouth opened, closed. For the first time since Lysenne had met her, Valen Morath had nothing to say. From outside, a new sound rose above the crackling fires. Not the grinding of stone, the scrape of something wet against the base of the wall. Lysenne turned toward the east wing. "Salt," she said. "Now! And every lamp in the sea-facing windows!" The hall exploded into motion. She did not look back at Drevan. She did not need to. She could feel his gaze on her back, the weight of his obedience pressing against her spine like a hand she had only learned to trust because it had finally opened. The scrape sound grew louder, and from the corridor that led to the sealed cellars, a draft of cold air pushed through, carrying the smell of deep water and something that had been waiting a very long time to rise. Chapter 68. The scrape against the base of the wall was not stopping. Lysenne stood at the mouth of the east wing corridor where the cold air pushed against her face, and she forced herself to think in materials. Glass. Salt. Fire. How heat traveled through stone, where panic pooled in a room before it broke. She turned back to the hall. "Hanwen, the furnace in the Glasshouse. Is it banked or hot?" Hanwen blinked, then straightened. "Hot. I checked it this morning. The main chamber is still burning." "Good. I need you to pull every scrap of glass from the work tables. Broken pieces, coulet, the shards I left in the sorting tray. Bring them to the east gallery with the sand." "What are you going to do with glass?" "Make the approach harder than stone." She did not wait for the question to land. She moved to Edric, who stood near the benches with his harbor guards half drawn toward the corridor. "How many men do you have who can hold the choke point?" 12, he said. "Maybe 14 if I pull the gate watch." "Pull them. I need 3 at the top of the Switchback road with torches and oil. If anything comes up from the seaside, I want to see it before it reaches the wall. The rest go to the east gallery. We hold the corridor, not the cellar. The cellar is the entrance, which is why we do not defend the entrance. We defend the passage that leads to it." She pointed down the corridor. "How wide is that hall at its narrowest point?" Edric's face shifted. He understood. 5 paces, maybe 4 where the old support beam cuts in. 4 paces with sand and salt on the floor, glass in the dark, and lamps put out behind us. They will not see the ground. They will not hear their own steps, and they will not know how many of us are waiting. You are turning the keep into a trap. I am turning the keep into a furnace with 1 door. She looked at him. I have been making things with heat and sand my whole life. I know how to control where fire goes. I know how to make a surface that cuts. I know how to read the way a space breathes when it is about to be breached. Idrik held her gaze for a long breath. Then he gave a single nod and began calling orders to his men. Myria was already moving toward the kitchen stores when Lysenne found her. "Salt," Lysenne said. "All of it. Not the fine table salt, the coarse brick salt from the curing room. Stack it at the east gallery threshold." "I know where it is." Myria's bandaged hands flexed. "How long do we have?" "I do not know." Lysenne looked toward the corridor where the cold air was thickening. "But it will not be long enough." She crossed to the stranger. He had not moved from the main doors. The winter sea eyes tracked her approach with that same patient stillness, but there was something new in his posture now. Alertness. The stillness of something that had already decided where to strike. "You knew this was coming," she said. "You warned me every approach was watched. You lit the fires." "I lit nothing." His voice was flat. "I told you what the fires meant. The messenger who lit them is still standing at the base of the cliff. Then you know what is under the keep." "I know what the First Lord sealed." He tilted his head. "I know why he sealed it, and I know what happens when a Lord of Marrowind weakens enough for the seal to crack. Tell me. If I told you, you would not believe me until you saw it, and you will see it soon enough." His eyes held hers. "But I will tell you this. Do not let Drevan feed before you are ready. The seal is the only thing holding the entrance closed. Every drop he takes thins it. Every moment he denies himself, it holds. Then I need him hungry. You need him controlled." The stranger's voice dropped. "There is a difference." She felt it in her chest. The same weight she had felt when Drevan knelt, when he said yes without reservation. Control, not starvation. She could not keep him empty forever, but she could keep him steady until the moment she needed him to break. She turned. Drevan was still on his knee. The hall had emptied around him. Valen stood near the black stone table with her clerks, watching. Vashuel had moved to the far wall, his pale amber eyes tracking every order, every movement, every breath of command that passed through Lysenne's hands. She walked to Drevan and stopped an arm's length from him. "Stand up." He rose, slowly. The tremble in his hands had spread to his shoulders, and the dark veins at his temples were darker than she had ever seen them. "I need you to hold," she said. "Not forever, but until I tell you to let go. I will hold. I need you to obey me in front of every person in this keep. Not because I want to humiliate you, because if they see you break once, they will assume you will break again, and I cannot hold this corridor with people waiting for the Lord to fall." He understood. She saw it move through his eyes, the recognition of what she was asking. Not submission for its own sake, submission as strategy. The appearance of control held together by the discipline of yielding. "I will obey." His voice was barely audible. "In front of them, in front of anyone. I will give you every reason to trust that I am still here, as long as I am." He held her gaze. "As long as you are." She turned to face the hall. "The east gallery is our line. Salt, sand, and glass on the floor. Lamps out. Every servant who can carry a torch goes to the upper windows and lights the seaward approach, so we can see them coming. The tribunal clerks stay in the hall with the justicer. If the corridor falls, you seal the main doors, and you do not open them for anyone. You are not the authority here." Valen's voice was sharp. "You are a civilian under Article 14.3 protection. You cannot command a siege." "The justicer is right." Vashel stepped forward, his voice carrying the old honey smoothness that made Lysenne's teeth ache. "You are a glassblower, not a soldier. A very capable glassblower, but the defense of a vampire stronghold is not a matter of craft. It is a matter of blood and law." Drevan moved before she could answer. He crossed the space between them with the slow, deliberate stride of a man who had centuries of authority written into his bones, and he stopped in front of Vashel with 6 inches between them. "She is the authority." His voice carried through the hall. "I yielded it. The keep is hers. The defense is hers. The judgment of who holds this corridor and who falls in it is hers. She has never held a blade in battle. She held a shard of glass in her mouth for 3 weeks, waiting for the right moment to use it." Drevan's voice did not rise. "She has more patience for violence than any lord I have known, and she has my full obedience." Vashal's composure cracked. It was small, a tightening at the corner of his mouth, a shift in the light of his eyes that turned the honey to something colder. But it was there, and Lysenne saw it. "You are handing Marrowind to a woman who does not want it. I am handing it to the only woman who has ever chosen to stay." The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. Then the scraping from the base of the wall changed. It rose, deepened, became the sound of stone moving against stone, not outside but beneath them, a vibration that traveled through the floor and into the soles of her boots. Lysenne turned. The cold air from the east corridor was no longer a draft. It was a current, pushing through the keep like breath from a mouth that had been held shut for centuries. She heard Pravec's voice behind her. "The cellar door." She did not ask which one. She started walking toward the corridor, and she did not look back because she did not need to. She could feel Drevan falling into step behind her, feel the weight of his presence at her back like the press of a blade she had chosen to carry. Bashal's voice followed her. "You cannot hold what comes through that door." She kept walking. "I know," she said. "I only need to hold it long enough to shut it again." Chapter 69. The glasshouse furnace still held heat from the night before. Lysenne stood at the threshold with her hand flat against the doorframe, feeling the warmth bleed through the wood. Behind her, the keep hummed with movement, servants carrying sand, Edric's guards positioning themselves at the east gallery choke points, the low murmur of the tribunal clerks arguing in the hall about whether they were prisoners or witnesses. She had 20 minutes, maybe less. "Hanwen!" Her apprentice stepped through the doorway with a lamp in one hand and a coil of rope over her shoulder. Her face was smudged with ash from the workshop fire, and her eyes had the sharp, restless look of someone who had stopped being afraid and started being useful. "I need every piece of sheet glass you can carry," Lysenne said. "The thin sheets from the annealing rack, the scraps from the cutting table, anything that will shatter on impact." "Bridgeos scatter, yes." Hanwen was already moving toward the rack, setting the lamp on the workbench with a practiced hand. "How fine. Fingernail size, smaller if you can manage it. I want the floor of the corridor to look like dry salt until someone steps on it." The image formed in both their minds at once. A raider running through the dark, foot coming down on a bed of glass shards, the scream that would warn everyone behind him that the approach was not empty. Lysenne crossed to the furnace and opened the fire door. The heat hit her face like a wall, and for a moment she was back in her own workshop on the morning of Levy Day, pulling a gather of molten glass from the fire, never knowing she was already sold. She shook the memory off. "The sand traps," she said. "Where is Edric?" Setting the choke points in the east gallery, he wanted to know how much time he needed. "Tell him I need until the cellar door opens. After that, the timeline belongs to whatever comes through it." Hanwen nodded and began wrapping the first sheet of glass in a length of oilcloth, her movements quick and sure. She had always been good with her hands. That was why Lysenne had taken her on, 3 winters ago, a girl with dirt under her nails, and a hunger to learn something that did not involve fish or rope. The furnace glow painted the glass house in shades of amber and rust. Lysenne pulled the iron rod from the rack and dipped it into the molten gather, letting the heat do the work while she planned the next move. She would not try to stop the cellar breach. The stranger had made that clear. The seal would break, and something would come through. And the only question was whether she could make the corridor cost more than it was worth. "Salt," she said. Miria brought the brick salt from the curing room. I need it spread in a line at the threshold of the east gallery. "Why the threshold?" "Because whatever comes through the cellar has not crossed salt in centuries. I want it to feel the burn before it sees the glass." Hanwen paused, the oilcloth half wrapped around her sheet of glass. "You think it will work?" "I think it will slow them down." Lysenne turned the rod, letting the gather of glass spin at the end of the iron. "Slowing them down is the only advantage I have." The silence that followed was filled by the crackle of the furnace and the distant scrape of stone against stone from beneath the keep. The sound had changed in the last few minutes. It was no longer the low grinding of a seal being tested. It was the sound of something moving, something that had found the gap and was pushing through. Lysenne pulled the gather from the furnace and carried it to the sanding table. She did not shape it. She let it cool just enough to hold form, then tapped the edge of the iron against the table. The glass cracked. A long, clean fracture ran through the center, and she tapped again and again until the gather broke into rough shards the size of her thumbnail. She picked one up and held it to the light. green, like the shard she had carried in her mouth for 3 weeks, waiting for the right moment to use it. She set the shard on the table and reached for the next gather. The glasshouse door opened behind her, and she felt the shift in the air before she heard the voice. "Lysenne." Driven. She did not turn around. She kept her hands steady on the iron rod, the next gather already heating in the furnace. "I told you to wait in the hall." "I know. Then why are you here?" A pause. The scrape of stone beneath the keep rose, then fell, like something drawing breath. "Because I wanted to see you before the door opens." The words landed in her chest and stayed there. She turned the rod, watching the glass spin, not ready to face him. "You will see me in the corridor," she said. "I will be the one standing on this side of the glass scatter." "That is not what I meant." She knew what he meant. She pulled the gather from the furnace and carried it to the table, and this time she let the glass cool for a moment longer before she tapped it. The crack that ran through it was clean, precise, and she broke it into shards with the same rhythm she used to cut window panes. "I am not going to die in that corridor," she said. "I know. And I am not going to watch you die in it either. That is not your choice to make." She turned. He stood in the doorway with his back to the lamplight, his face half in shadow. The dark veins at his temples were still visible, still pulsing with the hunger he was holding back, but his eyes were steady on hers. "I know it is not my choice," he said, "but I wanted to say it anyway." The glass shards on the table caught the furnace light and scattered it across the walls like flecks of green fire. Lysenne set down the iron rod. "After the door opens," she said, "you follow my orders. You do not break rank. You do not try to protect me by putting yourself in front of something I can handle." "I would never." "You would," she said. "I have seen the shape of your devotion. It looks like self-destruction dressed as protection." He opened his mouth, closed it, and said nothing. "I am not asking you to stop caring," she said. "I am asking you to trust that I know what I am doing." A long beat. Then he stepped forward, and his hand found hers in the shadows of the glasshouse, his cool fingers threading through her warm, calloused ones. "I trust you," he said. She held his gaze for a moment longer, then turned back to the table and reached for another gather. "Good. Now pick up a piece of glass and start breaking it." He did not argue. They worked in silence, the two of them breaking glass into shards as the furnace heat pressed against their backs, and the scraping beneath the keep grew louder and louder, until the floor itself began to tremble. And then the scraping stopped. The silence that followed was worse than any sound. Lysenne straightened, the last shard of glass still in her hand, and looked toward the door that led to the east gallery. The cellar door had opened. She heard the first scream from somewhere deep in the keep's belly, and it was not a human sound. She started walking. Drevan fell into step beside her, and behind them the glasshouse went dark as the last lamp guttered out, and the corridor ahead filled with shadows that moved like water, shadows that had been waiting a very long time to rise. Chapter 70. The corridor stretched before them, cold and dark, the shadows moving like water against the walls. Lysenne walked with the shard still in her hand, the glass catching what little light bled through the east gallery windows. Drevan moved beside her, his breathing measured, his steps deliberate. He was holding himself back. She could feel it in the way his shoulders stayed tight, the way his fingers curled and uncurled at his sides. Neither of them spoke. The first wave hit before they reached the gallery. A crash from somewhere below, wood splintering, and then a sound that was almost laughter, high and broken, echoing up through the stone. Lysenne stopped. Drevan stopped beside her. "That was not from the cellars," she said. "No." "Where?" He listened. She watched his throat move as he swallowed, as he pulled the hunger back down. "The lower key door," he said, "the seaward entrance." The lower Q door was a service entrance, cut into the cliff base, used for deliveries, for fuel, for supplies that came by boat. It had a lock, but no invitation seal. It had never needed one because the path from the sea was steep and wet and easy to watch. If attackers had come by water, the lower Q door was the softest point in the keep. How many? She asked. I cannot tell from here, but they're not alone. She heard it then. Voices, human voices, shouting orders from the outer courtyard. Steel against steel. A woman screaming. The hired men had hit the main gate. Lysenne turned and looked past him toward the east gallery door. The cellar breach was still there, still waiting, but the attack was no longer a single front. It was a pincer, and they were standing in the hinge. I need to go down, Drevan said. No. Lysenne, if they breach the lower door, they already have. She heard the panic in her own voice and crushed it. That crash was the door. It is open. You going down there alone will not fix it. I am the only one who can hold a corridor against. You are the only one who can hold the inner breach, she said. That is where I need you. That is where your hunger matters. Not at a service door with hired men who will bleed you out and leave you for the feral ones. He went still. She stepped closer, close enough to see the tremor in his jaw, the way his pupils had swallowed almost all the garnet. Drevan, look at me. He did. You do not go anywhere until I say you go. You do not fight anything until I tell you where and when. That was the agreement. I know. Then hold the breach. Hold it until I come back or until I send word. Do not chase them. Do not hunt them. Hold it. He drew a breath, the air shaking slightly as it passed his teeth. Yes, he said. She held his gaze for one heartbeat longer, then turned and ran toward the outer court. The gallery opened into chaos. Harbor guards pressed against the main gate, trying to hold a line against men with short swords and torches. The firelight caught on the glass scatter she had ordered laid at the east threshold, and she saw one of the hired men stumble backward, blood running from his boot. Good. The trap was working on one side, but the lower key door had already fallen. Through the arch that led to the seaward stair, she saw them spilling in. Feral coast vampires, barely dressed, their skin gray with salt and their eyes wild, moving with the jerking speed of hunger that had gone past thought into pure reflex. They did not carry weapons. They did not need them. One of them caught a guard who had broken from formation, and the sound he made was not a scream, not quite, before the feral one dropped him and turned for the next. Edric! Lysenne shouted. The harbor Reeve turned, his face slick with sweat and something darker. He was holding a short spear and standing over a fallen man. The lower door is gone, he said. We cannot hold both. You will not have to. She pointed to the stair that led to the east gallery. Pull everyone back to the inner corridor. Let them come through. Let them funnel. And then what? Lysenne reached into her coat and found the length of oilcloth she had taken from the Glasshouse, still tacky with fungus residue. She wrapped it around her left hand, not checking to see if he was following. Then we seal the corridor behind them and burn what is left. She started moving, and the keep moved with her. She found Hanwen at the east gallery door with a broken bottle in each hand, her apprentice's face streaked with glass dust and blood that was not her own. How many? Lysenne asked. Through the lower door? Too many. Through the cellar? I have not seen them yet, but I have heard them. They are moving slow, like they are waiting for something. They are waiting for the signal to break through the salt threshold. Hanwen's eyes went wide. The salt? You said it would hold. It will hold long enough, but the feral ones do not need the cellar. They came through the seawall. They are already inside. She looked past Hanwen, through the east gallery arch, and saw Drevan standing exactly where she had left him, his back to the inner door, his hands empty and his eyes fixed on the shadows that moved through the corridor ahead. He was holding. He was waiting for her word. She took a step toward him, and then she heard the sound that should not have been possible. The main gate, heavy oak banded with black iron, groaned once and then fell. The crash shook the floor, and through the shattered opening, through the smoke and the torchlight in the bodies, Lord Vigil stepped into the outer court. He was not fighting. He was not running. His deep blue coat was undisturbed, his silver brooch still fixed at his throat, and he was smiling. Lysenne Ottfeld. His voice carried across the chaos like oil on water. I hope you will forgive the intrusion. The hearing was taking too long. Chapter 71. Vigil stood in the shattered frame of the main gate, torchlight catching the silver brooch at his throat, his smile unhurried. Behind him, the outer court burned. Lysenne did not answer his greeting. She turned her back to him and walked toward Drevan. The corridor was dark. The salt threshold glittered at her feet, still intact, still holding whatever waited on the other side of the cellar door. Drevan stood exactly where she had left him, his hands empty, his eyes fixed on the arch where Vigil had entered. She stopped 2 paces from him. "We do not have long." "I know. I am going to give you orders. You will follow them. Everyone. Even if they cost you the keep. Even if they cost you your life." His jaw tightened. "I said yes. I meant it." "Then listen." She reached into her coat and pulled out a length of rope, coarse fiber she had taken from the Glasshouse stores without thinking, knowing she would need it. She held it up between them. "You will stand where I put you. You will strike when I say. You will withdraw when I say. You will not chase. You will not hunt. You will not protect me by breaking formation. I understand. And if your hunger tips too far, if you feel yourself losing the line between command and instinct, you will come to me before you act. You will let me bind you if I need to. In front of witnesses. In front of Vigil. Do you understand what I am asking?" He looked at the rope in her hand. His breath came slow, measured, the air shaking at the edges. "Yes. Say it. I will come to you before I break. I will let you bind me if the hunger tips. I will not argue. I will not resist." She stepped closer. The rope hung between them, slack, waiting. "This is not a negotiation," she said. "This is the only way I can hold the corridor and watch your back at the same time. If you cannot accept it, tell me now, and I will put you in the archive with the other non-combatants." "I accept it." "Then prove it." She reached for his left wrist. He did not pull away. She wrapped the rope around him once, twice, pulled the knot tight against the bone, and then looped the trailing end around her own right hand. The line between them was short, no more than 2 arm lengths, just enough for him to strike and not enough for him to disappear into the dark. He looked down at the rope, then at her face. "You tied yourself to the binding. I am not putting a leash on you, Drevan. I'm putting us on the same line. If you fall, I feel it. If I fall, you feel it. We move together or we do not move at all." His voice dropped. "That is not what I expected." "Good. Now turn around." He did. She walked past him into the east gallery, and he followed, the rope pulling taut between them, a living tether that connected her wrist to his. The corridor narrowed ahead. The salt threshold glowed faintly, a white line drawn across the stone where Maria had poured the brick salt from the curing room. Beyond it, the cellar door stood open, a black rectangle that breathed cold air like an exhale. Something was waiting in the dark. Lysenne stopped at the threshold and studied the scatter pattern. The glass shards lay in overlapping arcs, sharp edges angled toward the cellar entrance. The oilcloth she had laid behind the salt line would catch fire fast if she needed to seal the corridor. The sand she had poured over the oilcloth would smother the flames if she misjudged the timing. She had one chance to get it right. Behind her, Drevan's breathing had changed. Slower, deeper. The sound of a predator trying not to let the hunt write the terms. "How close are you?" she asked. "Close enough to want to cross that threshold, not close enough to forget whose orders I am holding." "Good. Stay there." She dropped to one knee and tested the salt with her fingertips. It was dry. The coarse brick crystals had absorbed none of the damp that seeped through the corridor walls. If the ancient entities feared salt as much as she hoped, the threshold would hold until she chose to break it. She stood and turned. Vigil was watching from the far end of the gallery, his arms folded, his expression unreadable. "You set a beautiful trap, glassblower," he said. "Salt, glass, oil, rope. You have turned a vampire keep into a furnace chamber. I admire the craft." Lysenne did not answer. "But you have made one error." He stepped forward, his boots crunching in the first scatter of glass that had not been swept clean. "You tied yourself to him." She felt Drevan move behind her, a shift of weight, a tremor of hunger held in check. "That is not a leash," Vashal said. That is a rope that connects your fate to his. If he falls, you fall. If he breaks, you break. You have not put him in a cage. You have put yourself in one with him. Lysenne let the silence stretch. Then she smiled, thin and cold, the smile she had learned from watching Drevan bargain with his own hunger. You think this is the first time I have held a line? She lifted her right hand, the rope still wrapped around it, and tugged once, a sharp pull that brought Drevan half a step closer. You think I am afraid to be tied to him? She turned her wrist, let the rope catch the torchlight. I held a shard of glass in my mouth for 3 weeks, Lord Vashal. I learned to breathe around the edges. I learned to swallow blood and smile while I did it. Do you think a rope frightens me? Vitashili's composure flickered, a crack no wider than a blade. You are a glassblower playing at war, and you are a lord who walked through an open gate because you thought the fight would be easy. She pulled the rope again, and Drevan stepped up beside her, his shoulder nearly touching hers. The hearing took too long, I agree, so let us finish this. The rope tugged her back and she turned. A sound came from the cellar, low, wet, the scrape of something that had not moved in centuries drawing its first full breath. The salt threshold trembled. Drevan's hand closed around the rope, not pulling, just holding, grounding himself to her presence. Now? He asked. She looked at the cellar door, at the dark that was not empty, at the thing that had finally begun to move. Now. She let the rope fall slack and drew the glass shard from her coat. The corridor went cold, and the keep began to crack. Erishwang, Ataslis likely swation. Chapter 72. Vashal watched her with an expression that had shifted, the amusement draining into something quieter, more precise. He did not step closer, but he also did not step back. You think I am the enemy you need to watch. Lysenne kept the glass shard low at her side, her weight balanced, the rope taut between her wrist and Drevan's. I know exactly which enemy is standing in front of me. Vashal's mouth curved, but the smile did not reach his amber eyes. You do not. You think I orchestrated the forged warrant. You think I paid Halrek Tilburn to name you in the levy. You think Saren's testimony would have been the final piece that proved House Thornwood's hand in every stage of your abduction. He took a single step forward. The glass scatter cracked under his boot. I did not forge the warrant. The words landed like stones in still water. Drevan's hand tightened on the rope. Lysenne felt the pull, a question sent through the line, and she answered with a small shake of her head. Do not move. I did not need to, Vashal said. Halrek Tilburn came to me with the plan already written. He had the forgery ready. He had the route marked. He had Vasilev waiting on the north road to carry the papers to Thornwood for a seal that could be traced if anyone looked too hard. He spread his hands, a gesture of elegant surrender. All I did was let him believe I was helping. The air in the corridor had gone still. The salt threshold glowed faintly behind Lysenne, and beyond it, the cellar breathed its slow, wet rhythm. But the space between her and Vasilev had become its own kind of trap. You let him, she repeated. I gave him a courier. I gave him a deadline. I gave him the impression that House Thornwood would back the seizure if the tribunal ruled against Drevan. Flyel's voice dropped, quieter now, almost confiding. I did not tell him I was the one who had the precedent flagged. I did not tell him I had already read Article 14.3 before he ever set foot in my hall. The confession settled in the Lysenne's chest like a blade finding the gap between ribs. You wanted me to invoke it. I wanted Drevan to be forced to answer for keeping you. I wanted the tribunal to see that he had broken every law he was sworn to uphold. And I wanted you. He paused, his gaze traveling over her face with something that might have been respect, to be standing exactly where you are now, armed, commanding, holding a line he taught you to hold. The rope trembled. Drevan's voice came low and rough from behind her. You used her to destroy me. I used the truth, Vashal said. You kept her. You knew the warrant was forged. You locked her in a keep and called it protection. I did not need to invent anything. I only needed to give your own choices room to ruin you. Lysenne felt the hunger in Drevan's stillness, the predator calculating distance and angle. She pulled the rope once, a short, sharp tug, and felt him stop. Not yet, she said. Vashal's eyes flicked to the rope, then back to her face. You command him well. That will not save him. It is not meant to save him. She lifted the glass shard, letting the torchlight catch its edge. It is meant to hold this corridor until I decide what comes next. Something moved at the edge of her vision, a shadow shifting in the gallery beyond Vachel's shoulder. Hanwen. She had slipped away from the threshold, moving along the wall with the silent competence of someone who had spent years learning how not to be seen. Lysenne did not look at her directly. She kept her focus on Vachel. You wanted Drevan broken, she said. You wanted Marrowind seized. You wanted a scandal that would leave House Thornwood holding the Black Coast. And you almost got it. Almost, Vachel agreed. But I am still standing in front of you, and the gate is still open, and whatever is in that cellar has not finished waking. Vachel's composure cracked, a hairline fracture across the mask of amusement. You think that matters? I know it does. She saw it then, the shift in his weight, the slight drop of his center, the way his attention split, a fragment of it angling past her shoulder toward the figure creeping along the gallery wall. He was not looking at Hanwen as a threat. He was looking at her as a break point. Lysenne opened her mouth to call a warning, but Vachel moved before the sound reached the air. He did not lunge at her. He lunged past her. The rope snapped taut as Drevan surged forward, but the tether pulled him short. Half a step behind the trajectory, Lysenne spun, the glass shard coming up, but Vachel was already past her reach, his hand closing around the fabric of Hanwen's collar before she could dodge. Hanwen gasped. Her back hit the wall. Vachel's forearm pressed across her throat, not choking, just pinning, a blade held at a distance that meant threat more than injury. She is the one you should not have brought into this corridor, he said. Lysenne's hand tightened on the shard until the edge bit into her palm. Let her go. No. Vachel's voice was soft, almost gentle. You wanted to know who I am. Now you will learn. I do not break lords. I break the people who trust them. Hanwen's fingers scrabbled at his sleeve. Her breath came in short, sharp bursts, and the salt threshold behind Lysenne began to glow brighter, as if something on the other side had heard the violence and was drawing closer to the light. Chapter 73. Hanwen's back pressed flat against the stone. Vachel's forearm locked across her throat, not enough to crush, but enough to hold, enough to make every breath a negotiation. Lysenne moved without deciding. The rope yanked Drevan forward with her, the tether pulling him into step as she crossed the distance. She did not swing the shard. She drove it flat-handed, the glass edge aimed at the seam between Vachel's sleeve and glove, the exposed tendon above his wrist. He saw it coming. He twisted, and the shard caught cloth instead of flesh, tearing through velvet but drawing no blood. Hanwen's fingers had stopped scrabbling. Her hand had gone still against her belt. Lysenne saw the shift a heartbeat before it happened. Hanwen's fingers found the steel pick she kept hooked at her hip, the one she used for cleaning furnace vents, the one Lysenne had taught her to hold when she was 16 and nervous about her first gather. The pick came up. Hanwen drove it into the soft place beneath Vachel's jaw, the hollow where the throat meets the skull, the exact spot Lysenne had shown her 3 winters ago, saying, if someone has you pinned and you cannot breathe, this is where you put the point. Vachel's grip broke. He staggered back, one hand going to his neck, blood welling between his fingers, dark and arterial. His pale amber eyes widened, not with pain but with surprise, the first genuine emotion Lysenne had ever seen on his face. Hanwen slid down the wall, gasping, the steel pick still clutched in her red, slicked hand. Lysenne caught her by the collar and pulled her upright before her knees could buckle. The rope pulled Drevan close, the 3 of them now in a knot, breathing hard, the salt threshold still glowing behind them. You, the Shao said, his voice wet, are full of useful attachments. He pressed his palm against his throat, and the bleeding slowed. Not stopped. Slowed. I taught her that, Lya said. I know. He looked at Hanwen with something that was almost interest, the way a hunter looks at a trap that has drawn unexpected game. He took his hand away from his throat. The wound was still open, still seeping, but his composure had already sealed itself. She did not learn it from you, he said. She learned it from someone who knew exactly where the blade belonged. And that, he added, is why I want her. Hanwen made a sound low in her throat, not fear, not defiance, something between. You will not have her. I already have what I need. Vigil stepped back, the movement unhurried, the blood still dark on his collar. She just proved which one of you she would rather follow. Lysenne's grip tightened on Hanwen's collar. The salt threshold blazed brighter behind them, light creeping across the stone floor, reaching toward the oilcloth and glass. The seller is getting impatient, Vigil said, and you are running out of corridor. He turned and walked toward the shattered main gate, his boots crunching over glass and ash, his hand still pressed to his throat. Lysenne did not watch him leave. She pulled Hanwen closer, scanning her face for damage, checking her airway. Breathe, she said. I am breathing. Slowly. Hanwen's chest hitched once, then steadied. Her hand was shaking, the steel pick still in her grip, blood drying on her fingers. I thought he was going to kill you, she said. He was not aiming for me. He was aiming for you. Hanwen's voice cracked. He went past you. He wanted me. He wanted me. Lysenne pulled her into a rough embrace, one arm across her shoulders, the rope still biting into her other wrist. I know. I did not burn the road to deliver you into another lord's hands. The words came out raw, scraped, Hanwen's face pressed against Lysenne's shoulder. I did not do any of this so you could be traded to someone worse. Lysenne closed her eyes. The salt threshold had gone quiet, the glow steady, the thing beyond it waiting. You did not, she said. You brought me papers, you brought me witnesses, you brought me the truth. And you are still in the corridor. I am still in the corridor, but I am armed, I am commanding, and I am not alone. Hanwen pulled back. Her face was pale, smeared with blood and dust, but her eyes had steadied. What do you need? Lysenne looked at the glowing threshold, then at the rope connecting her wrist to Drevan's. I need you to find Maria and Edric. Tell them to hold the main gate as long as they can, then fall back to the Glasshouse. And tell the stranger that Vishala has the master seal molds. Hanwen nodded. Her hand tightened on the steel pick once, then she slid it back into her belt. And after that? After that, you get to the archive and you do not let anyone touch the witness statements. Hanwen was already moving, slipping past the salt threshold, keeping her back to the wall, her footsteps quiet on the stone. Lysenne turned to face the glowing light. Drevan stood beside her, the tether slack between them, his breath slow and measured. She fights like you, he said. I trained her. You trained her to survive. I trained her to live. She lifted the glass shard. The surviving she learned on her own. The Souther exhaled, a long, slow release of air that smelled of salt and stone and something older than the keep. And in the distance beyond the shattered gate, a horn sounded from the inner ward. Not an attack, not a warning, a summons. Drevan's head came up. That is not Vigil's signal. Whose is it? He did not answer, but his hand found the rope between them, and he held it like a question he was not ready to ask. The horn sounded again, closer, and the salt threshold began to crack. Chapter 74. The salt threshold cracked. Not loud. A single hairline fracture running from the corner of the stone to the center of the glow, light bleeding through it like water through a failed seam. Lysenne stood at the edge of the light, the glass shard in her hand, the rope taut between her wrist and Drevan's. The horn from the inner ward had faded, but its echo still pressed against the stone, a question no one had answered. Hanwen had not left yet. She stood 3 paces back, the steel pick still in her belt, her breathing steady now, but her eyes fixed on the glowing line. I told you to go, Lysenne said. I heard you. Then go. Hanwen did not move. She looked at the crack in the threshold, then at the rope connecting Lysenne to Drevan, then at Lysenne herself. I need to say it first. Lysenne turned. The light from the threshold caught the edge of her face, casting half of it in pale glow, half in shadow. Say it fast. Hanwen's jaw tightened. She pulled something from her coat pocket, metal catching the light. The Armory Key, rose-shaped head, black iron, the one Drevan had given Lysenne days ago, the one Lysenne had pressed into Hanwen's palm before the siege started. This was yours to carry. I gave it to you. You gave it to me because you thought you might not survive the corridor. Lysenne said nothing. I'm not giving it back because I think you will die. Hanwen stepped closer, the key held out between them. I am giving it back because staying is only real if you keep the right to walk out. Lysenne looked at the key. Tomorrow, Hanwen said. Next week, next year. If you cannot leave, it is not staying. It is just a longer cage. The words hit exactly where Hanwen meant them to. Lysenne took the key. The metal was warm from Hanwen's grip, the rose head fitting against her palm like a thing that had always belonged there. Does he know that? Hanwen asked, nodding toward Drevan. Drevan stood at the edge of the salt light, the rope slack between them, his face unreadable. The dark veins at his temples had spread since the horn sounded. His breath was measured, deliberate, the discipline of a predator holding itself still. He knows, Lysenne said. Does he accept it? Lysenne looked at Drevan. He met her gaze without flinching, without deflection, without the careful courtier's mask he had worn when she first arrived. She walks out when she chooses, he said, or she does not. The gate does not lock behind her. Hanwen studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, a clipped harbor gesture that could have meant anything. Then prove it. She pressed the key into Lysenne's hand and closed her fingers over it. Do not let him make you forget that you can still leave, even if you never do. The salt threshold groaned. A second crack split the stone, running perpendicular to the first, and the glow brightened until Lysenne could feel its heat on her skin. That is your cue, she said. Hanwen stepped back. Her hand went to the steel pick at her belt, checked it, then dropped. The Glasshouse, she said. Moria and Idric, the archive. I remember. Go. Hanwen turned and ran. Her footsteps faded down the corridor, past the shattered main gate, past the dead and the dying, toward the inner ward where the summons horn had sounded. Lysenne stood at the threshold with the key in her hand and the rope on her wrist. Drevan moved to stand beside her. She is right, he said. About what? About the leaving. He looked at the glowing cracks in the stone, the light pulsing like a heartbeat beneath the keep. You have to be able to walk out every day, or it counts for nothing. Lysenne turned the key over in her hand. The rose head caught the salt glow. I know. I do not say it to earn credit. His voice was low, rough, stripped of any courtly polish. I say it because I spent 3 centuries believing that keeping someone safe meant keeping them close. I was wrong. The salt threshold cracked again. A piece of stone broke away, falling into the dark beyond it, and the glow surged upward like a breath released. When this is over, Drevan said, when the keep is standing, or it is not, when the tribunal is finished, or the cellars have swallowed everything. If you stay, I want it to be because you chose it, not because I made it impossible to leave. Lysenne looked at him. The dark veins at his temples, the hollows beneath his cheekbones, the hunger that he was holding back with every breath. If I stay, she said, it will be because I want to, not because I have to, not because I owe it. I know. Do you? He met her eyes. I am learning. The rope between them pulled taut as she stepped closer to the threshold. The light was brighter now, hot against her face, and she could smell something beneath the salt, something dry and ancient and waking. Then we have time to learn the rest. She lifted the glass shard. The threshold broke. Not entirely, not yet. But the center of the stone crumbled inward, and light poured through the gap, and something on the other side exhaled a breath that smelled of earth and iron and the deep places where nothing has moved for centuries. And then footsteps, running. Not from the cellar, from the inner ward. A figure appeared at the far end of the corridor, shape barely visible against the dark. Harbor coat, blood on his face. Edric Nemez, running toward her with his hand pressed to his side. Lysenne. He stopped, bent over, gasping. The inner gate. What about it? He straightened. His face was the color of ash. It fell. Lysenne's grip tightened on the rope. Who? Edric shook his head. Not Vashiel's men, not the feral ones from the coast. Then who? He looked at her, and she saw something she had never seen in Edric Nieman's before. Fear. The ones he called. Edric pointed past her, toward the glowing breach at her feet. The old ones. They were never in the cellar. The salt light flared. They were at the inner gate the whole time. Chapter 75. The rope pulled taut as Edric straightened, his face bloodless in the salt glow. Where? Lysenne's voice cut through the corridor before anyone else could speak. Everywhere. Edric's hand pressed harder against his side, blood seeping between his fingers. They came through the inner gate like they'd been waiting for it to open, not fighting. Walking, as if the stone belonged to them. Walking where? Toward the main court, toward the hall, toward... He stopped, looked past her, toward the crumbling threshold. Toward here. The salt light flared again. Another piece of stone broke away, falling into the dark beyond it. Lysenne turned to Drevan. His pupils had swallowed almost all the garnet. His breath was a measured, deliberate rhythm, the sound of a man counting seconds behind his teeth. The inner gate, she said. Can you hold both? I can hold one, then hold the cellar. She looked at Edric. How many harbor guards are still standing? 20, maybe 23. Some of the town men took up whatever they could find. Fish knives, billets, a corpor's adze. Are they following your orders? Edric's jaw tightened. They were following the instinct to stay alive. But if you tell them where to run and where to stand, they will listen. Lysenne turned the armory key over in her hand. Then we give them a route. She moved, not toward the inner ward, not toward the cellar, but toward the main court, where the old beings were coming through the broken gate. The rope followed her. Drevan followed the rope. Edric fell in at her shoulder, and behind him came the harbor guards, the town men, the keep servants, all of them moving through a corridor that smelled of salt and blood and something older than either. The main court was not burning. That was the first thing Lysenne noticed. The main gate had fallen. The stones were cracked. The iron hinges had sheared, leaving the gate hanging at an angle, twisted and useless. But there was no fire. There was no sound of fighting. There was only the slow, deliberate approach of figures moving through the gap, their shapes indistinct against the dark. They did not run. They did not shout. They simply walked, as Edric had said, as if the stone belonged to them. Lysenne stopped at the edge of the court. The rope at her wrist pulled once. A question. She did not answer it. Behind her, the keep servants and the town men and the harbor guards spread into formation, not because she had given the order, but because she had set a route, and routes meant they knew where to stand. We hold this line, she said. With what? Someone muttered. A town man, a rope maker from the lower harbor, his hands stained with tar and his face the color of milk. With the ground between them and us, she lifted the glass shard. The salt glow potted, turning the edge to green fire. The figures kept walking. And then, from the far side of the court, a voice. Impressive. Vigil. He stepped through the broken gate, unhurried, his silver brooch catching the light. The wound in his throat had sealed to a thin red line. His composure had settled back into that unhurried precision, the mask of a man who had never lost control. You have them organized, he said. Laborers and servants, fish knife and adze, all standing where you told them to stand. He stopped at the edge of the formation. The question is how long they will stand after they see what is coming. Lysenne did not look away from him. The question, she said, is how long your men will stand after they realize we have sealed the corridor behind them. Vigil's smile did not waver, but something in his eyes flickered. You bluffed before, he said. You are bluffing now. Am I? She did not turn, did not point, did not signal. But Edric Niemann stepped forward and raised his voice so that every man in the court could hear. Harbor guards, listen to me. You follow her orders. You hold the routes she sets. You fall back when she says fall back, and you hold when she says hold. He looked at Lysenne. You give the word. They will dig their heels into this stone until the stone breaks. The town man with the tar-stained hands straightened. His fear did not disappear, but he stood. Lysenne looked back at Vigil. That is your answer. Vashel's smile thinned, and then he raised his hand, not to Lysenne, not to the defenders, to someone behind him. "I was hoping you would choose the hard way," he said. The signal came. Not a shout, not an order, a sound, wet and sharp and unmistakable, the sound of blood being spilled. It hit the stone before Lysenne could see where it came from. A spray of red across the broken gate, across the twisted iron, across the faces of the men who had walked through the dark. Not Vashel's men, the old ones. They did not react to the blood. They did not slow. But the smell hit Drevan. Lysenne felt it through the rope, a tremor that ran through his arm, through his shoulder, through the whole line of his body. His breath changed. The measured rhythm broke, fractured, reformed as something faster, shallower. The garnet in his eyes bled to red. "Lysenne," his voice was barely a whisper. "They know what they are doing." She knew. Vashel's men had spilled blood deliberately, not to attack, but to provoke. To push Drevan past the edge of his control, to make him turn, to make him feed, to make him betray everything he had surrendered. Every eye in the court turned to him. The town men, the keep servant, the harbor guards, Edric. Hanwen, who had appeared at the edge of the formation, her hand on the steel pick at her belt. They all looked at Drevan. They all waited to see whether surrendered control could survive one final shove. Drevan's hand closed around the rope, not pulling, holding. His knuckles were white. "Tell me," he said, "what you need me to do." Lysenne looked at the blood spreading across the stone, at the figures walking through the broken gate, at Vashil, watching with the patience of a man who had already calculated every outcome. She lifted the glass shard. "I need you to stay exactly where you are." She stepped forward. The rope went taut, and Drevan did not move. Chapter 76. The smell of blood hung in the court like a living thing. It curled through the broken gate, across the stone, into the space between breath and breath. Lysenne felt it coat her tongue, thick and copper-warm, and she was not the one whose veins were singing. Drevan's hand convulsed around the rope. She felt it travel up the line, the tremor of a man holding himself together with nothing but will. His pupils had swallowed the garnet. The dark veins at his temples pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, fast and harder than it had been moments ago. "Lysenne," his voice scraped. "I cannot—" "Yes, you can." She did not turn, did not soften. She kept her eyes on Vashel, on the thin red line across his throat, on the satisfaction settling into his posture like a man watching a trap close exactly as he had drawn it. "You stay where I put you," she said. That was the term. Drevan's breath caught. The rope went slack. Then it pulled again. Not a tremor this time, a question. A man reaching for the only anchor he had left. She gave him nothing but her back, and the rope held. Vashel's smile widened. "Impressive," he said. "Truly, I did not think you could hold him past the first scent." "I am not holding him." "No, I am reminding him who he chose to follow." She stepped forward, one pace, two, the glass shard low at her side. The salt glow from the threshold caught the edge and turned it to green fire. "You set this trap," she said. "You spilled blood to break him. You want him to turn so your men can claim they put down a feral lord and your tribunal can call it lawful." Vashel said nothing. "That is your strategy." "It is one strategy," he said. "There are others. Then use them." She stopped at the edge of the blood, not crossing it, not stepping back. Behind her, the defenders had gone still, the town man with the tar-stained hands, the harbor guards with their short spears, Hanwen at the edge of formation, hand on the steel pick. They were watching. They were waiting to see whether the woman who had set the route could keep her lord from becoming the very thing they had all been taught to fear. The rope pulled again. Lysenne turned. Drevan stood at the edge of the formation, his whole body locked against itself. His chest moved too fast. His hands were bloodless at his sides. The garnet in his eyes had all but disappeared, swallowed by something darker, older, hungrier. He was looking at her. Not at the blood, not at Vashel, not at the figures still walking through the broken gate. at her. She saw the war in him, the thing that wanted to feed, to tear, to stop being the man who had surrendered control and become the hunger that had never needed to ask. She saw it rise behind his eyes like water behind a failing wall. She saw him hold. "Kneel," she said. The word fell into the court like a stone into still water. Drevan's breath stopped. Vigil's smile flickered. "Drevan," Lysenne said, her voice flat, unhurried, carrying no plea. "Kneel." He did not hesitate. He went down like a man whose strings had been cut. His knees hit the stone, his head dropped. His hands opened at his sides, palms up, empty, the old burn marks catching the salt glow. The rope hung loose between them. The court was silent. Not the silence of fear, the silence of something breaking open, a held breath released, a thing believed only after it was seen. The town man with the tar-stained hands let out a sound, not a word, something between a curse and a prayer. Edric Nemes stood frozen, his Lodwiev pressed to his side, his face unreadable. Hanwen had stopped breathing, and Vigil was no longer smiling. "That," Lysenne said, "is who you are fighting." She looked at the defenders, at the keep servants, the harbor guards, the town men with their fish knives and billets and Queb's ads. He could have fed. He could have turned. He could have taken what the smell of blood was offering him, and you all know what that would have cost. She turned back to Vigil. He chose to kneel instead. The old beings had stopped. Not halted. Not paused. Stopped, as if the kneeling had registered in whatever passed for their awareness. They stood at the edge of the court, gray and still, their attention fixed on the place where Drevan's head had dropped. Vigil saw it. His composure returned, slower this time, like a man reassembling a mask that had cracked. "Very clever," he said. "You have trained him well." "I have not trained him." "Then he loves you." The word hung in the air, sharp and deliberate, meant to wound. "Yes," Lysenne said, "that is the part you cannot understand." Something moved behind Vigil's eyes. Not anger, not calculation, recognition. He moved before she saw the intention, not toward her, not toward Drevan, toward the rope. His hand closed around the trailing end, the one that had fallen slack when Drevan knelt, and he pulled. The rope snapped taut across Drevan's wrist, jerking him forward, dragging him off balance. His palms hit the stone. His head came up, the dark veins livid, the garnet bleeding back to red. Vigil did not stop. He hauled the rope again, pulling Drevan across the blood-smeared stone, pulling him toward the waiting figures, toward the edge where Lysenne had drawn her line. She moved, not toward Drevan, toward Vigil. The glass shard came up, but Vigil was not looking at her. He was looking past her, at the rope, at the hands that had closed around it, at the old being who had stepped forward and taken the line from Vigil's grip. Chapter 77. The old being held the rope, not pulled, not tugged, held, as if the line itself had become a thing of interest, a detail worth examining before any decision was made. Vigil's hand stayed closed on the air where the rope had been. The fingers did not curl. They hung, suspended, as if his body had not yet caught up to the loss. The court had stopped breathing. Then Vigil's hand lowered. He did not look at the old being. He did not look at Drevan on his knees, at the blood-smeared stone, at the rope now held by something that had not spoken a word since it entered Marrowind's gate. He looked at Lysenne. "Clever," he said again. The word had changed. It no longer carried amusement. It carried weight, the kind of weight a man put into a word when he was measuring how much it would cost to take it back. "I did not give him the rope. No. I did not tell him to kneel. No. I did not make him love me." His jaw tightened. "That is the part you cannot accept." She saw the shift before he made it. Not toward her, not toward Drevan, toward the blood. His hand moved, fast and precise, the way a man reached for a weapon he had already decided to use. His fingers found the smear on the stone, the pool spread by the wounded guard, the red slick that had been meant to break Drevan. He scooped, brought his palm to his mouth, drank. Lysenne moved, not away, toward. The glass shard was in her hand before she knew she had dried, the sea-green edge catching the salt glow, the same shard she had hidden in her mouth on Levy Day, the same shard she had carried through every corridor, every threshold, every night she had not known whether she would live or be spent. She drove it into the meat of his feeding hand, the hand that had scooped blood, the hand that had reached for her. He screamed, not the sound of a man surprised, the sound of a man whose tool had been ruined, whose grip had been severed, whose body had been made to understand that it could still be broken. The shard went deep, through the palm, between the bones, out the other side. He tried to pull away, but she held, twisted, ground the glass until she felt the tendons separate, until his fingers opened and the blood he had taken spilled back onto the stone. "Hanwen," she said. Hanwen was already moving. The steel pick came up. Not a throw, a thrust. The same motion Lysenne had taught her 3 winters ago, the same strike, the same hollow beneath the jaw, the same angle, the same trust that the woman who had trained her would clear the path. Lysenne let go of the shard, stepped back. Hanwen drove the pick home. Vashel's body hit the stone, not slowly, not gracefully, the way a man fell when his legs had forgotten how to hold him, when the thing that had kept him upright had been taken out of his keeping. He landed on his side. The shard was still in his hand. The pick was still in his throat. His pale amber eyes found Lysenne, found her standing over him, found Drevan still on his knees, found the rope held by the old being who had not moved, found Hanwen with her hands still lifted from the strike. "Leaveable," he said. The word came out wet. "Love that can be left is not love. It is convenience." Lysenne knelt, not to comfort him, to meet his eyes. "You came for a keep?" she said. "You lost it to a woman who walked through an open gate and chose to stay." He tried to laugh. The sound turned to blood. "That gate is still open." "Yes. Then she will leave." "Maybe." Then it meant nothing. "He knelt for me," she said. "What did you ever kneel for?" His eyes stayed open, but the light in them went out. Not slowly, not in stages. All at once, the way a lamp died when the oil was gone and the wick had finally burned through. Hanwen was breathing hard. The pick was still in her hand. The blood was still wet. The court was still silent. Lysenne stood. She looked at the old being holding the rope, at the figures who had stopped at the edge of the court, at the defenders who had not broken, who had not fled, who had watched a glassblower and an apprentice kill a vampire lord with a furnace tool and a shard of sea glass. She looked at Drevan. He was still on his knees, still holding, still hers. "Get his papers," she said. Edric moved first, then the harbor guards, then the townmen. They crossed to Vashel's body, to the coat that had been deep blue velvet, to the inner pocket where the folded pages sat, to the seals and the signatures and the orders that had been meant to break Marrowind. One of the tribunal scribes appeared at Lysenne's side, not with a weapon, with an ink-stained hand. "The confession," he said. "He wrote it before the assault. We were to read it after the seizure." "Read it now." The scribe's hand trembled as he took the pages from Edric, as he unfolded them, as he read the first line aloud. "I, Lord Vashel of House Thornwood, do hereby confess to the manipulation of the winter levy system, the forgery of the warrant against Lysenne Ottfeld, and the conspiracy to seize Marrowind Keep by unlawful means." He stopped, frowned, turned the page. "There should be more. Turn it again." He did. The 3rd page was blank. The 4th was missing. A torn edge at the spine, clean, deliberate, cut before the papers had ever reached Vashel's body. Lysenne looked at the scribe, at the court, at the faces of the people who had watched her kill a man with her bare hand and a piece of glass. "Who had these papers last?" she asked. No one answered, but someone in the back of the court was already moving, slipping through the broken gate, into the dark, carrying the page that would name the one who had truly held the rope all along. Chapter 78. The old being held the rope, not moving, not speaking, just standing at the edge of the court with Drevan's weight at the other end of the line. A creature that had walked through the inner gate like stone had been water, and the keep had been air. Lysenne looked at the rope, at Drevan's wrists, at the blood drying between the fibers. She had tied that knot herself. 3 turns, a fisherman's lock, a thumb's width of slack so the line could breathe without slipping. She had bound them together because she had needed to know where he was without looking, because the siege had demanded partnership, because she had been unwilling to lose him in the dark. The old being had not tried to use the rope. It had simply taken it from Vishal's hand and held it, as if the binding itself meant something, as if the action of claiming it had been the message. Lysenne stepped forward. The defender who had moved to flank her stopped. The town men with their fish knives and billets stopped. Even Edric, blood still seeping between his fingers, stopped. She walked to the old being, to the rope, to Drevan, still on his knees, still holding, still breathing in the shallow rhythm of a man who had not broken, but had come close enough to taste it. She put her hand over the knot. The old being looked at her. Its eyes were not white, not black. They were the color of stone that had been wet for a very long time, the color of the sea cave beneath Marrowind, where the tide never fully withdrew. "It is yours to hold," the old being said. The voice was not loud. It was not deep. It was the sound of something that had not spoken in centuries and had not forgotten how. "Or to cut." Lysenne did not look away. "If I cut it," she said, "do you go back to the inner gate? If you cut it, we stay where we were summoned." "Who summoned you?" "The signal. The messenger." The messenger lit the fire. The fire spoke the need. The need brought us. "Whose need?" The old being paused. Not a hesitation, a consideration. "The seal," it said. Lysenne's hand tightened on the rope. "The seal beneath the keep. The seal that was made before the keep. The seal that was made before the wall. The seal that was made when the first lord understood what he had built his house upon." Behind her, someone in the court let out a breath. Not a gasp, the sound of a held thing finally released. "What did he build it on?" she asked. The old being did not answer, but it looked past her, past the court, past the broken gate, past the fires still burning on the seawall where the signal had been lit, towards the cellar, towards the threshold that had cracked, the stone that had crumbled, the glow that was still bleeding through the fractures. "He built it on a debt," the old being said, "and the debt is due." The tribunal reconvened at dawn, not in the hall. The hall was still wet, still broken, still holding the shape of Vishal's body where it had fallen before the defenders had carried it away. They gathered in the outer court, where the fires had been stamped out and the stone was cold and the gray light made every face look like a mask. Vaylin Morath stood at the center. His hands were not bound. His seal was not broken. His authority had not been taken from him by the siege, by the blood, by the death of a vampire lord on the stone where the tribunal had been meant to sit in judgment. But he looked smaller, the way a man looked when he had been caught holding the leash of a thing that had turned and died before it could finish its work. "Lord Drevan Lirewen," he said. Drevan was no longer on his knees. He was standing. The rope was still tied around his wrist. The other end was in Lysenne's hand. She had not cut it. She did not cut it now. Vaylin did not look at the rope, did not look at the blood on Drevan's collar, did not look at the old being still standing at the edge of the court, silent, watchful, holding nothing but waiting in the way stone waited for water to wear it down. "You have been found guilty of unlawful abduction." The words hung in the cold air. Lysenne felt them land in her chest the way a blade landed when it was not meant to kill, only to mark. The warrant against Lysenne Ottfeld was forged, but you knew it was forged, and you kept her confined regardless. You did not release her when the law was broken. You did not return her to Greisenmouth. You chose possession over procedure, and that choice is a violation of the Winter Compact and the statutes governing the keeping of human lives under vampire authority. Drevan did not speak, did not argue, did not deny. He simply stood, with the rope around his wrist, with Lysenne holding the other end, with the evidence of his submission still written in the bruise of his kneeling. "The sentence," Vaylin said, "is forfeiture of the keep of Marrowind to the Black Coast Tribunal for reassignment to a house of the tribunal's choosing." A murmur moved through the court. Edric's hand tightened on his side. The town men looked at each other with the hollow shock of people who had just survived one siege only to learn the next one had already been signed. "However," Valen's voice cut through the murmur like a blade through cloth. The forfeiture is not immediate. It is deferred pending review by the Greater Tribunal of the Northern Shores, whose authority overrides the Black Coast seat in matters of contested seizure. He drew a folded paper from his coat, unsealed it. Read the words that had been written before the siege, before Vachel's death, before the blood had been spilled and the rope had been taken and the old beings had stopped at the edge of the court. Given the credible testimony of the abducted party, the confession of the deceased conspirator, and the presence of independent witnesses to the nature of the confinement, the Greater Tribunal has elected to assign an assessor to Marrowind, pending the final determination. He looked up. His eyes were the color of winter ice, the color of a man who had lost a battle but had not yet lost the war. The assessor will reside at the keep for 30 days. At the end of that period, Lord Drevan must present cause why the forfeiture should not be executed. If he fails, Marrowind is lost. If he succeeds, the accusation is expunged and the compact is restored. The paper was signed. The seal was pressed. The seal of the Greater Tribunal of the Northern Shores. Lysenne stared at it, at the wax, at the emblem of the Black Coast and the Northern Shore, crossed at the spine like two blades that had never learned to trust each other. "Who is the assessor?" she asked. Valen's mouth tightened. "The assessor," he said, "is already in the keep." The court turned, every face lifting, every breath catching. At the edge of the broken gate, where the dark-coated stranger had stood before the siege, where he had watched the signal fires burn, where he had offered Lysenne a letter she had not yet opened, he was still standing. The stranger with winter sea eyes, the stranger who had known her father, the stranger whose voice had settled into her chest like a name she had forgotten. "The Greater Tribunal," Valen said, "has appointed its own commissioner to oversee the review. He arrived 3 days ago." The stranger stepped forward. His hand moved, not to his coat, not to a weapon, to the air between them, where he held out the yellowed letter, the one he had offered in the hall, the one she had refused, the one she had left unopened because she had not been ready to know who he was. Lysenne. His voice was not cold, not commanding. It was the voice of someone who had waited a very long time to say her name aloud. "Open it." She looked at the letter, at the seal, at the wax that bore no emblem she recognized, no crest, no housemark, only a single line of black pressed into the surface, a thread of glass. No, a hairline crack. The same crack that ran through the Glasshouse furnace, the same crack that had been in the wall of every keep she had ever survived. She took the letter, broke the seal, unfolded the page, and read the first word of what her father had written the night before he died. Chapter 79. In the battered quiet after siege and hearing, Lysenne stood at the edge of the outer court with her father's letters still open in her hands. The words blurred when she tried to read them again, not from tears, from the weight of having read them once and knowing she would need to sit with them alone before she could understand what they meant. The old being had released the rope, not cut it, released it, letting the braided hemp fall into her palm like a finished sentence. Then it had turned and walked toward the cellar stairs with the others, wordless, leaving behind only the memory of cold where its fingers had been. Drevan was still on his knees. He had not moved since Valen read the verdict, since the forfeiture was announced, since the stranger had called her name and she had taken the letter and broken the seal. He stayed where she had commanded him, with the rope coiled at his wrist and his head bowed. The court was empty now. Valen had withdrawn to the north tower with his clerks. The town men had been led to the kitchens by Edric, who moved with his hand pressed to his side and his face gray. Hanwen had gone to find Maria, pausing only to touch Lysenne's shoulder once, hard, before she left. The stranger stood at the broken gate with his back to the wind, watching the coast road. Lysenne folded the letter, pressed the crease flat with her thumb. Then she crossed the court and stopped before Drevan. He did not lift his head. The silver streak at his temple caught the gray dawn light. The rope lay against the stone beside his knee, loose, no longer taut. "Get up," she said. He rose, slowly, like a man who had forgotten how to stand, who had spent so long on his knees that the vertical world felt wrong. His eyes met hers, dark garnet, almost black. The hunger was still there, banked but not gone, a coal that had stopped burning but had not yet cooled. "I was wrong." She said it before he could speak. Watched him flinch, not at the words but at the weight behind them. "All of it," she said. "What I told myself, what I let myself believe. I told myself I was choosing, but every choice I made was inside a cage you built, even the good ones, even the ones that felt real." He said nothing. "The gate was open," she said, "but I could not leave until I knew what had been done to me, until I had the proof, until I understood why Greisenmouth had let me go. You gave me weapons, you gave me records, you gave me a way to fight, but you never gave me back the day you took. You cannot give that back. No one can." "I know." His voice was raw, not from the siege, from the admission. "I know," he said again, and the second time it sounded like a man cutting his own thread. "I cannot undo it. I cannot balance it. I cannot offer anything that would make it equal, because nothing is equal to the day you lost. Not my shame, not my hunger, not my love." He drew a breath that seemed to cost him. "I kept you. I knew the warrant was forged, and I kept you anyway. I told myself it was protection. I told myself I was different from every other lord who had ever taken what was not offered. But I was not different. I was the same. I was worse because I knew better, and I did it anyway." She watched him, did not soften, did not reach for him. "Say it," she said. He met her eyes. "I was wrong to keep you. Not the gate, not the hunger, the keeping itself. It was wrong, and I was wrong to call it anything else." The words hung between them like a door that had finally been pulled open from both sides. She nodded, once. "I know you were wrong," she said, "and I am staying anyway." She watched him absorb it, the way his breath stopped, the way his hands stayed still at his sides because he did not trust himself to reach for her. "Not because I owe you, not because I forgive you yet, not because the cage was comfortable, because it was not. I am staying because I want to, and I will leave if that changes. Not because the gate is open, because I can open it myself." He did not argue, did not promise. He simply stood and let her words land. Then he moved. Not toward her, toward the wall, where a set of keys hung on a rusted hook beside the broken gate. He took them down, black iron, heavy. The keys to the keep he had held for 3 centuries. He held them out to her. "No terms," he said. "No conditions. No promise that I will earn anything back. If you stay, the keep is yours. The claim is yours. The defense is yours. I am not trading freedom for authority. I am giving you what should have been given the day you arrived." She looked at the keys, at his hand, at the burn scars across his palm that she had traced in the dark of the Glasshouse, when she had still believed that tenderness could undo what had been done. She did not take them. "Keep them," she said. "Hold them for me, but know that I could take them. That is the only offer I want, not the keys, the knowledge that I can have them whenever I ask." He closed his hand around the iron, nodded, and for a moment there was nothing between them but the rope on the stone and the dawn spreading over the black coast like a wound beginning to heal. Then the horns sounded, low and deep from the coast road. Not a siege call, not a summons, something else. Something that made Drevan's head lift and his eyes narrow and his hand tighten on the keys. Lysenne turned. The stranger had not moved from the broken gate, but he was no longer watching the road. He was watching her. "That will be the Greater Tribunal's advance riders," he said. "Sent to confirm the assessor has arrived and the review has begun." He paused. "But they are not alone." The horns sounded again, closer, and from the north road, where the signal fires had burned the night before, a single figure walked toward the keep. Dark coat, unhurried pace, a paper held in one hand like a flag of truce or a blade. The figure carried the 4th page of Vigil's confession, and they were already inside the gate. Chapter 80. The figure walked through the broken gate without hurrying, the paper held at chest height like a lantern that had already burned out. Dawnlight caught the torn edge. The 4th page. Lysenne's hand found the rope at her belt, Empty. The old being had taken it. She moved anyway. 3 steps forward between Drevan and the stranger, between the paper and the keep she had chosen to hold. The figure stopped at the court's center, not a guard, not a tribunal messenger. A woman, gray-streaked hair pulled tight from a face that had spent years learning how not to be seen. Her coat was salt-stained. Her boots were the kind that walked cliff paths without slipping. She held out the page. "I was supposed to burn this," she said. "I was supposed to carry it to Thornwood and watch them file it with the rest of the dead correspondence. But I read it first." Lysenne did not take the paper. "Who sent you?" "Someone who is already dead." The woman's voice did not waver. "Someone who wrote this confession for Vigil to sign, then tore the last page clean so the signature would look complete. Someone who knew the tribunal would come for Marrowind before the Winter Compact was even read aloud." The stranger at the gate moved for the first time, not toward her, toward the sound of horns on the coast road. "That page names the architect," he said, "not the hand that lit the signal fires, not the lord who led the assault. The one who wrote the warrant before Halric Tilburn ever put ink to it. The one who has been waiting 3 centuries for Marrowind to weaken enough to fall." Lysenne took the page. The ink was fresh, not hours old, written after Vigil's death, folded into the confession, carried through the gate while the court was still settling the verdict. She read the first line and stopped breathing. The name at the top was not a lord, not a justice hearth, not a rival house. It was the name of a man who had died before she was born. The name on her father's letter. The same seal, the same hairline crack, the same hand that had written the only words she had ever received from a dead man she had never known. "The seal beneath Marrowind was made before the keep," she said, the words coming from somewhere outside herself. "The first lord built his house on a debt, and the debt is due." The woman nodded. "Your father did not die in the fire, Lysenne Ottfeld. He died because he knew what the seal was holding. He died because he tried to tell the tribunal what the first lord had buried. He died because the one who wrote the warrant, the one who has been waiting, the one who sealed his mouth with flame, is still sitting in the greater tribunal's high seat." The horns stopped. The banners crested the rise beyond the black coast, gray and silver, the colors of the northern shore convocation. The lead rider wore the collar of a presiding magistrate. The stranger turned from the gate. "That is the magistrate who appointed me," he said. "3 days ago, when he believed I would rule against Marrowind. He does not yet know that I have read your father's letter. He does not yet know that I have waited for this gate to open so I could walk through it." He looked at Lysenne. "The review is 30 days, but the architect of the conspiracy does not need 30 days. He needs only for you to name what you have found before he can bury it again." Lysenne held the page. The paper was warm from the woman's hand, warm from the road, warm from the dawn that was breaking over a keep she had entered as a captive and chosen to defend as a free woman. She looked at Drevan. He had not moved. He stood where she had told him to rise, the keys still in his hand, his eyes on her face as if she were the only fixed point in a world that had learned to shift. "What do you need?" he said. The same question he had asked in the court when the blood was fresh on the stone. The same question he had asked when she stepped forward alone. The same question he had asked every time he had surrendered control and let her choose. She thought about the day she had arrived. The closed carriage, the sea glass in her mouth, the certainty that survival meant yielding first, making herself useful, becoming someone who could not be discarded because she could not be found. She thought about the gate that had stood open for 3 days while she learned to walk through it. She thought about the furnace crack that ran through her father's seal and through the glasshouse wall and through every keep she had survived. "The magistrate is calling for me," she said. She did not look away from Drevan. "Tell him I will come when I am ready, not before. Tell him the 30 days begin now, and they begin on my terms." Drevan's hand tightened on the keys. Then he turned and walked toward the gate, not toward the magistrate, toward the threshold, where he stopped, turned, and stood with his back to the arriving riders and his eyes on her, waiting. The stranger waited. The woman with the page waited. The dawn spread over the black coast like a wound that had finally learned to close. Lysenne Ottfeld stepped through the broken gate, not toward the tribunal, not toward the keep, toward the place where the road met the cliff and the sea stretched open and empty and hers. Behind her, the lead magistrate called her name.